The protagonist is an ordinary worker who unexpectedly finds himself in a post-apocalyptic wasteland in this realm. Resources are scarce and the environment is harsh. Yet the protagonist does not become embroiled in fierce power struggles or tales of vengeance. Instead, he dedicates himself to scavenging and collecting supplies, gradually constructing his own sanctuary and rebuilding his life amidst the ruins. Chapter 1. Jingyuan and Fried Chicken. Tick-tock, tick-tock, in the dimly lit restroom. A rusted faucet drips with water the color of iron rust. A bloodstained sleeve wipes the grimy mirror, gradually revealing a clearer reflection of a pale, bloodless face. Jingyuan uses 2 fingers to pry open his eyelids, much like a doctor examining a patient's eyes, leaning closer to the mirror. The visage reflected back is rigid, the profile marred with traces of dry blood, and the eyes, clouded and laced with red veins, resemble those of a person afflicted with conjunctivitis. Upon surveying his entire form, though his eyes betray his condition, he appears no different from an ordinary person. His well-defined features could be deemed handsome, yet his lips are pallid, and his skin, parched and cracked, imparts a sense of frailty, akin to a desiccated leaf scorched under the relentless sun. One might imagine that stepping on him would elicit a crisp crunch, reminiscent of the sound made when biting into fried chicken, a thought that Jingyuan cannot shake off. Though his appearance bears no resemblance to that of fried chicken, it is nonetheless the first notion that springs to his mind, primarily because he had recently ordered a half-chicken set meal from a certain delivery service, a half chicken accompanied by a cup of cola, and a selection of snacks, all for just over 20 yuan, is an absolute delight for Sumio. Any like him, a worker without savings. However, as pleasurable as it may be, one must heed its 2 notable drawbacks. Firstly, its high caloric content. Secondly, the ambiguous hygiene conditions of its production, as it originates from a takeout establishment where the preparation process remains unseen. Thus, for the sake of his health, Jingyuan has resolved to limit himself to indulging in fried chicken no more than once a week, and strictly from his favorite establishment, Jiao Le Jiji, eschewing others such as Jiao Le Jijaji, Jiao Le Jiji, or Jiao Le Jijaji, that he has personally inspected this particular shop and confirmed that its sanitation standards are satisfactory. Fried chicken paired with cola is a combination that even celestial beings would not forsake. Yet, how did he find himself in an abandoned restroom? The air was thick with a stifling odor. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with the sight of an antiquated squat toilet, a wash basin shrouded in dust, and a damp towel team. ING with mold. His own bathroom is undeniably clean and orderly, yet this dilapidated space was grimy and neglected, with dust swirling in the air, clearly abandoned for an extended period. Had he been abducted, or was he merely sleepwalking? The journey home from work had been uneventful. No strange occurrences transpired. He encountered no extraterrestrials, superhumans, or time travelers, although he did come across a large truck, its driver alert and navigating the road without reckless abandon. He entered the establishment at 9:30, and feeling quite famished due to skipping dinner, he opened an app to order the half-chicken set. Around 10 o'clock, the delivery person called to inform that he could not access the residential complex. Reluctant to fetch an umbrella, he donned his slippers and ventured out into the rain to retrieve the takeout from the entrance. Upon returning home, he rinsed off in the bathroom and changed into a set of pajamas. The discarded clothes were tossed into the washing machine, awaiting a thorough wash on Sunday. These memories are vivid in his mind. And then, what did he do next? Yes, he indulged in his takeout. While savoring his meal, he watched the latest episode of the smooth-talking AFEI. By the time he finished, it was nearly 11 p.m. According to his usual routine, he should have turned off the lights, settled into bed, scrolled through short videos, read a novel, and he then drifted off to sleep. However, last night was Friday, and the following day was Saturday. It is worth noting that Saturday is a statutory day of rest, exempt from work obligations. Thus, he chose to forego sleep and engaged in an all-night gaming session. The name of the game eludes him, but he recalls it was a single-player title on Steam. Upon logging in, he was greeted by a flashing green 75. Initially assuming it would be yet another addition to his library gathering dust, he was unexpectedly captivated within SD 10 minutes, unable to extricate himself, and he ended up gaming through the entire night. Only when exhaustion rendered his eyelids heavy did he finally succumb to sleep, collapsing onto his bed, where darkness enveloped him. The memories preceding his arrival in this dilapidated restroom cease here. Thus, has he sleepwalked into a most peculiar place. Though his physical condition may have deteriorated compared to the past, there was no reason for him to appear in such a sickly state after a night of sleeplessness. His clothes were stained with blood, and he was enveloped in a foul odor. The most perplexing aspect, however, was the transformation of his own visage. Jing Yuan leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing the reflection before him. He had never beheld this face, nor did he recognize the person staring back at him. Well, with years of experience navigating the vast realms of the internet, it was not difficult for Jing Yuan to deduce that he had likely traversed into another world. If that were the case, it was probable that he had succumbed to death due to overwork and late-night gaming sessions. What a pitiful demise it was, akin to that of a certain brave soul from another realm who met his end due to a tractor's fright. Speaking of which, he had never utilized incognito mode. Having heard that authorities would examine the deceased's electronic devices, was it possible that he was destined to perish not only in a physical sense, but also socially? He had always regarded incognito browsing as a mere jest, never anticipating that this jest would one day ensnare him. Indeed, ignoring the wisdom of the elders had led him to this predicament. It was high time he fostered the habit of routinely clearing his browser history. Or perhaps it would bame. Or prudent to leave no trace at all. Sigh. Jing Yuan lamented that there was no remedy for regret in this world. No matter how much one might wish to change the past, one could not achieve what lay beyond their capabilities. Worrying in this situation would yield no benefits in this life. Maintaining a proper mindset was of utmost importance. Yes, the mindset. For a distinguished level 5 Honor League of Legends player, overcoming challenges with a positive attitude was second nature. As long as I do not witness the police rummaging through my phone, then this incident has not transpired. Long live the spirit of AQ. Once again, Jing Yuan employed his optimistic disposition to address the challenges at hand. He tugged at his tattered white shirt, pondering how merciless the heavens could be. Despite his unwavering adherence to the Geneva Convention on Prisoners of War, allowing himself a mere 2 hours of paid relief each day, he questioned how a model citizen like himself could meet such a premature demise. Cursed fate. At the very least, grant me the chance to complete that newly purchased game. I have yet to fully immerse myself in its world. A cry of discontent echoed within Jing Yuan's heart. What manner of existence had he stumbled into? A murderer? A fugitive? Such misfortune. Although he often indulged in tales of transmigration, he had no desire to experience it himself. Transforming into a noble within a royal court, surrounded by opulence and grandeur, would have been bearable, yet this visage bore the unmistakable pallor of death. Could he truly be a corpse? As this thought surfaced, his hand instinctively pressed against his chest, and he suddenly froze. With force, he pulled apart his shirt, his palm resting firmly against his ribcage. Nothing. Still nothing. Not even the faintest throb or quiver could he discern. He felt no heartbeat. How could this be? He could move, leap, and engage in thought. How could he lack a heartbeat? Could it be that he had succumbed to death? That he was merely a lifeless shell? Yet how could a corpse possess the ability to move? Then again, animated corpses were not entirely unfamiliar, albeit only in the realm of cinema commonly referred to as zombies in the West, while in his homeland they were known as Jiangshi. The visage before him bore the features of an Asian, yet Jing Yuan discerned that he was not of the ilk that could puncture steel with a mere fingernail, leap heights of 7 or 8 meters, or withstand blades and bullets like an invincible domestic zombie. This pitifully lifeless appearance could only belong to a foreign, inept zombie. Is this truly the beginning of his new life in another realm, existing as a mere cannon fodder zombie, struggling in a post-apocalyptic world, awaiting the day when the protagonist, wielding a double-barreled shotgun, would deliver a fatal shot to his head? This predicament is hardly preferable to being a cog in the relentless grind of the 996 work culture. Damn it. Chapter 2. Jing Yuan and the dog. Calm down. Jing Yuan, do not succumb to the worst of thoughts. Maintain your composure. It is imperative to sustain a balanced mindset. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. After all, there is no definitive conclusion regarding the state of the deceased. Perhaps it is merely heart failure. A slight decrease in heartbeat is entirely normal. In an effort to refute the notion that the corpse was speaking, Jing Yuan commenced further verification. He opened his mouth and leaned closer to the glass, inspecting his teeth and oral cavity. All 28 permanent teeth, as expected of an adult, were intact, white and beautiful, indicative of a diet well-nourished. However, there was a noticeable lack of saliva, rendering his mouth parched. Surely, this was a result of prolonged dehydration. He pressed his right thumb against the area of his left elbow, silently counting to 60 in his mind. His skin felt akin to soft, pliable clay. This appearance was typical of someone suffering from edema, a condition often associated with renal issues. The reflection in the mirror bore the visage of someone gravely ill, and it was not unusual for the skin to lose its firmness. Subsequently, he retrieved a fruit knife from his pocket, steeled himself, and pressed the blade firmly against his thumb, making a deep incision. The blood that oozed from the wound was a dark, viscous substance, accompanied by a foul odor. It lacked vitality, devoid of any vigor, reminiscent of the blood of a corpse that had long since departed this world. Most alarmingly, even with a significant gash on his finger, he felt no pain whatsoever. On the first day of his journey through this new realm, at precisely 19:23 and 15 seconds, Jing Yuan was compelled to confront the harsh reality. The youthful, vigorous body he once inhabited had vanished, replaced by this deteriorated shell that felt neither pain nor thirst. Do not inquire how he perceives the passage of time, for upon his wrist adorns a diamond-studded mechanical watch, unmistakably of considerable value. This corporeal form is utterly distinct from his previous one. While his sense of smell and hearing remain intact, his vision appears compromised, akin to myopia, requiring him to draw near in order to discern clearly. His visual range extends to merely 5 meters, beyond which lies a nebulous blur. Furthermore, a grave predicament persists. Since his awakening, an intense hunger has gripped his abdomen. A profound craving compels him to yearn for sustenance. No wonder his initial thoughts gravitated towards fried chicken. Earlier, amidst the ebb and flow of emotions, this sensation was somewhat subdued. However, as his feelings stabilized, the hunger intensified, akin to a blazing fire of dry heat consuming his insides, rendering him incapable of straightening up. He hunched over, slowly directing his gaze towards the bathroom exit, from whence wafted a sweet, tantalizing aroma. It was reminiscent of the fried chicken scent he had inhaled while working late the previous night. When at 10 o'clock, he found himself seated before the computer. He envisioned spicy chicken wings enveloped in golden, flaky pastry, crispy golden fries sprinkled with chili powder, and peppery chicken chunks. His throat convulsed slightly, though he had yet to confront the creature sprawled at the doorway. The breaths emanating through the crack indicated it was a mammal, likely a dog, for its panting resembled that of Aunt Wong's chihuahua downstairs. A living dog, agile and lively, with a single bite yielding an explosion of juiciness. The image of Aunt Wong's chihuahua being torn apart inexplicably flashes before his eyes. The demise of that dog, which had a penchant for relieving itself indiscriminately, was nothing short of gruesome, deserving of pixelation. Yet, the grotesque amalgamation of flesh, blood, and bone did not evoke nausea, but rather intensified his hunger. He slapped himself, feeling no pain, yet it brought a sense of clarity to his mind. As an aficionado of barbecued meats and fried chicken, it was perplexing that he would contemplate becoming a nefarious raw flesh connoisseur. Oh, benevolent deity of grilled meats and fried chicken, forgive my transgressions. He traced a cross over his chest. It seemed that his bodily transformations were beginning to influence his thoughts. A troubling development indeed. However, when viewed through the lens of rationality, consuming raw meat should not be so objectionable, right? Sashimi, oysters, salads, are they not prevalent? Perhaps it was merely hunger that drove him to contemplate devouring that dog. When one is famished, they would consume anything, even mud. Yes, it must be the insatiable hunger that prompts such thoughts of raw flesh. From the restroom doorway came a whimpering sound. Jing Yuan, through his blood-stained white shirt, gently caressed his abdomen. Before him was a foot bath bucket, half a meter in height. Though cloaked in dust, its craftsmanship remained evident, heavy and substantial. One could almost envision the wooden tub crashing down upon the dog's skull, rendering it unconscious, perhaps even mortally wounding it. Vivid crimson would seep from the wound, cascading onto the floor and forming delicate rivulets, gradually staining the soles of Jing Yuan's shoes. Fresh blood, whether from pigs or ducks, has graced his palate, transformed into the delectable dish known as spicy blood stew, a delight that complements any meal. Yet, what might the flavor be before this sanguine elixir congeals into its gelatinous form? Surely, It must possess a rather exquisite taste. Perhaps imbibing it would evoke the essence of sweet wine or the refreshing chill of iced cola. The thought tantalized him, as Jingyuan once again found himself contemplating this peculiar notion. He mused over how he had never recognized his own potential for cannibalistic cravings. Was hunger truly such a formidable adversary? Perhaps it was merely a manifestation of his ravenous desire, an urge to consume flesh and savor blood. Surely, once satiated, such thoughts would dissipate. He reassured himself, clutching the footbath bucket, inching toward the restroom exit with cautious steps. His footfalls were light as his right hand gripped the doorknob, twisting it before pulling back. The door emitted a cacophony of metallic clinks, the lock and frame clashing in an urgent symphony, yet it remained obstinately closed. The door had been locked from the inside. He grasped the handle once more, repeating the action. Creaking in protest, the door remained steadfastly shut. Before him lay the balcony, encircled by a steel railing, while a gentle evening breeze wafted through the gaps of the floor-to-ceiling windows. At the horizon's edge, the colossal crimson sun was gradually descending. The beams of the setting sun cast a surreal red hue across the tiles, bathing the modest living room in an otherworldly glow. In the corners, cobwebs clung like forgotten memories, the damp walls shedding their skin, while a flat-screen television hung silently on the wall, facing the sofa and coffee table. Jingyuan's blurred gaze traversed every corner of this space. He spotted an antiquated double-door refrigerator standing in the corner, while on the opposite side rested a dining table adorned with plates, covered by a metal-framed, umbrella-like cloth. The dishes were laden with food that had succumbed to mold, transforming into indistinguishable black clumps. As the sun approached the horizon, the room was shrouded in dim light. With Jingyuan's current vision, he could scarcely discern more. Yet he could distinctly sense the dog cowering beneath the television cabinet. Apparently startled by the sound of the door, it had previously been stationed at the entrance. Now, it huddled in a ball, trembling and emitting soft whimpers. Jingyuan's gaze instinctively shifted, akin to perceiving a beam of light in the darkness, so strikingly conspicuous. The man and the dog locked eyes across the coffee table. Outside, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Towering skyscrapers, lined up in orderly succession, melded into a singular expanse under the twilight, resembling a blood-red glass facade. In this bustling metropolis, devoid of illumination and vitality, only a deathly stillness prevailed. Yet, Jingyuan's ears were filled with a cacophony of sounds, the slow rhythm of breathing, the contraction of abdominal muscles, and the flow of blood coursing through veins. Chapter 3. Jingyuan and the little black dog. Jingyuan pressed his cracked lips together, overcome by an insatiable desire to pounce and rend the dog, to savor the sweet, fresh blood surging from its neck. It was a disconcerting realization. He suddenly felt so alien to himself. He sought to regain his composure, to observe and analyze the situation first. Enduring an intense hunger, he lifted the heavy wooden barrel and positioned himself against the filthy sofa cushion, pressing down. Dust erupted and swirled in the air, yet the sofa retained its remarkable resilience. Beside the sofa lay a large army green travel bag, stained with traces of blood, clearly crafted from high-quality material and appearing quite new. The coffee table in front was cluttered with various objects, among which the most striking were a pistol and a rifle, both equipped with silencers, alongside an open bag of dog food, the expiration date unknown. Additionally, there were several unidentifiable bottles of medicine on the table, their labels inscribed with foreign script, not English, yet he could comprehend them, recognizing that one contained antibiotics. To the left of the medicine bottles lay a small notebook, secured by a black ballpoint pen, its cover opened. The pages bore some writing, but the dim light rendered the text too small to decipher. All he could perceive was a dense cluster of black dots. The most peculiar item was a sealed glass jar, comparable in size to a container of oral liquid, its walls adorned with a warning skull insignia. Through the glass, he discerned a dark leaf, from whose veins sprouted gray filaments resembling mold, adhering to the jar's walls and suspending the leaf in the center. It was evident that this item was perilous and best left undisturbed. After surveying the scene, he gained a vague awareness of his current predicament. It was the first time he had emerged from the restroom to confront the outside world. Though it was night in the city, peering through the balcony revealed not a glimmer of light. As he sat and lowered his gaze, he noticed white bandages peeking out at his ankles. He rolled up his pant leg to reveal his right ankle, encircled in several layers of bandages, the white fabric stained with blood. He had previously overlooked this due to the absence of pain. As the bandage was removed, a deep bite wound was revealed. flesh torn and exposed, a piece of skin and meat missing, unveiling stark white bone beneath. The veins surrounding the wound had turned a sinister black, spreading across the skin like a dark shadow. A chunk of flesh had been gnawed away, evoking a visceral sense of pain. Jing Yuan immersed himself in this grim reality. From the injury on the foot, he surmised that the former owner of this body must have been bitten and subsequently infected by a virus. The dog that had remained vigilantly by his side was likely his pet. But why had he locked himself in the bathroom? If it were him, knowing he was infected and destined to become a mindless zombie, what would he do? Would he resort to a fatal act? Perhaps it would be better to cherish the fleeting moments of life, especially since he doubted his own courage to aim a gun at his head and pull the trigger decisively. What if there was still hope? What if he were one of the rare humans endowed with antibodies against the virus? To perish so easily would be a deep injustice. A survivor in this apocalyptic landscape would undoubtedly harbor a fierce will to live. Perhaps he believed he could endure. Even if he succumbed to the mindless state of a zombie, he could not bear the thought of harming his loyal pet. Thus, he confined himself to the bathroom, hoping against hope to survive. That pet dog was indeed loyal, steadfastly guarding the bathroom door. Jing Yuan couldn't help but recall Xiao Hong, a rural dog he had once raised. Named for its dark fur, Xiao Hong was anything but small. It was a large, fierce dog that would bark wildly at the sight of strangers, necessitating a sturdy chain to keep it restrained. At that time, Jing Yuan was merely 8 or 9 years old, residing in a rural courtyard. Whenever someone passed by the entrance, the dog, Xiao Hong, would bark uncontrollably. As Jing Yuan grew increasingly irritated by the incessant noise, he would retreat to the doghouse and hurl stones at Xiao Hong, quieting it momentarily as it whimpered and sought refuge behind the wooden beam that tethered it. From a young age, Jing Yuan found dogs bothersome, particularly due to the unpleasant odor that Xiao Hong exuded. Later, when their courtyard was demolished, Xiao Hong was taken away by his parents. A 3-wheeled electric vehicle arrived to collect it. That day, the house felt desolate as the furniture was carted off by the moving company, and Xiao Hong was confined to a metal cage, unusually silent. At that moment, Jing Yuan felt a sense of relief, thinking he could finally enjoy watching television without the dog's irritating barks, believing it would now annoy someone else. Only as he matured did he come to realize that Xiao Hong had been sent to the slaughterhouse. Reflecting on it, he didn't truly despise Xiao Hong. After all, dogs are remarkably loyal creatures, and even that rustic dog, bound by a chain for its entire life, exhibited unwavering fidelity. If one fed it bones and provided a little shelter from the elements, it would regard you as its master. Despite having thrown stones at it numerous times and shutting the door while it frolicked in the yard, he never witnessed it retaliate. Yet, loyalty cannot substitute for sustenance. No matter how faithful a dog may be, it cannot fill your stomach by mere existence. Material conditions are indeed fundamental. A dog that merely offers affection has no future. Sighing deeply, Jing Yuan acknowledged his gnawing hunger, which had become unbearable. Meanwhile, the dog curled up beneath the television cabinet, trembling with apparent fear. Jing Yuan was not a particularly noble individual. Had he been truly virtuous, he would have long since joined an animal protection association. In times of peril, one may resort to desperate measures for survival. If faced with starvation, could one consume a panda? Certainly, it is feasible to prepare it by roasting or grilling. As he felt the gnawing pangs of hunger intensifying, a peculiar calm enveloped him, rendering the sensation of starvation all the more acute. Furthermore, this was not a dog of his own, and thus held little significance to him. He rose, casting a glance at the firearm resting on the table. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the notion of its use, instead clutching a wooden bucket as he approached the space beneath the television cabinet. The dog trembled more violently, and Jing Yuan discerned its form. Far from imposing, it appeared disheveled and, in the dim light, its original coat color was indiscernible. Its unkempt fur had grown long enough to nearly obscure its eyes, resembling a stray. Jing Yuan's hunger intensified, and observing the dog's shivering frame, he thought to himself that at the very least, he should allow it to eat its fill before embarking on his own grim journey. Even death row inmates are granted a hearty meal before their execution. On the table lay a bag of dog food, and on the ground, an empty bowl. He filled the bowl to the brim with kibble and crouched down, nudging it towards the trembling creature. The filthy dog glanced from the overflowing bowl to Jing Yuan's face, pausing momentarily before emerging cautiously from its hiding place, limping. It was then that Jing Yuan noticed the animal was missing a leg. The right hind leg was absent, leaving it with only 3 legs to navigate. The wound appeared to have healed, indicating it was not a recent injury. The limping dog leaned eagerly into the bowl, devouring the food with fervor. Watching it eat with such gusto only exacerbated Jingyuan's own hunger. Hurry up, eat, he thought. Once you finish, it will be my turn. His eyes seemed to shimmer with a predatory glint as he raised the wooden bucket, aiming it at the dog's skull, poised to strike. The emaciated dog, seemingly famished, remained oblivious to the lurking threat, consumed by its meal. As it was halfway through its meal, the creature unexpectedly turned around, wagging its tail at Jingyuan and limping over to nuzzle against his feet. The proximity of such a moving morsel nearly drove Jingyuan to madness. He felt himself on the verge of losing all reason, ready to pounce. The limping dog seemed startled by his sudden movement, dashing towards the kitchen with surprising speed despite its missing leg. "Don't run," Jingyuan called out as he chased after it. The wooden barrel he wielded cutting through the air with fervor. The dog managed to squeeze itself into a cupboard, a half-height cabinet, prompting Jingyuan to set down the barrel. He glanced at the cutting board and seized a rusted kitchen knife, his eyes aflame with a frenzied glint. However, before he could open the cupboard door, the limping dog emerged once more, clutching an unopened package of starch sausages in its mouth. It quickly retreated back inside, only to reappear dragging out vacuum-sealed cured meats and sausages, presenting them to Jingyuan as if offering a treasure, utterly unfazed by the gleaming knife in his hand. Its squinted eyes seemed to sparkle with mirth as it panted, tongue lolling. For a moment, Jingyuan hesitated, the rusted knife raised high, yet ultimately lowered it. Chapter 4. Jingyuan and the corn pitcher Xiaogo was a creature of simple nature. When Jingyuan fed it dog food, it regarded him as its master. Perhaps this limping dog had survived in the apocalypse alongside its original owner in such a manner. The owner, armed with a gun, safeguarded it while it relied on its keen sense of smell to forage for food and supplies. Together, man and dog navigated the besieged world, finding solace in each other's company. Yet, your master is no longer alive. As usual, he took you out to scavenge, only to ultimately succumb to infection. He had no intention of dragging you down with him. Instead, he merely locked himself in the bathroom, contemplating the passage through this ordeal. "I envision a future where I can indulge you in delightful feasts. After all, he has perished, and you are likely to follow suit. Departing together would not betray the bond forged over many years. Indeed, it is just you and me now." Jingyuan gazed through the kitchen window, observing the desolate cityscape, and suddenly felt a diminished desire for meat. Could I still relish the sound of rain while nestled in this warm abode, sipping cola and devouring fried chicken? Would I still have the pleasure of following the latest episodes of my favorite anime? Could I still look forward to the impending holiday? It seemed that those moments were slipping away. Alas, the little electric scooter, barely 6 months into its service, which had once carried me through the bustling city, would now gather dust in a corner without him. Though he held little expectation for tomorrow, the sudden thought of abandoning the cozy little room he had meticulously arranged, along with the work environment he had painstakingly adapted to, left a tumultuous unrest within him. Sighing, Jingyuan settled down, extending his hand. The limping dog did not shy away but instead nudged his palm, circling around him. "I shall call you Little White. Do you have any objections?" At last, Jingyuan discerned the filthy white fur on the dog's back. Woof! The limping dog, panting with its tongue out and tail wagging, appeared rather foolish, and Jingyuan took it as a sign of acquiescence. He sliced open the package of starch sausage with a kitchen knife, peeling one from its casing without regard for its expiration date, and brought it to his mouth to chew. Little White waggled its tail, extending its tongue to lick his palm. "We must maintain our distance, eschewing close contact." Jingyuan stifled Xiaobai's mouth with a starch sausage, fearing that it might lick it and consequently become infected. The taste of the starch sausage was akin to chewing wax, rendering any sense of flavor null. Nevertheless, consuming it did alleviate a measure of hunger. Perhaps the loss of taste was not absolute, for Xiaobai's aroma remained quite delightful. Regardless, given that there was sustenance available to satiate his hunger, he momentarily set aside thoughts of restoration. Yet, one must not become complacent, for you are merely the emergency ration of Master Jingyuan. Jingyuan's hand slipped into his sleeve, tugging at the fur on Xiaobai's head with vigor. This is what one might call starting with a dog, relying on scavenged equipment. Carrying the package of starch sausage, Jingyuan ventured into the living room, pondering the current state of affairs. His mind was awash with questions. What does the world outside look like? Has human civilization met its demise? Are zombies now rampant upon the earth? Has the military deployed nuclear weapons to bombard the surface? Surely this world cannot be inhabited solely by him and this dog. There must be some human survivors. Would humanity construct shelters, If he were to encounter other humans, what then? As he contemplated these matters, he unzipped his travel bag and immediately spied the canned food and bottled water within, alongside ammunition and medical supplies. It turned out there was sustenance in the bag all along. He had merely been distracted by Xiaobai, overwhelmed by the vitality emanating from it, nearly losing his sanity. What a close call. Had he lunged at the dog, he could scarcely fathom what he might have become. Speaking of which, without a heartbeat or pulse, could his digestive system still function? Was it truly safe to consume human food? There should be no problem, for he now feels significantly better. Although the impulse to tear apart the little white object still lingers, it remains entirely within his control. Jingyuan emptied the contents of his travel bag, sifting through a jumble of miscellaneous items until he discovered a lighter, a candle, and a flashlight. Upon activating the switch, the flashlight emitted a steady beam of conical light. He pressed the igniter of the lighter, and with a swift whoosh, a faint flame flickered to life. As the white candle was ignited, he wished to peruse the notes that the original owner had inscribed in a small notebook. He should be able to comprehend the words within, as he could read the ingredient list on the starch sausage packaging. Despite it not being in a familiar script, the act of reading posed no obstacle. However, while rummaging through the travel bag, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a map, one depicting the very city he was in, marked with symbols indicating various locations. Jingyuan stared at the map, momentarily taken aback, blinking to confirm his vision, yet the small icons remained steadfastly before him. He was acutely aware that these symbols could not possibly belong to this map. He had only ever seen them on his computer, in that single-player game that had led to his late-night demise. It was a hodgepodge simulation game where one had to select routes, progressively upgrading their character, overcoming treasure chests and elite monsters along the way to obtain relics, gaining strength to advance further and conquer layer upon layer of bosses. Each icon represented a distinct event, representing the unknown. It may signify a peculiar event, an encounter with adversaries, or a rewarding occurrence. The treasure chest symbolizes freely obtainable treasures. In addition, there exists a plethora of icons, such as campfires indicating rest areas and containers representing supplies. Occasionally, one may stumble upon time-limited events, which are rich in content, allowing Jingyuan to once again savor the joys of gaming. At this moment, the icons of treasure chests and monster clusters are emblazoned across various locations such as gyms, swimming pools, and shopping malls. They are not merely static symbols, but seem to pulsate with life. Moreover, Jingyuan's location is marked on the map, and it appears that a treasure chest is in close proximity. Could it be that fate has heeded his call, truly intending to guide him toward completing this game? Compelled by an unseen force, Jingyuan pressed the icon on the map, his right index finger gliding to his character's avatar, and astonishingly, he activated the data panel. Character panel. Name: Jingyuan. Identity: none. Title: none. Current health: 612. Zombie infection: you have been infected by mold. Loss of pain sensation: you are devoid of the ability to feel pain, allowing you to move even when gravely injured. Your life points may drop below 0, with the maximum deduction being 50% of your total life points. Edema: your body has become frail due to swelling. Damage taken is increased by 1.5 times. Craving for blood: you possess an insatiable desire for blood-based sustenance. Moderate injury: you are battered and bruised, resulting in a halving of your mobility. Fatigue: you are exceedingly weary and require rest. Skills: firearm proficiency: you are intimately familiar with the length of a gun barrel. Akin to the familiarity you have with your own anatomy, damage is increased when using firearms. Battle hardened: you are the sole survivor of 100 battles. Critical hit rate is enhanced. Expert fighter: should you engage in underground fighting, you would amass wealth overnight. Damage and critical hit rate are increased when unarmed, with a chance to subdue your opponent. Infection: your attacks have the potential to spread mildew. Hunting: you possess the ability to track injured prey. Evolution 0. Description: no zombie can triumph against a lone corn shooter. Yet this particular one seems to defy that notion. Chapter 5. Jingyuan and Modified Firearms. Truly, do they assume I am unfamiliar with Plants vs. Zombies? Which corn shooter is so formidable as to vanquish zombies effortlessly? Is it possible that I am mistaken, and my post-apocalyptic existence should commence with the cultivation of sunflowers? Yet, that cannot be right. I am the one consuming brains now. Or perhaps I ought to procure a metal bucket to don as a helmet, thereby amplifying my combat prowess at least threefold. Jingyuan meticulously perused each entry, expressing heartfelt disdain. Indeed, he had become a mere shell of his former self. He compared his own attributes with those of the initial character in the game. Firstly, regarding health, the initial character possessed a vitality of 60 points, while his maximum life was a mere 12 points. This disparity starkly illustrated that his current role was akin to a lowly monster encountered in the early stages of the game. Generally speaking, with 12 points of health, the initial character could vanquish such a creature with only 2 standard attacks. However, the entry for pain insensitivity described a condition where health could be reduced to negative values, specifically to 50 of maximum life, implying that his effective health was actually 18 points. Yet, there was another description indicating that standard attacks dealt 5 times the damage, which meant his situation did not significantly improve, perhaps even rendering him more susceptible to demise. This characteristic offered no advantages when health was low. However, should his health rise to 100 or 200 points, the enhancement would be astonishing, potentially yielding an additional 50 or 100 points. It is important to note that in the game, items like mangoes and strawberries that could increase health were scarce and only offered a meager boost of 5 or 6 points. After a full round of play, one might scarcely acquire even 1 or 2. Turning his attention to the skills column, he noted combat expert, firearm proficiency, and battle hardened, all of which were exceedingly practical passive skills, though their effectiveness remained uncertain. As for whether they would actually function, that could only be determined through experimentation. A firearm lay before him, and if he truly possessed the firearm proficiency skill, he would surely wield it with finesse. He grasped the handgun, feeling an inexplicable familiarity as it rested in his palm. Despite never having handled a firearm before, he instinctively understood the sequence of actions required to fire it. Akin to a person with amnesia who retains their skills, or a seasoned driver who knows to lock the doors and accelerate upon entering a vehicle. The gun was predominantly silver, featuring a short barrel, with its caliber, 9mm, inscribed on the top. He removed the magazine and counted. It could hold a total of 12 rounds. Shifting his gaze to his waist, he noticed a belt adorned with a thoughtfully crafted leather holster, perfectly sized for the handgun. With practiced ease, he secured the weapon to his side. Simultaneously, a notification marked by an exclamation point appeared on the map, indicating the acquisition of new equipment within the game. He tapped the exclamation point, revealing the handgun's specifications. Equipment name: modified handgun damage, 1015 attack range, medium accuracy, high rate of fire, medium reload speed, fast condition, good, gun proficiency, damage increased by 15. Critical damage additionally increased by 20. Evaluation: this is a modified limited edition handgun, battle-tested like its owner. This exceptional equipment was undoubtedly remarkable, with attributes potent enough to sustain output even in the mid-game. Considering the damage from gun proficiency, it could potentially eliminate Jing Yuan, who had 12 health points, with a single shot. Jing Yuan then picked up the rifle, which similarly displayed its data. Equipment name: modified rifle damage, 2035 attack range, long accuracy, medium rate of fire, fast reload speed, fast condition, good, weapon mastery, increases total damage by 15. Additional 20 critical damage. Evaluation: this is a modified limited edition rifle, battle-hardened just like its owner. Jing Yuan inhaled sharply. This weapon was undoubtedly a key asset in the late stages of the game. If he achieved a vital critical hit, combined with weapon mastery, he could inflict over 100 points of damage with a single shot. Goodness, that equates to 10 times Jing Yuan's own power in one bullet. Truly a titan among titans. With the possession of these two firearms, Jing Yuan's sense of security soared. He toyed with the rifle, and it felt just as described in Weapon Mastery, cradled in his hands. It was as familiar as his own appendage. There was no need for learning. He effortlessly loaded and unloaded the weapon, and even with his eyes closed, he could disassemble and reassemble the parts with ease. After setting the firearm down, he counted his ammunition, rummaging through his backpack until it was turned inside out. He discovered a total of 26 rifle rounds and 65 pistol rounds, somewhat scarce, yet he knew he should be content, as such an opening in the game was akin to wielding a cheat code. It seemed his new life was not as bleak as he had anticipated. For the time being, he had sustenance, hydration, and sufficiently powerful weaponry. However, relying solely on what he had would be unwise. While searching for bullets, he also took stock of his canned goods and water. 3 cans of luncheon meat, 2 cans of fermented black bean fish, 1 can of yellow peaches, 1 can of mushy meat and peas, 2 boxes of milk, 5 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water, 2 bags of dog food. along with a package of starch sausage and an unknown sausage and cured meat that may or may not be edible. These comprise all the sustenance he possesses. Even with careful rationing, this meager supply would suffice for merely 3 to 4 days for an adult. Fortunately, he is able to observe the locations of resources on the map where the container icons indicate potential supplies. Approaching these containers could yield provisions, which might include food and water, or perhaps ammunition and batteries. The nearest container is not far from his current location, positioned adjacent to a treasure chest icon. Judging by the map, it lies a mere 2 to 3 kilometers away, approximately a 20-minute walk. Naturally, he is eager to uncover the treasures contained within the chest. Yet the sun has already set, rendering his vision severely impaired. Venturing outdoors after dark is tantamount to navigating as a blind man. Although he possesses a flashlight, illuminating a bright beam in a post-apocalyptic night could attract any number of lurking monsters. It is wiser to wait for daylight to embark on his expedition. Remaining sufficiently cautious and vigilant, the wound on his foot serves as a stark warning that the world outside his room is fraught with peril, and reckless actions could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, his status bar displayed fatigue and moderate injury. After verifying firearm proficiency, he no longer harbored doubts regarding this attribute panel. It seemed that due to the state of zombification, he was incapable of perceiving fatigue and pain. However, the absence of sensation did not equate to the absence of reality. It was prudent to rest for the night. Chapter 6. Jingyuan and the notebook having consumed an entire package of starch sausages, totaling 18 links. He generously offered one to Xiaobai, leaving him with 17 to devour. Chewing them dry proved somewhat challenging, and thus he washed them down with nearly half a bottle of 500 milliliters of purified water. Even after finishing the starch sausages, a sense of inadequacy lingered, prompting him to retrieve a can of luncheon meat. This iron canister, well sealed, appeared to be military-grade rather than the easily opened aluminum cans found in supermarkets. Equipped with a can opener stored in his bag, he secured it to the can, gripping the handle with one hand while turning the knob with the other. Upon opening the can, he used the iron chopsticks, also sealed within his bag, to partake of the contents. The texture was similar to that of the starch sausages, resembling a mouthful of crumbled matter. Lacking the sense of taste rendered all food relatively indistinguishable, nonetheless. The aroma of the luncheon meat was far more appealing than that of the starch sausages. Though devoid of flavor, he could at least appreciate the visual and olfactory aspects. He often found solace in such justifications. After satisfying his hunger, he glanced once more at the data panel. The status of hunger, severe, had transformed into hunger, moderate. Having consumed a fair amount, he anticipated that once digestion was complete, this state of hunger would likely dissipate. In that corner, the little white dog lay on the ground, flaunting its dog food. Jingyuan stood up again, retrieved a bowl from the kitchen cabinet, and after cleaning it, filled it with water. The fact that the original owner had concealed themselves here indicated that the danger was minimal. Tonight offered ample time to study the map and the notebook. Under the dim glow of candlelight, he spread the half-meter-long map across the coffee table. The light from the candle was indeed feeble, necessitating a closer inspection to decipher the words upon the map. He observed his location, marked as 10 miles of sunshine, a residential building situated in the heart of the city. The treasure's location was indicated as a fruit shop, the name of which was inscribed at the bottom, Fresh Yell Fruit Store, with a symbol representing a supply container adjacent to the shop, seemingly a small supermarket. Both located to the southwest of Jingyuan. Jingyuan lifted the candle and approached the balcony to gaze downward. Below lay a desiccated artificial lake and a thicket of shrubs that had long been neglected. The cobblestone path was overrun with weeds. Estimating, he surmised that his room was on the 7th or 8th floor. Apart from the flora, he had not yet spotted any other creatures nearby. Peering down from the lower right corner of the balcony revealed the community's entrance, marked by a horizontally placed barrier. Not even the sounds of insects or birds could be heard. The silence in this residential area was eerily unsettling. He longed to switch on the lights. Without bright illumination, an inexplicable unease settled within him. Fortunately, Little White was there to keep him company. This foolish, limping dog, after finishing the water in its bowl, scampered over to Jingyuan, nudging against his ankle, panting with its tongue lolling out. Jingyuan placed his palm gently upon Xiaobai's head, feeling its warm body temperature. The sense of fear and loneliness he experienced in this unfamiliar environment began to dissipate considerably. To be frank, he was not particularly audacious. He shied away from watching horror films alone and refrained from playing terrifying video games. Although he occasionally indulged in watching his favorite streamers engage in such games, he would invariably activate the barrage of high-energy comments, switching the screen to his smaller view before preparing himself with both hands, ever ready to shield his eyes from the screen. He had never imagined that one day he would spend the night in such a desolate and dilapidated room. He could hardly recall the last time he had used a candle. It seemed to date back to his high school evening study sessions when a construction crew accidentally severed the power lines. That evening, the school distributed candles to each classroom. Though there was no electricity, the atmosphere was lively, surrounded by classmates and friends. With no lessons to attend, they gathered their desks together to gossip and play games. This was a diary, marked with a date, April 11th, 2023. The entries contained little of substance. It served primarily as a ledger for inventory. The pages were filled with notes on how many bottles of water and cans of food had been found, as well as the remaining supplies of food, water, and ammunition. Upon turning to the last page, Jingyuan discovered something peculiar. Nestled within was a ring, a diamond ring, engraved on the inner band with a name, Su Wanqing. This hardbound notebook had been meticulously cut to accommodate the ring. Jingyuan silently closed the notebook and, with his eyes shut, offered a moment of silent tribute for its previous owner. Undoubtedly, the original owner was a formidable man. The final date noted was the 24th of September, 6 years post-apocalypse. He had survived alone in this desolate world for over 3 years, possibly even 6. Jingyuan finished reading the entire diary and learned that the man's firearm was acquired later during a raid on the police station. His knowledge of firearm maintenance and modification was entirely self-taught. Jingyuan thought to himself, it is no wonder that Xiaobai trusts him so implicitly. After all, he was the one who rescued it from the depths of despair. This trust was evident as it cowered beneath the television cabinet, trembling, for its instinct warned that the creature before it was a terrifying monster capable of devouring it whole. Yet, when Jingyuan offered it dog food, Xiaobai set aside its instincts and unreservedly bestowed its trust. Even when Jingyuan exuded an aura of danger, even when he raised a footbath towards its head, and even when he grasped a rusty kitchen knife as if to strike, Xiaobai still affectionately nudged against Jingyuan's foot, as if to express its unwavering faith. How could such an adorable puppy not elicit affection? Jingyuan lifted Xiaobai onto the sofa, gently stroking its head, reflecting that as long as he had a morsel of food, so too would Xiaobai have a bowl of broth, serving as a compensation for occupying the body of the formidable brother. Chapter 7. Jingyuan and the Midnight Xiaobai Go. Jingyuan tossed a vibrant orange frisbee, which fluttered down onto the balcony. Woof! It crouched down, panting with its tongue lolling out, leaning against the edge of the sofa, using its remaining hind leg to scratch its head. Jingyuan looked at the filthy long-haired creature and felt an overwhelming desire to give it a bath. Yet the lack of sufficient water rendered this thought futile. It was no mere illusion. After darkness fell, he distinctly sensed a weariness of the mind, while his body remained unaffected, prompting him to conclude that it was nearly time for slumber. Holding a candle in one hand, he twisted the doorknob of the bedroom with the other. The room could barely be deemed tidy, achieving that status only by the thinnest of margins. A layer of dust, neither too thick nor too thin, lay upon the bed linens, and the iron window frame, long besieged by rain, had developed a deep crimson rust. When the wind blew, it creaked ominously. The window would not shut, and with each gust, it banged against the frame, echoing like someone relentlessly knocking at the door. The candle's flame flickered precariously, swaying as if on the verge of extinguishment, illuminating the space in fits and starts. Jingyuan surmised that in this bedroom, he would undoubtedly spend a restless night. Thus, he decided it would be wiser to sleep in the living room. He opened the wardrobe and retrieved a spare cotton quilt, carrying it to the sofa and spreading it out. He was too indifferent to bother with the duvet cover, convinced that he did not even need to cover himself, for he had already become zombie-like and felt no chill. The primary reason for fetching the quilt was a lingering sense of unease and fear. The quilt served as a talisman against malevolent spirits. Whenever a chill crept down his spine, he could simply burrow his head beneath it and wrap his feet snugly. Resembling a char siu bun bound with cotton string, enveloped in a profound sense of security. Naturally, he did not hasten to lie down just yet. Instead, he rummaged through the wardrobe for clean clothes. The garments he wore carried a noxious blend of blood and sweat, a scent he could no longer endure. He swiftly peeled them off and discarded them in the bathroom, replacing them with a gray sweatshirt and black trousers. He yearned for a refreshing bath to cleanse himself of the sweat and grime that clung to him, yet he faced the persistent dilemma of a lack of water. Today, He and Xiaobai had consumed an entire bottle of purified water, leaving only 4 bottles in his bag. 4 bottles of 500 milliliters equated to a mere 2,000 milliliters. Insufficient even for a proper wash of his hair, and he could hardly justify using precious drinking water for such a purpose. In moments like these, he found himself longing for the convenience of running water and a water heater. Just a simple pull of the shower head in the bathroom would summon a continuous stream of warm water within seconds, a truly delightful luxury. Alas, this was but a convenience afforded by the urban infrastructure of modern society, where the act of bathing relied on the collaboration of various entities such as gas companies, water heater manufacturers, and water supply services. If one were to include the batteries that ignite the water heater, one must also acknowledge the battery companies. To the ancients, the effortless emergence of hot water would likely have seemed akin to sorcery. However, he was not unfamiliar with such a lifestyle. Having bathed in a similar manner during his childhood in the countryside, he recalled the chill of the water and how he would drape a towel over his shoulder, allowing it to absorb the warmth of the water, providing him with comfort for a considerable time. Returning to the living room, Jing Yuan pulled down the floor-to-ceiling window adjacent to the balcony and secured all the doors. He approached the main entrance, checking the integrity of the lock, and peered through the peephole into the darkened corridor, seeing nothing but an impenetrable blackness. For precautionary measures, he propped the bedside table against the door, placing a kitchen knife precariously on its edge. Should anything attempt to intrude, the table would serve as a slight barrier, and any disturbance would cause the knife to fall, producing a loud noise sufficient for Jing Yuan to react. Before bed, he utilized the last flicker of candlelight to oil and load his pistol and rifle. Positioning these weapons within arm's reach by his pillow, Jing Yuan gently stroked his head and whispered, "Good night." He removed his shoes and reclined on the sofa, the cotton blanket snugly enveloping him. The room still glowed with firelight, and the candle burned quietly. Despite his repeated attempts to dislodge the solidified wax and return it to the wick, the candle on the table had dwindled to a mere remnant, likely to extinguish in a few minutes. Jing Yuan gazed at the faint candle flame, remaining silent. The soft sound of Xiaobai's breathing accompanied him until the light finally faded. He had not closed his eyes. Lying back, he stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, drowning him in its depths. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of simple thoughts flickered through his mind. There were no grand aspirations nor fears of the future, merely straightforward desires: to take a shower, to don clean and fitting clothes, to use electric light, to sleep on a softer, more comfortable bed, and to reside in a room where he could peacefully slumber. Embracing these thoughts, he succumbed to sleep, cocooned in the unencased cotton blanket, lying on the soiled sofa, drifting into slumber stained by blood. His lips remained chapped and cracked, his hair unkempt, and the enclosed room was saturated with the musty odor of mildew and stagnant air. A warm sensation enveloped him, and Jing Yuan felt as though he were nestled in the comforting embrace of amniotic fluid, cocooned in warmth and security, with all unpleasant emotions evaporating into oblivion. Suddenly, a bark jolted him awake. The intense sunlight blazed down, rendering his eyes mere slits. Xiaobai tugged at his pant leg, pulling him back. As Jing Yuan finally beheld the scene before him, a wave of dizziness washed over him. At some point, he had found himself at the edge of the balcony, the sunlight casting a golden hue over half of his body, and he was on the brink of plummeting, headfirst, to the ground below. Chapter 8. Jing Yuan and the mini-map with both hands pressed against the barrier, he pushed with all his might, losing his balance as his back collided with the floor-to-ceiling window, tumbling near the balcony's edge. Damn it. He had nearly fallen from the 7th floor. He patted his chest, instinctively gasping for breath. Was he sleepwalking? He distinctly remembered securing the window the previous night. Xiaobai was merely a limping dog and could not possibly have opened it. Could something else have infiltrated this room? A dark, ominous barrel shifted around, but his vision was too impaired to discern anything beyond a blurred outline 5 meters away, barely able to make out the room's decor. Although he had been nearsighted with a prescription of 500 degrees before his journey, he had always worn glasses and had never felt such inconvenience. Stay calm, Jing Yuan, stay calm. His back pressed firmly against the wall. He ensured that anything threatening would only emerge directly in front of him. Bark. The sudden cry of Xiaobai startled Jing Yuan, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on the trigger, nearly pulling it. Fortunately, the instincts of this body prevented him from committing such a perilous act. However, Xiaobai's call awakened a realization within him. Without needing to see, he could ascertain Xiaobai's location, nestled in the corner of the balcony to his left. Given his position pressed against the wall, he could never have glimpsed that area, yet he was acutely aware of the direction Xiaobai was heading. The sound of Xiaobai's footsteps, the rhythm of his breathing, and the distinct scent emanating from his fur coalesced in Jing Yuan's mind, forming a vivid mental image. Suddenly, a line of text flashed through his consciousness. Skill, hunting, you can track injured prey. In that moment, Jing Yuan comprehended the essence of hunting. The vastness of the space and range involved in tracking injured prey was likely immense. The true implication of the hunting skill was that he could precisely locate surrounding living beings through his sense of smell and hearing. Once he memorized the scent of a creature, he could even lock onto his quarry from a considerable distance. Hunting bestowed upon him the ability to perceive his surroundings without the need for vision. Even in the depths of darkness devoid of light, he could move with ease. Indeed, vision was something he could afford to forsake at this juncture. Realizing this, he closed his eyes, directing all his focus to his nose and ears. He detected the scent of ashes left behind by a spent candle, the mingled odor of blood and sweat from the discarded clothing, the rust of the bedroom window, and the musty odor of the sheets. These myriad scents painted intricate lines within his mind. He seemed to stand from a divine perspective, surveying every corner. Each room within this abode firmly under his control. All fear emanates from the unknown. Once Jing Yuan became intimately familiar with this space, the dread dissipated. Gradually, he calmed, his grip on the firearm relaxing into a more casual hold. Adapting to this novel point of view, he moved forward slowly, his right hand clutching the pistol while his left fingers brushed against the television mounted on the wall and the vase resting on the dining table. Each object he touched resonated with the mental map he had conjured. As someone well-versed in real-time strategy games, Jing Yuan swiftly mastered the utilization of this miniature map. Finding it rather unremarkable, he approached the areas on the map shrouded in a fog of war, the enclosed black boxes of the refrigerator, cabinets, and drawers. He opened the refrigerator door and pulled out every drawer, scrutinizing beneath the bed, within the cabinets, and even the bathroom pipes, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny in his quest for the elusive intruder. However, his efforts yielded nothing. There was no trace of an outsider. The only scents and sounds present were his own and those of Xiaobai, accompanied by the mournful creaking of an aging house on the brink of decay. Besides the rusted friction and the groaning of wooden furniture, no other peculiar sounds could be discerned. The miniature map shone brightly, revealing no signs of intrusion. The door had been opened by him while he slept. Realizing this sent a chill through him. He had nearly succumbed to a fatal mistake. He was not ready to die, at least not today. The term zombification appears within the status bar, indicating it is a condition that may potentially be reversed. There remains a chance for him to regain his humanity, to restore his sense of taste, and to return to a normal state of being. Although the extent of this opportunity remains uncertain, he harbors a flicker of hope within his heart, and with hope comes the anticipation of tomorrow. He yearns to survive, to construct a sanctuary in this apocalyptic world that can shield him from the elements and allow him to sleep peacefully. Ideally, it would be equipped with electricity, illuminating lights, and a sufficient water supply for bathing, alongside the means for self-sufficiency in food. To achieve this goal, he must discern why he found himself on the balcony. A vague suspicion lingers in his mind as he unfurls the map, clicks on the character icon, and scrutinizes his data. As expected, the fatigue status has vanished, and moderate injury has downgraded to mild. He rolls up his pant leg to reveal the stark white wound that had been festering just last night, now remarkably healed to a great extent. Slowly, he approaches the balcony, stepping into the sunlit area, where that warm, comforting sensation envelopes him once more. The answer becomes evident. It is sunlight that he instinctively seeks, as basking in its rays brings him immense comfort. This body craves sunlight, akin to a stranded traveler in a desert yearning for water. As the sun rises and the first beam of light pierces through the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating his face, he instinctively moves toward the source of the sunlight. It was he who opened the window, driven by the desire to bask in more sunlight. And leaning out over the balcony was an attempt to immerse himself completely in its warmth, nearly losing his balance in his quest to be enveloped by its glow. The warmth enveloped him, a comforting embrace, and even upon awakening, Jing Yuan could not resist reaching out toward the sun's radiant position. The clock struck noon, 12:21 p.m., marking the conclusion of his sunbath. The injuries on his feet had nearly healed. The sunlight facilitated the rapid recovery of his wounds. However, It also stirred within him an insatiable hunger. He opened a can of luncheon meat and consumed half a bottle of water to quell the ravenous desire. It became evident that in the future, he must ensure he sleeps in a confined space. Otherwise, the yearning for sunlight might compel his body to act on its own accord. Yet, he must also be cautious not to bask excessively in the sun, for the effects on him remained uncertain. After a brief respite, he perused the map and resolved to take advantage of the splendid weather to explore the locations of treasure chests and containers. Food and water were scarce necessities that needed immediate replenishment. Chapter 9. Jingyuan and the announcement before setting off. Jingyuan placed the water and canned goods into the old refrigerator in the living room, treating it merely as a storage unit, given the lack of electricity. He had no intention of using this place as a long-term stronghold for several reasons. Firstly, the residence was situated in a high-rise building, making the transport of goods exceedingly inconvenient in the absence of a functioning elevator. Secondly, its geographical location was within the bustling city center, implying that it lay at the heart of the urban ecosystem. It is crucial to understand that urban ecosystems cannot sustain themselves. They rely on external supplies. The extensive construction of high-rises and highways had resulted in a severe scarcity of natural water sources in the vicinity. Jingyuan certainly did not wish to grapple daily with the concerns of bathing and drinking water. Near his long-term base, there must be a river or a lake, accompanied by fertile soil. Once he settles down a bit, he may be able to find some seeds for vegetables and wheat to plant, ideally achieving self-sufficiency. If he could also raise a few chickens, it would be wonderful to lead a blissful pastoral life. However, such aspirations may be somewhat distant. He must remain grounded. Every journey is undertaken step by step, so he should set a modest goal for himself, to enjoy a hot shower within 3 days. Jingyuan tucked his handgun into the handmade holster on his belt, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and packed a flashlight and some tools into his travel bag. The rusty kitchen knife was secured at his waist with a strip torn from a bedsheet, while a rolled-up map was wedged into the side mesh of his backpack. Upon reaching the door, he sensed that his companion was eager to accompany him. Xiaobai, his loyal dog, had retrieved the leash and sat expectantly before him. The leash, made of soft brown leather, was loosely fitted, and after a moment's contemplation, Jingyuan fastened it around Xiaobai's neck. He intended to take Xiaobai along, for this well-behaved little dog would not cause him unnecessary trouble. Rather, it would serve as a vigilant companion. Observing how the burly brother always brought Xiaobai along on his outings, it was clear that the dog was not merely a pet that required care, but a capable ally. In terms of survival experience, this three-legged dog had far more to offer than Jingyuan, having once navigated the perils of this apocalyptic world on its own. With such an experienced guide by his side, he would surely fare better than wandering aimlessly as a novice. At last, he was ready to take his first step. He moved aside the bedside table that had been blocking the door, and after a final check of his gear, he took a deep breath and turned the doorknob. The dimly lit corridor was enveloped in silence, and Xiaobai walked ahead, guiding him onward. Jingyuan sensed the unspoken understanding between himself and Xiaobai. By varying the tension and direction of the leash, Xiaobai could maneuver according to his intentions, turning or stopping as if it were a well-trained guide dog. This harmonious connection had been cultivated through their long coexistence. Xiaobai led Jingyuan down the safety passage at a leisurely pace, frequently pausing to sniff the air. Jingyuan matched its rhythm, closing his eyes as Xiaobai halted, allowing himself to absorb the surrounding scents and sounds. A faint, metallic sweetness lingered in the air, a trace of dried blood. Following the scent, he discovered sporadic droplets on the steps, remnants likely left by the burly brother during his ascent the previous day. Finally, they reached the exit of the residential building, where the glass door swung open to reveal a small path constructed of square bricks. The once-tended garden had long since become overgrown, a tangle of wild grasses claiming the turf. It was autumn, and the ornamental shrubs had begun to turn a gentle yellow, their withered branches and fallen leaves decaying at the roots, releasing a mingled scent of earth and foliage carried by the breeze. Stepping into the sunlight, Jingyuan passed by an overturned trash bin, with black and white plastic bags strewn across the ground. Yet the familiar stench of kitchen waste was absent. Time had elapsed, leaving only a musty odor in its wake. A few cars and electric scooters were scattered across the open parking lot, each cloaked in a thick layer of dust, their surfaces adorned with decayed leaves reduced to mere veins. The entrance of the community had long been vandalized, the facial recognition device marred by bullet holes and signs of gunfire, its age evident as even the sharp cracks had been worn smooth by the winds. Jingyuan stood beside the notice board at the community entrance, gazing at the paper announcement affixed there. Soaked by rain. The notice had become tattered and the text blurred over time. He strained to piece together a coherent sentence from the remaining fragments. Notice, according to current circumstances, after research, the following evacuation measures are to be executed. It is imperative to avoid gatherings. Was it indeed a perilous virus with widespread contagion that had precipitated this catastrophe? To be infected by such a virus would likely lead to a transformation into a monster, much like his current state. Had there ever been a large-scale evacuation organized by the authorities? It was no wonder that in such a vast community, not a single trace of human presence could be felt. Not only were the living absent, but even the scent of the deceased was non-existent. However, this could hardly be deemed bad news. He had initially feared that the throngs in the city center might give rise to a massive horde of zombies or mutated beings. If there had indeed been a significant evacuation, then the number of individuals remaining here would be minimal, alleviating his concern of being trapped. After all, if this place had truly been teeming with people, how could a formidable figure like him have made his way in? Feeling somewhat reassured, Jingyuan continued onward. Passing beyond the barrier that obstructed vehicles, Jingyuan followed Xiao Bai's gaze to a place shrouded in the shadows of towering skyscrapers, where a road lay ahead, lined with clusters of yellow streetlights. However, the distance rendered the details indistinct. He closed his eyes, directing his focus towards his sense of smell. A potent stench of decay wafted from that direction, inciting a wave of nausea within him, compelling him to stifle his gag reflex. He swiftly covered his mouth and nose. It was a zombie, a putrid corpse concealed in that shadowy recess. He could sense that, unlike his intact body, this creature had nearly reached the pinnacle of decomposition. Its innards were undoubtedly exposed to the air, for such a foul odor could not emanate otherwise. The decaying flesh seemed on the verge of sliding off its skeletal frame, and Jingyuan could hear its faint, raspy moans. The creature could barely maintain its upright posture, lying helplessly on the asphalt, as if life were about to extinguish in the next moment, yet an inexplicable force prevented its demise. It posed no threat to Jingyuan. Even if he approached it, it likely would not be able to lift an arm for a single second. Nevertheless, it left a profound psychological scar on him. No, he must never become like that. Not even through suicide would he wish to resemble such a wretched sight. Chapter 10. Jingyuan and the fruit shop. The streets lay desolate. The asphalt choked with overgrown weeds, their black roots piercing through the pavement. Vehicles along the roadside were cloaked in dust, remnants of collapsed walls, charred earth from recent fires, and scattered debris of automobiles painted a grim picture. In merely 5 minutes, Jingyuan bore witness to the true essence of calamity. Descending from the upper floors, Jingyuan realized that this city was far from the complete picture he had envisioned. The land bore the scars of extensive bombardment, collapsed buildings littered the path ahead, while deep craters lay concealed beneath a shroud of weeds, threatening to ensnare the unwary. Even after the passage of several years, the air remained thick with the acrid scent of smoke and burning gasoline, a testament to the tumultuous upheavals that had transpired. With closed eyes, one could vividly conjure the chaos of that time, a traffic system in utter disarray, vehicles colliding in a frenzy and desperate souls fleeing. The night was as cacophonous as a bustling market, with the jarring blares of horns, the anguished cries of the masses, the crackling of raging flames, the sharp reports of gunfire, and the thunderous booms of explosions. It was a scene reminiscent of hell itself, beneath the soil. He could detect the lingering odor of charred remains, dense and inescapable. This place had witnessed the demise of countless lives, their bodies interred beneath the earth, serving as nourishment for the encroaching flora, yet to be wholly decomposed. Perhaps the bombers had targeted the city center. As he traversed the ruins, he encountered few zombies. Yet the debris and pits obstructed his every step. The principal hindrance lay in his poor eyesight, although his hearing and sense of smell had sharpened exponentially. These faculties offered little aid in evading the hidden traps. On one occasion, he nearly stumbled into a large pit obscured by the dense undergrowth. Fortunately, Xiao Bai grasped the rope firmly, demonstrating a level of experience that surpassed his own as a novice, skillfully navigating the treacherous remnants of destruction. Moreover, it appears capable of discerning which ruins possess unstable structures. As it traversed an arch bridge approximately 8 meters high, it seized Jingyuan, tugging firmly on the rope to prevent him from crossing the bridge's surface. Initially, Jingyuan harbored doubts, but upon following Xiao Bai's lead to the parched riverbed, He discerned the profound cracks in the bridge's load-bearing pillars, with crumbling concrete and twisted rebar exposed. This bridge had become a hazardous edifice. While it appeared intact from the surface, it was, in reality, riddled with flaws, precariously maintaining its current balance. Should he tread upon it further, it could very well precipitate a catastrophic collapse. Reflecting on this, Jingyuan felt a surge of relief. Fortuitously, he had brought Xiaobai along. Had he ventured out alone, he might have plummeted into a pit, calling for help in vain. Even if he were to escape the treacherous ground ahead, he might still succumb to the perils of this bridge. Those fortunate enough might navigate the bridge successfully. Yet he had no desire to gamble with his life on the whims of fate. With a seasoned companion by his side, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. Placing his complete trust in Xiaobai and following its lead with confidence. After expending half an hour longer than anticipated, he and Xiaobai finally arrived before the Fresh Delight fruit store. They had taken a circuitous route and encountered several hordes of zombies, yet with Xiaobai's guidance, they stealthily evaded danger without engaging in any conflict. Before them stood a shop adorned with glass decor as a fruit store. It was imperative to entice customers by showcasing the fresh produce displayed on the shelves. Similar to a bakery, passers-by may not initially intend to shop. Yet upon glimpsing the glistening, vibrant grapes and apples illuminated by soft lighting through the glass, they instinctively salivate and find themselves compelled to enter the store. The proprietor of the fresh fruit shop has evidently studied this phenomenon, as the entire exterior is adorned with transparent glass. However, the glass now lies shattered, littering the ground with shards, while the colorful illuminated sign has fractured into 3 pieces. The once proudly displayed sign now hangs only by severed copper wires. A crimson sedan has crashed partially through the glass door, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the vehicle's front. Jingyuan can detect the scent of decay emanating from the driver's seat, where a corpse lies, gruesomely impaled by a steel pole, leaving little more than remnants of the owner. Among the shards of glass, Jingyuan retrieves a rusty crowbar. This fruit shop is marked on the map as a treasure trove. However, it is evident that it has been ransacked by a group of thieves. Even if there are any remaining fruits, they have likely succumbed to rot. What treasures could possibly remain? Locations marked as treasure chests in the game typically yield weapons or items. Could there be firearms left behind? Yet for Jingyuan, such weapons hold little value, as he is already equipped with a suitable gun. Nevertheless, finding ammunition would prove beneficial. He crouches down, affectionately pats Little White's head, and gestures towards the shop's entrance, indicating his intention to venture inside. Little White, standing at the threshold, sniffs the air and tugs at his pant leg, sensing an ominous presence within. Jingyuan furrowed his brow. Logically, the location of the treasure chest should be a free acquisition, devoid of monsters or unusual events. His nostrils detected the scent of decay, yet his ears caught no strange sounds. Could it be that Xiaobai sensed something beyond his perception? After a moment's contemplation, he retracted the leash from Xiaobai's neck, retrieved his flashlight and handgun, and ventured forth. Having arrived, retreat was not an option. He was not an unarmed refugee. Equipped with both blade and firearm, he had no reason to fear. Caution did not equate to cowardice. Peril was an inevitable companion, and one must confront it when necessary. Seeing that it could not dissuade him, Xiaobai trailed closely behind. Foraging for supplies inevitably led to such situations, and it was likely accustomed to this reality. After all, dogs instinctively recognize their masters and understand who holds authority. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the path ahead as Jingyuan stepped into the room, maneuvering past the crumpled front of a red sedan. The fruit stall stood barren, the entire room echoing with emptiness, as if a moving company had recently vacated it. Yet one object captured Jingyuan's attention. Dark vines, reminiscent of ivy, ferociously sprawled across the ceiling and walls, their roots piercing through the concrete floor and burrowing deep into the earth. White, thread-like substances, resembling spider cocoons, clung to the walls. And before these silken strands hung large, plump fruits akin to dark green mangoes. It appeared both plant-like and creature-like, as the foul stench of pus emanated from the cocoons, suggesting they contained a pool of congealed blood. Jingyuan was uncertain whether this entity would initiate an assault like those depicted in films. Upon encountering it, he halted his advance and took a cautious step back. The enigmatic creature remained unresponsive, maintaining a safe distance. Jingyuan retrieved a crowbar from his bag and forcefully hurled it at the branch laden with mangoes. To his astonishment, the mango was effortlessly dislodged. The mango sapling exhibited no reaction, appearing to be an ordinary plant. Jingyuan then picked up a steel rod from the ground and gradually nudged the mango closer. Once in his possession, he unfolded a map, having received a notification regarding a newly acquired item. Item name: Mutated Mango. Effect: consuming it increases your maximum health by 15 points. Description: the fruit shop owner despised the bandits, pleading on his knees for them not to take everything. But his cries fell on deaf ears, and ultimately, everyone became sustenance for this mango. Chapter 11. Jingyuan and the Sedan. Consuming this mango could augment 15 points to his health. What a remarkable concept. Jingyuan's maximum health was merely 12 points. This singular mutated mango could potentially double his vitality. He must consume it. He yearned to devour it wholeheartedly. Yet, not at this moment. He carefully placed the dark green mango into his travel bag. Since this peculiar item was edible, it could serve as sustenance. Moreover, the juicy mango could provide hydration, thus becoming his dinner for the evening. The treasure chest on the map is marked as open, making the acquisition of wealth exceedingly effortless. The tendrils of the mutated mango sapling bear sharp, pointed thorns. Although they appear perilous, they surprisingly lack any lethal force. Initially, he was concerned that it might be akin to the carnivorous plants from movies and anime, capable of wielding their vines, but it turned out to be merely a fade. Indeed, just as in the game, the treasure chest is a free bounty, devoid of any real danger. His spirits lifted, he ventured further beneath the eaves of the fruit shop, intending to conduct a more thorough search for any useful trinkets. Little White trailed behind him, casting timid glances at the mango vine climbing along the wall, nervously cowering by his feet. Jingyuan surmised that perhaps the unpleasant odor wafting from the silken cocoons was what frightened Little White. He too felt a sense of nausea and revulsion. Yet as long as he refrained from focusing on his sense of smell, it was manageable. Gradually acclimating to this new body, he discovered he could, to some extent, control his senses. Unwanted odors could be ignored, much like holding one's breath. However, Little White lacked this ability. It was merely a pitiable, limping dog. With a chuckle, Jingyuan observed its trembling front legs, finding the sight somewhat comical. He squatted down, unzipped the side compartment of his travel bag, and gently tucked Little White inside, zipping it up halfway. At this moment, there was no need for Little White to guide him, considering its shivering form. Being enclosed in the bag would likely provide it with a greater sense of security. As anticipated, once nestled within the travel bag, Little White settled down considerably, even daring to poke its head out and gaze around. Just moments ago, you guided me along the path. Now, allow me to carry you upon my back. Jingyuan gently patted its head, hoisting the travel bag over his shoulder. He mused that, since its vision was obscured, Little White would serve as his eyes. Though Bai limped on one leg, Jingyuan felt it his duty to compensate for that limb. Each of us possesses flaws, and it is through mutual support and complementarity that we can traverse further together. He wielded a flashlight, casting its beam into the dimly lit fruit shop, scanning the surroundings. He maintained a cautious distance of approximately 5 meters from a mango sapling, which was situated against the innermost wall of the room, its branches and roots hidden from view. The dark tendrils were entirely shrouded from sunlight, suggesting that they did not rely on photosynthesis. Indeed, Jingyuan noticed no hint of green upon those vines, by common knowledge. Only verdant plants can engage in this vital process. The notion of consuming a mango sprouted from a corpse weighed heavily upon his mind. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. Having something to eat was a blessing in itself. Jingyuan cast aside his superfluous musings, focusing his attention on scavenging for supplies. Although the shelves of the fruit shop lay toppled and barren, one object continually captivated Jingyuan's gaze: the small red car. The white beam of his flashlight illuminated the vehicle's front, revealing damage inflicted by a violent collision. The exterior was cracked, the windshield shattered, and the metallic skin twisted outward under the force of impact. The silvery metal reflected the flashlight's glow, while the bumper was encrusted with rust. Yet, it was not merely rust. There were also dried bloodstains, a deep crimson hue, darkening to a near black. The shattered glass was speckled with these dried remnants, glimmering like rubies as they captured the light in vivid red. As Jingyuan drew closer, he astonishingly discovered within the fissures of the car's shattered front, pale finger bones and teeth, remnants of clothing clinging to the metallic surface, and even strands of hair. Entangled within the wheel, long, kelp-like tresses of a woman's hair. This compact vehicle seemed as though it had claimed the lives of numerous individuals. The essence of blood permeated every component of the car's front, and merely gazing upon it elicited an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The stench of this sanguine decay was repugnant. Jingyuan pressed his lips together, contemplating whether it would be wise to retreat at this juncture. Acquiring a mutated mango was already a substantial gain, and it appeared unnecessary to force himself to pry open the doors and trunk of this vehicle, especially when there was no certainty of discovering anything worthwhile inside. He found himself in a state of indecision. Having lived in modernity, he had never witnessed such a gruesome scene firsthand. He had never even seen a pig slaughtered. Yet, it was undeniable that the fragments before him belonged to someone akin to himself. Should he truly depart without further exploration? If survival in this apocalyptic world was paramount, he might inevitably encounter scenes far more harrowing than this. Should fear dictate his actions then? Absolutely not. If he wished to endure, he must scavenge every resource within reach. One cannot evade reality forever. What must be faced will eventually be confronted. With a resolute grit of his teeth, Jingyuan stepped upon the shards of glass. He retrieved the makeshift crowbar he had found and scrutinized the jagged openings of the car, preparing to pry open the door. During this process, he noticed numerous dents and dings on the car's front. This was not the result of a singular collision, but rather, it appeared that someone had driven this vehicle repeatedly into a fruit shop. The steel pillar, which had been supporting the fruit store's facade, was impaled into the driver's seat, having been completely severed by the impact. The front of the car was cleaved in two at that point. It was evident that the driver had rammed into the fruit store with near lunatic force, the final collision with the steel pillar proving fatal. While this was easily deduced, Jingyuan was perplexed by the driver's motives. He discovered a fissure on the passenger side door and inserted one end of a crowbar into it. Using leverage to pry the door open, the metal groaned under the strain, and the resilient crowbar bent. With a resounding crash, the door fell amidst the shattered glass. Jingyuan discerned a human-like figure in the driver's seat, though only barely recognizable as such. The steel pillar had sliced through his neck and ribs like a cleaver. His head was missing, and the body was desiccated, devoid of moisture. The severed right hand still clung to the steering wheel, and shards of glass covered his thighs and the driver's seat. The scene was one of utter carnage. A card gleamed in the beam of his flashlight. Jingyuan bent down and retrieved it. It was a paper business license laminated in plastic. The name and portrait on the license were stained with blood, but his position was still legible: manager of fresh, noisy fruit store. Chapter 12. Jingyuan and the swimsuit photo album. There were no other corpses inside the vehicle. The business license likely belonged to the driver. The description of the mutated mango contained the line, "In the end, everyone became nourishment for this mango." Jingyuan was enveloped in a complex array of emotions, having likely discerned the truth behind the unfolding events. How could the proprietor of the fruit store drive his vehicle into the very establishment he managed? His intent was not to harm his own business, but rather to confront the marauders, those who had invaded the fruit store amidst the chaos. Among them were both men and women, frantically vying for the scant fruits that adorned the shelves, for these were precious morsels capable of substituting for water in their desperate plight. It seemed that the city had succumbed entirely to disarray. The water supply system had collapsed, the electrical grid had faltered, and for weeks on end, no delivery trucks brought sustenance to the beleaguered residents. At the onset of the catastrophe, community workers had tirelessly provided essential provisions. Yet there came a day when they ceased their rounds. Hunger and dread infiltrated the bodies and minds of the populace, ultimately culminating in an explosive outburst. Order had devolved into farce. In the face of primal survival instincts, individuals began to seize the limited resources available. When the first person breached the threshold of the fruit store, a chain reaction ensued. Perhaps the storekeeper knelt in supplication, beseeching the robbers to spare a morsel for himself and his family, but his pleas fell upon deaf ears. The marauders wrestled amongst themselves, blood and cries of despair saturating the air, as they trampled upon the stooped back of the storekeeper, hurrying away with their ill-gotten gains cradled in their arms. In the face of such calamity, civilization and the rule of law appeared remarkably fragile. The storekeeper, who had once held faith in the inherent goodness of humanity, finally succumbed to despair as he beheld the barren shelves. In a fit of desperation, he commandeered his small red sedan and rammed it into the tumultuous throng within his store. The vehicle struck with the force of a pestle, repeatedly crashing into the crowd, transforming the scattered grains of glutinous rice into a thick, cohesive mass of sticky rice cake. The wheel entangled the woman's hair, while the crumpled front of the vehicle and the protruding metal shards resembled a gruesome meat grinder. With the final impact, The fruit shop sign crashed heavily onto the cement, shattering into 3 pieces. Silence enveloped the scene, leaving only the blood pooling on the ground. In the days that followed, mutated mango seedlings took root and sprouted from the remnants of flesh, ultimately transforming into the scene that Jingyuan beheld today. Everyone had become nourishment for the mutated mango nestled within Jingyuan's travel bag. This was the stark and brutal truth. Sighing, Jingyuan tucked the business license into the somewhat intact collar pocket of the corpse. With a soft thud, something fell onto the seat cushion. He picked it up, revealing a set of keys, each adorned with an oily paper label. The bold black lettering on the labels stood out starkly against the bloodstains, identifying 3 keys: the front door key, the counter key, and the roll-up door key. The front door and roll-up door keys held no significance for Jingyuan, but the counter key piqued his interest, as counters typically housed money and perhaps other valuable items. He slipped the keys into his pocket and continued his search of the vehicle. Shining his flashlight around, he discovered an unopened bottle of purified water, 500 milliliters in capacity. Although the bottle was slightly deformed, a thorough inspection revealed no cracks or leaks. Despite being past its expiration date, purified water, even after its shelf life, merely risks a proliferation of bacteria. With proper boiling, it could be sanitized, certainly cleaner than any dubious sources outside. With only 3.5 bottles of water remaining, this find was indeed a worthwhile acquisition. The vehicle contained little of significance. Jingyuan tossed a bottle of purified water into his travel bag and exerted considerable effort to pry open the trunk. Lacking any reference point, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength as he effortlessly lifted the trunk lid. Inside lay a stack of rolled paper, a box of bandages, 5 packets of expired cold remedy, along with an assortment of everyday items such as umbrellas, car covers, shoes, and socks. Jingyuan took the bandages and retrieved 3 rolls of paper. Glancing at his soiled, cracked gray sneakers, he decided to try on a pair of vintage army green travel shoes he found in the trunk. Perched atop the trunk, he tested the fit. Although slightly oversized, it posed no significant issue. Tightening the laces sufficed. Remarkably, the shoes, having been stored in the trunk, remained dust-free despite the passage of years, appearing nearly new. Crafted from practical, water-resistant material. While undeniably unfashionable and somewhat antiquated, the discovery of a tidy pair of shoes brought Jingyuan a sense of joy. He carelessly discarded the worn, muddy sneakers by the roadside. With the cash register key in hand, he entered the fruit shop's counter. After a brief search, he managed to unlock the cash drawer. Inside lay an array of colorful banknotes, adorned with the likenesses of unfamiliar dignitaries, yet the denominations were familiar: 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and the largest being a celebratory red 100 yuan bill. Neatly arranged coins occupied the far-right compartment, organized into 5 distinct columns by dividers. Jingyuan selected a banknote and took a coin of each design as keepsakes. Additionally, he discovered a bag and a half of coffee beans in the storage compartment beneath the cash register. The unopened bag of coffee beans was vacuum-sealed and remained intact, while the half-open bag had succumbed to moisture and mold. Jingyuan detected a faint aroma of coffee emanating from the compromised bag, invigorating and refreshing. A scent that he deemed the most delightful he had encountered thus far. With the thought that even a sniff would suffice, he carefully placed the intact bag of coffee beans into his travel bag. As he pulled it out, a magazine that had been resting beneath the coffee beans slipped out. The cover featured a provocatively dressed woman, a beauty from the last century reminiscent of the glamorous stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Clad in a white bikini, her slender waist and voluptuous figure were accentuated by the delicate strings of her swimwear, leaving subtle impressions on her skin. The woman's bright smile radiated confidence, her fingers forming a peace sign beside her ear, with a lush green coconut tree and gently rippling blue waves in the background, exuding an aura of poise and charm that seemed to alleviate even the heaviest of hearts. Jingyuan picked up the magazine and flipped through its pages, confirming it to be a pure swimsuit photo collection, each page adorned with vibrant images of swimwear-clad beauties, alongside interviews and critiques from the magazine's editors. In the midst of a post-apocalyptic existence, mental diversion was paramount. One could not remain in a perpetual state of tension. It was crucial to learn to relax, unwind, and adjust one's emotions and mindset. Jingyuan was acutely aware of the significance of a balanced mentality. Merely possessing basic necessities was insufficient for a person to thrive. As Maxim Gorky once stated, books are the ladder of human progress. Thus, Jing Yuan carefully wrapped the swimsuit magazine in a plastic bag and stowed it in the innermost compartment of his travel bag. This way, during moments of ennui, he could indulge in the artistic expressions of another world, enriching his spirit and taking a step further up the ladder of literature. Such was Jing Yuan's firm conviction. Chapter 13. Jing Yuan and the zombies. Casting a glance back at the dark, coiled tendrils lurking in the shadows, Jing Yuan departed from the fruit shop. Having scavenged all that was necessary, there was no reason to linger. He needed to hasten to his next destination. The forthcoming locale was a small supermarket marked with containers, conveniently situated just a street away from the fruit shop. This particular street appeared to be a shopping avenue for the local residents, where one could faintly discern the signs of various establishments amidst the ruins of tea shops, stationery stores, and snack bars. Indeed, ruins. The surrounding buildings had suffered from a fierce bombardment, with the small structures along the street having collapsed entirely. Cars lay crushed beneath fallen concrete. An exposed rebar jutted out in disarray. The fruit shop, being on the periphery of the bombardment zone, had only sustained superficial damage with cracks in its walls. But just a few steps further revealed charred earth, a testament to the destruction. As Jing Yuan proceeded, he had grown accustomed to such scenes. The city bore the scars of aerial assaults, evoking a sense of wandering through the debris of a battlefield, while the extensive bombardment rendered the roads in a deplorable state, impeding passage in many areas. It simultaneously diminished the likelihood of encountering zombies. The artillery fire had annihilated the majority of the undead, and those few fortunate enough to escape the blasts would not congregate in the heart of the devastation, presenting a net advantage for him. For instance, on this day, Jing Yuan encountered merely 3 waves of zombies. The first wave awaited at the entrance of the 10-mile Sunshine community, where a dying zombie, nearly decomposed, cowered in the shadows. The second wave unfolded amidst the ruins of a certain square. From a distance, the small white figure alerted him, prompting him to refrain from approaching for a closer look. Instead, he relied on his senses of smell and hearing to perceive the presence of 3 humanoid creatures, standing motionless like statues, lost in contemplation. The third wave occurred at the bottom of a bomb crater, just beyond an archway. This crater, approximately 5 to 6 meters deep, housed 2 zombies. One was missing its right leg and arm, severed by the explosion, with charred patterns clearly visible at the amputation sites, scorched by flames. The other was in a more tragic state, its entire lower half obliterated, leaving only the torso and above. Due to the severely impaired mobility of both zombies, Jing Yuan, gathering his courage, ventured closer to observe. The stench of decay was nearly unbearable, compelling him to immediately dull his sense of smell. To be candid, the sight was profoundly jarring. Peering over the edge of the crater, he could discern the full forms of the 2 zombies, drenched by rain and ravaged by decomposition. Their faces were grotesquely disfigured. Dark, putrid flesh clung to their pallid cheekbones, tethered by fibrous tendons, yet still drooping like a massive sludge. Their skin was a dull gray, covered in varying sizes of black spots, while their exposed gums and teeth were an ominous shade of black. Their eyeballs protruded, resembling the lifeless eyes of a fish, and their distended bellies had burst open, with intestines trailing in the muddy debris. Overall, they appeared more corpulent than a typical human, likely due to skin swelling and edema. Disgusting, vomit-inducing, and terrifying enough to haunt one's dreams at night. This was Jing Yuan's initial impression of the 2 zombies. Even in such a state of decay, these 2 zombies have yet to succumb to death. They lie at the very bottom of the pit, and when they sense Jing Yuan and Xiao Bai passing overhead, they reach out with an insatiable yearning. The dismembered zombie, crawling amidst the rubble and charred earth, uses its remaining left hand to grasp at the wild grass, while its right leg writhes, struggling to inch closer to Jing Yuan and Xiao Bai. However, the grass, unable to bear its weight, gives way, tearing apart and taking with it a slick layer of flesh from its hand. The other zombie, left with only its upper body, resembles a turtle unable to right itself. Its futile digging only serves to make it tumble repeatedly in place. Despite their relentless efforts, escape from the deep pit is an impossibility, yet they evoke a profound sense of dread within Jing Yuan. The phrase "worse than death" is the first that comes to mind. Acting solely on instinct, can such a horrifying visage still be deemed alive? The realization that these zombies were once living, breathing humans like him stirs a tumultuous emotion within his heart. He could easily become one of them. A foreboding thought crosses his mind. Had he pounced upon Xiao Bai last night, tasting the essence of flesh and blood, his will would surely have been consumed, transforming him into a creature akin to these zombies, wandering on instinct through this desolate cityscape. He resolutely vows never to become such a being. He desires to live as a human and to die as one. At that moment, he made a solemn vow to himself, regardless of the allure that living beings and fresh flesh might hold for him, he would never cross his own moral boundaries. Traversing the debris for 300 to 400 meters took approximately 15 minutes. Fortuitously, beneath a slab of concrete, Xiaobai unearthed a package of individual self-heating rations. Buried within the sand and gravel, the military green canister was remarkably intact, sealed securely, with instructions and an ingredient list printed on the back. To his surprise, it boasted a shelf life of 6 years. Even if it had expired, it likely had not been long. According to the ingredient list, it contained dehydrated rice and a lentil beef meal pack, along with lime, hot water, an egg roll, salt, wet wipes, paper towels, and matches. This small canister was filled to the brim. Whether it had been accidentally left behind by a soldier or dropped by a fleeing individual remained uncertain. Typically, such rations could be purchased on shopping websites, with some military enthusiasts stockpiling them at home. Jing Yuan placed the canister into his travel bag, silently expressing gratitude for nature's bounty. Upon reaching the end of the street, he looked up to behold a partially collapsed small supermarket, its sign reading Xuanxiang Supermarket. Before Jing Yuan could step through the entrance, Xiaobai suddenly bared its teeth and emitted a low growl. Its fur bristled, fixated intently on the supermarket's door. Jing Yuan drew his pistol and disengaged the safety. He detected a foul stench wafting from within the supermarket, and from the shadows, a zombie emerged, moving at a painfully slow pace. Unlike the exposed, disfigured zombies, this particular one possessed intact limbs, its emaciated form resembling a mere skeleton. Its eyes were rolled back, exhibiting a ghastly white, and its mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a fist, filled with a set of blackened teeth resembling miniature triangular blades, sending a chill down the spine of any onlooker. The creature's elongated, sharp nails appeared as if short daggers had sprouted from its fingertips. Its skin was wrinkled and desiccated, akin to dampened tissue paper left to dry, with prominent veins on its pallid surface, the deep black arteries sprawling like leaf veins. It advanced with a pace reminiscent of an elderly person, and when Jing Yuan spotted it, a full 10 seconds elapsed before it had traversed the threshold, covering a mere 5 meters in that time. Chapter 14. Jing Yuan and the harvest. The muzzle of the handgun was aimed squarely at the zombie's forehead. The vitality of these creatures surpassed even that of cockroaches. The swiftest method to terminate them was to sever their heads or to shoot a bullet into their brains. A spinning projectile would reduce their cerebral matter to a pulpy mess, rendering them incapable of movement. Striking any part other than the head proved ineffective for a quick resolution. A lesson Jing Yuan gleaned from the chronicles of his formidable companion. With a stroke of luck, a single bullet might slay a zombie. However, in less fortunate circumstances, it could take 2 or 3 rounds to ensure their demise. If a couple of bullets could secure the right to scour this supermarket, Jing Yuan would certainly not hesitate. Yet, the pressing question lingered. Was this the only zombie? He carefully inhaled the surrounding scents as the air flowed through the open supermarket entrance, carrying with it the same putrid stench as that of the zombie, intense and viscous. Within the confines of the supermarket, a veritable horde of the undead, numbering no fewer than 15, shuffled ominously. These decaying figures, drawn from the aisles, cash registers, and the wreckage of fallen pillars, seemed to have registered the arrival of Kai-Tu and Snow White, their decrepit bodies lurching forward in response. The shadows writhed with the movement of humanoid shapes, some swift, others sluggish, all vying for passage through the constricted corridors. The cacophony of their footsteps stirred a disquiet within Kai-Tu. His ammunition reserves were sufficient to quell this uprising. Yet the expenditure of such a resource weighed heavily upon him. Would it demand 20 rounds? Perhaps 30? Ammunition, a commodity exceedingly challenging to replenish in the immediate future, represented the bulwark of his safety, compelling him to deliberate with utmost care. Was the acquisition of the right to scavenge this supermarket worth the sacrifice of 20 to 30 precious bullets? The contents of the store remained an enigma, and should 30 rounds fail to yield a satisfactory bounty, the endeavor would amount to a grievous loss. Could this congregation of the undead be vanquished without resorting to gunfire? Alas, his arsenal of close-quarters weaponry was woefully inadequate, consisting merely of a kitchen knife and a crowbar, both marred by the ravages of rust. The crowbar offered scant hope of cleaving through the cranial armor of a zombie, and the rusted kitchen knife fared no better. It was a mere implement for culinary tasks, far removed from the heft and sharpness of a butcher's cleaver. The necks of the undead were far more resilient than any tuber, and to assault them with such a lackluster blade would likely result in the knife becoming lodged in the spinal column. Even were he to succeed in severing the necks of several zombies through sheer brute force, the blade would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage, rendering it a useless, blunted piece of scrap. Wielding this blade to butcher even 15 chickens would be arduous, let alone severing the necks of 15 zombies. Thus, the conclusion is self-evident. Without firearms or additional preparations, he cannot single-handedly dispatch 15 zombies. Rephrasing the scenario, envisioning it as a game, this would constitute a formidable horde of 35 monstrous entities. He remains acutely aware of his attributes, a novice with a mere 12 hit points, encircled by 15 zombies. A single scratch from each would likely spell his demise. He has yet to consume the mutated mango that augments his health pool. One of the most agonizing predicaments in gaming is discovering attribute-enhancing items in one's inventory only as battle commences, only to perish due to that marginal deficiency. Furthermore, this is not a game. Death is irreversible, with no chance of resurrection. Is there a feasible strategy to circumvent the zombie cluster, infiltrate, and exfiltrate with haste? Contemplates the viability of this plan. The supermarket entrance is a solitary passage, necessitating egress through the same point of entry. Had the zombie contingent numbered 3 or 4, he might have mustered the courage to hone his kiting techniques. However, 15? Prudence dictates otherwise. Even if the zombie horde's velocity is inferior to his, the constricted passage would prove fatal upon his attempted exit. Firearms would be of diminished efficacy in such a confined space. The situation has not yet reached dire straits. Were starvation imminent this evening, he might risk an attempt. However, he possesses sustenance sufficient for 3 to 4 days. To endure in the apocalypse, one must eschew the notion of seeking fortune through perilous endeavors. Steadily advancing with meticulous caution, ensuring absolute security, was the standard he ought to uphold. Thoughts raced. And by the time the zombie reached the second 5 meters, Jingyuan had made his decision, a tactical retreat. He swiftly grabbed Xiaobai and took off. Only a fool would engage in an unprepared battle. Farewell. With a new pair of shoes, he felt as if he could fly. Put on your Zeligian and come chase my exhaust fumes. Yet, he suddenly paused at the entrance of the supermarket, where he spotted a little girl in a dress. No, it was not quite right. Although his vision was somewhat blurred, it was a little girl zombie. A distinct bite mark marred her neck, adorned with a deep, black scar. What piqued Jingyuan's interest was the behavior of this little girl zombie. She seemed unusually distinct from the others. Zombies are highly sensitive to sound and the scent of the living, and due to Jingyuan's loud mockery, all the zombies inside the supermarket began to converge towards the source of the noise, a horde pursuing Jingyuan's trail. However, the little girl zombie leaned against the entrance of the supermarket, as if observing Jingyuan's retreating figure. He did not linger for her, casting only a glance before darting away. The creaking sound of the ice-cracked glass door closing echoed, as if it had never been opened. In the evening, with 10 miles of sunlight, at Building 3, Room 707. Upon entering, he sealed the door according to the arrangements made the previous night and set his travel bag beside the sofa. He did not rush to assess his spoils. Instead, he first poured a bowl of dog food and a bowl of water for Xiaobai, before guzzling half a bottle himself. As he unzipped his travel bag, an array of items was laid out on the coffee table: a mutated mango, 3 rolls of tissue, a 300g package of vacuum-sealed coffee beans, a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water, a collection of swimsuit photographs featuring beautiful women, a single serving of daily military rations, a bottle of premium rice wine, a measuring tape, along with 3 lengths of approximately 10 meters of twine and an unopened set of black steel cutlery, not to mention 4 candles. These constituted his entire haul for the day. After departing from the supermarket, he rummaged around the ruins of the shopping street for a while. Since his university days, he had perpetually felt that time passed swiftly. Day by day, it slipped silently through his fingers. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a fulfilling day. Oddly enough, as he sat on the sofa counting his spoils, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and relaxation, as if he had momentarily forgotten the uncertainty of where he would venture tomorrow. Was this the principle of extremes reversing? The television dramas often spoke of joy leading to sorrow and sorrow leading to joy. Perhaps his psychological resilience was lacking, prompting his mind to initiate a protective mechanism. Did his brain, fearing he might be overwhelmed by stress, allow him to unwind? Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts. Pondering them served little purpose. He stretched languidly, reclining against the soft cushions of the sofa, and, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, he opened the swimsuit photo album. Xiaobai lay at his feet, drinking water, and the only sound in the room was the rustling of the pages. In this moment, Jingyuan wished to do nothing but savor this rare tranquility before the sun dipped below the horizon. Chapter 15. Jingyuan and the Mutated Mango. As night fell, Jingyuan produced a lighter. With a spring-loaded trigger, a spark flickered to life, igniting the gas released from the storage tank. The flickering flame seared the wick of the white candle, its wax melting, the cotton core within ablaze. The subtly swaying firelight illuminated Jingyuan's face, elongating his shadow onto the ceiling. Jingyuan unwrapped the set of salvaged black steel cutlery, a quartet comprising a paring knife, a chef's knife, a peeler, and a pair of scissors designed for severing fascia. He found himself with an abundance of leisure, bereft of mobile phone or computer, unable to indulge in streaming shows or gaming, or to while away the hours with novels on his phone in the lavatory. His sole diversion lay in a found photography collection, yet with nightfall only just descending, he had few engaging options. Time was plentiful, yet the means to cook were absent. A cruel twist of fate. Feeling somewhat ennui, Jingyuan fetched a porcelain dish from the kitchen. He placed the dark cyan mango before him, then unwrapped the salvaged paper towels, meticulously cleansing the dish and utensils. Lifting the mango, he scrutinized it, noting its elliptical form, yet more spherical than typical mangoes. Perhaps owing to its football-like proportions, the firelight faintly permeated the cyan-black peel, revealing a network of capillary-like filaments within. This mutated mango would serve as Jingyuan's supper. He weighed it in his hands, estimating its heft at approximately 7 or 8 pounds. Spreading a layer of paper towels on the coffee table, he set the mango down, picked up the chef's knife, and positioned the blade horizontally at the mango's epicenter. With a firm press and a subsequent draw, the blade pierced the skin, immediately followed by a sensation of resistance, indicating the encounter with the pit. He braced the mango against the pit and circumscribed it with the knife, having it into 2 equal portions, akin to scoops of watermelon, which he then presented to Jingyuan, along with the extracted core. The flesh was predominantly amber, yet imbued with streaks of crimson, reminiscent of blood orange, revealing delicate, vein-like filaments. Its aroma was a blend of fresh sweetness, tinged with a subtle, metallic tang. The pit was a deep ebony, polished and firm, resembling a fine piece of obsidian. Jingyuan proceeded to incise the mango, scoring it with 7 vertical and 7 horizontal cuts, without breaching the skin, transforming the flesh into a grid of small squares. With a firm sweep of the blade, he dislodged the neat cubes of fruit, which cascaded into a porcelain dish. He speared a cube of the glistening, succulent flesh with the tip of his paring knife, watching as the ruby-red juice trickled down the blade. Without hesitation, he consumed the morsel in one bite. The juices burst upon his palate, confirming the mango's succulence. Yet it remained devoid of any discernible flavor. The texture mirrored his recollections of mango's past, unremarkable and lacking the mystical sensations often depicted in fantasy novels, where one might expect to feel a surge of energy coursing through their vital organs and meridians. More mundane than anticipated, he mused. Jingyuan impaled another piece of mango, attempting to entice Little White, curious to see if it would partake. However, Little White recoiled with disdain, batting his hand away with its paw, preferring its kibble. Resigned, Jingyuan finished the entire dish of mango alone. Instead of discarding the peel, he draped it over the clothes rack on the balcony, intending to sun-dry it for tea, appreciating its lingering, delicate fragrance. After concluding his dinner that evening, Jingyuan opened his attribute panel to check his health points. Health points, 1919, increasing. The effect of the mango had commenced, augmenting his vitality by 7 points. He removed his shoes and gazed at the bite mark from last night, now completely healed, though the newly grown flesh appeared a cold, pale white. Stripping off his shirt, he entered the bathroom, flashlight in hand, to examine himself in the mirror. His physique was robust and refined. He appeared slender in clothing, yet well-defined when undressed. The mirror reflected the remnants of his earlier cleaning. Last night, he stood before it, and the polished surface had perfectly framed his head. However, upon his current inspection, it seemed as though the portion where his hair was couldn't be captured in the reflection. Was it an illusion? It felt as if he had gained a slight increase in height since yesterday. Jingyuan was uncertain, Perhaps the wind he had faced throughout the day had caused his hair to stand on end, or perhaps his body had genuinely expanded. Yet the change was so subtle that it was nearly impossible to ascertain. If only he had a scale. While minor fluctuations in height are elusive, a sudden increase or decrease in weight would be readily apparent upon weighing. In the short term, he could not discern any alterations in his body. So he resolved to put the matter aside. Run, Xiaobai, run, he thought, engaging in play while contemplating the affairs of Xuanxiang supermarket and his future plans. Concerning the cluster of 30 zombies, if he could first eliminate some with melee tactics, he could then complement his efforts with firearms, thus making the consumption of ammunition more manageable. The crux of the matter was the absence of a reliable melee weapon. If only he possessed the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade of Second Master, how exhilarating it would be to effortlessly cleave through the horde of zombies. Regrettably, there is no alternative, but one could fashion a rudimentary version by securing a sturdy stick and binding a kitchen knife to it. Although such a contraption may be prone to malfunction, if a sudden assault fails, one might resort to guerrilla tactics. When the enemy pursues, one must flee. When they tire, one can strike, gradually wearing them down over a few days. This should not pose a significant challenge. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. In the eyes of those zombies, did he constitute a member of their kind or an adversary? Having encountered 2 disabled zombies in the pit who initially exhibited hostility towards him and Xiaobai, he had prematurely categorized the zombies as foes. However, upon deeper contemplation, he perceived potential ambiguities in this assumption. Perhaps those 2 disabled zombies were not directing their animosity towards him, but rather towards Xiaobai at his side. This notion warranted further investigation. He resolved that on the morrow, he might venture out alone without Xiaobai to test his hypothesis. Should the zombies regard him as one of their own and refrain from attacking, the situation would become significantly simpler. He could simply enter the supermarket and abscond with all useful provisions. Regardless, he was determined to thoroughly explore that supermarket. The matter of relocating must be addressed with urgency. According to the Journal of the Burly Brother and today's weather, autumn had already arrived, with winter looming just 2 to 3 months away. The winters in this city are notoriously frigid, with snow falling as early as late autumn. He needed to secure a sufficiently safe and warm abode before winter's arrival, as well as gather supplies for the season. It was akin to playing a game of Don't Starve, where one must first identify a transportation hub on the map to establish a home, subsequently stockpiling food reserves. Once the fundamental living conditions were adequately met, he could then contemplate battling monsters, leveling up, and acquiring equipment. Let it be, Jing Yuan nodded. Without hesitation, he promptly retrieved the bamboo pole hanging on the balcony, attempting to fashion a rudimentary version of the QNGL-NYNUDO by binding a kitchen knife to it with hemp rope. Chapter 16. Jing Yuan and the self-made spear. Jing Yuan gazed despondently at the fractured bamboo pole before him. He had underestimated the task at hand, believing that securing a kitchen knife to the pole would yield a makeshift melee weapon. However, he soon discovered that the sun-bleached bamboo was exceedingly fragile. Merely attempting to shorten it resulted in a cacophony of splintering sounds. Indeed, the slender bamboo proved inadequate. He needed a solid wooden stick. How he wished he were in the countryside, where fields and farming tools abounded. In such a place, one could effortlessly procure a hoe, sharpen its tip, and wield it forcefully against a zombie's skull. Regrettably, this was the heart of the city, where residents seldom found themselves in possession of shovels or hoes. Most urban households would be fortunate to possess even a single kitchen knife, making it arduous to find any other usable implements. How he longed for a hefty cleaver meant for butchering, or perhaps an axe for chopping wood. An axe, yes, a fire axe. Jing Yuan recalled that there was a fire hydrant in the corridor, which might just contain a fire axe. The thought invigorated him, and he leapt to his feet, propping himself against a candle as he shifted the bedside cabinet slightly to create a narrow passage through which he could squeeze. The fire hydrant and the elevator were situated on the same wall, and the seal had long been torn away. Upon pulling open the small red door, he was disheartened to find no fire axe inside, only a water pump and a hose. Even the water pump had been shattered, and the cracked pipes were void of any liquid. Not a single drop was in sight. After all, a fire axe is considered a controlled weapon. How could it possibly be stored in a fire hydrant that can be easily accessed? Even if one were to exist, it would likely have been taken long ago. The fleeing populace would seize every useful item. A single axe is immensely valuable and practical to urban dwellers, who would carelessly abandon such a tool. his gaze now fixed upon the water pipe. Wasn't that a sturdy iron rod? The hollow interior of the pipe was just the right size to accommodate the handle of a kitchen knife, effectively transforming it into a makeshift cleaver. Eureka! How clever I am! Placing a candle upon the ground, he exerted force to insert the pointed end of the crowbar into the soft plastic connector. Utilizing the age-old principle of leverage, he sought a fulcrum and began to pry the water pipe outward. The aged crowbar emitted a lament of strain under the burden, with rust cascading down like dust, accompanied by the jarring sound of bending metal. Both the pipe and the crowbar began to warp and contort. The poor crowbar bent at a sharp 45 degrees, rendering it unusable. Jing Yuan discarded the crowbar, having completed its noble task, into the fire hydrant. "Forgive me, dear crowbar," he murmured. "Rest here quietly. You have worked valiantly. I shall carry on with Miss Waterpipe in your stead." Xiao Bai eagerly rushed to his feet, panting in excitement, as Jing Yuan propped the 1.5-meter-long water pipe against his chest. With such lengthy galvanized steel pipes, affixing a sharp blade to one end could fashion a makeshift spear or cleaver, ensuring engagement with the undead from a safe distance. Jing Yuan contemplated whether to insert a flat cleaver for hacking or a pointed fruit knife for spearing. Eliminating zombies necessitated either decapitation or the destruction of their cerebral tissue. A cleaver would quickly dull when hacking at their necks, whereas a thrusting spear, with its pointed tip piercing the eye socket and churning the brain matter, would inflict minimal damage to the blade. After deliberation, Jing Yuan deemed the spear far more practical than the cleaver, contingent upon his accuracy. He could only inflict damage by piercing their eyes. Even with his enhanced strength, brute forcing the spear through a zombie's weak temple would cause excessive wear to the blade. Alas, he possessed only the barrel, not the spearhead. He resolved to test his aim first. Crafting a spear with considerable effort only to find it unusable would be farcical. He positioned a candle on the coffee table and stood 2 meters away, as Xiao Bai squatted at his feet, panting and cocking its head. Jing Yuan closed his eyes, raised his left index and middle fingers to his brow, and struck a pose. Every man harbors heroic aspirations, and with only a dog as an audience. Indulging in a moment of youthful folly was harmless. Solitude allowed for authenticity. He envisioned himself as Zhao Zilong of Changshan, a silver spear in hand, his armor and cloak billowing in the wind. "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Perish, vermin!" he roared, his spear darting forth like a dragon. The pipe shuddered, resonating with a vibrant hum. The thrust of the spear generated a sonic boom, extinguishing the flame before it even arrived. A wisp of white smoke curled from the pipe's opposite end. The candles on the coffee table remained undisturbed, while the charred wick had been impaled upon the spearhead. Swift, precise, and ruthless. Even Jing Yuan was astonished by his current physical prowess. Good heavens, this is too formidable. Had he possessed this strength during the Three Kingdoms era, he would have undoubtedly secured a position among the 5 Tiger generals, perhaps even rivaling the likes of El Bu and Dian Wei. Alas, Yuan, born in an inopportune era. Jing Yuan was deeply immersed in his reverie. Woof! Little White yelped, seemingly startled by the sudden disappearance of light. "Hold on, I'll relight it momentarily." Jing Yuan retrieved a lighter, the flame illuminating the severed cotton wick, the fissure clean, as if cleaved by a blade. His skill with a spear was undeniable. After rekindling the flame, he eagerly fetched a slender fruit knife. The wooden handle was slightly too large for the pipe's opening, so he used a cleaver to whittle the handle to a point, forcefully wedging it in. To ensure the spearhead wouldn't detach during combat, he extracted several long nails from the bed frame, using a brick as a makeshift hammer to drive the nails into the juncture between the pipe and the handle, finally securing it with hemp rope. Thus fortified, he had, through his ingenuity and craftsmanship, fashioned his own spear. "Huh!" Jing Yuan chuckled, brandishing the spear with unrestrained abandon, as if a childhood dream had materialized, and he had truly transformed into a peerless hero. Chapter 17. Jing Yuan and the first kill. Jing Yuan gazed skyward. The heavens were overcast, heavy with dense clouds. He strode along the cobblestone path of 10-mile sunshine, just venturing out. A glance at the mechanical watch on his wrist revealed it was merely 9 in the morning. Yet not a single ray of sunlight could pierce the cloud cover to illuminate the earth. The oppressive darkness of the clouds cast a pall over everything, inducing a sense of unease, as a strong wind buffeted the trees lining the road, scattering withered leaves in a reckless abandon. An impending downpour seemed imminent. Upon waking that morning, he noticed the swelling indicated in his status bar had abated, and the debuff of taking one. 5x damage was gone. Physically, his skin had regained its tautness, no longer yielding to the touch as it had on the first day. Perhaps it was the mango's effect. In any case, his health points had reached 27, his condition better than ever. The second dawn passed without the somnambulistic episodes of the first day, possibly due to the absence of sunlight. Or perhaps because he had drawn the curtains. After opening a can of luncheon meat, he shouldered his rifle, handgun, and homemade spear, venturing out alone, without Little White. He merely intended to practice on a stray zombie nearby. It's really going to rain, isn't it? Gazing at the gloomy sky, he quickened his pace. Should rain commence, his perceptive abilities would suffer on all fronts. His vision, already akin to that of someone severely nearsighted, would only be further impaired by the dense rain and mist. However, it wasn't a critical issue, as he didn't rely on sight alone. The predicament lies in the fact that both olfaction and auditory perception are compromised by rainfall. The rain tends to obscure ambient sense, and the patter of raindrops diminishes his capacity for auditory localization. Torrential rain, without a doubt, does not bode well for him. He harbors a certain trepidation regarding exposure to the rain, as it appears to be acidic in this region. Evident traces of prolonged acid rain corrosion were discernible on numerous roads and patches of soil he traversed yesterday. The few zombies that had been in the open air for several years were victims of acid rain. The cluster of zombies inside the Xuanxiang supermarket, sheltered indoors, exhibited minimal decay, whereas the outdoor zombies he encountered were almost entirely reduced to putrid sludge. The acid rain accelerated their decomposition exponentially. Thus, he feared that direct contact with the rain would have deleterious effects on him. Following the route he took yesterday, he passed through the gates of Shirley Sunshine. After an afternoon of exploration, the surrounding terrain had become quite familiar to him. However, he came to an abrupt halt. In stark contrast to the deserted streets of the previous day, a number of zombies were visibly roaming outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, in addition to the paralyzed. Near-death zombie by the roadside, there were 4 zombies wandering on the road. They ambled aimlessly, like a band of forlorn specters. Did they come from over there? Jing Yuan gazed toward the end of the road, where another residential area was located. Like Shirley Sunshine, it had not been subjected to bombing. At least, within his field of vision, he had not observed any collapsed buildings or high-rise ruins in that direction. But why hadn't he seen them wandering over yesterday? Yesterday, he spent the entire afternoon outdoors scavenging for refuse, encountering not a single wandering zombie. The few undead he did come across stood vacantly in place, only responding when he approached and made a sound. Could it be the sunlight? Jing Yuan glanced up once more. The sole distinction between today and yesterday lay in the sun's presence. Yesterday was a day of brilliant sunshine, with rays of light continuously bathing the earth. Thus, could it be that sunlight renders the zombies lethargic, while overcast skies coax them into activity? Or perhaps it is due to temperature fluctuations. Jing Yuan mused that there must be a reason behind the sudden movement of the zombies. To draw a rather imperfect analogy, it is akin to how a sunny winter's day draws more people to the park, while a cloudy day leaves it desolate. It seems that future overcast days will require heightened vigilance. The wind picked up again, lifting his bangs and exposing his broad forehead, while the strings of his hoodie fluttered behind him. Dust swirled, and small pebbles clinked together amidst a haze of fine gravel. Jing Yuan grasped the strings of his hoodie and tied them in a knot across his chest. This weather was ill-suited for venturing out. It appeared that a torrential downpour was on the verge of unleashing itself, yet fortunately, he had not strayed too far. He fixed his gaze on a zombie approaching him from across the way, loosening the hemp rope at his waist and retrieving the long gun from his back. His purpose for leaving was to test the weapon, and now it seemed fortune favored him without requiring any effort. Seizing the opportunity before the rain commenced, he resolved to eliminate a couple of zombies to warm up his skills. The zombie was approximately 15 meters away from Jing Yuan, and as he slowly advanced toward it, he observed carefully, refraining from rushing into an attack. This was a zombie, its limbs intact, its scalp bare, save for a few withered strands of hair. Emaciated and frail, it ambled with the languid gait of the elderly, its jaw perpetually agape, revealing blackened fangs. Sharp nails adorned its hands, and ebony veins protruded against the sandpaper texture of its skin. A closer inspection confirmed its ghastly visage. It dawned on Jing Yuan that this zombie was not wandering aimlessly, but rather drawn by auditory stimuli. The rustling of wind, the susurrus of leaves, the clatter of pebbles upon the ground. These sounds guided its erratic trajectory. The ever-shifting cacophony transformed it into a flailing insect. Jing Yuan sensed that his presence did not pique the zombie's interest. Even within a 5-meter radius, it remained fixated on the elusive ambient sounds, oblivious to him as long as he remained silent. It appeared to regard him as one of its own. Jing Yuan raised his arm, inhaling his own scent. There was no stench of decay, but rather a musty odor reminiscent of attics long forgotten, mingled with the aromas of soil, gunpowder, and dried blood. Indeed, it was the vitality radiating from Little White that had attracted the zombies the day before. Having confirmed his hypothesis, he resolved to act. The barrel of his makeshift gun struck the asphalt, producing a resonant hum. The zombie was instantly drawn to the sound, shuffling towards him with a guttural moan. Jing Yuan inhaled deeply, gripping the pipe gun with both hands, and waited for the zombie to enter his range, whereupon he would thrust with all his might. With a swift flash of darkness, the spearhead plunged deeply into the zombie's sunken eye socket, rupturing its protruding eyeball. The zombie's claws flailed wildly, but the 1.5-meter shaft maintained a safe distance between it and Jing Yuan. No matter how it waved its arms, it could only grasp at air and the shaft. The zombie's vitality proved tenacious. Even with the tip piercing its brain, it did not immediately succumb. Jing Yuan gazed at the struggling, grotesque monster before him, his jaw clenched, and with a sudden twist of his wrist, the spearhead churned within the zombie's skull. At last, the zombie's arms fell limp, completely devoid of movement. He withdrew the iron spearhead, leaving behind a deep, black cavity where the eye socket had been, from which flowed a slow stream of viscous, black blood. The zombie gradually toppled to the ground, its head facing Jing Yuan. One eye a white orb devoid of a pupil, the other a black abyss oozing blood. The stark contrast sent a chill through Jing Yuan's heart, but he tightened his grip on the spear. He raised his head, looking towards the 2 other zombies not far away. They had followed the sound of the wind to a young cypress tree, reaching out to paw mindlessly at the leaves on its branches. With resolute and measured steps, Jing Yuan approached them from behind, closing in step by step. Chapter 18. Jing Yuan and the torrential rain. 4 corpses lay on the road. Jing Yuan had dispatched these 4 zombies in less than 5 minutes. By simply guiding the spear tip into the zombie's eye socket and stirring slightly, he could easily kill one. This spear was even more effective than he had anticipated, owing to the exceptional physical attributes of his body, which allowed him to strike with both speed and precision. Standing beside the cadaver, his grip tightened around the gun barrel as a sense of accomplishment burgeoned within him. Zombies? Is that all they amount to? His confidence in surviving the apocalypse surged. The horde of zombies at Xuanxiang's supermarket no longer seemed an insurmountable challenge. His arsenal was lavish, his agility remarkable, his senses acute, and most crucially, the zombies seemed oblivious to his presence unless he initiated an attack, akin to having permanent stealth in their midst. Gamers would readily grasp the implications of this advantage, for it meant he perpetually held the initiative. Jing Yuan felt like he was playing Rengar with the old hunting thrill, an invisible predator stalking his prey. He could approach the zombies undetected, dispatching them with ease. He was eager to plunder Xuanxiang supermarket, systematically clearing the zombies with his homemade spear and modified handgun before scavenging its contents with xiaobai, gathering all the useful items. He had a premonition that the supermarket held a wealth of supplies for him. By gaming standards, a supply point marked with a container symbol would yield at least 20 units of water and 20 units of food, or an equivalent amount of various materials. What kind of supplies could a supermarket offer? It wasn't a factory or warehouse. The stored resources would undoubtedly be water and food, and he would likely find some tools he could use. Then he could achieve his modest goal of taking a hot shower within 3 days. And with his food and water reserves replenished, he could prepare to leave and relocate to the city's outskirts. The atmosphere was electric, his mind teeming with visions of the future when, at the zenith of his elation, a raindrop, the size of a soybean, alighted upon his brow, cascading down his nose to his cheek. In an instant, a myriad of raindrops plummeted from the ashen firmament, striking the pavement with vehemence, transforming patches of arid asphalt into ebony expanses, shrouding the already somber world in a veil of misty obscurity. The sound was like the staccato bursts of firecrackers, these raindrops interspersed with minuscule hailstones. His hair was speckled with droplets, his hoodie half-soaked, and the hems of his trousers thoroughly drenched, though, fortunately, his new shoes were waterproof. The weather's vicissitudes were both extreme and anomalous. This being a post-apocalyptic world, Jing Yuan was uncertain whether the nation's forces had resorted to nuclear weaponry against the zombie hordes. The acid rain was indicative of the planet's atmosphere and environment, perhaps long since contaminated. Coping with the erratic weather patterns was a challenge he had to confront. He divested himself of his hoodie, wringing it into a tight coil, the turbid water that trickled out carrying a pungent, acrid odor, akin to a chemical concoction. Jing Yuan surmised the garment was beyond redemption and discarded it, as there were other clothes in his abode. He gazed out at the tempestuous world, thunder reverberating, lightning dancing amidst the leaden clouds, as if the celestial sluice gates had been opened, unleashing a deluge of countless tons of effluent. The wind howled with such ferocity that it seemed intent on uprooting the entire edifice, the glass door shuddering in the gale, its corroded bolts grinding against the rust, clanging against the door panels. Had never witnessed such a tempestuous downpour. It was akin to a typhoon's fury. He made his way through the emergency exit, descending the darkened stairwell towards the 7th floor. Raindrops infiltrated through the ventilation window, dampening the steps. His newly acquired attire consisted of a dark brown woolen overcoat and a pair of tan cotton linen trousers. In truth, the new garments were even more ill-fitting than their predecessors. The trousers too constricting at the waist, the overcoat seemingly oversized with sleeves so long they necessitated rolling up to prevent impeding movement. He yearned for a set of clean clothes tailored to his dimensions, but alas, he had exhausted all options within his wardrobe, and this ensemble proved the most suitable. The aesthetic, however, was an improvement. The visage reflected in the mirror possessed an inherent masculinity, now accentuated by the billowing overcoat and the rain-soaked, disheveled hair, evoking the image of a stoic assassin straight from the silver screen. What was the saying? Sacrifice elegance for warmth. He stroked his chin, tugged at his collar, and nodded in approval at his reflection. With such torrential rain, venturing outdoors was an impossibility. He cautiously opened a sliver of the balcony's sliding glass door, only to be met with a fierce gust of wind that propelled rainwater inward. Fortunately, upon noticing the inclement weather that morning, he had retrieved the drying mango peels from the elements, lest they be ruined. Boredom consumed, leaving him to await the rain's cessation indoors. His options were limited: perusing glamour photography or engaging in a game of frisbee with. He abstained from igniting a candle, reluctant to deplete his reserves. He mused that were he in possession of a computer, he could immerse himself in video games. Such inclement weather was ideally suited for holing up in a small bedroom, illuminated by artificial light, and indulging in virtual entertainment. Despite the howling winds outside, he needed only to grasp the mouse and keyboard to engage in his virtual battles. Yet now, apart from a forlorn little dog accompanying him, he possessed nothing. Xiaobai appeared quite content, dashing about the narrow hallway, though it limped on one leg. It was restless and more spirited than a four-legged pup. After a brief session of tossing a frisbee, Jing Yuan ceased his play. He lifted Xiaobai onto the sofa, brushing aside the long fur that obscured its eyes, and gazed into its deep, dark orbs, using his thumbs to gently press on its forehead to create a comical expression. Should the rain persist for 3 or 4 days without respite, their provisions would be depleted. He needed to devise a strategy for this predicament, to brave the torrential downpour or to endure hunger within the confines of the house, hoping that the heavens would show mercy before he succumbed to madness from starvation. The little dog, however, was spared such concerns, wasn't he at Xiaobai? Jing Yuan spoke to the pup. Woof. Of course, Xiaobai could not comprehend his words. It merely nuzzled against Jing Yuan's head in joyful affection. Chapter 19. Jing Yuan and the rainy night. The torrential rain had persisted throughout the day. As the clock's hands approached 6 in the evening, darkness enveloped the world. It was as if the very end of days was upon them, with ferocious thunder dragons writhing and roaring amidst the storm clouds, illuminating the darkness with vivid blue arcs of lightning. The relentless patter of rain formed a continuous cascade, with columns of water, thick as a finger, connecting the heavens to the earth, causing the balcony to accumulate 7 or 8 centimeters of water. Rainwater seeped through the cracks of doors and windows, flowing into the hall and leaving a thin layer of mist upon the tiles. Contemplating the deluge, Jing Yuan surmised that perhaps the divine intended to obliterate this sorrowful world. Yet, he believed his actions in life merited him passage aboard a modern-day Noah's Arkansas. Though his existence lacked grand exploits, he had adhered to the nation's prescribed path, completing primary, secondary, and tertiary education, thereby becoming a member of the common populace. Having abstained from malevolence, He did not deserve to perish in a flood. The air was frigid and damp, the rain acrid, resembling water steeped in rust, imbued with a faint, sanguine hue and an offensive, pungent odor. To shield Little White from this tainted precipitation, he had promptly placed the dog on the sofa. The temperature had plummeted, transforming the previously temperate climate into a semblance of winter's harshness. Jing Yuan enveloped Little White in a quilt, yet the canine continued to tremble. He was incapable of warming the creature with his own body heat, as his internal temperature was abnormally low, hovering around 10 degrees Celsius, or possibly even lower. Though impervious to the cold himself, he kindled a fire, dismantling the bed frame in the bedroom, cleaving the wood with a cleaver and brick, and placing the fragments in a makeshift brazier fashioned from a stainless steel wok scavenged from the kitchen. The brazier was positioned on the coffee table, and the kindling, ignited with a lighter, soon produced a comforting, radiant glow. Wrapped in a quilt, he and Little White huddled by the fire, which served to desiccate the moisture and mitigate the acrid odors in the air, affording them some relief. He placed all the sustenance within sight on the coffee table. A mere handful of canned goods, 4 bottles of drinking water, sufficient for an adult's daily sustenance in the form of self-heating rations, a bottle of potent liquor, a packet of cured meat, a packet of sausage, and a packet of coffee beans, along with 2 boxes of expired milk. This constituted all that he possessed. His severed right hind leg twitched uncontrollably, the nearby muscles spasming erratically. Jing Yuan drew the brazier closer, allowing its warm glow to illuminate more of his surroundings. He placed Xiao Bai on the sofa, donned his shoes, and ventured into the bedroom, scrutinizing the wooden wardrobe from top to bottom. With each wooden slat affixed to the sliding panel, he located a weak connection and seized the blue brick from the bed, striking it forcefully. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xiaobai had already succumbed to slumber, the firelight reflecting in Jing Yuan's eyes as he silently prodded the glowing coals in the brazier with a wooden stick, occasionally glancing toward the balcony. The torrential rain had persisted from morning until night, showing no signs of abating. Having grown up inland, he had never witnessed such a ferocious downpour. Even the large trees in the community had been uprooted by the fierce winds. It was no wonder that coastal regions halted operations and schooling in the face of typhoons. The peril of venturing outside during such a storm was palpable. Feeling a pang of hunger, he contemplated his options but opted against opening the canned goods. Instead, he positioned 2 bricks on either side of the brazier and retrieved a cooking pot from the kitchen, pouring a quarter of a bottle of water into the pot. He placed it atop the bricks, allowing the flames to scorch its base. Tiny bubbles and wisps of white steam gradually emerged from the water within. He yearned to brew a cup of hot coffee. After delicately wiping the handle of the kitchen knife with a paper towel, he employed the wooden stick as a makeshift pestle, grinding coffee beans within the confines of a porcelain bowl. As the water in the pot reached its boiling point, he decanted the heated liquid into the bowl, agitating the pulverized coffee grounds with chopsticks. A rich and fragrant aroma of coffee emanated, eclipsing the surrounding pungent odors. He exhaled upon the rising steam and took a tentative sip of the coarsely textured, handcrafted coffee. Though devoid of discernible taste, its scent was captivating. Cradling the steaming brew, he was transported back to his humble abode, suffused with warmth and tranquility. He mused, "Let us bide our time for a mere 2 days hence." By judiciously rationing the provisions, they could endure for well over a week. Water, maintained at the bare minimum, could sustain them for a maximum of 3 days. The water supply was critically low, with a mere 2,000 milliliters remaining. Although he felt no immediate thirst, the absence of sensation did not negate the body's inherent needs. Just as he was impervious to pain, a blade drawn across his skin would inevitably inflict injury and draw blood. The presence of blood served as an irrefutable testament to his need for hydration. While abstaining from water for a brief duration would not prove fatal, his skin would inevitably desiccate, and his muscles would potentially atrophy, rendering him feeble and infirm, akin to the zombies he had dispatched with his bayonet earlier that day, for whom even ambulation was a challenge. After all, the vast majority of human bodily tissue is composed of water. Were a person to be completely desiccated, their weight would diminish by 3/4. In a 120-pound adult, 90 pounds of their mass is comprised of water. Hence, his urgent desire to replenish his fluids. He was uncertain if his skin and muscles could fully recover from desiccation. A healthy individual requires a daily intake of 2,000 milliliters of water, sourced from both sustenance and potable liquids. Yesterday, he indulged in a large mango, thus ensuring his hydration was sufficient. However, Today it was implausible to consume all the purified water in one go, particularly since he needed to reserve some for Xiaobai. Water resources had become critically scarce. How vexing. Despite the torrential rain and flooding outside, he found himself troubled over water shortages, as if the universe were playing a cruel joke on him. Cradling a cup of coffee, he sighed and took another sip. At that moment, Xiaobai suddenly stirred, nudging his leg with its head. "Are you hungry?" Jing Yuan thought, recalling that it had yet to have dinner. He fetched a ceramic bowl, filled it with dog food, and poured some cool water into a small dish. Xiaobai lowered its head, eagerly licking both the bowl and dish clean, before limping over to the sofa to retrieve a frisbee, presenting it to Jing Yuan. Its legs still trembled, suggesting that it should not have the inclination to play. Perhaps it yearned to run and jump. Or maybe it sensed its owner's distress and wished to lift his spirits. Who can truly fathom the thoughts of a little dog? In any case, Jing Yuan refrained from throwing the frisbee, opting instead to gently pat its head in comfort. As Xiaobai's breathing gradually steadied, it slowly nestled down and, moments later, curled up and fell asleep once more. Jing Yuan added another handful of firewood to the brazier, listening to the intensifying sound of the rain, silently awaiting the end of the day. Chapter 20. Jing Yuan, and the choice the night was spent amidst the howling wind and torrential rain. When Jing Yuan opened his eyes at 6 o'clock the following morning, the world outside continued to roar with fierce winds. The living room was awash with an inch-high layer of dirty water, and the entire house was permeated with an unpleasant odor. Upon rising, Jing Yuan opened a can of spoiled pea soup for breakfast. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, he felt compelled to make an immediate decision. Should he brave the torrential rain to venture to Xuanxiang supermarket in search of supplies? Or should he remain indoors and leave his fate to chance? Should he choose to step outside, he would have to confront the dire conditions of the roads alone. The journey from 10 Mile Sunshine to Xuanxiang supermarket necessitated traversing bombed-out ruins. If he were to misstep and fall into a pit, he might never rise again. Moreover, those already precarious structures posed the risk that rainwater could trigger landslides, burying him beneath slabs of concrete and rebar. Everything outside was shrouded in uncertainty. His already poor vision, further compromised by the acidic downpour, rendered him nearly blind. Even at this hour, the outside world was cloaked in darkness akin to midnight. With only the sporadic flicker of lightning illuminating the scene, no trace of sunlight was discernible. Imagine being blindfolded and compelled to navigate a treacherous mountain path through a torrential downpour, crossing dilapidated suspension bridges and traversing hills prone to mudslides. Such were the perils Jing Yuan would face should he decide to venture out. If not for the dire circumstances, he would never wish to leave the safety of his home in such inclement weather. Yet, could he truly remain indoors, fervently praying to the heavens that the rain would cease before his provisions ran dry? This was akin to gambling, a gamble with exceedingly slim odds. If such torrential rain had fallen in the past few years, then on the first day he awoke, he would have detected that pungent scent of chemical amalgamation in the living room of 707. The rainwater would have permeated the room, and even after drying, it would leave rust-red stains seeping from the freshly painted white walls. Yet, he did not observe such stains at that moment. This indicated a singular truth. This deluge was likely the most significant rainfall in recent years. Although it was mere speculation, Jing Yuan sensed that a typhoon was imminent. He was unaware of how many days it would linger, but he doubted it would depart within 1 or 2 days. If he wished to procure food and water, the quickest destination would be Xuanxiang supermarket, or he might attempt to breach the security door of the residential building to rummage through the apartments in search of useful items. However, the persistent dilemma remained. Lacking tools, and with the high security doors prevalent in the city center, it was utterly impossible for him to break a lock with only the kitchen knife in his possession. Moreover, he finally recognized an imperative truth. While he sat there, the external conditions were worsening by the moment. Through a fleeting flash of lightning from the balcony, he gazed down to see the murky rainwater submerging the cobblestone path. Raindrops struck the surface, generating countless ripples, while the legs of the benches meant for repose in the community were half submerged. By comparison to Jing Yuan's height, the water level had risen to his calves. In the span of a single day, the community's drainage system could no longer manage the sewage. As time progresses, the water level will continue to rise. Each additional second he lingers in the room renders the soil and gravel increasingly saturated, transforming them into a softer, slippier mass. In a mere couple of days, he might find himself compelled to swim across. A wave of anxiety surged within Jing Yuan. The location of Xuanxiang supermarket on the ground floor of the abandoned shopping street posed a grave concern. What if the rainwater inundated the supermarket? Even if fortune favored him and the rain ceased within a day or two, he might return to discover a vast lake in its place. He suddenly regretted his timing. The optimal moment to venture out would have been at the onset of the rain, during that crucial hour before the downpour accumulated. He had just realized that the zombies perceived him as one of their own. With the right maneuvers, he could evade confrontation with the horde. The most advantageous course of action would have been to brave the rain during that first hour and retrieve any usable supplies from Xuanxiang supermarket. It was futile to berate himself. Lost opportunities were irrevocable. Jingyuan slapped his face gently and adjusted his mindset. He had made his decision. He would venture forth. After adding another log to the fire and finishing half a bottle of water, he extricated himself from the warmth of his blankets. Woof! Upon seeing him rise, Xiaobai also stood, looking as though it wished to accompany him. Jingyuan wrapped the little dog in a blanket, stroked its forehead, and set down a bowl of dog food and water on the sofa. This perceptive pup emitted a pitiful whimper. Jingyuan smiled at it, then shouldered his long gun, rifle, pistol, and empty travel bag, grabbing a flashlight before stepping to the door. Listen carefully, do not follow me, he commanded with an authoritative tone. This is quite effective. For dogs are creatures inherently inclined to obey commands. Their ancestors, the wolves, lived under the absolute dominion of the alpha, a position that none dared to defy. When wolves were domesticated into dogs, humans became their sovereigns. Undoubtedly, Jingyuan holds absolute authority over Xiaobai, as he is the one who allocates food and water, as well as the one responsible for combat and hunting. Thus, when he issues a command, Xiaobai ceases its restless movements and obediently remains in place. Yet, as Jingyuan opens the door, he hears its helpless whimpering, though he chooses to disregard it. He is determined to endure the relentless downpour and survive in this desolate, apocalyptic city. The wind is fierce. Jingyuan stands at the entrance of Building 3, where the icy gusts greet him. He raises the collar of his windbreaker, noting the sweatshirt he discarded yesterday, still hanging from the fire hydrant on the wall. He retrieves the sweatshirt and wraps it around his head for warmth, simultaneously pressing the flashlight switch, directing its conical beam to pierce through the tempestuous rain. Chapter 21, Jingyuan and the Path Ahead. The thunder rumbles, raindrops strike the water's surface, creating countless ripples, while the howling wind intertwines with the rapid, rhythmic patter of the rain. Jingyuan ambled along the cobblestone path, his head ensconced in a hoodie, resembling a wealthy Arab magnate. Yet, unlike the true affluent who travel in chauffeured luxury, he, a pitiable pauper, could only rely on his own weary feet. Trudging along the muddy trail, leaving behind a trail of footprints, the night enveloped him in darkness and chill, the acrid scent of chemical mixtures less pronounced, replaced by the earthy aroma of damp soil and a briny tang reminiscent of the sea breeze. Glancing down, he noted the accumulated rainwater lapping at his knees. The water level approximately half a meter high. Each lift of his foot invited the unwelcome intrusion of water into his shoes, culminating in a moment of calamity when one shoe, laden with water, slipped off his foot, nearly swept away by the current. These military boots, oversized for his feet, posed no issue in ordinary circumstances, yet in such extreme conditions, they were prone to dislodging. Resigned, he sought refuge atop a bench in the community area that had yet to succumb to the floodwaters. He stood upon the seat, pouring the water from his shoes, then meticulously tied the laces into tight knots, forming cumbersome clumps. The sensation of being submerged in frigid water was far from pleasant. Stepping outside, every rumble of thunder from the sky felt ominous, as if a lightning bolt could strike him down, leaving him charred and blackened like a piece of burnt coal. He mused that if he survived, the CEO of a certain toothpaste brand would surely invite him to become their spokesperson. He leaned against the wall for support, one hand gripping the surface to prevent a fall, while the other wielded a flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. Perhaps his lawsuit truly bore fruit. For when that bolt of lightning spread its sinister branches across the sky, it merely struck a large cypress tree over 30 meters away, causing it to burst into flame and smoke, without delivering an exclusive lightning package to him. From the luminous beam fell countless threads of rain, as fine as silver needles. Jingyuan Song took a deep breath, groping his way to the entrance of the community. The streets outside were also flooded. Yet the water level was lower than that within the community, reaching only to his calves. He paused momentarily, relying on his memory to discern his bearings and determine which direction to take. Using the steadfast electric poles, streetlights, and buildings standing firm against the howling wind as landmarks, he quickly established his course and set forth. The asphalt road crafted by modernity was remarkably smooth, allowing him to walk with a sense of security. However, further ahead lay some complications. He had to traverse a bombed-out area overrun with wild grasses, riddled with hidden pits and hollows, obscured beneath the murky sewage, rendering any path invisible. He had to proceed with utmost caution. Thus, with each step, he meticulously tested the ground in front of him. The short distance of just a few hundred meters felt like a century, yet he managed to pass through without incident. Continuing onward, he approached the precarious arch bridge. As anticipated, upon reaching the bridge's edge, he beheld the collapsed structure, entirely fallen in the middle, bricks and concrete cascading into the river below. The twisted rebar exposed to the relentless wind, battered by the rushing waters. This was undoubtedly the most formidable challenge he had encountered thus far. The once parched riverbed now teemed with rushing waters, debris, decaying furniture, tree stumps, and even a bewildered zombie, submerged and adrift. As he observed, countless objects floated past him. The washed-away zombies served as a reliable reference point, allowing him to ascertain that the river's depth reached only to his waist. This height posed no concern. He removed his makeshift spear from his back, using it as a cane, and stepped into the water. The mud made his progress somewhat cumbersome. Several broken branches clung to his clothes, and rotting leaves stuck to his face, soaking him in muck. A splintered tree stump, guided by the torrent, collided with his abdomen, its wind-torn bark and branches sharp as a stout spear, leaving a deep gash in his windbreaker. Had it not been for the garment's cushioning, the branch might have impaled him, inflicting grievous harm. Yet, he felt no pain, his resolve to advance unwavering. He braved the deluge of rain, wind, and thunder, steadfastly forging ahead. At last, he reached the riverbank, shedding the waterlogged windbreaker that had become several times heavier. He yanked off the hoodie wrapped around his head and pressed the flashlight switch, but the waterlogged device refused to emit even a glimmer of light. No matter. The supermarket was not far off. Passing through the small square ahead, he knew the shopping street well, having scavenged there for discarded items the previous afternoon. There was no need for a flashlight. Discarding the excess clothing, he prepared himself for the journey ahead. The damp white tank top clung to his skin, accentuating the contours of his muscles. With a rifle slung over his shoulder and a travel bag in tow, he wielded an iron spear and a pistol, resembling a formidable warrior poised to unleash havoc upon a horde of zombies. Indeed, the undead had arrived. 3 grotesque figures stood like statues in the small square, moving about the flower beds surrounding the fountain. Perhaps due to being drenched in rain for an entire day and night, their bodies appeared more robust. The once shriveled skin and atrophied muscles now puffed up, though they exuded an even stronger stench of decay. Patches of putrid flesh hung from their stark, white bones. Swaying grotesquely, under the flash of lightning, they resembled 3 vengeful specters. To traverse this path, he would inevitably encounter the 3 zombies. Although these creatures would not initiate an attack, the narrowness of the road necessitated close proximity to them in order to pass. A sudden blaze of indignation ignited within him. He had merely wished to exist as a diligent worker. While his life was far from opulent, it was sufficient for sustenance and clothing. Why had such misfortune befallen him? Why must he brave the torrential rain and the repulsive undead? Damn it! Even he, a perennial sufferer of life's injustices, could no longer endure it. He drew his pistol, removed the silencer, and aimed at the nearest zombie's forehead, pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed. The firing pin struck the bullet, and sparks erupted from the chamber as the brass casing ejected, the projectile spiraling forth with deadly precision. A dark bloom of blood erupted from the zombie's head, and it collapsed to the ground. In the realm of gaming, this would be a critical hit, inflicting thrice the damage. Attracted by the gunfire, the other 2 zombies approached with significantly greater alacrity than their decrepit predecessors, their speed rivaling that of a sprinting adult. Jing Yuan discharged another round, but instead of delivering a fatal blow, it merely caused the zombie to falter momentarily. Simultaneously, the other zombie lunged forward. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear, the iron point piercing the zombie's eye socket and macerating its brain. The remaining zombie posed little threat. He tripped it with the shaft of his spear, then, planting his foot on its chest, twisted his wrist, aimed the spear downward, and forcefully impaled its right eye, driving it straight into the skull. Withdrawing the spear, He cast the zombies aside and continued onward. Chapter 22. Jing Yuan and the supermarket. After overcoming numerous obstacles, Jing Yuan finally reached the entrance to the ruined shopping street and beheld the fresh fruit store. An alluring aroma wafted from within, emanating from the fruit store. Immediately, he sensed something amiss. Sinister black vines writhed and spread from the deepest recesses of the building. The once dormant mango sapling had sprung to life. A thorn-covered vine hung suspended in the air, bearing a piece of blackened flesh. It was from this flesh that the enticing fragrance originated. The zombie's body was ensnared by fine white threads, as if being enveloped in a cocoon. The cocoon was half-formed, and two others were already complete. Clearly, the plant was hunting. Kyoto Yuan instantly comprehended the significance of the fetid cocoons emanating from the walls. Once ensnared by its tendrils, one would be enveloped within a cocoon and dragged into the chamber. Within, a highly corrosive substance, akin to gastric acid, would be secreted, dissolving its contents, bones and all, into a sanguineous fluid, serving as its nourishment. Perhaps the rainwater had invigorated it, transforming the expanse of water ahead into its hunting grounds. With tendrils dispersed like a deadly web, Kyoto Yuan halted approximately 10 meters from the tendril network, casually tossing a stone. The stone struck the tendrils, eliciting no response. His gaze fixed upon the tendrils, he swiftly traversed the area from a distance of 5 meters. At last, he espied the signboard of Xuanxiang Supermarket. Situated atop a flight of steps at the end of the shopping street, the edifice remained untouched by the floodwaters, its supplies intact. This revelation greatly heartened Kyoto Yuan. Water, sustenance, implements. The supermarket possessed everything he currently required. For an adult, it might constitute a mere meal's worth, yet for him, it represented 2 days' rations. Hunger had relentlessly plagued him since his arrival in this world, never abating, only fluctuating in intensity. Most poignantly, he was unable to discern flavors. It was as if he were stuffing a lump of mud into his stomach, allowing it to obstruct his intestines, temporarily alleviating the sensation of a burning fire within. An entire day of toil and exertion yielded but a few mouthfuls of skewers, yet even if a serving of cumin and scallion-dusted skewers were presented before him, he would be unable to savor their taste. This engendered profound sorrow within him. Yet, upon beholding the supermarket's entrance, he seemed to glimpse hope anew. Though his appearance was disheveled and ragged, he had persevered through countless obstacles to arrive at this destination, where ample sustenance awaited him, allowing him to satiate his hunger without the burden of counting each morsel. There, he envisioned an abundance of water to cleanse his grime-laden body, to wash away the sticky strands of hair, transforming the rancid odor into a fragrant aroma reminiscent of soap. He dragged his weary form to the entrance of Xuanxiang Supermarket, where several scattered zombies wandered aimlessly outside. Jing Yuan paid them little heed, merely leaning forward to peer inside the store. The narrow aisle was teeming with grotesque, repulsive zombies, their ashen eyes rolling about like maggots huddled together. These creatures were oblivious to Jing Yuan's presence. Their lack of cognition meant that only loud noises, the scent of fresh blood, or the essence of living beings could capture their attention. Engaging them in combat here was unwise. So Jing Yuan placed his iron spear at the door to prevent any accidental harm to one of the zombies during his entry, which could incite chaos. If one were to attack him, the rest would undoubtedly swarm. Clenching the shoulder straps of his travel bag, he inhaled deeply and plunged into the horde. Once inside, he found himself in a crush of bodies, akin to the rush hour in a bustling metropolis. The supermarket was shrouded in darkness, and despite his caution, he was forced into close proximity with these undead beings. He confronted a zombie with a severed tongue, squeezing past 2 others with determination. When his gaze met the exposed, ashen eyeball of one of the creatures, he felt a jolt akin to cardiac arrest. In the depths of darkness, it seemed as though countless vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions lurked, yet he was not particularly brave. Squeezing into the horde of zombies instilled a profound sense of discomfort within him, but he persevered. He traversed through the collapsed walls and entered a spacious area. He had accomplished it. He had successfully reached the interior of the supermarket. It was nothing short of a treasure trove. The toppled shelves were a chaotic display of goods, and before him stood rows of water dispensers filled with pristine bottled water, giant containers sufficient to sustain a family for over 10 days. Although coated in dust, the seals remained intact, providing enough for him to indulge in numerous baths. Additionally, there were bags of rice, vacuum-sealed and abundant, countless in number, and on the shelves nearby were condiments, salt, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, soy sauce, and oyster sauce, all neatly packaged in plastic bags. Canned yellow peaches in aluminum packaging, sardines, fermented tofu, pickled vegetables, and rows upon rows of instant noodles. Though the shelves were not brimming with stock, only about a quarter remained. Yet that constituted a significant portion of the entire supermarket. If it were solely for his use, he would be worry-free for months. Jing Yuan felt that if he were capable of shedding tears, they would surely flow in torrents of gratitude. He had succeeded in finding enough provisions to sustain himself. Even if torrential rains persisted for days on end, he now possessed the means to survive. Famished, he resisted the urge to immediately devour the supplies. Instead, he retrieved a dry towel from the living supplies section to cleanse the grime from his face, neck, and hands. He discovered a fruit knife and punctured a hole in one of the containers of purified water, and the clear liquid gushed forth like a fountain. He cupped his hands to wash his face with the pristine water. He was thriving, undeterred by the dire circumstances that surrounded him. He was elated, longing to cheer. Yet, he refrained, for the sound of jubilation would surely attract those loitering at the entrance. Instead, he approached the food section with a heart brimming with joy. Tearing open a starch sausage, prying open a can of peaches, and unwrapping a package of chocolate, devouring a sumptuous meal in one go to satiate his hunger. While he seemed to savor the sweetness of the chocolate, in truth, it was merely the sweetness that resided in his heart. But just as he stood up, he was suddenly frozen in fear. In the darkness, a pair of eyes fixated upon him. The little girl, now a zombie, stood silently behind him, voiceless and still. And Jing Yuan, prior to noticing her, had not sensed her presence at all. Chapter 23. Jing Yuan and the little girl outside the supermarket. Lightning crackled, casting an eerie blue light through the dust-laden windows, illuminating her porcelain-like face. The rumbling thunder followed a few seconds later, and Jing Yuan found himself locked in a gaze with her, both resembling wooden figures, utterly still. It was immediately apparent how extraordinary this little girl was. Her eyes were completely devoid of white, pitch black. Her features were intact, even exquisite, but her skin lacked the supple texture typical of a child, resembling instead a delicate porcelain crafted with meticulous care, cold and fragile. She appeared to be no more than 11 or 12 years old, her long hair, cascading down her shoulders, adorned in a simple, tattered white dress, the hem riddled with small, ragged tears. What captured the eye most was the area between her shoulders and neck, where a flower as dark as ink blossomed, approximately the size of a lotus. The black veins seemed to take root in her skin, as if they were growing from her very flesh. This flower appeared to be an ornament of her gown, intricately intertwined with her attire, exuding an eerie beauty. Upon their first encounter, due to a blurred vision, Jing Yuan mistakenly perceived the flower as a grotesque scar. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the young girl bore no scars whatsoever. He detected no unusual sense on her, and if she moved as silently as a cat, it was no wonder he had not sensed her presence behind him sooner. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This little girl was clearly not of the inferior ilk he had previously encountered. She was at least of an elite caliber, perhaps even a boss-level entity. Though she appeared harmless, appearances can be the most deceptive of all. Who could guarantee that her head would not suddenly split into 4 segments? Akin to a creature from a certain animated series, revealing agile tentacles and razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark? Having witnessed mutated mango seedlings, he had confirmed that this world harbored not only zombies but also a myriad of bizarre mutated beings. The zombies, incapable of even maintaining their own forms, seemed like mere defective products in comparison to the mutated mango seedlings and the girl before him, failures of evolution. He should have realized this sooner. How could aimlessly wandering zombies possibly congregate in a small supermarket? The slightest sound could provoke these lower-tier zombies into pursuit. This city, once vibrant, has now succumbed to desolation. Years have elapsed since its decline. Locations capable of amassing large hordes of zombies either had a populous history or regularly emitted loud noises that drew the undead. However, Xuanxiang Supermarket does not meet either criterion. Situated on the fringes of a bombarded zone, the area is strewn with the remnants of human life and structures reduced to ashes, rendering it scarcely populated. Additionally, it lacks any colossal speakers or natural formations that might emit eerie sounds when stirred by the wind. It does not possess the characteristics of a zombie den. Thus, it is plausible that some other phenomenon has congregated them here. Indeed, it is the little girl before him. Jingyuan witnessed a mindless male zombie and a female zombie emerge from the darkness, standing behind the girl. These zombies still bore a faint stench of decay, their necks adorned with black flowers akin to the one at the girl's throat, albeit much smaller, resembling a diminutive gardenia. They stood behind her like a couple posing for a family portrait, yet their sunken eyes and decayed ears instilled a profound sense of terror in Jingyuan. Before him stood beings that were clearly not human, yet they mimicked human behavior. Jingyuan dared not act rashly. He faced the girl, cautiously retreating a step. Fortunately, although her gaze remained fixed upon his face, she did not follow his movement. Retreating to the wall, he established a distance of approximately 7 or 8 meters, his right hand supporting the rifle's substantial stock, gleaning a modicum of reassurance. The presence of the firearm invariably instilled a degree of confidence, the capacity to retaliate mitigating his trepidation. He cautiously raised the rifle, the dark aperture of the barrel trained on the young girl's brow, prepared to discharge it in the event of any perilous anomaly. Nevertheless, he harbored a reluctance to initiate hostilities, given the girl's suspected ability to manipulate the undead. Should he launch an offensive, the horde of zombies would likely designate him as an adversary, converging to assail him. Currently ensconced within the confines of the supermarket, he possessed no avenue for escape. A throng of 30 zombies, within such constricted quarters, could readily overwhelm and rend him asunder. It could be asserted that any altercation with the girl would precipitate a dire, virtually inescapable predicament. Thus, he remained in a state of deadlock, his gaze perpetually fixated upon the porcelain-like girl. Beyond the wall, the rain persisted, punctuated by flashes of lightning, as Jingyuan channeled his entire focus on the figure before him. Yet, she offered no indication, merely standing there, staring intently at Jingyuan. An indeterminate duration elapsed. Perhaps a minute, perhaps 10, as Jingyuan remained in a state of heightened tension. He surmised that were he capable of perspiration, his back would be saturated with frigid sweat. However, the girl seemed to adhere to a principle of reciprocal inaction, remaining stationary, neither approaching nor departing. Gradually, Jingyuan acclimated to the darkness-veiled vision. He realized that he couldn't prolong this standoff indefinitely. Perhaps the sounds of my rummaging had piqued her interest, drawing her near. It seemed she wouldn't initiate an attack, content merely to observe me. I glanced toward the bend in the shelves. My only thought was to distance myself from her. I hastily packed the provisions into my travel pack, eager to depart before complications arose. I shifted my feet, advancing with deliberate slowness. The little girl's gaze seemed fixed upon me, mirroring my every movement. Finally, as I neared the edge of her line of sight, she stirred. Her steps were as light as a feather's descent, as if her feet didn't touch the ground, gliding across the floor. No, her feet were indeed not touching the ground. This time, I caught a clear glimpse of her back. The black flower sprouted several grotesque vines, which snaked down her dress, suspending her a few centimeters above the floor. Each time she moved, the vines lifted her forward, like tentacles, prehensile and immensely strong. As I suspected, this was undoubtedly a formidable mini-boss. Yet, our relationship seemed neutral. She merely followed me, ensuring I didn't stray from her sight, without actively interfering with my actions. How peculiar. Her unwavering gaze made me feel strangely self-conscious, as if I had trespassed into her home and was now attempting to pilfer her belongings. Chapter 24. Kaimoto and Goodwill in a Sense. I was indeed trespassing in the little girl's home, pilfering her possessions, and had been caught red-handed. So let her stare. I would endure it. After all, it wasn't Brother Jie glaring at me, so there was no need for embarrassment. He proceeded with his activities, unperturbed by the observation, as it did not impede his actions. He opened a can of food and consumed it in the presence of the girl, who did not object. In the absence of prohibition, he inferred permission. He not only intended to eat, but also to procure additional provisions. Removing his backpack, he scoured the shelves for various foodstuffs, with a particular emphasis on sweets and canned goods. Solid, crystalline sugars like rock candy were largely intact, impervious to moisture as long as they remained airtight. Sealed cans, even if past their expiration date, were still marginally edible, their deterioration less pronounced than that of other items. In addition to these, he gathered the vacuum-packed, compressed biscuits, of which only a few bags remained on the shelves, and he deposited them all into his bag. He ransacked the supermarket with the veracity of a plunderer, while the girl trailed behind him, silently observing his actions without interruption. Though engrossed in his scavenging, Jean maintained a vigilant awareness of the girl's movements. She moved with the ethereal silence of a phantom shadow, neither speaking nor making a sound as she walked. What was her purpose? Why did she persist in following him? Was she merely curious about his behavior? Jean pondered these questions. It was evident that the girl could not be regarded as a typical individual. Based on the current circumstances, the two zombies trailing behind her were likely akin to puppets. Ordinary zombies would not exhibit such orderly behavior, suggesting that they were being manipulated by her. But why a male and a female? Was there some symbolic significance? Could it be that she was emulating human behavior, engaging in a form of play acting? Would the two zombies serving as surrogate parents? There exists a possibility that, in any case, she undoubtedly possesses a certain degree of cognitive and learning abilities. Unlike the primitive zombies outside, who blindly act on instinct, Jing Yuan pondered that perhaps his unusual behavior sparked her curiosity. The zombies outside would never rummage through the supermarket as he did. She had likely never encountered an individual as peculiar as himself, which is why she continued to gaze at him. Observing the zombies in the supermarket thriving, Jing Yuan felt reassured that she would not initiate an attack against him. However, he feared that her curiosity might intensify, leading her to take actions beyond mere observation. It was akin to his childhood, when he would squat on the ground to watch ants lined up transporting food, but after a while, finding it tedious, he would rise and urinate on their anthill, laughing heartily at the scattered insects. Jing Yuan concluded that it would be prudent for him to seize what he could and make a hasty exit, avoiding any unnecessary delay. He found it difficult to decipher her behavioral logic, and engaging with her in such circumstances was exceedingly perilous. Only the last item remained: water. A nearly 20-liter barrel of water was beyond his capacity to carry, so he resorted to stuffing his travel bag with several 1.5-liter bottles. He deliberately left half the space for water, stowing 2 bottles on each side and pushing 6 more into the main compartment, totaling 8 bottles. Additionally, he could carry 1 more 4-liter bottle in hand, resulting in a cumulative total of 16 liters. That was his limit. He intended to conserve it, sufficient for over half a month's consumption for himself. He believed that by then, the rain would have ceased, allowing him to return to the supermarket for more supplies. The young girl remained behind him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Excellent. She showed no inclination to impede him. However, as he shouldered his travel pack, an unforeseen event transpired. A tendril emerged from behind the girl, its tip entwined around a package of compressed biscuits of indeterminate origin. The tendril slowly descended, presenting the biscuits to Jing Yuan. The package had long been crushed, its seal compromised, and granular crumbs of biscuit cascaded from the plastic fissures, resembling sand sifting from an hourglass, forming a delicate line as they fell to the ground. What was the significance of this gesture? Was she offering him the biscuits? Her porcelain doll-like countenance remained devoid of any discernible expression, rendering her intentions inscrutable to Jing Yuan. Should he decline or accept? For several seconds, Jing Yuan deliberated on this quandary. The action clearly indicated that she wanted him to accept the biscuits. Given his current vulnerable position, provoking her displeasure would be imprudent. With his present capabilities, initiating conflict with a mini-boss of unknown combat prowess would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, considering the quantity of provisions he had appropriated from her abode, it behooved him to appease her. The supermarket held an abundance of supplies, and he fully intended to return once the rain abated. There was no logical reason to antagonize her. Consequently, he extended his hand and received the package of biscuits. Yet, this was not the culmination of the matter. Another tendril emerged, this time bearing a can of preserved goods. Jing Yuan once again opted to support it. Confections, potable water, towels, chocolates. A diverse assortment of items were presented to Jing Yuan by the tendrils. He had to encircle his arms completely to ensure that none of the items would fall, and even if something did, the vines would coil around it and place it in a suitable spot. However, all that could do was silently endure her kindness, as these accumulated items completely obscured his face. Alas, when one is under the eaves, one must bow one's head. Fortunately, she evinced no intention of assailing, perhaps viewing him as an amusing plaything, yet could not perpetually remain there to amuse her. It was time to depart. As he accepted the items, he gradually retreated, leading the little girl toward the exit, much like a fish on a hook. It seemed that she had done something as the zombies, previously congested at the passage entrance, surged outward, clearing the path. Smoothly arrived at the supermarket's checkout counter, with the open door directly behind him, already sensing the raindrops blown in by the wind. He stepped outside, but the little girl halted, remaining within the doorway, unwilling to proceed further. tentatively moved out of her line of sight, stepping to the side. Still, there was no movement. She seemed reluctant to venture outside. Excellent. Cast the heap of refuse onto the blue plastic table at the supermarket's entrance, seized his iron spear, and swiftly weaved through the throng of zombies, distancing himself from the supermarket. Rainwater cascaded upon his head, frigid and damp. Yet his heart overflowed with the elation of a fruitful endeavor. The rain and mist concealed his form, and he vanished completely from the vicinity of supermarket. After a protracted interval, the little girl emerged from the supermarket, the vines behind her coiling around a flattened can from the heap of refuse. She stood there, drenched in the rain, gazing for an extended duration in the direction of Jing Yuan's disappearance, so long that one might have mistaken her for a statue originally erected there. Chapter 25. Jing Yuan and conjecture. The path became increasingly familiar. Indeed, Jing Yuan recognized this road. He was undoubtedly heading east and could not have strayed. Through the rain-laden atmosphere, he could gradually distinguish the heights of the residential buildings. Sunlight Estates, with its mere 12 stories, stood out prominently in the city center, where land was as precious as gold. Compared to the surrounding, densely packed buildings that seemed to strive to reach 30 or 40 stories, it possessed a refreshing quality. Clearly designed for the affluent. Though he had yet to see the community's signage, he had already discerned its form from the blurred heights of the buildings. The rain persisted heavily, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud-like, misty haze, dim and obscure. However, Jing Yuan did not need to proceed cautiously, as if probing for landmines. Even with water filling his shoes, his feet finally trod upon the smooth, well-maintained asphalt road. He tugged at the shoulder strap of his travel bag, continuing forward, his pace gradually slowing. Although his mind did not perceive the burden on his body, it was, in fact, growing weary. Like a Gundam pilot, seated in the cockpit, one could freely issue commands to the Gundam, as the pilot would not feel pain even if the Gundam's mechanical arm were severed. The pilot could be utterly indifferent to the Gundam's well-being, but when the machine sustained irreparable damage, it would be declared obsolete. A Gundam pilot could simply replace it with a new Gundam, but Jing Yuan could not acquire a new body. He surmised that he was in dire need of respite, ideally basking in the sun's rays. Though he hadn't sprouted a sapling akin to the venerable village elder's arboreal cranium, sunlight seemed to possess a singular efficacy in his recuperation. Whether this was due to photosynthesis or some other phenomenon remained a mystery. Perhaps it was pure energy. After all, the sun is a cornucopia of boundless power. One could argue that all terrestrial energy is derived from this celestial body. The nutrients humans glean from sustenance. The petroleum combusted to propel automobiles. These are but manifestations of the sun's effervescent energy. The vitality and proliferation of terrestrial organisms are predicated upon the ceaseless irradiation from that perpetually burning star. Verdant flora, through the miracle of photosynthesis, sequester solar energy within chemical bonds. Herbivores then assimilate this stored solar energy, followed by carnivores, and finally, the decomposers that break down organic detritus. This is an iterative exploitation of solar irradiance. The world could conceivably exist without consumers like animals, but it could not persist without producers like plants. Should all vegetation vanish in an instant, the planet would soon devolve into a desolate wasteland. Jing Yuan mused that perhaps he could directly harness solar energy, obviating the need for producers to convert it into tangible substances like starch. The restorative properties of sunlight on his injuries had already been empirically validated. According to conventional reasoning, solar energy must first be converted by flora into chemical bonds within organic matter. Subsequently, this organic matter is consumed, either directly or by animals like swine, which store the energy in adipose tissue and flesh. This energy is then digested and utilized by the individual's body to mend injuries and restore a more optimal condition. However, his current physique does not adhere to this paradigm. He can recuperate from wounds simply by basking in sunlight. This process undoubtedly depletes certain bodily substances, which accounts for his intense hunger after a morning of sunbathing. In essence, he bypasses the energy conversion stage performed by plants, seemingly able to directly draw the energy he needs from the sun. If this is indeed the case, the efficiency of this conversion is astoundingly high. Many mysteries surround this body, and he senses a distinction between himself and ordinary zombies, believing he is an evolved being akin to the young girl in the supermarket. Since arriving in this world over 2 days ago, he has consumed several cans of food and multiple bottles of water without once needing to relieve himself. He is uncertain how he processes these substances, and while curious, he is unwilling to dissect his abdomen to examine the contents of his intestines. Were he to appear before scientists, numerous individuals would undoubtedly subject him to thorough research and experimentation to address these questions. His bodily structure has transcended that of a mere human, now craving flesh, fresh, warm flesh. While he feels a sense of revulsion towards the decayed corpses, akin to any normal person, he is irresistibly drawn to the vibrant life of creatures like xiaobai, harboring an insatiable desire to consume them whole. This primal instinct propels him. Yet he ponders the reason behind it. What is it about the living beings, with their warm blood and vivid flesh, that incites such longing within him? Thus, he stands beneath Building 3, taking deep breaths to suppress the bloodthirsty urge lurking within. The mere thought of Xiaobai's lively presence stirs an intense hunger within him. Despite having consumed a considerable amount at the supermarket, it must be the exhaustion he experienced today, the toll on his bodily functions, that drives him to urgently seek something from the living to swiftly restore his vitality to its peak. However, he cannot succumb to this impulse. Deep down, he resolutely believes he is a human, not a bloodthirsty monster. Sitting on the steps of the first floor, he gazes at the rippling water and the torrential rain outside. Meditating to calm his restless heart, he has procured sufficient food and water to weather the storm. Yet, this alone cannot satiate him. He yearns for a warm, comfortable dwelling, one that is impervious to wind and rain, complete with a soft, spacious bed, for resting on a narrow sofa is indeed uncomfortable. He also desires clean, well-fitting clothes, and seeks books, comics, or novels to alleviate his boredom. If only he could find a generator and ample fuel to power his devices, it would be the icing on the cake. Although the network of this world has likely collapsed, there must still exist some solitary games. He pondered that within the corners of this city, there must be computers and phones that remain functional. He had the chance to play games he had never experienced before, to appreciate the remarkable works created by minds from another realm ignited by the sparks of intellectual collision. Perhaps someone's South hard drive still secretly harbored the instructional videos of esteemed teachers. Contemplating this revitalized his spirit, suppressing the primal, savage urge for bloodshed. It was time to ascend. With a bag brimming with supplies, he strode towards room 707 with a smile. Chapter 26. Jingyuan and the clearing sky. Jingyuan pushed open the door to 707, and the stagnant, murky water flowed out through the crevice. Woof! The first sound he heard was the bark of Little White. This limping, homeless stray dog, much like himself, stood at the threshold, wagging its tail. Its body below the neck was soaked in filthy water, and its once fluffy fur, long neglected, clung damply to its frail form. Jingyuan finally recognized how diminutive and vulnerable this little creature was. He could discern its shivering body, weakened from the cold, yet it still barked at Jingyuan with exuberance. Running to his feet, circling around him, sniffing and rubbing its neck against his ankle. How did you end up in the water? Be careful not to fall ill. Jingyuan set down the bottle of mineral water he was holding in his left hand and cradled the dog in both arms. Woof! Little White panted, extending its tongue to lick Jingyuan's face. No, if you fall ill, I want to be able to find a veterinarian to treat you. Brushing aside his dog's head, Jingyuan stepped inside, depositing both it and his duffel bag onto the sofa. The water level within had risen a few more centimeters. Entering the hall felt akin to wading into a pool. Unzipping the duffel bag, he surveyed the ample supplies within, a sense of contentment washing over him. Foregoing an immediate inventory, he first retrieved a dry towel encased in a plastic bag and proceeded to wipe down Little White's water-soaked fur. The embers in the brazier had long since died out. He emptied the ashen remnants of the charred wood, picked up the lighter from the table, and attempted to ignite the kindling with a piece of tissue. However, the pervasive moisture within the room had rendered the wooden planks and strips salvaged from the bed frame and wardrobe somewhat damp. Unlike the previous night, when they had readily caught fire, it took several additional minutes and resulted in a plume of acrid, black smoke. With no time for fastidiousness, Jingyuan lifted Little White onto the coffee table, ensuring that the warm glow of the fire enveloped its damp fur, facilitating rapid evaporation and preventing it from catching a chill. Though he himself was soaked through, a clammy sensation clinging to him, he couldn't afford to rest. He needed to devise a solution to rid the room of the encroaching water. Any further accumulation, and the sofa cushions would be submerged by nightfall, promising a full-body soak come morning. In theory, the water shouldn't have accumulated to such a degree, especially considering they were on the 7th floor. He made his way to the restroom to inspect the drain. Inserting the tip of his iron spear into the crevice of the drain cover, he pried it open, only to discover the drain clogged with hair, tissues, and other debris. Employing the water pipe as a makeshift plunger, he forcefully dislodged the blockage. Then, armed with a brick, he proceeded to smash and shatter the door frame and tiles at the base of the restroom. Consequently, the lavatory was transformed into a lower elevation, allowing the water to flow downwards, converging entirely into the washroom and subsequently coursing through the drainage pipes to another location. A diminutive vortex manifested at the drainage aperture, and the water level within the dwelling rapidly receded. Kaijin nodded with contentment, proceeding to the entrance to retrieve the 4L bottle of water, decanting a modicum into the stew pot, which he then positioned upon the rudimentary stove constructed from bricks in order to heat the water. He procured a bar of soap from the supermarket, intending to perform some basic ablutions. From the wardrobe's hanging rail, he extracted the last of his clean garments, a roseate summer t-shirt, a bicolored cerulean and white jacket, and a pair of denim jeans. He had previously ascertained that these articles of clothing, resembling those of a young adolescent of 13 or 14 years, were rather flimsy and, in comparison to his physique, appeared to be of a diminutive size. The t-shirt, when worn, resembled a cropped tank top. The jacket, when suspended, resembled a small waistcoat, and the jeans, in turn, became form-fitting trousers, imparting a peculiar and ineffable flamboyance when donned. In essence, were he to appear in the world of JoJo attired in this ensemble, he would undoubtedly be mistaken for a stand user, owing to his excessive trendiness. Lacking alternatives, he would have to make do for the time being. The water within the pot emanated a misty, white vapor, punctuated by minute effervescences. Without awaiting the water to reach a boil, Kaijin decanted it into the foot-bathing tub. The water was scarce, necessitating judicious utilization. He moistened a towel with the tepid water, applying a modicum of soap, and proceeded to cleanse Little White of its grime. During this process, he discerned that Little White also bore numerous cicatricial marks. The fur in those areas being generally sparse, many were remnants of past injuries, while others were of more recent origin. After dedicating a quarter of an hour to rejuvenating Little White's appearance, Jing Yuan disrobed entirely. He submerged a cloth in hot water, wrung it out, lathered it with soap, and proceeded to cleanse his face, back, torso, and thighs. The cloth resembled one used to scrub a boiler, tinged with a rusty red hue, and the water in the bucket became murky. Finally, he vigorously scrubbed his hair with the cloth, emptied the water into the lavatory, discarded the cloth into the sink, and donned the flamboyant attire. Jing Yuan felt significantly refreshed. He meticulously emptied the contents of his travel bag, arranging the water bottles against the wall in a neat row, stacking the cans on the coffee table like building blocks, and organizing the miscellaneous items in an orderly fashion. "Behold, we have nothing to worry about now," Jing Yuan declared, patting Little White's head. "Woof." Little White responded enthusiastically. Jing Yuan exhaled deeply and nestled with the small dog beside the brazier, enveloping himself in the cotton wadding, covering even the back of his head. Little White squatted between his crossed legs, exposing only its small head. The incessant sound of rain permeated the air. He pried open a can of sausages, well past its expiration date, satiating his hunger, and simultaneously tore open a packet of rock candy, tossing it at Little White's feet for it to savor. Seemingly deprived of sweetness for an extended period, Little White relished the treat. Canines possess a fondness for sugary substances, but caution must be exercised as their detoxification capabilities are considerably inferior to those of humans. Substances such as chocolate and caffeine are strictly prohibited, but rock candy poses no harm. Although it was only 5 in the afternoon, Jing Yuan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He did not resist the urge and succumbed to sleep on the sofa. Upon awakening, the rain had yet to cease, and the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. He unfolded the map, still able to discern the pulsating icons upon it. While inspecting his attributes, he noted that his health points had plummeted from 27 to 12. The status bar indicated mild injury and moderate fatigue, remnants of his state following a brief slumber. This confirmed his suspicions. He felt no pain. This condition bore both advantages and disadvantages. On one hand, he was not hindered by pain or physical exhaustion. On the other, he was oblivious to the locations of his injuries or the state of his body. Pain serves as a protective signal. When a finger is injured and pressure is applied to the wound, the sensation of pain compels the body to prevent further self-harm. If a person were to be born without the capacity for pain, they would not fear the slicing of their finger by a blade. Such a reality is profoundly terrifying, for one could inflict unrestrained harm upon oneself. leaping from heights, recklessly lacerating their wrist, and even as blood trickles from the corner of their mouth. They remain unaware of the peril they face. Jing Yuan must exercise caution and learn to safeguard himself. The rain continued to pour, rendering outdoor exploration impossible. Thus he meticulously studied the map. It was adorned with numerous annotations from formidable figures, making it easy to read. After a morning of thorough examination, he determined his destination for when the rain would finally relent. He intended to journey southward to the suburban outskirts, approximately 6 kilometers away. This area was once a scenic spot, nestled against a mountain and equipped with some urban amenities, yet it remained sparsely populated. It boasted an internationally recognized wellness center and a number of upscale villas. Judging from the icons he could discern, the elite monsters and monster clusters in that direction were also the most sparse, posing minimal danger. The surrounding natural environment was quite agreeable prior to the cataclysm. There were several fruit-picking farms, and as for water sources, there were numerous rivers nearby. He scrutinized the label on the mineral water bottle, noting that the water source was purportedly from the mountainous region on the southern outskirts of Zhoushan City. Zhoushan City was the name of this metropolis, a city that could be loosely categorized as coastal. More precisely, its geographical location belonged to a district-level city in a coastal province, though it was situated approximately 30 kilometers from the coast. With appropriate filtration and disinfection using boiling water, those water sources should be potable. As for sustenance, he might be able to hunt some wild game, or perhaps he could cultivate the land for agriculture. He had approximately 2 to 3 months to reach the location and prepare his abode before the onset of winter. The plan was formulated, but its implementation was contingent upon an on-site reconnaissance to ascertain the next course of action. Confined within the dwelling, he soon found himself with nothing to occupy his time, save for amusing Little White or perusing the collection of glamour photography. After 2 days, he could identify the color of the swimwear donned by the bikini-clad beauties on each page, even with his eyes closed. Firewood was dwindling at an alarming rate. In order to maintain warmth, he incinerated everything combustible within the house. He patiently awaited the cessation of the rain, gradually recuperating his strength. Finally, on the 8th day, the skies cleared. Chapter 27. Jing Yuan and Sunny Skies. He threw open the French window, greeted by the invigorating aroma of sunshine and rain. Upon awakening on the 8th morn, Kaijin was greeted by the balmy caress of sunlight filtering through an azure firmament, causing dewdrops to refract into scintillating beams akin to scattered gold dust. He ventured onto his veranda with a buoyant spirit, only to discover a peculiar marine creature floundering upon the tiled expanse. It was a juvenile fish of indeterminate species, oblong in form and scarcely 30 centimeters in length. Its hide a coarse, umber hue reminiscent of desiccated bark. Listless, it lay submerged in a diminutive puddle. Unfamiliar with its kind, Kaijin, uncertain of its edibility, summarily cast it from his 7th-story perch. The briny tang of the ocean permeated the air, the acrid stench of industrial effluvia, typically present in the acid rain, having been expunged by the copious downpour, the genesis of which was, indeed, a sweeping typhoon. Bathed in the sun's effulgence, Kaijin luxuriated in its warmth. His lassitude had dissipated, yet his minor injuries persisted, his vitality languishing at a constant 12 points. Patches of verdant moss and sable mildew clung to the mottled concrete, and he settled upon a stool, eyes half-closed, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Hail the sun." Kaijin yearned to be a venerated solar knight. He engaged in a game of frisbee with Little White upon the spacious balcony, exhorting, "Run, Little White, for life thrives in motion." A chuckle escaped Kaijin's lips. From his vantage point atop the building, he surveyed the residential complex below, where the inundation had submerged derelict vehicles and benches. An array of detritus floated upon the surface, their identities obscured from his view, prompting him to speculate upon their nature. Perhaps a maiden's undergarment, or the bedsheet of some household. How invigorating was the air after the rain. He adjusted his small jacket, smoothing out the creases in his clothing, humming to the rhythm of 1-2-3-4, 2-2-3-4, as he performed leg stretches and chest expansions. Such torrential rain must be exceedingly rare. He still had 2 or 3 months of ample time to prepare for winter, and before its arrival, the climate would likely not undergo significant changes. The most arduous moments had already passed. Nothing could bring him down. Come what may, he would endure one storm after another in this desolate, forlorn city of the apocalypse. After basking in the sun on the balcony for an entire morning, his skin began to feel slightly overheated. His injuries were healing rapidly, and soon he felt a pang of hunger. He added some wooden sticks to the fire pit, heating water to brew coffee, and unwrapped a precious single-serving self-heating meal. Inside, there was an egg roll, dehydrated rice, and a lentil beef dish, along with a few small items like matches and napkins. He soaked the rice in hot water and heated the lentil beef dish with lime and water. The distinct grains of rice, steaming and fragrant, were placed into a tin can. He tore open the packaging of the dish, pouring the thick sauce over the rice, releasing an alluring aroma. The diced beef, a perfect mix of fat and lean, was laid atop the snowy rice, intoxicatingly fragrant to the point of making him nearly hold his breath. As he took the chopsticks from the package, a gentle pinch was all it took to break the tender beef into two pieces, half fat and half lean. He cradled the warm lentil beef rice bowl, inhaling deeply, while his chopsticks eagerly scooped the meal into his mouth. He truly longed for the taste of rice. For a Southerner, there is nothing one can do without. Except for rice. Although he couldn't savor the taste, he ate with immense satisfaction, deeming it the most gratifying meal since his arrival in this world. However, this was a solitary indulgence, after which only biscuits and frigid canned goods remained. To relish rice like this again, he would have to prepare it himself. Nothing is insurmountable. Even the loftiest edifice is constructed brick by brick. Bracing himself with a resolute pat on the cheeks, Jing Yuan resolved to venture out. He had been cooped up for far too long. His primary objective remained restocking supplies. Although he had enough provisions to last a few days, they were dwindling. It was inevitable that he would have to revisit the supermarket, so he might as well do it now. Despite his yearning to explore new locales, the pervasive floodwaters rendered unfamiliar territories treacherous. It would be prudent to wait a couple of days for the water level to recede, revealing the ground and roads, thus enabling him to discern the terrain before initiating his relocation plan. A visit to the supermarket precluded taking Xiaobai along, as the lively pup would invariably attract the attention of ravenous zombies. Consequently, he confined Xiaobai indoors, armed himself with his weapons and travel bag, and once again ventured out alone. En route, his thoughts lingered on the little girl in the supermarket. While ordinary zombies posed no threat, the little girl was different, exhibiting a higher level of intelligence than her counterparts. He incessantly pondered the implications of her actions. Foremost were the male and female zombies trailing behind her, resembling a father and mother, mirroring human familial relationships. Her observation of him collecting items seemed to be mere imitation, devoid of any particular significance. She observed Jing Yuan scavenging various supplies in the supermarket and, mimicking him, began to search for similar items that he had touched, presenting them to him. She resembled a blank canvas, utterly ignorant of the world, imitating his actions like an infant. As for the couple trailing behind her, Jing Yuan sensed that remnants of her human subconscious and habits might linger within her. In contemporary society, a girl of 11 or 12 would typically spend her days in the company of her parents, who were the closest companions in her life. From the moment of her birth, her father and mother have cared for her, and even after being infected and transformed into a mutant, she might subconsciously believe that such a pair should remain by her side. Her autonomous consciousness is not robust, as she lacks figures from whom she could learn. Even if she possesses a degree of advanced intelligence, the only entities around her are the mindless zombies, incapable of offering any enlightenment. Jing Yuan felt she was not his adversary. With the right approach, she might even prove to be an ally. Chapter 28. Jing Yuan and the yo-yo Jing Yuan returned to the supermarket entrance, crouching beneath the steps to peer inside. It appeared unchanged since his last visit. The faded red characters of Xuanxiang's supermarket loomed, the building sagging, with water dripping from the roof, while several zombies stood vacantly at the entrance. After observing for a while without spotting the little girl, he decided to approach closer, finding that the zombie brethren still regarded him as inconsequential. With this second visit, Jing Yuan's courage had grown somewhat. Although the zombie comrades may possess an unsightly appearance, they pose no threat as long as one refrains from provoking them. If one can endure their foul odor and frightening visage, they surprisingly prove to be more amiable than most individuals. Upon arriving at the entrance, he cast his gaze upon the azure plastic table. Before his last departure, he had been forcefully handed a heap of discarded items by a little girl, which now lay scattered across the table. A chaotic array of refuse washed away by the rain. Crushed aluminum cans rolled into the corner, while an assortment of colored plastic bags lay haphazardly on both the tabletop and the concrete floor. Jing Yuan took a brief glance before squeezing through the door. "Excuse me, big brother and sister," he murmured as he maneuvered through the crowd, entering the expansive interior of the supermarket. A shaft of sunlight streamed through a crack in the wall, illuminating the dust motes that floated within the beam. The little girl stood beneath the light, gazing at Jingyuan, nearly startling him. While she was not frightening in appearance, the sunlight gracing her face lent her a jade-like radiance, and her tattered dress evoked an aura of artistic imperfection, as if she had emerged untainted from the mud. To be frank, a 4K high-definition photograph taken from this angle could easily serve as promotional art for a blockbuster video game, prompting numerous commenters to exclaim, "This is my wife." It was primarily her gaze that captivated Jingyuan. Somehow, he perceived a hint of sorrow within her eyes. Yet, he reflected, she likely did not comprehend the concept of sorrow. It occurred to him that this expression might stem from his abrupt departure that day, leaving her well-intentioned offerings carelessly discarded at the entrance. If she truly retains the subconscious of her human past, then it is quite likely that she encountered similar scenarios during her time as a human. Perhaps her interactions with herself have triggered certain latent memories. For instance, when she played with other children, she joyfully shared her favorite snacks with her close friend and gifted her most cherished toy to her beloved companion, only to have her so-called friends discard her toys and snacks to play with other girls. It is highly probable that such actions, reminiscent of Jingyuan's initial friendliness followed by abrupt withdrawal, have stirred similar subconscious memories, evoking a sense of dissatisfaction within her. Indeed, Jingyuan perceived this displeasure reflected in her eyes. Compared to the emotionless gaze of that evening, this time Jingyuan distinctly recognized her discontent. It is astonishing that within just a few days, she has begun to express subtle emotions. However, it may not necessarily be that these feelings have suddenly emerged. Although she appears to be merely an 11 or 12-year-old elementary student, when considering her physical age, she has already surpassed 18. After all, the calamity that befell this city occurred 5 or 6 years ago. It remains uncertain how long she has spent in Xuanxiang supermarket, and how long it has been since she was infected and mutated into her current form. It is possible that she has possessed emotions for quite some time, merely lacking an opportunity, like Jingyuan, to express them. Had she remained confined within the supermarket, surrounded by a multitude of silent, unresponsive zombies, she would naturally not develop a strong character or emotions. Here were no tomes, no graphic novels, no cinematic productions or melodies, no one to regale her with bedtime narratives, and no instructors to impart wisdom. It was akin to casting a newborn into a featureless, lightless void, where, after half a decade, the child would naturally remain devoid of knowledge. Her inner world must be a vacant, desolate expanse. Kai Jin met her gaze, pondering if this seemingly formidable young leader might, unexpectedly, be easily deceived. He tentatively advanced a pace toward the girl. In response, the tendrils bristled in his direction, like a feline's hackles rising, issuing a clear warning. It was as though a further step would provoke the tendrils to launch like lances, piercing him. The distance between them was 5 to 6 meters, whereas their prior encounter had been at a mere 2 to 3 meters. This suggested that it was not merely a question of proximity triggering her defenses. Was this, then, an expression of her displeasure? Was she conveying her discontent? A mere 8 days prior, her countenance had been icily indifferent, yet now, nuances were discernible. She recognized him and was expressing her ire at his abrupt departure that night and the discarding of her gift. One must perceive beyond the tangible facade to discern the intrinsic essence. Her emotional landscape was not intricate or fickle but, rather, singularly pure. She did not conceal her sentiments. The crucial point was not to decipher the cause of her anger, but to ascertain what she sought to gain through it. Like an infant's wail or a child's rejection of a parental embrace, these were merely manifestations. The true essence lies in the fact that an infant cries out loudly due to hunger, while a child may reject a parent's embrace simply because they have not received the toy they desire. Both infants and children express their needs through these outward manifestations. To interact harmoniously with a person of innocence, one must look beyond their words and actions to discern their underlying desires. When the little girl expresses anger, it does not stem from a desire to harm. If that were the case, the vines behind her would have already struck. To simplify, she is merely a child, exhibiting immaturity. That night, she observed me rummaging through my belongings, believing that I required those items. Thus, she utilized the vines to assist me in uncovering more things. She was extending goodwill towards me, which I gladly accepted, yet later cast aside her kindness, provoking her anger. Her desire became evident. She sought compensation from me. An explanation. This is the psychology of a child. It is akin to a third grader who regularly accompanies their best friend to the restroom. One day, just as they intend to call upon their friend, the latter departs with someone else, completely forgetting about them. Later, during a break, the friend approaches. But the child feigns indifference, claiming they do not wish to go. Do they wish to sever ties? No, that is not the case. They merely seek an explanation. A form of compensation, a display from their friend insisting on their camaraderie to affirm the strength of their friendship. Jing Yuan came to realize that he ought to provide the little girl with the compensation she sought. The simplest approach is to offer a gift. Most conflicts among children can often be resolved with a treat. However, he was uncertain of what gift would delight the little girl and thus had to resort to an alternative method. He recalled seeing something intriguing on the shelf during his previous visit. After rummaging through the display, he unearthed a metal yo-yo encased in plastic, adorned with the totem of a wolf and inscribed with the words Songlong. He unwrapped the packaging and applied lubricant to the ball bearing before looping the string around his right middle finger. Although he had not played with a yo-yo since middle school, he remembered a few tricks, such as the shoot, cradle, and walk the dog. Nostalgia washed over him, recalling how his parents had gifted him that very yo-yo when he ranked among the top 3 in his class. He had played tirelessly, often to the point where the string would constrict his fingers painfully. Eventually, he devised a clever remedy, wrapping a thick layer of tissue around his fingers. Though it still hurt, it allowed him to endure longer. His second strategy for pacifying the irate little girl involved diverting her attention with something entertaining. Thus, he began to perform an array of tricks before her, the yo-yo producing a humming sound as it danced upon his fingertips. Captivated by the spinning yo-yo, the little girl's gaze was ensnared. Indeed, she was like a blank canvas, unacquainted with such a toy. Her small head followed the movements of the yo-yo, and he thought it was the right moment to advance. As he continued his display of tricks, he stepped forward. This time, the vines did not rise to obstruct him. He opened his palm, removing the string, and the Songlong lay quietly within his hand. This was his offering of reconciliation. The little girl did not refuse. She extended her hand, not a dark, twisted vine, but a delicate, porcelain-like small hand, cold, slender, and fragile. That tiny hand rested in Jing Yuan's palm, akin to a fragile princess offering her hand to her knight. In Chapter 29, Jing Yuan and the Little Simpleton, the girl grasped the yo-yo, her attention wholly captivated by the metallic sphere, her previous aggression dissipating. This was promising advantageous. Jing Yuan took a step back, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 meters from her. He had temporarily gained a modicum of her trust through clever tactics. He could not hastily close the gap, lest she misconstrue his intentions as aggressive. This distance seemed to be her safe zone. Thus, he needed to observe her reactions further. She imitated Jing Yuan's movements with the yo-yo, her palm grasping the ball, her elbow bending, and the next moment, she tossed it downward. The yo-yo rolled from her fingertips, gliding across the ground, the string trailing like a little tail, bobbing up and down. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into silence. The little girl's gaze flickered between the ball and Jing Yuan, her eyes seemingly questioning why, despite them both using the same toy, her play was so different from his. It became evident that she had yet to grasp the yo-yo's mechanics, not even understanding that the string needed to be looped around her finger first. She merely observed Jing Yuan throwing the ball outward, watching it spin and bounce along the string. The yo-yo rolled to Jing Yuan's feet, while the vines crept close to the ground, extending towards his position. Dismayed, she felt as though she had been manipulated, as though she had been the subject of Jing Yuan's jest and mockery. An immediate elucidation was imperative, lest these tendrils truly constrict Jing Yuan. Without a moment to spare, Jing Yuan retrieved the sphere, extending his right palm outward, ensuring she could distinctly observe the loops fastening upon his finger. To preclude any misapprehension, Jing Yuan even tugged the string twice, employing corporeal language to convey that such a measure was crucial to prevent the sphere's slippage. Ultimately, he cast forth the yo-yo, the string swiftly elongating, the metallic ball bearings friction against the hemisphere producing a resonant hum. The azure wolf rotated serenely before him, emitting a drone. Jing Yuan exhaled deeply, acknowledging that while her disposition possessed the purity of a child, she lacked the fragility thereof. Were she a mere child of 5 or 6, such considerations would be superfluous. He would simply lift her into his arms and vigorously caress her tender countenance. Yet, were he to attempt such a gesture with the maiden before him, he entertained no doubts that he would be rent asunder in the ensuing instant. Having temporarily assuaged her emotions, Jing Yuan meticulously coiled the yo-yo's string, crouching to roll the sphere toward her. In light of the preceding episode, he hesitated to approach her person too closely. However, as the ebony tendrils enfolded the yo-yo, she abruptly extended her hand toward Jing Yuan, the palm held aloft, bathed in a beam of sunlight, revealing a morbid pallor. Her fingers were delicate, smooth, and translucent, the rounded nails gleaming like polished ebony. It was a hand of profound beauty, akin to a work of art. Jing Yuan comprehended her intent. She beckoned him to assist in securing the string. Was he truly to approach? Jing Yuan gazed into her obsidian eyes, reminiscent of black currants. As her small hand gestured for him to come closer, there was a hint of impatience in her gaze, urging him to hasten his approach. Reluctantly, he stepped in front of the little girl. The tendrils presented him with a yo-yo, while her delicate fingers languidly hung before him. She barely reached his chest, standing no taller than 130 centimeters, and her outstretched hand only grazed his waist. To fit the yo-yo's string around her, Jing Yuan found himself squatting down, carefully cradling her icy little hand. Kneeling on one knee, he chuckled to himself at the absurdity of the pose from a distance. It might resemble a proposal to a primary school girl if he were holding a ring. Her hand was truly exquisite, akin to a work of art. When he gently squeezed it, he found it not to possess the rigidity of ceramic or glass, but rather a softness that contrasted sharply with the menacing, spiky tendrils behind her. Her body, in stark contrast, appeared delicate and fragile, as if she were alive yet devoid of warmth. The little girl showed no particular reaction to his touch. Once he had secured the string for her, he retreated 3 meters away. She grasped the yo-yo again and tossed it downward. At last, the silver wolf spun in her hands. She looked down at the toy, comprised of 2 metallic hemispheres. Seemingly delighted, though her facial expressions were sparse, the tendrils behind her swayed rhythmically. It was reminiscent of a puppy wagging its tail after fetching a frisbee. A silly thought that Jing Yuan quietly entertained. She is remarkably easy to understand, even more so than a playful puppy. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. Due to her diminutive stature, she inadvertently caused the yo-yo to collide with the cement floor. The friction of the ground caused the yo-yo to swiftly lose its equilibrium, its spinning velocity plummeting in mere seconds, akin to a deflating balloon. Black tendrils reached down to retrieve the fallen yo-yo, placing it gently in her palm. The string unwrapped from the axle. She then tossed the ball once more. The tips of those tendrils drooped again, and she seemed perplexed as to where things had gone awry. After several fruitless attempts, she turned her gaze back to Jing Yuan. What a little simpleton she is, yet one cannot blame her, for she has learned nothing. Since the dawn of her nascent consciousness, she has existed in a desolate world. The only companions by her side are the silent, unresponsive corpses. Her universe is confined to this small supermarket, and the yo-yo, a mere toy, is an astonishing novelty for her. Judging by her current performance, her intellect likely resembles that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. It is worth noting that children of this age often struggle with putting on socks, confuse left and right when wearing shoes, misalign buttons, wear their clothes inside out, and call for their parents to assist after using the restroom. Such behavior is typical of a 3-year-old. In contrast, her ability to successfully launch the yo-yo within a minute or two speaks to a commendable learning capacity. Jing Yuan, standing before her once again, slowly wound the fine string around the axle, layer by layer. She appeared to find great satisfaction in this, even showcasing the neatly wrapped yo-yo to Jing Yuan. Subsequently, she became utterly engrossed in tossing and spinning the ball, completely captivated by the activity. Observing her deep immersion, Jing Yuan took it upon himself to procure supplies from the shelves. How amusing it was that he had previously been so apprehensive. It turned out she was merely a simpleton, easily manageable. Chapter 30. Jing Yuan and the Unchanging Night in contrast to food and water. Jing Yuan's primary objective during this scavenging expedition was tools and various household items. He unearthed an array of objects: wrenches, screwdrivers, small pliers, batteries, flashlights, files, pots, pans, toilet brushes, and a multitude of cutlery. Selecting the useful and functional items, he packed several metal basins and a collection of small tools into his bag. He took batteries of any type, provided they showed no signs of swelling, and although most flashlights had succumbed to water damage, he fortuitously discovered one that was still operational. He also gathered some brushes and utensils. Before long, his travel bag was bulging, and this venture proved to be quite fruitful. Naturally, no one here would concern themselves with his appearance or personal hygiene, for he had traversed several days without encountering another soul. He could conduct himself as he pleased. Even if he were to streak down the street, the police would not suddenly materialize to apprehend him and escort him to the station for a cup of tea. However, after enduring a torrential downpour and witnessing the return of sunshine, he felt the urge to tidy himself up. while he did not possess a compulsion for cleanliness. Even a reasonable individual ought to bathe at least 2 or 3 times a week. Yet, it had been a full 10 days since he had washed his hair, which was becoming increasingly intolerable. It was akin to the first time Jing Yuan received a yo-yo. He distinctly recalled that day. He hadn't even turned on the television, instead amusing himself in the farmyard with his wolf dog until dusk, alternating between his left and right hands. The index and middle fingers of both hands were marked and darkened from the strain. He was utterly enamored with the small toy, even placing it beside him on his pillow at night, bidding it good night, as if to a companion, with a promise to see it the next day. Even when Sunday had passed and it was time for school, he would tuck the yo-yo into his bag, incessantly fiddling with it during class, and showing it off during breaks. The other students in his class would gather around him, watching him play with longing, which inadvertently gratified his vanity. But when was the last time he oiled it? He mused, realizing he had forgotten where it was even stored, perhaps lost long ago. Jing Yuan sighed. Setting down the water buckets he carried on his shoulder, and proceeded to the toy section, selecting a new yo-yo to pocket. As he had little to occupy his time, playing with a yo-yo would be a pleasant diversion. He resolved to return home, indulge in a hot bath, and wash his clothes, trousers, and shoes, leaving them to dry in the sun, where they should be ready by the following day. He would then return to the supermarket to transport another load of supplies. Before commencing with the relocation, he glanced at the little girl one last time, engrossed in her play, seemingly undisturbed. However, departing without a word seemed impolite. She retained some subconsciousness from her human life, and might be offended by his abrupt departure. Subsequently, Jing Yuan tapped the metallic rod of the shelf with his finger, the crisp sound drawing the little girl's attention. "I must depart now. If circumstances permit, I shall return tomorrow," Jing Yuan articulated. She appeared unable to comprehend Jing Yuan's words, merely staring blankly. Resigned, Jing Yuan gestured towards the supermarket's entrance, then mimed a running motion with his fingers, indicating his impending departure. She remained unresponsive, lowering her head to resume playing with her yo-yo. Jing Yuan shrugged, maneuvering towards the exit. Moments later, his figure had vanished from the vicinity of the supermarket. The little girl persisted in her play. Had Jing Yuan remained, he would have observed her practicing a particular maneuver, diminishing the distance between her hands, allowing the yo-yo and slack string to descend due to gravity, then forcefully tightening the string to propel the yo-yo upward, completing the slingshot motion by catching the descending yo-yo. This was an elementary technique, readily mastered by novices with a modicum of practice. However, for the little girl, it proved somewhat challenging. She attempted it repeatedly. More than 10 minutes after Jing Yuan's departure, she finally succeeded, executing the slingshot motion in a fluid, unbroken sequence, as if desiring to exhibit her accomplishment to someone. She abruptly raised her head. Yet, before her lay only overturned shelves, fractured concrete flooring, and collapsed supporting pillars, a scene of utter disarray. The sole audible sound was the incessant dripping of water, as rainwater cascaded down from the eaves along the steel reinforcements and wall fissures. Propelled by the tendrils, she ambled through the supermarket, demonstrating her newly acquired yo-yo skills to the undead denizens. The zombies, driven by instinct, only perceived the whirring sound of the spinning toy. These decaying figures likely mistook the revolving sphere for some animate creature, reaching out with their sharp nails to seize the metallic orb, even attempting to bite it with their blackened teeth. Amidst their clumsy grasping, the loop slipped, and the yo-yo tumbled from her grasp, eventually settling in a narrow, shadowy crevice. The zombies, agitated by the sphere, became boisterous, clawing at one another. Yet, abruptly, they fell silent, adhering to some unseen order, and filed out of the supermarket's narrow entrance in an orderly queue. She continued to play for a short while before ceasing, moving to the doorway. Without venturing outside, she stood there, gazing at the distant, ever-changing clouds, watching as the sky was painted a fiery orange by the setting sun, until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the stars and moon were reflected in her obsidian eyes. It seemed she had always stood there, observing countless days and nights, experiencing fair weather, overcast skies, rain, and snow. The world should have remained immutable, perpetually tranquil, and she, too, should have remained unchanged, eternally silent. Chapter 31. Kyung-won and Equipment Enhancement. A glance at the mechanical watch on the wrist indicates that it is still early, only 2:45 p.m. The sun is gentle, warm on the skin. Being in a well-lit environment improves one's mood. That's why feng shui emphasizes the importance of facing south and having good ventilation. In truth, it is not a mere superstition. Rather, it is this orientation that facilitates the entry of light while providing shelter from the wind. Much like the small, single-room rental where Jingyuan resided prior to his time travel, sunlight would only grace the interior through the window at midday, leaving the rest of the day shrouded in shadows unless one resorted to artificial lighting. Prolonged exposure to such gloom could render anyone rather morose. Oh, GG boom. In a fairy tale, he becomes the hero, humming a cheerful tune as he joyfully carries a bucket up the stairs, ready to boil water. With a newly acquired iron basin serving as a scoop, he pours hot water into the bathing tub and transports it to the balcony. Perched upon a small wooden stool, he squeezes a dollop of milky shampoo into his palm, applying it to his greasy hair, creating a rich lather. After rinsing it 2 or 3 times, he feels as refreshed as donning a new pair of undergarments on the first day of the new year. After thoroughly cleansing his hair, he begins to indulge in an open-air shower. His previously parched skin, upon contact with water, seems to transform into a state of hydration. Yet, he gives it little thought, merely lathering his entire body with soap until he is enveloped in a fragrant bouquet of floral and herbal scents, which he rinses off in one go. In the meantime, he also tends to Little White, brushing its dirty, long fur until it gleams with cleanliness. Both man and dog emerge revitalized. After washing his discarded clothes and shoes, he takes them to the rooftop to dry. With no one around, he casually hangs them up, securing a towel around his waist, moving about with unreserved ease. Each floor houses 8 households, and he attempts to open the doors of each. From the 1st to the 7th floor, only the door of 707 stands ajar. It is not surprising, for if any doors below the 7th floor had been open, how could the muscular brother have deliberately chosen to hide on the 7th floor? As he ventured further, he discovered that the door to room 902 was ajar, or rather, it had been violently smashed open. The frame battered as if struck repeatedly by a heavy object, the door itself lying in disarray upon the floor. He and Xiaobai conducted a thorough search of 902, uncovering a few intriguing items. The room's decor was unpretentious, devoid of any opulent furnishings. However, upon opening the door to the inner bedroom, he was met with an unforgettable sight. The room was filled to the brim with cash. Stacks of the largest denomination bills were piled high. The bed that should have occupied the center of the room conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a makeshift mattress of these hefty bundles of currency. If one were to sleep here, it would indeed feel as though they were resting atop a mountain of money. Jingyuan pondered which avaricious official's secret treasury this might be. Reflecting on his own modest salary of 5,000 after deductions for social insurance and housing fund over the past month, he realized that even if he toiled for an entire lifetime, he would never amass such wealth. It was truly remarkable how corrupt one could be. Regrettably, despite the windfall, this world offered no means to spend such riches. In the past, he had jested with university classmates over drinks, expressing a lack of ambition, merely wishing to roll about and bathe in piles of money. Today, he found himself literally rolling amidst the stacks, yet rather than comfort, he felt an unpleasant odor cling to him. With the loss of societal and governmental credibility, these riches had transmuted into mere scraps of paper. Scattered across the floor were various pieces of jewelry, golden bracelets, jade beads, and silver hairpins that bore the hallmarks of antiquity. Even with his limited expertise, he could discern the exquisite craftsmanship and fine materials that rendered these adornments highly valuable. It seems likely that the room's owner left in haste, abandoning their most precious jewels, which were certainly taken. What remains, in the eyes of the owner, may well be mere trinkets of little value. As Jingyuan indulged in these musings, he rummaged through the clutter and unearthed a night pearl the size of a goose egg. This place was indeed a treasure trove. Yet these riches held no worth for him. Ultimately, money was of no use. Dampened and charred, it would merely emit black smoke if burned. He dismantled all the wooden furniture in room 902, bundling it with hemp rope into manageable stacks, while also selecting a few appealing pieces of jewelry. He chose 3 solid gold bracelets, a jade-adorned necklace, and 2 rings encrusted with large rubies and turquoise gems. The night pearl, pleasing to the eye, was also taken. As for the rotting money, it could remain there to gather dust and mold. After spending over an hour exploring all the floors, Xiaobai appeared somewhat fatigued, having discovered that the most useful item was indeed the firewood from room 902. Jingyuan was disinclined to engage in such thankless labor any longer. He had no desire to waste time on the other buildings. Returning indoors, he brewed himself a cup of hot coffee and, Following the firearms maintenance manual left by his burly companion, disassembled the handgun and rifle, applying oil to the components to ensure they would not malfunction at a critical moment. He then examined his homemade long gun, checking for wear and tear. Crafted from a galvanized pipe and a fruit knife, this long gun had dispatched 6 zombies, and the blade's tip now bore evident scratches and signs of wear. Although the fruit knife is relatively slender and sharp compared to a kitchen knife, its blade remains too thin, necessitating a replacement. Jingyuan retrieved the small tools he had scavenged from the supermarket that day, comparing each one to see if there was anything more suitable than the fruit knife's tip. Indeed, he found a screwdriver and a triangular file. In contrast to the fruit knife, these tools possessed a structure akin to a coarse needle, with a pointed tip offering greater penetrating power, and were less prone to wear, breakage, or becoming lodged in the crevices of bones. Jingyuan tested the hardness of both the screwdriver and the file, ultimately selecting the file as the new tip. Equipped with a wrench, a hammer, and screws, he was now capable of executing more intricate operations. He first detached the file from its plastic handle, then took some time to carve a wooden strip to accommodate the file. Using the small hammer and nails, he made several holes in the wooden handle, subsequently removing the fruit knife from the pipe and carefully inserting the wooden handle into the gap, ensuring that the holes on both the pipe and the wooden handle aligned perfectly. Finally, he inserted screws into the holes, tightened the screw caps, and secured everything with twine. After the upgrade, the file gun exhibited a significantly enhanced lethality compared to the rudimentary long gun it replaced. He tested it on a wooden board approximately 3 centimeters thick, easily piercing through it. As night fell, he fed his pet rabbit, opened a can of beef and a can of peach slices, and before retiring for the night, crafted a small slingshot from rubber bands and wood. Since zombies are highly sensitive to sound, he could use the slingshot to launch shards of porcelain into the distance. The sound of shattering glass drawing the zombies away and clearing a path. Having completed his tasks, it was already 9:23 p.m. He stretched lazily, cradling the little white cat in his arms, gazing at the stars and the moon from the balcony. The moon tonight was not full, merely a slender crescent. Judging by the climate and the lunar phase, it seemed to be early September or early October, marking the onset of autumn. In that moment, Jingyuan suddenly comprehended the sentiments that inspired Li Bai to pen quiet night thoughts. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to reminisce about my hometown. The room was enveloped in darkness and tranquility, with the little white cat curled up at his feet. Good night, he murmured softly, uncertain to whom his words were directed. Chapter 32. Jingyuan, and the timed event today was yet another splendid sunny day. After the heavy rain, it was indeed time for the sun to shine. Peering down from the balcony, he noticed the water level had receded significantly, and the abandoned cars appeared like beached whales, resting upon the surface of the water. Jingyuan poured himself a glass of water and brushed his teeth on the balcony. With the means to do so, he began to prioritize personal hygiene and maintain cleanliness. After taking a few deep breaths, he stepped onto the rooftop, donning the clothes and shoes that had been drying. The little white cat followed closely behind him, its footsteps pattering softly. Afterward, he played with the little white cat for a while, tossing a frisbee, before descending to have breakfast. Habitually, he unfolded the map, intending to review his data panel. However, as he spread out the map, a golden exclamation mark suddenly captured his attention. This symbol indicated a timed event. It appeared to be situated not far from his location. He placed his finger on the spot marked 10 miles of sunshine, tracing along the golden exclamation mark, crossing 2 streets, and then heading west. Upon reaching the icon's location, he instantly felt invigorated. There it was, the State Mountain City Zoo. The solitary locale within this urban jungle where formidable beasts might dwell, and if they did, they would likely be powerful mutated creatures. Originally, a resplendent elite monster icon had marked the spot. In his meticulously crafted plans, a crucial tenet was to steer clear of the State Mountain City Zoo. As his finger pressed upon the golden exclamation mark, the event information materialized. Limited time event. Grievously wounded mutant python. Event description. The beasts, accustomed to human provision, have reverted to their feral nature in the wake of humanity's disappearance. Endowed with robust constitutions and empowered by the mold, they engaged in internecine battles within their steel confines. Over the years, they forged a self-contained ecosystem. However, an unforeseen torrential downpour shattered the tranquility, and a mutant python, having survived the deluge, abandoned its habitat. though it was now critically wounded and on the verge of expiring. Event completion condition: hunt the mutant python. Event completion reward: skill, evolution 0, required evolution materials. Characters possessing the hunting skill will find it easier to track the target. Jackpot: a complimentary reward event. Upon perusing the event description, Jing Yuan was immediately invigorated. The State Mountain City Zoo was, as expected, one of the most perilous places in the entire city. A multitude of untended wild animals congregated there, adhering to the natural law of survival of the fittest. Infected by an unknown mold, they were continuously mutating and evolving, even forming a miniature ecosystem. Judging from the event description, it was anyone's guess what kind of monstrous den it had become. I fear there may be formidable creatures akin to boss-level monsters lurking within, alongside a multitude of lesser foes. Jing Yuan had previously never entertained any notions regarding the zoo, yet this torrential rain has proven to be a blessing in disguise. The deluge has disrupted the ecological balance within the zoo, granting him the unexpected opportunity to seize the moment and hunt a mutated python. It is not difficult to comprehend the essence of evolution. He had once played Prototype, in which the protagonist, as the game progressed, could attain evolution and unlock various combat forms, such as blood-red scythes and mighty hammers. Truly impressive indeed. Could he too evolve into something of that nature? He was reminded of the tendrils resembling whips that sprouted from the little girl's back, as agile as human hands, yet possessing immense strength and resilience. If given the chance, he would certainly desire such extraordinary abilities. Who would not wish to grow stronger? A severely injured mutated python might require a fair number of bullets to subdue safely, yet in light of the potential rewards, Jing Yuan found himself increasingly curious about the evolution capabilities he might extract from the serpent. It is said that snakes can mate for hours on end. Could this perhaps enhance his stamina? His anticipation surged. This sudden, time-limited quest seemed tailor-made for him. He currently lacked neither food nor water, and in terms of ranged weaponry, he possessed a modified, powerful handgun and rifle, while his melee arsenal included a homemade long spear fashioned from a file. His greatest shortcoming lay in his personal physical fitness and capabilities. However, this was not the entirety of his fervent excitement. What truly exhilarated him was the realization that he had finally discovered a means to alter his circumstances. He has traversed 11 days in a state akin to severe myopia, suffering from hypothermia, loss of pain sensation, and absent heartbeat. His physical attributes no longer resemble those of a human being. What torments him most is the gnawing hunger he feels, the tantalizing aromas of coffee and canned goods wafting through the air. Yet his taste buds remain devoid of any flavor. If only he could regain his sense of taste, he yearns to once again savor the myriad flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, even if it meant enduring the taste of his most detested herb, the fish mint. In essence, he desperately craves a transformation in his body, a restoration of the warmth that defines humanity. At long last, the possibility he has long sought materializes before him: Evolution 0. The description of this skill within the data panel is shrouded in 3 enigmatic question marks. Unlike skills such as firearm proficiency and martial arts expert, with their clear and explicit effects. In academic terms, evolution refers to the gradual development of organisms from simplicity to complexity, from the primitive to the advanced, and from fewer to greater varieties. He is uncertain what form he shall assume upon triggering Evolution 0, yet he has discovered a pathway to bodily transformation. He resolves to hunt the mutated python, to procure the materials necessary for evolution. He believes that the trajectory of evolution can be guided. With sufficient understanding of this skill, he might manipulate it akin to balancing a chemical equation, thereby reclaiming his senses of taste and sight. What terrifies him is not the prospect of change, but the absence of a method to enact it. Furthermore, he stands to gain enhancements, augmenting his combat prowess. This would enable him to live more fully, a positive development indeed. Even if the body undergoes certain unknown transformations, could it truly be any worse than this lifeless appearance? Jing Yuan's gaze was piercing as he began to tally the golden bullets on the table, the brass casings clinking together, producing a crisp sound. Once he finished, he donned all his weapons and ammunition and pushed open the door. "Let us depart, Xiao Bai. It is time for the hunt." He required Xiao Bai to lead the way, accompanying him in the pursuit of the mutated python. Today, he would achieve evolution. Chapter 33. Jing Yuan and the mutated python. Jing Yuan and Xiao Bai traversed the desolate streets, flanked by empty storefronts that exuded a sense of bleakness and decay. This area bore no signs of large-scale bombardment, yet the ground appeared to have been compressed by an excessively heavy truck, riddled with fractures and fissures. Armored tanks, bombarding fighter jets, and infantry adeptly trained in modern warfare had once battled here. However, as time passed, the evidence had eroded, and a torrential rain had washed away any lingering sense and ancient clues, leaving him unable to deduce further information. He was profoundly curious about the calamity that had befallen both the military and the city's inhabitants. He saw no remnants of tanks or fighter jets around. It seemed likely that the army had safely retreated and humanity's civilization should still exist in this world. Yet, one question lingered unanswered. Given the combat prowess of the zombies he had observed, it was inconceivable that they could withstand the might of iron cannons. Even the mutated beings resembling little girls, to be frank, he doubted could endure a few RPG shots. Was it all to ensure the dignitary's safe evacuation to a secure location? The reasoning behind this seems rather tenuous. He remains utterly oblivious to the modes of transmission of the mold, the changes occurring in infected individuals, and the origins of this apocalyptic calamity. A question begins to germinate in his mind. What is this world transformed into? For him, the paramount objective is singular survival. No, it is more than mere survival. It is to thrive. This is the matter that demands his contemplation. Approaching the state city zoo, he and Xiaobai encounter only a sporadic few zombies along the way. Due to Xiaobai's presence, these zombies instinctively launch attacks against them. However, engaging with these creatures yields no advantage. He opts to evade when possible, and when not, he employs a slingshot to launch shards of porcelain into the distance, using the sound of shattering glass to lure them away. Before venturing out, he had shattered a ceramic bowl, and his right coat pocket is now filled with tiny fragments of pottery. Stopping at an intersection, he gazes at the road sign. Next to the extinguished traffic lights stands a signpost indicating that the zoo lies 1.5 kilometers ahead. The area around the zoo is still perilously dangerous. Thus, he resolves to search within a radius of 1.5 kilometers centered around the zoo, in pursuit of traces of the mutated python. His vision is poor, rendering distant images indistinct, so he delegates the primary search task to Xiaobai. Listen closely, Xiaobai. We are searching for this creature, do you understand? To ensure Xiaobai comprehends what he is seeking, he deliberately sketches a python on a piece of paper. Taking a torn sheet from a notebook, he employs a ballpoint pen to illustrate, employing simple lines to outline the form of a serpent. Despite his lack of artistic training, the rudimentary depiction of a serpent was well within his capabilities. Even a child could capture its essence. A serpentine form, tapering to a point at the tail, a bifurcated tongue, and a pair of eyes. These were the defining characteristics to seek. The journey from 10 Mile Sunshine had been swift, consuming a mere 40 minutes. The chronometer on his wrist indicated the time as 9:05 a.m. Provisions for both midday and evening meals, consisting of canned goods and water, were secured. His intent was to meticulously scour the vicinity until the sun descended. He knelt, allowing Bai to scrutinize his hand-drawn representation of the python. A bark, emitted after a brief pause, signaled comprehension. Thus, with Bai in tow, he commenced his perambulation through the adjacent thoroughfares. Upon encountering the undead, Bai would halt, affording him the opportunity to divert their attention before resuming their expedition. Regrettably, the morning's search yielded no serpent, only a series of false alarms. On one occasion, Bai abruptly ceased its advance, vocalizing its discovery. Following the direction of the leash, his gaze alighted upon a coiled, elongated, brown object nestled within the verdant expanse of the park. Believing his quest fulfilled, he drew his rifle and cautiously approached. However, a growing sense of unease began to pervade his thoughts. The incident report stipulated that the quarry was a grievously wounded, mutated python, implying the presence of a sanguineous or otherwise distinctive odor. Yet, despite his concerted efforts, the only scent that assailed his nostrils was that of leached plastic. Propelling a shard of ceramic toward the serpentine form with his slingshot elicited no response. It remained motionless. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was merely a coil of brown tubing, bound together. Subsequently, Bai found a thick, lengthy hemp rope, snakeskin sacks, and the kind of inflatable balloon skins used for promotional events in large shopping malls. The skin was indeed serpentine in shape, and though faded and tattered, one could still discern that it was a mostile, anthropomorphized green serpent. Well, at least we're getting closer to the direction of a snake. At midday, Jing Yuan paused, and took a seat in an open pavilion in the park for a brief respite and to partake of his luncheon. Come on, Bai. You can do it. Is this what you recognize? As he ate, Jing Yuan showed by his roughly sketched python, attempting to indoctrinate the canine. Adjacent to the pavilion was an artificial ornamental river, which, due to the torrential rains, was now flowing with turbid, swift-flowing sewage. Woof! Bai looked up and barked. It was uncertain whether it had comprehended. It began to eat its dog food, and Jing Yuan stroked its head, pouring water for it. Suddenly, it began barking towards the river. Woof, woof, woof. It leaped to the edge of the pavilion, barking wildly at the brown sewage. Somewhat perplexed, Jing Yuan closed his eyes and focused his attention, utilizing his acute sense of smell and hearing, concentrating intently on the river. A scent of putrid blood assailed his nostrils, and amidst the sound of the river water crashing against the riverbed and eroding the soil, he discerned an unusual hissing sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was swimming in the river, with only its head visible. It moved with great agility, the portion of its body below the head submerged, moving upstream at a rapid pace. From its hissing, Jing Yuan detected a sense of agitation. The stench of putrid blood emanated from the muddy water, suggesting a wound to its tail or abdomen. This injury has provoked heightened aggression, evinced by its strident hisses of agitation. Unlike the mindless zombies, it retains its predatory instincts despite the fungal corruption. Mutant Python, I've finally found you. Chapter 34. Jing Yuan and the Chase. With sincere gratitude to the Alliance leader, press F to pay respects. Let's go. Jing Yuan seized Little White's food bowl, emptying the uneaten kibble, and with one hand, he grasped Little White by the scruff of its neck, stowing it and its bowl into the side pocket of his travel pack. He had already locked onto the mutant python's aura and no longer required Little White's guidance. A limping pup was unfit to partake in the forthcoming hunt. It would be best for it to remain safely ensconced within the pack. Slinging the travel pack onto his back and hefting the rifle and file-sharpened spear, he swiftly pursued the python. The pitiable Little White gazed longingly at the scattered kibble on the ground, whimpering softly. Jing Yuan pressed its head into the pack, zipping it closed, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Little White was well behaved, remaining still and quiet within the pack. Such was its nature. After all, the boisterous, barking curs had long since been torn into shreds by the zombies. Only the quiet, small-statured dogs like itself had any prospect of surviving alone in the apocalypse. There was no need to dwell further on the canine. Focus was paramount. He sprinted along the riverside boardwalk. The python's scent was steadily diminishing under the river's current. A swift-flowing stream was among the most effective means of concealing one's trail. Although Jing Yuan could distinctly perceive the presence of the python, its swimming speed exceeded his expectations, causing the distance between them to continuously widen. Despite the formidable tracking abilities granted by hunting, he risked losing the trail if this persisted. Damn it! How can it move so swiftly even when injured? Jing Yuan muttered under his breath, deciding to run in a straight line without taking the time to circumvent the zombies, which led him to sprint along a plastic walkway soaked by the rain. Numerous wandering zombies had already been drawn to the commotion, converging in his direction. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a yellow bicycle beside a bench ahead. The bicycle lay toppled in the weeds. His gaze swiftly scanned its components. The pedals remained intact. The chain was rusty and dripping water, yet it was not broken. Locked beneath the seat was an automatic spring lock, its corroded core wedged within the gaps of the rear wheel's steel frame. And surprisingly, it bore a faint QR code. This was an abandoned shared bike. Jing Yuan attempted to prod the spring lock with a file gun, only to discover that it was not locked at all, or rather, the lock core had rusted away. Within moments, he had disassembled it entirely. Could it still be ridden? Jing Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Perhaps if he pedaled a few times, this little yellow bike might fall apart just like the spring lock. After all, it was a shared bicycle. He recalled that during his first year in college, the shared bikes on campus appeared relatively new, yet by the time he graduated, few of the older bikes remained in a rideable condition, a testament to the quality of shared bicycles. As he ambled through the city, he espied other private mountain bicycles by the roadside, boasting large wheels and equipped with derailleurs. Their appearance seemingly flawless, certainly more reliable than the diminutive yellow bicycle. Never mind, he mused. Kyoto slung the file gun and rifle over his back, grasped the bicycle handlebars, hoisted it up, and extended his right foot, intending to kick the kickstand into place, but unexpectedly, the metal rod was sent flying. Hold on a little longer, old bicycle. He straddled it, cognizant that while he himself harbored no fear of being besieged by zombies, Little White remained ensconced in the bag. Should the zombies detect its living presence, it could potentially precipitate a chaotic melee, resulting in Little White's injury or infection. It was he who had elected to bring this lame puppy out to serve as his eyes, and naturally, he bore responsibility for its safety. Should the bicycle prove unusable, he would disregard the python and first proceed to a secure location. Fortuitously, the diminutive yellow bicycle stirred to life. As his feet pressed upon the pedals, the chain rotated, emitting an obscure frictional sound, with rust powder cascading down. The bicycle carried him forth, borne by the wind. Mounted on the bicycle, his velocity experienced an immediate surge, leaving the slowly encircling zombies to merely inhale his exhaust fumes. The python's scent no longer receded into the distance, though neither did it draw any closer, maintaining a state of relative equilibrium. Excellent. Kyoto's spirit soared, despite harboring an ominous premonition that the vehicle might disintegrate at any moment. At least he would not lose track of it for the time being. He patiently discerned the essence imbued within the wind, deducing that the python's trajectory traced an arc, consistently progressing along the river. To overtake the python, he took shortcuts and detours, enduring numerous trials along the way, causing the right fender of his bicycle to rattle loose and fall off. The humble bicycle proved surprisingly resilient, carrying him all the way to his destination. At long last, the python halted. Jing Yuan dismounted his bicycle beneath an ornamental, antiquated arch bridge. Though his vision was blurred as if pixelated, he could still discern the long, brown serpent emerging from the water and slithering onto the grassy bank, its immense size making it impossible to miss. It appeared to be a Burmese python, its body adorned with camouflage patterns of deep brown and light gray scales. It flicked its tongue, its heavy body crushing the withered, damp grass. And Jing Yuan could hear the fragmented sounds of the scales rubbing against the vegetation. An ordinary Burmese python would never be able to move with such ease despite its injuries, nor would its blood possess such a musty odor. Speaking of which, the scent of this blood was remarkably similar to the blood he had smelled when he cut his finger in the bathroom on the first day, devoid of any vitality. This was it. Jing Yuan was once again certain he had found the right creature. With approximately 200 to 300 meters separating them, he gingerly raised his rifle, pulled back the charging handle, and chambered around, preparing for battle. He needed to get closer. The python's head was concealed within the withered grass, making it impossible to target. There were no other zombies in the vicinity. He unloaded his excess gear, placing his travel bag on the arch bridge, and released Little White, instructing it to stay put on the bridge. With silent steps, he stealthily crept closer, having noticed many familiar names in the votes and comments. Individuals who have followed me since the previous book, I am deeply moved. Chapter 35, Jing Yuan and the Hunt, Alliance Master Bonus. Jing Yuan closed his eyes, prostrate in the grass, perceiving the world from an alternative perspective. From a biological standpoint, he and humans were no longer the same species. It would be utterly impossible for a normal person to construct a small map from a divine perspective in their mind using sound and smell. Human vision is exceedingly narrow. The eyes can only observe what is directly in front. Many might assume that human vision encompasses a fan-shaped area, but this is not the case. One can only clearly see the small portion on which their attention is focused. If you open a page of a book, you will find that while reading the first line, it is impossible to simultaneously see the last line clearly. Human reflexes and motor skills are far inferior to those of many animals. The reason humans stand at the top of the food chain is due to their unparalleled brain development. Intelligence is humanity's treasure. If human intelligence were reduced to the same level as that of wild animals, there is no doubt that they would become a dish on the menu of many large predators. Unfortunately, intelligence and formidable physical abilities are difficult to reconcile. No matter how much a person trains, attempting a sliding tackle against a tiger with bare hands would only offer the tiger a complimentary meal. Ultimately, humans have their limitations. However, Jing Yuan, he has transcended humanity. The subtle susurrus of the breeze, the metallic clangor of scales grinding against each other, the rush of the torrential currents, the sibilant hiss of a forked tongue, and even the faint respiration of Little White upon the arched bridge behind him, all these sensations coalesced as he immersed himself in this heightened perception. Realizing the true extent of his sensory prowess, he had never fully employed this faculty, for in such a state, his olfactory senses became overwhelmingly acute. the nauseating stench of decay emanating from the zombies assaulting his nostrils with unbridled ferocity, hardly a pleasant experience. Moreover, he required a tranquil mind to enter this state, for his proficiency remained nascent. The serpent, a colossal python, its belly pressed firmly against the earth, undulated forward, manifesting with crystalline clarity in Jing Yuan's perception. Simultaneously, he discerned the python's objective. This serpent had emerged from the riverine depths in pursuit of sustenance, driven by the exigency of replenishing its depleted reserves due to grievous wounds. Its quarry was a humanoid entity, distinct from the shambling undead, for Jing Yuan detected no putrid odor emanating from its form, but rather a faint, musty scent. The wind sculpted its form, revealing it to be standing motionless beside a grotesquely shaped tree, seemingly oblivious to the serpent's approach. Abruptly, the serpent ceased its advance, scrutinizing its prey, seeking the opportune moment to strike. A Burmese python can execute a lightning-fast lunge in a mere 1/12 of a second, and ensnare its prey within a constricting embrace in half a second, employing its formidable muscular strength to suffocate its victim. Though devoid of venom, pythons possess razor-sharp fangs, rendering them among the apex predators of this world, with even documented instances of preying upon humans. In Indonesia, the lifeless body of an adult man was discovered within the belly of a 23-foot-long, approximately 7 meters, python. These magnificent creatures possess the remarkable ability to endure without sustenance or hydration for 2 to 3 months, and they are both adept swimmers and masters of camouflage. Hence, even though this mutated serpent bore significant injuries, Jing Yuan was reluctant to act recklessly. Like the python, he too awaited the opportune moment, an instant that would allow him to strike decisively and lethally. Patience, indeed, was of the essence. The effective range of his modified rifle was approximately 300 meters. However, even the most proficient marksman would hesitate to claim the certainty of a single shot striking the python's head from such a distance. Jing Yuan continued to close the gap, ever vigilant for any signs that the python had noticed his approach. Pythons are exceptionally perceptive creatures, and among snakes, they are quite rare, exhibiting individuals with capabilities akin to infrared sensing. For instance, the Burmese python can react noticeably to temperature variations as minute as 0.003 degrees, enabling them to swiftly identify warm-blooded creatures in their vicinity. Yet, Jing Yuan no longer qualified as a warm-blooded being. Although he lacked a thermometer for precise measurement, he could ascertain through his interactions with Xiao Bai that his body temperature remained at a notably low level. Excellent. He had now closed the distance to within 80 to 100 meters, and the serpent had still not reacted to his approach. Perhaps it was preoccupied with the prey before it, or maybe its injuries dulled its perceptive abilities. Regardless, within this range, Jing Yuan could ensure a remarkably high bullet accuracy. His expertise in firearms bestowed upon him a tremendous boost of confidence. He unfurled his eyes, shouldered his rifle, his index finger caressing the trigger. Tall blades of grass obscured his vision, his gaze fixated solely on the peculiar tree. Though to call it a tree seemed a misnomer, it resembled more a thicket of thorns. Black and sharp, the serpent, having seemingly concluded its observation, had long since retracted its tongue, emitting no superfluous sound. Precision, ferocity. Even the prepared Jing Yuan was caught off guard. Its velocity defied the very whisper of the wind. Its stout form, like a winch, ensnared its quarry, and Jing Yuan heard the sickening crack of bone. The serpent's coils tightened relentlessly. It and its prey were not of the same echelon, and even wounded, its victory was one of crushing dominance. Jing Yuan continued his patient vigil. The moment to strike had yet to arrive. The serpent commenced its feast, its jaws agape, the soft cartilage of its mandible rasping with a guttural sound. Snakes do not masticate. They engulf their prey whole, relying on digestion. To facilitate this, it must dislocate its lower jaw, allowing it to distend its maw to an extent that defies human comprehension. Jing Yuan steeled his resolve as time ebbed away, each second an eternity. As he remained as still as a stone, without casting his gaze upward, he could sense the sun's position in the firmament. The serpent had swallowed half its victim. Its jaw fully dislocated, a massive object lodged in its gullet, rendering its head grotesquely swollen. It would be utterly impossible for it to regurgitate its prey in short order. This was its most vulnerable juncture. The rifle's muzzle had been trained on the serpent's head for an age, and in the ensuing instant, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Even with the silencer affixed, the sound of the rifle echoed hauntingly across the tranquil grassland. A single shot struck true, piercing through its skull, and a dark crimson bloom of blood erupted forth. Yet this was not the end. This was a rapid succession of shots. Jingyuan mentally counted, firing until the fifth bullet was discharged. A second later, silence enveloped the scene. The barrel warmed slightly, and the acrid scent of gunpowder wafted from the muzzle. The python, which had been feasting, fell completely still in Jingyuan's perception, collapsing onto the grass. Yes, he exhaled deeply, clenching his right fist. At precisely 1:34 p.m. on the 11th day of his journey, he had successfully hunted a formidable mutated creature. In this desolate city of the apocalypse, he would continue to survive day by day, and one day he would escape this wretched body that could only sense but not savor. Chapter 36, Jingyuan and the Thorn Tree. Event completed. Reward settlement in progress. Jingyuan noted a line of small text. Indeed, it was unlikely that, like in a game, a simple click would cause the snake to be flayed and dismembered out of thin air. One had to engage directly. As he dismissed this prompt, he suddenly noticed something else. His character's avatar was positioned beside a treasure guarded by a monster, and the monster's icon was depicted with its tongue out and eyes rolled back, the treasure shimmering invitingly, ready to be unlocked. He turned to regard the peculiar, sinister black thorns and realized that the humanoid creature vanquished by the python had been the guardian of the treasure. This truly was a case of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Haha. Jingyuan lifted Xiaobai high, nearly tossing it into the sky. Thanks to Xiaobai's perceptiveness, the enormous python was discovered. At that time, he was having a meal and had not noticed anything swimming in the river. Although he possessed the hunting skill, which allowed him to pinpoint the location of prey, even police dogs needed a reference object to sniff out criminals. Since he had not registered the python's scent, he was unable to track it. Had it not been for Xiaobai's quick wits, he would have missed the mutated python entirely. You are a great contributor. Come on, be happy, smile. Jingyuan looked up at it with a smile. Xiaobai wagged its tail 2 meters above the ground, making a pitiful whimpering sound. Putting aside its fear of heights, it was also hungry. It had barely licked half of its food bowl when someone knocked it over. And before it could figure out what was happening, it was stuffed into a travel bag and jostled about. Jingyuan could see a look of bewilderment on its face, and he deliberately teased it, delaying its release. Xiaobai, still shaken, staggered a few steps on the ground, then trotted back to Jingyuan's feet and circled him, nudging him with its head, truly a case of out of sight, out of mind. Jingyuan finally understood the experience of goddesses pursued by ardent admirers. It reminded him of poor, manipulated Tom. Instead of rushing to deal with the spoils, he opened a can of beef stew from his travel bag and placed it near Xiaobai's mouth. Unlike those heartless flirts who only tantalize, he was a man of his word, promising meat and delivering it. Since the area was still within the park's boundaries, and he sensed no zombies nearby, Jingyuan felt comfortable leaving Xiaobai on the bridge to eat. He carried his knife and gun alone, stepping onto the lawn, and headed towards the thorn bush. As he drew closer, he could discern the serpent with its skull shattered, the head utterly obliterated by a bullet. A gaping, dark cavity exuded a viscous, dark fluid, while the withered yellow grass was stained with congealed blood and scales torn asunder by gunfire. Obscured within its throat was a pitch-black object, its prey, which, by size, resembled an adult human. Although humanoid in form, it bore no resemblance to a person. The serpent had wholly engulfed it above the waist, leaving only 2 legs protruding. There were no visible signs of decay, nor did it wear any clothing, rendering its gender indiscernible. It appeared to be a grotesque entity, seemingly composed of a mass of black sludge, with that viscous, muddy substance ominously dripping downwards, a sight both eerie and repugnant. Jingyuan instinctively recoiled from the areas tainted by the dark fluid, uncertain of its corrosive properties, haunted by the unsettling notion that it would be impossible to cleanse once sullied. Turning his attention back to the serpent, he noted that its girth exceeded that of his thigh. Utilizing a 1.5-meter-long file-like spear, he measured the creature from head to tail, discovering it to be an impressive 12 meters in length, akin to a monstrous being that had escaped from the pages of Anaconda. Jingyuan rubbed his hands together, gripping a kitchen knife as he positioned himself atop the snake's back, intent on making an incision at the site of the wound, aiming to eviscerate the creature. This proved to be a formidable task. Its flesh, though not vividly red like that of a living being, was exceedingly taut, and its scales were as hard as iron plates. He had to carefully navigate the crevices between the scales, making minute cuts, Otherwise, he risked becoming ensnared. Even as Little White, having finished its meat can, scampered over to circle around him, he had managed to carve only a small incision of a mere 10 centimeters. It's truly unfathomable what manner of creature could have cleaved such an extensive gash into the python's tail. Judging by the wound's continuity, it appears the creature accomplished this with a single, decisive strike. He sensed a predicament. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to dissect the python before sunset. The serpent weighed at least several hundred kilograms, rendering it impossible for him to move. He contemplated postponing the task, deciding to first investigate the treasure. Drawing from his experience with the mutated mango, he surmised the object would be located on the bramble tree. He rose and approached the tree, recoiling in shock. The tree itself was not the source of his alarm. It was a squat tree, only about 3 meters in height, and though covered in thorns, it appeared otherwise unremarkable. However, at its base, the roots had hollowed out the earth, forcefully displacing the soil to form a cage-like structure. An enormous openwork cage at least 5 or 6 meters deep. Within this cage lay several corpses, impaled and entwined by the sharp roots. Despite the recent heavy rainfall, the pit remained devoid of any accumulated water. Kyoto discerned that the corpses were those of zombies, seemingly deposited there in recent days. Some had yet to be fully ensnared by the roots, retaining a semblance of their original form. One even exhibited a faint reaction, its hand visibly twitching. However, those corpses already penetrated by the roots had been completely desiccated, shriveled, and transformed into mummified remains, as if weathered by the ages. The bottommost layer of the cage was obscured by a thick stratum of bone meal, bone fragments, and skeletons, human and animal alike, completely concealing the soil. It's no wonder I haven't encountered any zombies around here. They've all been absorbed by this tree as fertilizer. Kyoyuan, gazing at the humanoid entity within the serpent's gullet, surmised that it was this very creature that had purged the vicinity of zombies, providing sustenance for the bramble tree. Could it be that they shared a symbiotic relationship? Kyoyuan beckoned Little White to retreat to a cooler spot, cautiously observing the periphery of the bramble tree. Eventually, he discerned an anomaly. Suspended amidst the densest thicket of thorns was an elongated, ebony spike. Approximately half a meter in length, it bore a resemblance to an oversized eggplant, yet appeared considerably more rigid, crafted from pure wood, albeit with a metallic sheen akin to wrought iron. Its tip featured a handle, genuinely reminiscent of an eggplant stem. This was the sole peculiarity Kyoyuan unearthed. Thus, he seized his rasped spear and forcefully jabbed at the stem of this wooden eggplant. The juncture where the stem met the bramble tree proved less than sturdy. The keen rasp, originally designed for shaping components, effortlessly shaved off minute fragments of wood with each thrust, akin to a carpenter planing a plank. Swiftly, the wood above the stem was whittled down, and upon deeming it sufficient, he inverted the spear and vigorously struck the wooden eggplant with a pipe. After a precarious wobble, it detached with a soft thud. Landing on the verdant turf, Kyoyuan grasped its handle, hoisting it aloft, and upon consulting his map, a notification promptly materialized, indicating the acquisition of a novel item. Item name: Immature Worker Fungus Tree Fruit Effect. Can be processed into a melee weapon description. Each fungus tree is parasitized by its own fungus beast, which serves to mature its fruits. This immature fruit contains a spore larva of a worker fungus tree, but once separated from the gestation body, it can never mature. It is useless to the fungus tree. However, be mindful of its hard, sharp core, which may slit your throat. Chapter 37. Jing Yuan and Evolutionary Materials Fungus Beasts? Worker fungus trees? Spores? What manner of things are these? Does this mean that this viscous, dark, and murky substance is actually produced by this tree? And this tree that scatters spores, is it not a tree at all, but rather a giant mushroom? Jing Yuan pondered for a moment, wielding the handle of the wooden eggplant and brandishing it vigorously, creating a whooshing sound. He could not comprehend such complexity. In short, it seemed this thing could be fashioned into a weapon. He contemplated this, then drew his cleaver, aiming at a spot on the wooden eggplant and striking with force. Clang! As if metal met metal, the collision of the cleaver and the wooden eggplant sparked briefly. The surface of the wooden eggplant remained unmarked, while the cleaver suffered a small nick. So resilient, is it? Jing Yuan extended his finger, stroking it from the wooden handle to the tip, increasingly convinced that it resembled a large, purplish-black eggplant, only darker, longer, harder, and inedible. Its apex was not a sleek arc, but rather a sharp barb of considerable keenness. He essayed to pierce the serpent's cadaver, and with minimal exertion, it penetrated the scales and hide. However, its substantial dimensions rendered the wooden haft somewhat diminutive, making it unwieldy and prone to slippage. Augmenting it with an elongated handle and refining it through careful abrasion could transform it, given its inherent fortitude, into a formidable close-quarters weapon. Resembling an eggplant, he resolved to christen it Eggplant Wood, and the one in his possession, distinguished by a solitary spike, would be known as Eggplant Wood Spike, a moniker of unambiguous simplicity. Armed with the Eggplant Wood Spike, he could at last proceed with eviscerating the serpent, employing a technique of sequential perforation to create an aperture. He recalled a vignette concerning postage stamps, wherein the earliest iterations were issued in entire sheets. To separate them, one would typically employ scissors, but an individual, lacking such an instrument, utilized a toothpick to perforate the stamp's interstitial spaces, creating a dense series of punctures along a linear path. Upon completing the perforations, a gentle tear would yield a pristine stamp. This technique of sequential perforation finds ubiquitous application in contemporary contexts, such as in the segmentation of rolled paper products, wherein each sheet is delineated by a series of perforations, thereby precluding haphazard tearing. Kyogen applied this knowledge practically, laboriously maneuvering the serpent onto its flank, exposing its ventral surface. The python is devoid of a sternum. In contrast, the human sternum connects with the ribs, thereby enclosing the thoracic cavity. The ribs of serpents, however, are splayed open, allowing for the expansive digestion of sizable prey. Thus, by inserting a tool through the serpent's abdomen, one avoids striking bone. Excluding the region of the head, the serpent's body measures a total of 11 meters. He clutches a jujube wood stake, puncturing the flesh at intervals with considerable force. He operates like a metronome, creating a series of holes approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, which form a densely arranged line along the serpent's length, somewhat crooked, yet predominantly linear. Once he discards the jujube stake, he grips the openings with both hands, exerting all his strength to tear them apart. Although it proves to be a strenuous endeavor, this cunning method eventually allows him to rend the python's belly. The odor is indeed pungent, even causing the small white creature to recoil. The visual impact is striking, yet fortunately, Jing Yuan has had prior close encounters with zombies. Enhancing his tolerance significantly, he suppresses his sense of smell and continues to tear downwards. Dealing with this serpent is, in fact, more laborious than slaying it, resulting in considerable physical exertion. Merely a short while after lunch, hunger begins to gnaw at him once more. After another half hour, he has managed to tear open half of the serpent's body, exposing the esophagus, heart, trachea, and lungs to the air. These innards are marred by unsightly black spots, akin to the lungs of a chronic smoker. He approaches the bulging region, the site of the serpent's stomach. Upon tearing through this section of the abdomen, he suddenly finds himself frozen in place. Indeed, this is the serpent's stomach, and within, he discerns the remnants of partially digested prey. However, the remnants were not dissolved in gastric acid. Instead, grayish filaments sprouted from the gastric mucosa, adhering to the food residue. It resembled not a stomach, but rather a room of long-neglected, moldy fermented bean curd, overgrown with fine gray hairs. Even the bones were consumed by these molds, leaving behind only meager remnants. Kyoyuan touched his abdomen, wondering if his stomach had transformed into a similar state. From the moment he encountered the mutated python, he sensed a resemblance between its blood and his own. For days, he hadn't visited the lavatory once, neither wetting the bed in the middle of the night nor soiling his trousers. He hadn't pondered these matters in detail, but now it seemed that the molds had already parasitized every corner of his body. He surmised that the water he drank and the food he consumed were transformed into nourishment for the molds within him. These molds possessed a digestive capacity far surpassing that of any other organism on Earth. Their utilization and conversion rates of matter were exceptionally high, even capable of breaking down toxins in food. No, in their eyes, toxins simply did not exist. Therefore, he had no need to excrete excess waste, as every morsel of food and water he ingested was utilized and decomposed by the molds with near-perfect efficiency, repairing his wounds and supplying him with energy for activity. The capabilities of these molds were truly perverse. He likely understood why the army had withdrawn. This apocalypse was no mere biohazard. The putrid zombies were merely the most rudimentary of monsters. The more formidable adversaries are mutated creatures akin to pythons. However, resolving encounters with them using firearms is not particularly arduous, yet eliminating them proves to be futile. The true mastermind lurking in the shadows is the ubiquitous fungus, endowed with maximum vitality, infectivity, and reproductive capacity. Only a select few possess resistance to this insidious mold, hence, unless it is entirely eradicated, any attempt to eliminate the infected is a mere exercise in futility. This land has been ravaged, rendering it impossible to linger. Thus, humanity is compelled to migrate towards regions devoid of mold or those with a lesser presence of it. Jingyuan is uncertain how many survivors remain on this forsaken land. According to the notes of the burly man, in the span of 5 or 6 years, the only living creature he encountered was a small dog named Xiaobai. Animals find it exceedingly difficult to endure, while vegetation remains largely unaffected. It is indeed a desolate and solitary world. Jingyuan sighed and continued to peel away the snake's skin. Even if he were the last person on Earth, he would still strive to make each day count. After nearly an entire day of arduous labor, worn out and weary, he finally extracted from the serpent's abdomen a pitch-black, solid object resembling a gallstone. Evolution material. Mutated snake gall obtained. Please select skill upgrade from the character panel. Chapter 38. Jingyuan and Evolution. Jingyuan took out a dry towel and wiped the bloodstains from the mutated snake gall. Having crawled through the grass and dissected the python's carcass, he was now covered in dirt and the stench of decay. Yesterday, after a refreshing bath and having just washed his clothes, he found himself once again besmirched. Yet, he did not lament with a sorrowful visage. Upon returning to the arch bridge, a cool river breeze greeted him, and he gazed skyward, noticing the sun hastening towards the horizon. The clouds blazed with a fiery red hue, the evening glow casting a reflection upon the murky waters, rendering the river unexpectedly endearing. "Woof," responded Little Bai. He no longer required the small dog to guide him. Having traversed the path once, it was etched in his memory. Relying on his keen senses, he was assured he would not stumble upon level ground. Thus, he once again nestled Little Bai into his travel bag. Bai poked out his small head, resting his front paws on the bag's strap, panting with his tongue out, resembling a pampered young master. Jingyuan playfully tapped his forehead, casting a glance at the small yellow bicycle. This shared bike was on the verge of becoming unserviceable. He had experienced its inadequacies firsthand while riding, noting that even the handlebars were askew. Should he attempt to straighten them and pedal forward, he would surely end up in the river. He resolved to spare the bicycle further torment and opted to walk instead, contemplating acquiring a sturdier bike. The watch indicated it was only 5:34 p.m. Based on last night's experience, darkness would likely descend around 7 p.m. Naturally, he wished to enter before nightfall. However, the distance to the nearby 10 miles of sunshine was not great, and throughout the day, he had meandered within a 2-kilometer radius. Guided by the vague impressions of his morning wanderings, he discovered an open-air, non-motorized vehicle parking lot beside a shopping mall. Though termed a parking lot, it was merely a fenced-off patch of land. At the car park entrance, a small booth stood, with a sign proclaiming electric bikes, 3 yuan, bicycles, 2 yuan. Compensation guaranteed for theft. The parking area was sparsely populated. A casual count revealed only 14 or 15 vehicles. Jingyuan identified 3 mountain bikes that appeared to be in relatively good condition, having been left outdoors for 5 or 6 years. Even new bikes would have succumbed to rust. The one that seemed to be in the best shape had its front wheel secured with a heavy iron lock. This bicycle had undergone some rudimentary modifications, featuring a small basket mounted on the front and a bracket for a thermos on the front bar. Jingyuan took it for a spin around the car park and found it satisfactory in all aspects except for a slight leak in the tires. In order to inflate the tires, he breached the door of the small booth using a locust thorn, hopeful of finding an air pump inside. To his delight, there was indeed one, along with a small radio on the table. It was about the size of a compact amplifier commonly used by teachers during lectures, complete with a leather loop for attaching it to a belt. Being locked inside the booth, it had suffered virtually no damage. To listen to music while admiring the moon, this was akin to embracing a petit bourgeois lifestyle, filled with anticipation for a better life. He took the radio and inflated the bicycle tires. Before departing, he ventured into the shopping mall in search of some clothes. The mall was deserted, dimly lit, and resembled a haunted house. On the first floor, several wandering zombies were dispatched without hesitation using his file gun, providing an opportune moment to test the newly upgraded equipment from the previous day. He navigated through luxury goods displays and designer clothing boutiques, guided by the beam of his flashlight. The supplies were not as abundant as he had imagined. The entire mall lay in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Nevertheless, a few garments remained. He selected a filthy overcoat and a pair of trousers, holding them up before the mirror to assess his figure. Jingyuan mounted his bicycle and pedaled down the desolate, empty streets. There were no streetlights, no flow of traffic, no honking horns, no calls from roadside vendors, no music blaring from loudspeakers, and no chatter from crowds. Only those decaying figures lurked in the shadows, perhaps driven by an invisible breeze, aimlessly wandering. Jingyuan navigated through them, deliberately ringing his bell. The clear, melodious sound seemed to awaken them as they pursued the direction of the chime. They gathered behind his bicycle's wheels. But Jingyuan had already left them far behind. He pondered the significance of his actions. Yes, he thought, it served a purpose. It reminded him that he was different from them, that he was still alive in this world, even if he stood alone. At 7:45 p.m., Jingyuan entered 707 with Xiaobai, dragging his weary body to collapse onto the couch. Returning here brought him a sense of relief. His bicycle rested downstairs, safe from theft, even though it originally belonged to someone else. No, he corrected himself, it wasn't theft, it was simply taking something that had no owner. First, he needed to eat. Hunger gnawed at him. He lit a fire, boiled water, brewed coffee, and opened a can. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he retrieved the mutated snake gall. Under the flickering glow of the flames, the serpent's gall glimmered with a jewel-like sheen. Intriguingly, it bore a resemblance to the core of an anomalous mango, albeit significantly larger. Weighing heavily in hand, its size comparable to that of a watermelon. How, then, might one utilize it? Should it be consumed directly? Jingyuan tapped it with his finger. It was hard, appearing quite impervious to biting, and he found himself devoid of any desire to partake in its consumption. He perused his map, examining his character panel, where the skill Evolution 0 had manifested. Upon discovering the evolutionary material, he pondered how it might integrate into his body. Yet he was perplexed by the concept of integration. Could it truly necessitate the ingestion of the serpent's gall? Lacking taste, he was unperturbed by the prospect of encountering an odd flavor. But the substance was utterly indigestible. It might even shatter his teeth. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. He made a small incision in his palm, allowing his dark blood to flow forth. He surmised that his blood was likely teeming with fungi, and that only these microorganisms could digest the serpent's gall. If the fungi within his body sensed its presence, perhaps they would consume it autonomously. It evoked a sense of ritual, akin to a magical artifact recognizing its master through blood. In any case, he decided to try. If it failed, he could always resort to boiling it for consumption. Thus, he pressed his bleeding palm against the serpent's gall. Initially, nothing transpired. However, as his blood coursed over its surface, the veins in the back of his hand surged with prominence, bulging vividly. The gall transformed, akin to melting cotton candy, softening into a viscous, adhesive liquid that clung to his skin, simultaneously exhibiting a lifelike movement as if it were an active substance. This scene inevitably reminded him of Venom from Spider-Man. Moments later, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, compelling him to succumb to sleep. No, he could not hold on any longer. His eyelids fell heavily, and he quietly surrendered to slumber on the couch. The snake gallbladder he had consumed melted away entirely, slithering and spreading across his skin. The previously tranquil little white suddenly darted into the cabinet beneath the television, trembling as it fixated on the sleeping figure on the sofa. The scent of Jingyuan transformed, as the essence of the python began to emanate from his right hand, gradually intertwining with his own aroma. Chapter 39. Jingyuan and the snake in the stillness of the night. Moonlight streamed in from the balcony, casting a layer of frost upon the tiles. Jingyuan's fingers twitched. His brows fluttered, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Had he been asleep? Rising to sit, he shook his head, gradually regaining consciousness. The memories flashing back to the moment before slumber, when the black snake gallbladder had liquefied and coiled around his skin, pulsating as if alive. Before he could fully grasp the changes occurring within his body, an intense hunger surged from his abdomen, as if it threatened to consume him from within. The aroma of little white, hidden in the cabinet, was irresistibly tantalizing, evoking a primal urge to devour. Jingyuan's throat constricted, and shaking his head, he hurriedly opened a can of luncheon meat, ravenously stuffing it into his mouth. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down, tilting his head back as the water cascaded down his chin and neck. One can was insufficient. He proceeded to open several more, simultaneously devouring compressed biscuits with fervor. On the table lay 5 or 6 empty cans and 2 open packets of compressed biscuits, their plastic wrappings gently swaying in the chill of the night breeze. After consuming such a variety of sustenance, he finally quelled the pangs of hunger. He squatted before the television, gently stroking the head of Little Bai, lifting it from the cabinet to feed it dog food. At last, it ceased to tremble, regaining its lively spirit and affectionately nudging his wrist. Jing Yuan lit a candle, inspecting the palm of his right hand, where the scar from a knife wound had completely healed. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 11:24. He had slept for approximately 3.5 hours, and the venomous black liquid that had plagued his skin had vanished without a trace. His physical condition was unprecedentedly good. Standing in the open space, he executed a bending motion with remarkable ease, even managing to balance on one leg while raising the other overhead, effortlessly performing splits. Many yoga poses that typically require years of rigorous training posed no challenge to him now. His body's flexibility had multiplied, and he could deftly control the contraction of his muscles. Regrettably, however, his sense of taste and vision remained unchanged. He still could not discern flavors nor see clearly at a distance, though he had not harbored overly optimistic expectations. After all, a python's tongue lacks taste buds and, by nature, cannot savor flavors. Coupled with their poor eyesight, rendering them nearly blind, pythons rely on their sense of smell, ground vibrations, and temperature to locate prey. They utilize their forked tongues to capture scent molecules in the air, directing them to their nasal cavities. As long as they remain close to the ground, they can distinctly perceive even the faintest sources of vibration. Simultaneously, near their labial pits, they possess infrared sensory organs capable of detecting subtle fluctuations in temperature. Snakes never rely on visual observation to perceive their surroundings. Thus, Jing Yuan could not inherit any abilities related to sight from that snake gallbladder. He was profoundly curious about the new transformations this evolution had bestowed upon his physique. Instead of hastily consulting the data panel, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, wholly attuned to every inch of his skin and muscle. His movements were slow yet imbued with a sense of power, as if his muscle groups had subdivided into numerous smaller segments. Pressed against the wall, he could hear the rhythmic heartbeat of the entire building and the flowing of blood, the vibrations generated by the wind, the tremors of the window frames, the dripping of water from the pipes, and the faint sound of a pipe bursting somewhere. His perceptive abilities had intensified beyond previous limits. He had acquired the capacity to sense vibrations akin to that of a snake. It is well known that serpents can predict earthquakes 1 or 2 days in advance, collectively vacating perilous areas before disaster strikes. Frequently, earthquake monitoring agencies issue early warnings based on the unusual behaviors exhibited by snakes and other animals. The extraordinary capabilities of living beings represent some of the most enigmatic powers in this world. Many of humanity's machines have been developed through biomimetic research methods. Jing Yuan found this ability quite advantageous, as it allowed him to discern the positions of zombies and other creatures without relying solely on scent and sound. Even amidst a torrential downpour, he could differentiate between raindrops and foes based on the frequency and intensity of the vibrations. Naturally, if necessary, he could employ all 3 methods simultaneously. In truth, the aid provided by vision in combat and exploration had diminished significantly. Even if he were to become blind, it would pose no considerable issue. However, a blind man would be unable to appreciate the exquisite beauty of photographs, engage in gaming, or immerse himself in novels. Thus he resolutely rejected the notion of becoming blind. Ultimately, after executing several sets of punches in the hall, he distilled the enhancements brought about by this evolution into 3 key points. The first point was flexibility and control. His mastery over his own body had escalated to several levels beyond his previous capabilities. The second point pertained to vibrational perception. As long as he maintained contact with the ground, he could sense a multitude of things, with an increased sensitivity correlating to the area of contact. Should he remove his clothing and stand barefoot, his awareness would be heightened even further. The third point was strength. His muscular power had significantly increased. Previously, during a high jump test, he could elevate his hands to within approximately 1 meter of the ceiling from a stationary position without a running start. Now, he could leap from the same spot and touch the ceiling, and he sensed that this was not his limit. He could soar even higher. With his feet leaving the ground by about 3 to 4 meters, he believed he could achieve such heights. An all-encompassing enhancement and fortification. How remarkable! Jing Yuan marveled. He felt it was time to bestow upon himself a moniker. Spider-Man became Spider-Man after being bitten by a spider. Should he not then be called Python Man? No, that sounded rather unappealing. Perhaps in English, Snake Man would suffice. With great power comes great responsibility. Pressing his fingers against his palm, he imitated Peter Parker's signature gesture, playfully mimicking the act of shooting non-existent webbing onto the wall. Seeing him having such a splendid time alone, Xiaobai eagerly rushed over, jumping and calling out beside him. You must embody the essence of a true man, do you understand? Jing Yuan squatted down, imparting this earnest lesson. Woof! Xiaobai responded with a bark, foolishly sticking out his tongue to pant. Very well, Private Xiaobai. Jing Yuan's expression turned serious as he lifted him onto the sofa. After a hearty feast, there was hardly any food left, necessitating another trip to the supermarket. Interestingly, he had told the little girl yesterday that he would return today, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yet he had not fulfilled that promise. A twinge of guilt stirred within him, although she wouldn't comprehend his words, and circumstances had indeed dictated his actions. He opened the map to examine his character panel. Character panel. Name, Jing Yuan. Identity, none. Title, none. Current health, 5252. Status, zombie infection. You have been infected by mold. Loss of pain sensation. You are devoid of the ability to feel pain, allowing you to move even when gravely injured. Your life points can decrease to negative values, with the maximum reduction being 50% of your total life points. Bloodlust. You possess a frenzied craving for sanguine sustenance. Skills. Evolution. Serpent. The genetic essence of serpents enhances your might, stamina, perception, life points, defense, and strength are augmented. Firearms mastery. You are intimately acquainted with the length of a gun barrel, akin to familiarity with your own essence. Damage is increased when utilizing firearms. Battle-hardened. You are the solitary survivor of 100 battles. Critical hit rate is elevated. Combat specialist should you engage in underground fighting. Wealth shall be yours overnight. Damage is increased when unarmed. Critical hit rate is elevated, with a chance to subdue your adversary. Infection. Your attacks propagate spores. Hunting. You possess the ability to track injured prey. Evolution 1. Description. Its strength is at least equivalent to that of a rugby zombie. Proceed with caution. Remarkably, your maximum life points have surged from 27 to 52, an increase of 25 points. Considering the skill that allows life points to descend into negatives, you now boast a total of 75 life points. This evolutionary enhancement is monumental and comprehensive, truly deserving of the term evolution, placing you at an entirely different echelon compared to your former self. Chapter 40. Jing Yuan and the radio. As midnight passed, Xiaobai slept, curled into a small ball, its body rising and falling with each breath. Today was exceedingly exhausting for it, having ventured out since the early hours. During the time spent in a stupor, it seemed to have experienced a fright. Jing Yuan understood the reason behind this, as the scent emanating from him had transformed into something that instilled fear. Yet, this little dog remained adorably oblivious. With a morsel of food, it easily forgot the unsettling incident. Reclining on the sofa, Jing Yuan gazed at the ceiling, tossing and turning in a restless state. Perhaps it was due to the 3.5 hours of sleep he had earlier, for he now felt invigorated and devoid of drowsiness. It is worth noting that pythons are nocturnal creatures, and having inherited some genetic traits from them, he might become even more animated as night falls. His thoughts wandered to the events of the day, particularly the thorn-covered fungal tree and the fungal beast. The combat prowess of the latter remains uncertain, especially since it was swiftly dispatched by a mutated python. The python purposefully hunted for prey, showing no interest in the ubiquitous zombies, instead selecting the fungal beast as its quarry. Jing Yuan felt it imperative to remain vigilant regarding this phenomenon. While, at present, the zombies posed no immediate threat, the bizarre mutated creatures likely existed within a predatory hierarchy. If one were to categorize, he himself was a rather unique mutation. If the python were to detect him first, he might very well become its target. To speak frankly, should the python launch a direct attack, he might not emerge victorious, even if it were severely wounded and he held a firearm. If the bullets could not penetrate the python's skull, they would hold no significance whatsoever. He can effortlessly vanquish a python, relying entirely on ambush and surprise attacks, complemented by an extraordinarily powerful weapon that delivers critical strikes to vital points. In terms of sheer physical strength and reaction speed, even after evolution, Jing Yuan remains several leagues behind. one must not be complacent. Vigilance is paramount in a world teeming with unknown dangers. Caution is the key to navigating the treacherous waters of existence. The greatest fear lies in a momentary increase in power, leading to hubris and arrogance. It is akin to playing League of Legends. When one has a significant advantage across all lanes, yet neglects to seize available resources, choosing instead to engage in reckless antics. In such scenarios, if the opposing team maintains their composure, avoiding internal discord and conflict, the likelihood of a comeback is exceedingly high. Jing Yuan recalls instances where victory seemed imminent, only for teammates to squander the opportunity by dancing at the enemy's doorstep instead of destroying the nexus, ultimately allowing a revived crystal to turn the tide. Such experiences have transformed him into a machine focused solely on dismantling structures. He demolishes without hesitation, prompting teammates to question whether he has ever tasted victory. The truth is not that he has never triumphed, but rather that he has been scarred by the fear of being overturned. Thus, even with a comprehensive enhancement of his physical abilities, he treads carefully, ensuring each step is deliberate. When the subject of games arises, he yearns to log in and play a few matches. In the past, sleepless nights could be filled with gaming, reading novels, or listening to gaming streamers boast. Now, he finds himself staring at the ceiling, enveloped in a sense of emptiness, boredom, and solitude. After closing his eyes and attempting to rest, he ultimately concedes to his inability to sleep. Rising from the sofa, he seeks to occupy himself with some tasks. He retrieved the almost worn-out beauty photo album from the coffee table, perched himself on a small stool by the balcony, relishing the cool breeze while illuminated by the moonlight as he gazed at the images of enchanting women. Yet, it felt rather futile. No man would gaze at a single film for a lifetime, no matter how stunning the beauty portrayed. After viewing the same faces dozens, even hundreds of times, one could easily become weary. He pressed the play button, yet silence persisted. Frowning, he pressed his ear against the radio, repeatedly toggling the switch until he discerned a faint hum of electric current. He retrieved a small screwdriver and meticulously disassembled the radio, revealing the verdant circuit board before him. Upon switching it on again, his sensitivity to subtle vibrations allowed him to detect a weak current at certain connection points. Identifying the source of the sound, he found a frayed copper wire. With a pair of pliers, Jing Yuan joined the strands together, giving them a slight twist before pressing the switch once more. With a crackle, the yellow indicator light flickered to life, and the gray screen displayed an MP3-like playback interface. Astonishingly, he had repaired the radio. Although it was merely a minor fault, he had never before attempted such a task. His sole method, learned from his grandmother, was to give a few firm taps to the device whenever the television displayed no picture or the radio emitted no sound, asserting dominance over the household electronics. While he had tried this method often, it seldom proved effective. Little did he know that fate had bestowed upon him an unexpected talent for mending electronic devices. Much to his delight, this was a card reader radio equipped with a flat slot designated for a storage card. By downloading songs onto the card, he could play them through the radio. However, all the songs were unfamiliar to him, and he recognized none of the artists. The title of the song evokes a sense of nostalgia. It speaks of love being commodified, a lone wolf from the south, indifferent to the wild ginger. The phrase, "I am the legend," resonates with an air of confidence and self-expression reminiscent of an earlier generation. Randomly, a lively melody from Little Cherry plays. "I have sown a seed, and at last, it has borne fruit. Today is a beautiful day." Indeed, the anthem of the square dance resonates. And Jing Yuan has aptly defined this piece. Despite the poor sound quality of the radio, filled with static and crackling noises, the volume is quite robust. One can immediately discern that this upbeat song has a wide reach, perfectly suited for outdoor festivities. Once, I found the dancing of the ladies downstairs to be a nuisance. Now, I find myself nostalgically recalling those moments. How fickle human emotions can be. He envisions himself gracefully leading the dance, undoubtedly a fitting role for him. "Let us get moving," he proclaims as he sways to the rhythm, one hand pointing skyward, the other towards the ground, his movements exuding flair. After half an hour of listening, his previously heavy heart feels remarkably lighter. This radio is indeed a treasure that must be preserved. He yawns and reclines on the sofa, contemplating a brighter tomorrow. As his gaze lingers on the well-worn radio marked with numerous scratches, he gradually drifts into slumber. Upon awakening, he dreams of commanding the Summoner's Rift, vanquishing foes, even besting legends like Uzi and Faker. The following day, The gaming community buzzes with tales of this prodigious youth. Though merely a dream, it brings him joy. Sunlight spills onto the balcony as he presses the radio's switch, blasting invigorating folk tunes to welcome the dawn of a new day. "Let us venture to the supermarket," he declared, stretching languorously and emitting a contented sigh. Chapter 41. Jingyuan and Yun'er. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Jingyuan meticulously laundered the garments he had retrieved from the mall the previous day, hanging them out to dry. As was his custom, he engaged in a playful session of frisbee with Xiaobai. From the drawer, he extracted the jewelry he had discovered in room 902, carefully placing a golden necklace and a luminous pearl into his travel bag. With no particular agenda for the day, his objective was simply to procure daily necessities from the supermarket. Inevitably, he anticipated encountering the little girl there and wished to gauge her reaction to the resplendent jewelry. Clearly, she retained vestiges of her human subconscious, as humanity has an innate fondness for shimmering objects. Regardless of age or gender, most individuals are likely to exhibit an affinity for gold adornments and radiant pearls. Perhaps this admiration stems from a primal pursuit of fire and light, ingrained in our very genes. He surmised that the little girl would not be averse to such treasures, and it might even enhance her fondness for him. Ultimately, he held on to the jewelry purely for its aesthetic appeal. It could not be exchanged for currency or goods, rendering it somewhat useless. Thus, he contemplated bestowing it as a gift. Regrettably, he could not see the gauge of her affection, if only it were as straightforward as in the charming maiden simulating games, where presenting a gift would elicit a pop-up indicating the increase in affection points, allowing him to discern which actions would be perceived positively or negatively by her. Jingyuan filled Xiaobai's bowl with ample dog food and water, affectionately stroking its fluffy head before closing the door behind him as he departed. Upon descending to the ground floor, it became evident that the community was largely free of standing water, suggesting that the city's subterranean drainage system was functioning effectively, expelling the accumulated water. Although the ground remained somewhat damp with a few small puddles, the water level was not high enough to soak his shoes and socks. Jingyuan retraced a familiar path, arriving once more at the entrance of Xuanxiang supermarket. It was still early morning, the air imbued with a crisp chill as the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, painting the gray city with strokes of golden light. A beam of sunlight illuminated the little girl's face, rendering her snow white and translucent, casting a soft, dreamlike halo around her. Jingyuan paused, locking eyes with her from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Amidst the disarray of clutter, one could faintly discern a semblance of order, yet it resembled a precarious castle of blocks, haphazardly constructed by a child. Jingyuan pondered whether she was merely passing the time or engaged in some other activity. However, upon his appearance, her gaze shifted towards him and remained unwavering. Did she still recognize him? He cautiously advanced, taking slow steps to avoid instilling a sense of threat. She exhibited no signs of aggression. Instead, the tendrils behind her began to manipulate the objects on the table, gathering them as if in solitary play. Jingyuan let out a sigh of relief. She must still remember him. That had been his intention, but suddenly, he was taken aback. The heap of clutter was presented before him by the black tendrils, and the little girl looked up at him, seemingly hoping he would accept it. Should he accept it? Kyoto Jin pursed his lips, wondering if she had organized these items not for building blocks, but in the hope that he would accept them if she tidied up the clutter. Was she standing at the door, waiting for him all along? The little girl used vines to deliver the pile of odds and ends to Kyoto Jin, pushing them forward a little more, cautiously, as if afraid of messing up what she had painstakingly arranged. She looked up, for she had to crane her neck to see Kyoto Jin's face, her soft, black hair falling to reveal her slightly broad forehead. Kyoto Jin's fingers twitched suddenly, with a peculiar impulse to touch her forehead. He restrained himself, refraining from such an unconventional gesture. However, he accepted the pile of odds and ends, although they were of no use to him, and packed them into his travel bag. He mused that if this were a game, he must have chosen the right option to increase favorability. The little girl followed closely behind him, never leaving his side. The zombies in the supermarket seemed to be under her control, clearing a path for them. She took out her yo-yo, demonstrating the tricks she had learned in front of Kyoto General in just one day. She had mastered 2 or 3 new moves. Kyoto Jin knew what she wanted. Since she couldn't understand his words, Kyoto Jin clapped and gave her a thumbs up. This seemed to make her very happy, and the distance between her and Kyoto Jin narrowed slightly, from 3 meters to 2 meters, then from 2 meters to 1 meter. Kyoto Jin had to be careful when turning around, lest he bump into her. Although the bag was filled with some odds and ends, there was still plenty of space, which did not hinder him from scavenging for supplies. He thought he should give her a name, but he didn't know what to choose. With ample time before noon, a good 3 hours to spare, he deposited his travel pack at the supermarket counter and settled onto a stool. His gaze fell upon a time-worn, faded photograph lying on the table, veiled in a thick layer of dust. Kayagaku picked it up and gently wiped away the grime. The photograph's plastic lamination was torn, causing the color print beneath to oxidize, its hues almost indiscernible. However, the backdrop was recognizable as the entrance of the Xuanxiang supermarket, seemingly taken during its grand opening. Adorned with festive floral arrangements, it was evidently captured in winter, with a blanket of snow on the ground and the subjects clad in down jackets. It was a family portrait featuring a trio, a father, a mother, and their daughter. The parents held the little girl's hands, and upon closer inspection, Kayagaku immediately recognized her. Despite the photograph's faded and somber state, the girl in the picture was undoubtedly the very one standing before him. Turning the photograph over, he found the words Papa, Mama, and Yunner scrawled in marker on the corresponding positions. Yunner, is that your name? Kayagaku inquired, looking up. Incredulously, upon hearing those syllables, her lips parted slightly, as if to utter something, but then closed again with a perplexed expression. She had forgotten her name, yet her body seemed to recall it. Then I shall call you Yunner, Kayagaku stated, handing her the photograph. She accepted it, her gaze finally shifting from Kayagaku to the image before her. She stared at the individuals in the photograph, lost in contemplation for a long, silent moment, without raising her head. Chapter 42. Jingyuan, and the little head pat within this chapter lies a ledger chronicling the financial transactions of a modest family-run supermarket, where the staff consists solely of family members taking turns to manage operations. The ledger bears the signatures of 2 individuals, Su Laifu and Chen Yidua. It is reasonable to deduce that these are the parents of Yunner, whose full name should rightly be Su Yun or Su Yunner. However, whenever Jingyuan calls out to Yunner or Su Yun, she seems to lapse into a peculiar state of disconnection, momentarily frozen in place for several seconds. To circumvent this, Jingyuan affectionately prefixes her name with a diminutive, calling her little Yunner, which prompts her to remain engaged. Jingyuan cannot help but feel a profound sympathy for little Yunner. Prior to the calamity, she was merely an innocent and delightful young girl, cherished by her parents and blissfully carefree in her youth. Yet, who can say what has become of her parents? Perhaps they have become one among the 30 zombies that now inhabit the supermarket, or perhaps they met their demise elsewhere. In the best-case scenario, they managed to evacuate but were unable to take her with them. She has since succumbed to the fungal infection, transforming into her current state of limbo. The grotesque black flower that has taken root at her neck has embedded itself deeply within her flesh. Jingyuan is left to ponder the nature of her consciousness and cognitive abilities, which may well stem from her relentless will to survive. The last thoughts she clung to were of her mother and father, which perhaps led her to manifest a male and female zombie to keep her company, as though they were playing house, embodying the roles of her parents. Perhaps she does not comprehend the reasons behind her actions. It is merely the fragmented emotions and memories that compel her, instilling a sense of security in this behavior. Unavoidably, Jingyuan felt an even deeper sympathy for her plight. He approached her side, gesturing towards the faded photograph of the adult woman and man, saying, "This is your mother, and this is your father." She lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Jingyuan, and suddenly, the vines behind her began to thrash wildly. Her emotions were tinged with restlessness, stirred by the photograph. Jingyuan sensed that if she were capable of tears, she might already be crying out in desperation. She evoked the image of a child left behind in kindergarten, the last to be picked up. As dusk descended, transforming the once vibrant classroom into a desolate space, she remained forgotten in the corner. Reflecting on their past words, if she misbehaved, they would no longer want her. The teacher would comfort her, assuring that her parents would come for her shortly. Yet she continued to weep, for she was the last child left unclaimed. The photograph seemed to suddenly awaken all her emotions, rendering her anxious and unsettled. Yet her gaze remained so vacant and helpless that she could not fathom the source of her unease. The vines behind her lashed out like a whip, snapping the steel beam on the shelf, akin to a little girl weeping loudly, hoping her cries would summon her parents. But your father and mother, they have not forgotten you. It is simply that they can no longer hold your hand. With a sigh, Jingyuan extended his hand, gently touching her forehead. In the absence of a shared language, physical gestures would have to suffice, serving as the most fundamental form of expression. Gradually, she began to find her composure. The hand that Jing Yuan used to caress her brow was soon captured by her own. This simple act appeared to bring her solace, suggesting a past where she was often led by the hand. The individual who once held her hand would undoubtedly guide her to delightful meals and captivating amusements, clasping her palm tightly to ensure she never lost her way. Jing Yuan attempted to lead her beyond the confines of the supermarket, but she resisted, halting at the threshold, unwilling to venture further. The moment Jing Yuan's foot strayed from the shadow cast by the supermarket's eaves, she released his hand, remaining fixed in place. Despite Jing Yuan's various entreaties, she adamantly refused to take that step, to embrace the world outside. The emotional turbulence stirred by the photograph gradually dissipated, and she reverted to her aloof demeanor, employing vines to support her petite frame, her feet lifting from the ground as she retreated into the shadows. It was as if she were a spirit tethered to the supermarket, unwilling to abandon its dilapidated remains. Jing Yuan stood bathed in sunlight, exchanging gazes with the young girl concealed behind the crack in the door. Was she truly so reluctant to depart from this place? Only a frigid stare met Jing Yuan's unspoken question. Remaining in close proximity to Jing Yuan, scarcely half a meter away, she produced a yo-yo and resumed her play. After a while, she offered the toy to Jing Yuan. He responded by executing several more complex maneuvers, showcasing his skill. Jing Yuan sensed a nascent dependency forming within her, likely stemming from his earlier comforting gestures of touching her forehead, holding her hand, and assuaging her distress. In her eyes, Jing Yuan had seemingly transitioned from a stranger to a playmate. Throughout the morning, Jing Yuan devoted himself to her amusement. Not only did he engage her with a yo-yo, but he also imparted the art of folding paper airplanes. The vines behind her possessed an astonishing strength, capable of propelling the paper airplanes with a remarkably advanced force technique. So much so that the shadow of a simple paper airplane flung by her was rendered nearly invisible. Jing Yuan examined the steel pipes of the shelves that she had severed, and the cuts appeared as if they had been made with a laser sword, impeccably smooth and precise. Even when compared to his own evolved physical prowess, Jing Yuan harbored no doubts that she could easily rend him asunder with those dark vines. Thus, he exercised great caution in their interactions, wary of provoking her ire. Nevertheless, her temperament was far from aggressive. On the whole, she was a well-behaved child, not one to coerce Jing Yuan into obedience with her vines. Of course, this was limited to what Jing Yuan observed. As he belonged to her kind, being devoid of life, she refrained from exhibiting any predatory tendencies. Should a living person appear before her, Jing Yuan dared not envision such a scenario. From his observations, including his own experiences, all organisms infected by the mold exhibited an insatiable craving for living beings and their blood. It was not his desire for life and blood, but rather that of the mold. It was the parasites residing within their bodies yearning for fresh flesh and blood. Much like the colonies of bacteria within the human gastrointestinal tract, which assist in digestion and coexist with humanity, they too exert a degree of control over human dietary habits. You may believe that your culinary desires originate from your own volition, but in actuality, it is the bacteria within your gut that dictate your cravings. It is unlikely that Xiaoyun is an exception. Her apparent docility is merely a facade displayed solely in Jing Yuan's presence. In truth, Jing Yuan would never allow her any interaction with Staobai, not even a fleeting glimpse. Chapter 43. Jing Yuan and child-minding. Jing Yuan experienced a sensation akin to looking after a relative's child. However, Xiaoyun neither cried nor caused a disturbance. Aside from her taciturn nature and the communication barrier, she proved to be far more agreeable than a boisterous child. When she sat quietly, she resembled a porcelain doll, albeit one with tattered and time-worn garments. Her once white dress had long since transformed into a gray one, adorned with numerous tears and frayed threads. The white lace-trimmed socks had also faded to a yellowish hue. The most well-preserved items were her pair of British-style black leather flats, likely due to her infrequent use of her feet for locomotion, which rendered them approximately 60 to 70 new. Her hair exuded an aroma of dust and ash, as if she were a doll that had been stored in an attic for many years, deprived of sunlight. Other than that, she was remarkably clean. It seemed that she used black vines to tidy her sleeves and hair, and to cleanse herself of grime. The vines that sprouted from the black flower on her neck possessed a wide array of functions. In addition to being flexible and resilient, they could secrete a substance akin to aloe vera gel at their tips, which aided her in removing filth from her skin and clothing. Jing Yuan had witnessed her using this method to wipe away the sewage that dripped onto her from the eaves. She was undoubtedly an exceptionally advanced individual. Jing Yuan, after briefly comparing himself and the mutated python to her, readily discerned the extent of her unique capabilities. Her capacity for cogitation remained remarkably intact, facilitating an expeditious advancement in her studies. On the occasion of their initial encounter, her proficiency in manipulating the yo-yo was manifestly inadequate. However, within a mere half-day, she had assimilated all the knowledge pertaining to yo-yos that Jing Yuan could impart. Indeed, she had even commenced the autonomous development of more diversified yo-yo techniques. Throughout this progression, she refrained from employing the tendrils extending from her posterior. Prior to her encounter with Jing Yuan, she had apparently eschewed the utilization of her hands, invariably employing her tendrils to manipulate objects. Consequently, she first acclimatized herself to the unyielding nature of her hands before embarking on the study of yo-yos. At the Meridian, she ultimately demonstrated to Jing Yuan her virtuosity, executing yo-yo maneuvers with her tendrils. The dazzling display rivaled that of a world-class maestro. Precision, power, and velocity characterized her movements. No intricate maneuver posed an insurmountable challenge for those pliant tendrils. Upon retrospect of the steel shelving bisected by the tendrils, Jing Yuan was able to approximate her combat capabilities. Should Jing Yuan attempt to engage her from a distance of 100 meters with a rifle, it is probable that she would emerge unscathed. In the brief interval following the discharge of the projectile, Jing Yuan would perceive a cluster of sparks erupting, whereupon he would be detected by Xiao Yuner. Should this provoke her homicidal inclinations, the tendrils would furnish her with formidable acceleration, enabling her to approach Jing Yuan with extraordinary celerity. Subsequently, a succession of dark flashes would ensue, culminating in Jing Yuan's dismemberment into multiple fragments, which would then be arranged upon the terrain to form the Chinese character for death. According to Jing Yuan's calculations, within a distance of 30 meters, a bullet might possess an infinitesimal chance of striking her, provided she remains unaware of the impending danger. However, once her vigilance is awakened, those tendrils, which dance with an ethereal grace, would undoubtedly showcase an impressive display of evading projectiles. Her subconscious defensive perimeter is approximately 3 meters, as evidenced by their initial encounter when she maintained a similar distance from him. In the wild, animals emit warnings akin to growls and raise their fur when other creatures encroach upon their space, sensing the inherent threat. This warning radius varies across species and individuals. Yet, hunters exhibit no such caution. A tiger, for instance, would remain undisturbed by the proximity of a fawn. To Xiaoyan, anything beyond 3 meters renders Jing Yuan's attacks inconsequential, as her instinct assures her of her safety. A speculative experiment materializes in Jing Yuan's mind. Should the mutated python remain unscathed and launch an assault toward Xiaoyan, what would transpire? His instincts suggest that the serpent would disintegrate upon its initial lunge. After undergoing evolution, his senses have sharpened significantly, granting him an acute awareness of danger. The instinctual alertness from the serpent urges him to maintain distance from this delicate being, advising him to remain silent and to circumvent this formidable entity with utmost caution. Upon witnessing the rapidly thrashing tendrils and feeling the intense vibrations in the air, his very genes quiver in response. Indeed, forging a connection with Xiaoyan proves to be a wise choice. Harboring the notion that he could seek refuge at the Xuanxiang supermarket should he ever encounter insurmountable monstrosities, Jing Yuan entertained the idea of seeking assistance from Xiao Yuner with the recalcitrant aubergine thorn. A question arose in his mind, which possessed greater resilience. The tendrils, or the aubergine thorn. His curiosity piqued, he retrieved the thick, eboniaceous object from his travel pack. The weighty, unwieldy staff, more akin to a maul than a weapon, proved difficult to wield. He lamented the absence of a hefty, keen-edged cleaver, the kind used by butchers to cleave through bone, ideal for dispatching zombies or other tasks. He recalled dismantling furniture, resorting to bricks to fracture the wood before laboriously breaking it apart. A cleaver would have rendered the task effortless. Considering the aubergine thorn's density and hardness, Jing Yuan mused that if it were fashioned into a cleaver, it would surpass its steel counterparts. Alas, it was not to be. Determined to repurpose the object, he approached Xiao Yuner, the cylindrical, stout, sable rod immediately capturing her attention. She drew near, her gaze filled with curiosity, as if anticipating a novel plaything. Kaijin retrieved paper and pen, employing an illustrated method to communicate with her. As if composing a comic strip, he depicted his actions of carrying the eggfruit thorns, followed by Xiaoyuner brandishing vines to shape the eggfruit into a cutlass. After approximately a dozen minutes, he endeavored to convey his intentions to her. Xiaoyun, with a semblance of comprehension, entwined the egg fruit thorns with her vines, gazing at Kaijin. Kaijin propped up the illustrated book, repeatedly flipping through the pages for her perusal. With his animated gesticulations, her head pivoted, her gaze fixed upon the rigid rod. The vines extended, striking down with considerable force. Clang! The contact between the two emitted a metallic resonance, leaving a white streak upon the surface of the egg fruit, yet without any discernible fracture. Xiaoyun furrowed her brow. In the ensuing moment, all the vines behind her rose, descending like a tempestuous storm. Kaijin inhaled sharply, utterly unable to perceive the vines' movements, only able to discern the piercing sound of the wind. Crackling sounds echoed as the sturdy egg fruit succumbed to her relentless onslaught, sending wood splinters flying in all directions. Within a mere 30 seconds, the cylindrical rod had been transmuted into a plank-like form, almost precisely mirroring the shape Kaijin had illustrated. This child possesses such terrifying capabilities. Chapter 44. Kaijin and the carpenter. Kaijin stood aghast. The velocity of the previous flailing far exceeded the scope of his visual perception. The stirred gale, even clearing a perimeter of dust. This egg fruit, more resilient than steel, was so effortlessly handled by Xiaoyun. He approached and picked up the ebony-hued wooden plank. His palm gently pressed against its surface, caressing it with meticulous care. There were no unnecessary bumps or scrapes. The plank's surface was as smooth and even as if it had been polished by a professional machine, gleaming with a metallic luster that reflected Jing Yuan's profile, rendering it usable as a mirror. A gentle tap produced a crisp sound, and through the vibrations, he could discern the internal structure of the wood, still filled with a solid core, devoid of fractures or fine cracks throughout the sanding process. Even Xiaoyun could not cleave it apart as swiftly as one would chop wood with an axe. She could only utilize rapid strikes, akin to sanding a stone, gradually transforming the piece of rosewood into its current form. In essence, that cylindrical rod had metamorphosed into a half-meter-long plank, resembling the rudimentary shape of a machete. By sharpening one side and crafting a short handle suitable for gripping, it could very well become a high-quality large knife. Jing Yuan weighed it in his hands, finding it quite satisfying. Despite being made of wood, its density surpassed that of iron of the same volume, eliminating any sense of lightness or insubstantiality. He eagerly conveyed to Xiaoyun the next steps, taking out paper and pen to sketch his vision, hoping she would thin and sharpen one side of the plank. However, Xiaoyun appeared reluctant to continue. She entwined the plank with vines and tossed it aloft, striking it a few times, seemingly fatigued, before casually discarding it aside and bending down to play with the yo-yo. Clearly, to her, it was merely an ordinary piece of wood, devoid of any amusement. Indeed, striking a resilient wooden plank cannot possibly rival the allure of playing with a ball. Jing Yuan must devise a means to rekindle her interest. To compel someone to engage in an activity they find unappealing, one must either wield authority that cannot be defied or offer a reward for their efforts. It is a simple principle. When you enlist a carpenter's services, one must inevitably provide remuneration. Without compensation, who would labor for free, especially when they owe you nothing? Alternatively, if you are in a position of power, one can leverage that authority to compel others to work on your behalf. At present, the two are merely on the cusp of friendship. Contemplating this, Jing Yuan retrieved a gold necklace and a luminous pearl from his travel bag. If he seeks assistance, it is customary to present a gift. The gold necklace had been meticulously polished, revealing exquisite craftsmanship. Its texture was warm and delicate, exuding opulence without ostentation. Intertwining strands of yellow gold, rose gold, and platinum formed a resplendent, intricately woven ball. At first glance, one is left in awe of its artistry, as the subtly varied golden threads create floral patterns on a sphere scarcely 2 centimeters in diameter. If this were handcrafted, one can only imagine the immense dedication required to intertwine those filaments as fine as a strand of hair into such an exquisite floral orb. Gently, Jing Yuan swayed the necklace, allowing the interlocking golden chains to collide, producing a sound reminiscent of wind chimes. The gold shimmered with a brilliant radiance, slightly dazzling to the eye. Grasping one end of the necklace, he deliberately waved it before Xiaoyun, who, like a fish ensnared by a hook, found her gaze ensnared by the golden trinket. Excellent, she is intrigued. Fishing requires patience. One must not reveal the jewels too soon, for if she acquires them too quickly, her interest may wane. Often, it is the unattainable that holds the greatest allure. Similar to the experience of playing a card drawing game. The anticipation prior to a draw is immense, prompting an impulsive desire to invest money. Yet, once the prize is obtained, emotions tend to stabilize. There is beauty in maintaining distance. Once something is within reach, it becomes less cherished. Thus, before Xiaoyan takes any action, Jingyuan discreetly conceals the necklace, allowing her only a fleeting glimpse to stir her curiosity. Should she become overly eager and attempt to seize it, he would find himself powerless to prevent her. It is crucial for her to grasp the concept of exchange. Jingyuan takes out paper and pencil to draw stick figures, endeavoring to convey his intention. If she assists in handling the piece of mahogany, she will earn the necklace. He places the wooden board and necklace side by side, gesturing between them while repeatedly displaying his drawings. It seems she begins to comprehend that the necklace is not free. With vines, she wraps the wooden board, glancing at Jingyuan. He eagerly nods, affirming her understanding, using visual representation to achieve his desired outcome. If Xiaoyan misinterprets, he will shake the necklace, signaling her to pause. Jingyuan assumes the role of the client, while Xiaoyan becomes the employee. The client articulates demands, and the employee refines the product. It is evident that Xiaoyan grows impatient, several times contemplating discarding the wooden board. However, each time Jingyuan shakes the necklace, she restrains herself and continues her silent labor. Ultimately, after an extensive hour of design modifications and refinements, the wooden board transforms into a formidable machete. The blade, rugged in design, measures 1/2 meter in length and is a palm's width wide, with a slight curvature along its edge. The blade gleams with a chilling luster, devoid of superfluous embellishments or patterns, exuding a robust simplicity that resonates with power. Jingyuan sprang to his feet, presenting the gold necklace to Xiaoyan. Before reaching for the hilt of the knife, eager to test its prowess, he casually selected a fallen wooden stool, positioned the blade's edge upright, grasped it firmly with both hands, and swung down with all his might. A flash of azure light erupted as the backrest of the stool was cleaved in two, splintering into wooden shards. Jingyuan picked up one of the fragments for inspection. The cutting edge was not particularly smooth, with the latter portion having shattered, yet he had scarcely felt any resistance during the entire chopping endeavor. Subsequently, he attempted to cleave through stone and steel pipes. Thanks to the substantial increase in his strength, he successfully split both materials. The quality of the eggplant wood knife was exceptional. Even when used against steel, it remained unblemished, as smooth as ever. This knife was versatile enough for chopping firewood, dispatching zombies, and clearing paths, and with a simple adjustment of the blade's orientation. It could even serve as a hammer, a true multi-purpose cleaver, all thanks to the wood's unreasonable hardness. To date, the only thing Jingyuan knew that could harm the eggplant wood was Xiaoyan's vines. He had finally obtained the formidable cleaver he had long desired, and he yearned to find a field of rapeseed to unleash his fury upon. Jingyuan then retrieved the luminous pearl, placing it before her. He removed his jacket, draping it over both their heads. In the dim surroundings, the pearl emitted a soft glow. Xiaoyan, cradling the gold necklace, gazed in a daze at this scene, the ethereal light reflecting in her gem-like eyes, creating a vision of enchanting beauty. She suddenly grasped Jingyuan's hand, her icy fingers clutching tightly. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the luminous pearl. Jingyuan could sense her inner joy and astonishment, as if the mere act of holding another's hand was a testament to the reality of the scene before them. Chapter 45. Jingyuan and the Plan. The sun was approaching its descent in the west. Jingyuan had spent a considerable amount of time at the Xuanxiang supermarket, lingering from dawn until dusk. He took Xiaoyan to sit beneath the eaves, gazing at the distant sky, where the colossal red sun was slowly sinking. Beside them lay the ruins of collapsed structures, and not far ahead, a few zombies stood motionless. Their decayed faces were indistinguishable due to poor visibility. From a distance, they resembled mere passers-by. The glass facades of towering skyscrapers reflected an orange-red glow, and in that rare moment of tranquility, it felt reminiscent of Jingyuan's childhood, lying atop a haystack in the fields, quietly watching the sunset while silently counting numbers, curious to know how high he could count before darkness enveloped the land. In his memories, this particular time of day was always infused with the delightful aroma of cooking oil, the clatter of woks, and the wisps of smoke wafting from every rooftop. "Do you miss home?" Jingyuan asked, turning to Xiaoyan. She cradled the luminous pearl in her hands, the golden necklace draped over it. Hearing Jingyuan speak, she glanced at him, tilting her head, but upon seeing no further gestures from him, she returned her focus to the pearl. Jing Yuan stood up. It was time to leave. There was no possibility of staying overnight in the supermarket. He had no desire to sleep amidst the horde of zombies, nor did he wish to lie on the cold, damp concrete floor, with the chilling wind seeping through the crevices of the walls. Suddenly desiring a leisurely stroll nearby, yet finding solitude somewhat dull, he extended his hand toward Xiaoyan. She naturally grasped it, as if they were intimately acquainted, though in reality, this was merely their third encounter. Her innocence was striking. Despite possessing formidable strength, she remained psychologically akin to a child. They walked together, with Jing Yuan leading her outside the supermarket. Glancing up at the crooked sign of Xuanshang Supermarket, he noted that this was her 12th refusal of his invitation. Thus, he decided to meander around the supermarket instead, no longer pressing her. Jing Yuan guided her gently in a leisurely circuit around the dilapidated establishment. Upon returning to the entrance, Jing Yuan slung his travel bag over his shoulder and gestured to her. "I must take my leave. If you are free tomorrow, I shall return to see you," he indicated, mimicking a running motion with his fingers. The last time he departed, he had made the same gesture. It seemed she remembered. Realizing he was about to leave, she reluctantly set aside the cherished luminous pearl. Jing Yuan hoisted a jug of drinking water and stepped outside. She obstructed his path, prompting him to gently touch her forehead and retrieve a notebook from his bag. It contained sketches of their afternoon spent crafting a rosewood knife together, illustrated across dozens of pages. The last page housed a family portrait. But fearing the emotional turmoil it might evoke, Jing Yuan quickly withdrew the photograph. He opened the notebook for her inspection, seizing the moment of her distraction to slip away quietly. If she continued to gaze at him with those eyes, he feared he might truly soften and remain. Actually, Jing Yuan was reluctant to leave her isolated in the supermarket. He had considered taking her away, at least finding her a place to live that wouldn't expose her to the elements. However, she was unwilling to leave, adamant that this was her home. She had lived in the supermarket for many years. Jing Yuan didn't fully grasp her way of life, but it was evident that she didn't need his assistance to survive. Initially, he was afraid of her, but in reality, being with her was effortless. And frankly, she was quite endearing. Her appearance, her simple-minded way of thinking, all were adorable. Yet, Jing Yuan's lifestyle was completely different from hers. So there would inevitably come a time to part ways. As the saying goes, incompatible people are simply incompatible. Some are only suited for leisure and entertainment together. He still needed to prepare for moving and winter. He could visit her occasionally and spend some time with her, but it was impossible to be with her every day. At 6:21 p.m., Jing Yuan opened the door of 707. Xiaobai immediately rushed over, bounding around him. "Did you listen to me and go to the toilet to relieve yourself?" Jing Yuan vigorously rubbed its head, scrutinizing the hall. Good, no excrement in sight. After replenishing Xiaobai's bowl with dog food, he turned on the radio to play music, humming along as he heated water. "Run, Xiaobai, run." Jing Yuan played frisbee with it. It truly loved this kind of retrieving game, playing until nightfall. After eating his fill and washing up, Jing Yuan took out a map to study. Tomorrow, he would explore the southern suburban district. More precisely, the objective is to discover a viable route to the suburban district south of the city. The distance, approximately 6 kilometers as the crow flies, is neither exceedingly far nor particularly close. However, based on Jing Yuan's experience, the actual distance may extend to 7 or 8 kilometers due to inevitable detours. Under optimal road conditions, Jing Yuan estimates he could reach his destination within an hour by bicycle. This, of course, represents the most favorable scenario. In reality, unforeseen obstacles may arise, such as bombed-out sections of highway or large gatherings of zombies obstructing the path. Nevertheless, Jing Yuan remains unhurried, as he has 2 to 3 months before the onset of winter, affording him ample time. His plan involves dedicating 2 to 3 days to reconnaissance, followed by an on-site assessment of the southern suburban environment. Within a week, he aims to identify a location that is proximate to a water source, elevated, surrounded by sufficient trees and vegetation, possesses arable land, and offers the potential for gathering firewood and cultivating crops. There, he intends to clear out a dwelling to serve as his primary base of operations and initial stronghold. Safety and comfort are paramount. The second key consideration is accessibility. As he does not intend to remain secluded indefinitely, this location will serve as his logistical hub, and once established, he will undoubtedly venture out to explore other areas of the city in search of opportunities for advancement. However, that is a matter for the future. The immediate goal for this winter is survival. Given his limited familiarity with the city, He prefers to avoid exploration under harsh environmental conditions. Before the first snowfall, he intends to amass sufficient supplies to sustain him through the winter and then remain ensconced in his shelter, awaiting the arrival of spring. In the future, he might even establish secondary and tertiary bases in other parts of the city. For instance, Unit 707, Building 3, 10 Mile Sunshine, would be an ideal backup location, where he could store essential supplies and, if necessary, spend the night. However, that's all conjecture, as he hasn't even established his primary base yet. Chapter 46. Jing Yuan and Route Selection. Jing Yuan planned his route according to the icons and distinctive landmarks on the map. There were numerous routes to choose from to travel from the city center to the southern suburban district. The city was named Zhou Mountain City, and Zhou Mountain was located in the southern suburbs. Zhou Mountain appeared to be a renowned attraction, with many tourist reception areas along the way, and even a Zhou Mountain City high-speed rail station near the scenic area. The tourism industry here was quite developed. At a glance, one could see farmhouses, strawberry picking bases, an international health and wellness center, Jianming Temple, Qingxin Taoist Temple, tourist reception centers, gas stations, and many other facilities and attractions. Jing Yuan also noticed a wildlife conservation center, indicating that the natural resources near Zhou Mountain were quite abundant, with fertile land and clear mountain springs. Living here, there would be no need to worry about water and firewood, and due to its favorable environmental conditions, growing vegetables would be very easy. Moreover, it was relatively safe there because the further south he went, the sparser the monster icons became. This suggested that there were few zombies and mutated monsters there, likely due to the scenic area. In a scenario mirroring the events of Resident Evil, where a virus rapidly disseminates, transforming the global populace into zombies within days, tourist attractions would undoubtedly become exceedingly perilous. The concentration of visitors would coalesce into an immense horde of the undead, from which numerous dangerous mutations would inevitably emerge. However, the calamity afflicting Zhoushan City, and indeed the world, did not erupt instantaneously. Ample evidence suggests a more gradual onset. For instance, notices affixed to community bulletin boards explicitly cautioned against gatherings, indicative of a potential widespread infectious disease outbreak preceding the disaster. In such circumstances, governmental bodies would invariably enact transit policies to curtail the contagion spread, a measure that would severely impact the tourism sector. Once bustling scenic spots would swiftly become deserted. The resultant decline in tourist expenditure would lead to oversaturation within the food service and lodging industries. With a diminished market, many would struggle to subsist, prompting even locals to depart. After all, tourist attractions are primarily designed for leisure, lacking the comprehensive infrastructure and educational facilities found in urban centers. Consequently, the southern suburban scenic area, in the wake of the cataclysm, has transformed into a sparsely populated locale, ideally suited for the construction of shelters. Jing Yuan surmises that the pathogenic fungi responsible for the devastation may possess certain characteristics. For example, they might require a specific population density or geographic range before initiating a full-scale outbreak. The longer the incubation period, the broader the dissemination. Prior to the global dominion of the fungi, nations likely endured an arduous campaign of defense and offense, initially unaware of the catastrophic consequences that would ensue. Using his ballpoint pen, Jing Yuan meticulously marked all the facilities along the route from the city center to the southern suburbs, delineating 3 potential paths with connecting lines. The first option involved taking the expressway, commencing at Balu Bridge and exiting at the Zhoushan Scenic Area, a straightforward route with a solitary rest stop. The second option meandered through surface streets, traversing residential areas and a petrol station, offering opportunities to scavenge for treasure chests along the way. However, this path was fraught with peril, as it was heavily populated by monsters, increasing the likelihood of unforeseen events. The first route was a direct and unadventurous course to the destination. The second, while potentially rewarding, carried a significant degree of risk. The third option was a gamble. The yield would be less than that of the second, and there was a possibility of attracting the attention of monster hordes while searching for treasure. Furthermore, the detour would consume a considerable amount of time, and the path's accessibility was uncertain, due to the rural nature of the route. The road surface might be overgrown with weeds and shrubs, rendering cycling impossible and significantly impeding his progress. However, Jing Yuan ultimately selected the third route, as he possessed an abundance of time. Judging by the lunar phase and climate, he surmised that it was either early September or early October. Let's assume it was early October, With 2 months, a full 60 days, until December, he had ample time. It was merely 6 kilometers, if he so desired. He could spend a week or two exploring all 3 routes. The third route, in essence, was a compromise, perfectly aligning with his disposition. He is not inherently a radical individual. When engaged in gaming, if he possesses an advantage in his lane, he seldom exerts an excessive pressure on his opponent. Yet he does not solely focus on last-hitting minions, devoid of any killer instinct. Should the opportunity for a solo kill arise, he will attempt it, but he refrains from tower diving, avoiding the peril of being counter-killed. The phrase cautiously audacious aptly encapsulates his demeanor. Jing Yuan believes that his current combat prowess is exceptionally robust. He has undergone a transformation, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical capabilities. His equipment is lavish, complete with a full set of gear. As long as he does not venture too deeply into enemy territory, he is not likely to jeopardize his life unnecessarily. Thus, he charted a course of action. Under the flickering glow of firelight, he began to gather supplies and equipment, meticulously packing food, water, and an assortment of tools, pliers, screwdrivers, scissors, into his travel bag. Prepared for any eventuality, he resolved to commence training his combat skills, familiarizing himself with his physical limits. He brought Xiao Bai to the rooftop, and beneath the serene moonlight, he wielded a hefty hickory knife, slicing and practicing the most fundamental techniques repeatedly. After conducting his own tests, he discovered that he could leap to a height of 2.5 meters from a standing position. With a running start, he could soar over 3 meters, with a maximum reach of 4 meters. Moreover, his sense of balance is far superior to that of an average person. With a modicum of practice, he could easily become an exceptional parkour athlete, excelling in extreme sports as well. However, his courage remains somewhat timid, preventing him from practicing parkour on the rooftop, as it is the 12th floor, and a slip could lead to a fatal fall, with no insurance company to compensate his family. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, he had already dedicated an hour and a half to the repetitive and monotonous practice of his slicing technique. Yet, with each passing moment, his familiarity with the eggplant with sword grew, enhancing his combat prowess. Despite the weariness that often accompanies such exertion, he felt invigorated. Ever since acquiring the snake's genes, his nocturnal vitality had markedly increased. The walls of Sunlight Community, towering at approximately 3 meters, consisted of solid brick on one side and wrought iron fencing on the other, adorned with a row of menacing spikes atop. Taking a deep breath, Jing Yuan resolved to confront this formidable barrier. He sprinted from 10 meters away and, with a single effortless leap, soared over the fence with a graceful hurdle, landing steadily on the other side. This accomplishment stirred a rush of exhilaration within him. He spotted a tree peeking over the community's boundary and, with renewed determination, vaulted back over the outer wall, brandishing his eggplant wood sword. With a powerful twist of his waist, he executed a rolling diagonal slash midair. A sharp crack resonated as a thick branch, the size of a bowl, fell alongside him, effortlessly severed. He was confident that had he aimed for a zombie's head, the outcome would have been no different. Chapter 47. Jing Yuan and the bicycle ride under the soft glow of the moonlight, enveloped in tranquility. Jing Yuan leaped and bounded through Sunlight Community, gliding gracefully over benches and springing onto the hood of an abandoned car for a second leap. Finally alighting on the roof of a wooden pavilion, the gentle moonbeams caressed his face, rendering him a statue, seamlessly merging with the structure above him. In just 2 hours of practice, he had mastered movements akin to those of a martial arts master from a novel. Although he had yet to achieve the ability to launch himself from one foot to the other, scaling from the 1st to the 12th floor unaided seemed well within his reach. Certainly, he still felt a sense of trepidation within, and in the short term, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in overly perilous training. He had only undergone his evolution last night, and as of now, it had been nearly a full day, during which he had come to fully appreciate what it meant to possess high specifications. To illustrate, his previous frail and burdensome physique resembled that of a graphics card worn down by years of labor in a mining facility, struggling to run even a simple game, emitting sounds as if it would overheat at any moment. In stark contrast, he now felt akin to a pristine 3090, almost brand new, capable of flawlessly executing the highest settings of AAA games. Light, silky, and fluid, he could execute movements envisioned in his mind with impeccable precision, controlling every muscle in his body with the grace of a serpent. After all, he had inherited the evolutionary genes from a mutated python. a creature boasting over 10,000 muscles, each nearly as powerful as the strongest human biceps. The grip of a 3-meter reticulated python is akin to that of a solid rubber rod, capable of effortlessly severing a person's cervical spine or causing internal bleeding. The mutated python he encountered was clearly beyond the measure of ordinary serpents. The strength he inherited was but a minuscule fraction of that python's power. Yet it was already remarkably formidable. He was not a foolish beast like the python. He was human, at least in terms of psychology and intellect, endowed with the highest level of intelligence in the natural world, capable of utilizing tools. With intellect alone, humanity has ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain, hunting creatures many times larger than themselves, such as elephants and even whales that dwarf them by hundreds of times. Indeed, life without a mobile phone or computer proved to be an arduous ordeal. Mental health is indeed a vital aspect of our existence. No one can endure a lifetime in a monotonous and desolate world. Since venturing outdoors this winter is not on the agenda, one must certainly prepare some sustenance for the mind. Otherwise, confining oneself within 4 walls for 2 or 3 months would be unbearable upon mere contemplation. He had experienced something akin to this during his university years when, due to a fever, he was diagnosed as a suspected case of infectious disease and was isolated in the campus hospital. With no Wi-Fi and poor mobile reception, he was compelled to lie on the hospital bed for an entire day, unable to venture anywhere. Meals were delivered by a roommate, and even reading a novel on his phone was a struggle. It wasn't until the following day that he wised up and asked his roommate to download a few films onto his computer to bring over. Yet, merely 3 days later, upon stepping out of the observation room, he felt a sense of rebirth. If 3 days were so excruciating, one could only imagine the torment of 1 or 2 months. He was not one of those devout monks capable of enduring decades of solitary asceticism in the mountains. Without even a novel to read, he would likely feel suffocated. Books, music, films, and faith. Humanity must navigate the vast ocean of these artistic expressions to persevere through arduous circumstances. Jingyuan performed a backflip, leaping down from the pavilion, and gazed up at the sky. The Milky Way shimmered brilliantly, and he could faintly discern a resplendent band of light. After hours of activity, he felt a twinge of hunger and pried open a tin of fermented black bean fish, chewing listlessly, unable to savor the taste. Everything tasted the same. Little White, curled up in the corner of the sofa, was fast asleep. He gently patted Little White's head, reclined on the narrow old sofa, and closed his eyes. There would be milk, and there would be bread. Even amidst the apocalypse, he aspired to live with dignity. The following day dawned with brilliant sunshine. He no longer experienced the disoriented episodes of the first day, where he nearly tumbled from the balcony in a sun-seeking daze. Such involuntary actions, akin to bedwetting, were a result of his initial unfamiliarity with the body, but now, his control was considerably enhanced. Breakfast consisted of rehydrated compressed biscuits and a cup of hand-ground coffee. After a brief sunbath to sharpen his senses, he slung his travel pack over his shoulder, armed himself, and prepared to venture out. As Whitey trailed behind, Kaijin paused, then gently scooped up its forepaws and placed it inside the bag. Descending to the ground floor, he performed a routine inspection of the mountain bike, ensuring the tires were inflated and the chain was taut. Setting up the stand, he applied a layer of lubricant to the chain, rotated the pedals, and reveled in the crisp, melodious sound of the gears. With his palm pressed against the front handlebar, he could sense the bike's subtle lament. Wielding a wrench, he tightened a few loosened nuts and meticulously adjusted the position of its small winch. Relying on his ability to perceive vibrations, he tended to the bicycle's minor ailments with the precision of a physician. After dedicating approximately 15 minutes to what he could manage, he straddled the bicycle seat and set off southward, carried by the morning breeze. With the aid of transportation, his speed increased significantly, easily outstripping the sluggish zombies, who, despite being drawn by the bicycle's noise, were unable to keep pace. Kaijin mused that traversing the city's thoroughfares seemed surprisingly manageable. The true challenge lay in scavenging for supplies. The entire city had been ransacked, and any location with food likely resembled Xuanxiang's supermarket, teeming with massive hordes of zombies or formidable mutated creatures. If self-sufficiency is unattainable, one must venture into the unknown in search of sustenance. The robust man, undoubtedly, faced the depletion of resources, compelling him to abandon the safety of his refuge, only to encounter misfortune, stumbling upon an insurmountable obstacle. In the initial 20 minutes, no extraordinary events transpired. Jingyuan swiftly circumvented the vicinity of the zoo and entered a new thoroughfare. The street, much like others, was in disarray, flanked by vacant shops and wrecked vehicles strewn together, obstructing passage, bearing marks of explosions and scorching. The floral displays, once meticulously arranged, had become a chaotic tangle of overgrown shrubs. Upon reaching this area, the presence of zombies became markedly pronounced, with numerous figures standing upon the sidewalks, and even some trapped within vehicles. Jingyuan realized that bringing Xiaobai along might not have been the wisest decision. Should the zombies detect Xiaobai's presence, they would swarm in frenzied pursuit. Yet he pondered the sensory mechanisms through which these creatures discern the living. Was it through sound or scent? If it were sound, any noise would suffice, and concerning scent, a potent fragrance could easily mask Xiaobai's aroma. As a diminutive dog, weighing no more than 4 or 5 kilograms and hobbled by a limp, Xiaobai's scent was considerably less pronounced than that of a human. Chapter 48, Jingyuan and the Experiment. Fortune favored Jingyuan, for he discovered a bottle of floral water in a small convenience store to his left. Unscrewing the cap, he inhaled the fragrance. Despite being past its expiration date, its scent remained undiminished. He took Xiaobai in his arms, liberally applying the entire contents of the bottle onto the dog's fur, meticulously covering every inch to obliterate its scent. Jingyuan then produced a slingshot, launching ceramic shards as if they were bait to lure the undead, successfully drawing one zombie from beside a compact car. Do not fear, simply remain by my side and do not move. Jingyuan gently patted Xiaobai's head, wielding a rosewood knife. Standing motionless, Xiaobai curled up at his feet, its breathing barely audible, seemingly overwhelmed by fear, trembling visibly. Yet, it mattered little. If the scent of the floral spray failed to conceal Xiaobai, he would intervene. Like a statue, he stood by the roadside, quietly awaiting the approach of the zombie. The zombie halted at a spot where a shard of porcelain lay shattered, merely 5 meters from Jingyuan. It stood there vacantly, grasping at the air, the stench of decay wafting on the gentle breeze. Suddenly, the wind shifted direction, blowing towards the zombie. It stirred, drawn by a brittle branch that had fallen from a tree, taking steps toward Jingyuan. As it took its third step, Jingyuan swung the rosewood knife with great force. The sound of wind rushing past him, accompanied by the crack of bones and the tearing of sinew, an unsightly head fell to the ground, rolling several times. With a thud, the headless corpse of the zombie collapsed by the roadside, splattering the ground with dark blood. Although this particular zombie initially failed to perceive Xiaobai's presence, Jingyuan deemed the experimental results inaccurate due to external disturbances. He repeated the experiment 3 more times, each time luring the zombie closer, with the last instance bringing it within 3 meters. Xiaobai, terrified, remained curled at his feet, trembling incessantly, yet these zombies exhibited little interest in Xiaobai. Excellent. The floral spray proved effective. Empirical findings indicate that these rudimentary zombies are only capable of ascertaining the position of living entities through auditory and olfactory senses. Concealing the presence of a sizable living being, with its attendant commotion and scent, is arduous. However, a diminutive canine can readily conceal itself. Provided that significant oral disturbances or conspicuous sanguineous odors are absent, the situation remains manageable. The thoroughfare ahead is impassable, obstructed by a confluence of vehicles, rendering the terrain exceedingly treacherous, akin to a vast vehicular collision site, with even the preclusive iron barriers contorted by the impact. Nonetheless, the pedestrian walkways remain relatively commodious. A cursory assessment reveals an approximate congregation of 20 zombies dispersed across the left and right sidewalks. Although vehicular passage is untenable, a bicycle can readily navigate these interstices. Were Kaijin a living mortal, he would be loath to traverse the throng of zombies, given the potential peril of infection from even an inadvertent grasp, or the instigation of a disturbance culminating in his dismemberment by the ravenous horde. However, as he is presently not considered a living entity, a paradoxical notion, he remains ambivalent as to whether to rejoice or lament. Irrespective, he propelled his bicycle along the pavement, accelerating to evade any encroaching zombies, and repelling any approaching ones with a forceful kick. En route, he encountered a zombie, its physique partially incinerated, prostrate in the center of the path, over which Kaijin unceremoniously rode. The resultant sound, akin to the crisp fracture of potato chips, was unexpectedly gratifying. Availing himself of his condition as an undead entity, he proceeded unencumbered along the thoroughfare. As he wandered along, stopping intermittently, He would venture into shops whenever he encountered them, rummaging through their contents. Naturally, he ensured that the vicinity was not overrun by hordes of the undead. A maximum of 5 zombies would suffice for him to pause. Methodically dispatch each one before allowing the small white creature to stretch its legs while he explored the premises. However, his efforts yielded little of value, as the shelves were largely barren. The goods in all the stores had been hastily stripped away by panicked crowds, until one fateful day, when a widespread fungal infection began to spawn legions of zombies, plunging order into utter chaos. After scouring the third shop without finding even a bottle of water or a packet of instant noodles, he resolved to abandon this futile pursuit. The most significant discovery of the entire morning turned out to be a stationery store named Sanway Bookstore. Situated just 2 streets away from the first high school of Joshan City, this establishment offered more than mere stationery. It was a treasure trove of youth magazines, comics, horror novels, and classics, indispensable for high school students with limited entertainment options, far surpassing the sales of tutoring materials. With a machete crafted from rosewood, he forcefully broke the lock of the store, unearthing a wealth of delightful items. Books, after all, are the stepping stones to human advancement. He decided to enjoy his lunch within the store, simultaneously sifting through the worn volumes. He selected 4 classic novels for magazines and complete sets of essential textbooks for high school biology, chemistry, and physics. The first set would serve as a source of relaxation, while the latter would facilitate his studies. Mastering the sciences of mathematics, physics, and chemistry would empower him to traverse the world without fear. Although he had performed admirably in these subjects during his school years, he had long since forgotten much of that knowledge after completing university. These chemistry textbooks are veritable treasures, containing the methods for gunpowder production, soap making, and water filtration and purification, among other things. The biology books detail the extraction of plant essences and the art of brewing, the experimental methods within which could aid his research into the habits of zombies and mutated creatures. While the physics books are largely theoretical, they also contain practical knowledge, such as electricity and the generation of electricity through cutting magnetic fields, incidentally exercising his logical reasoning. He committed the address of the Sanway bookstore to memory, as there were many other books of interest that he had to leave behind. Regrettably, the selected books, stacked together, were nearly a meter high. Having already filled his travel bag to a weighty capacity, the burden of knowledge is not light. He would have to return later to transport the rest. After lunch, he continued onward, passing the Joshan City No. 1 high school at a distance. He dared not enter, as the map marked it with an elite monster icon. From afar, he could discern the high school's distinction from its surroundings, an enormous tree piercing through the teaching building, growing out of the rooftop. This was no verdant tree, but rather one with an eerie, blood-red hue, its branches gnarled and twisted in a manner that reminded him of the fungal tree he encountered in the park. Though different in form, the two evoked a similar sensation, with the park's tree seeming like a premature, underdeveloped infant compared to this one. Perhaps this was also a fungal tree, nurturing a bizarre fungal beast to replenish its nutrients. In any case, the vicinity of Joshan City No. 1 high school was unnervingly silent, stirring unease within him. Without lingering, he departed swiftly. He categorized the high school and the State Mountain City Zoo similarly, both as perilous locations to be avoided at all costs. The entities dwelling within were beyond his current capabilities. Chapter 49. Jing Yuan and the mutated entity at the gas station. 3,500 words. His observations confirmed that State Mountain City was not a developed metropolis. The city lacked subways, and large shopping centers were scarce. Even near the city center, numerous old and dilapidated buildings were present, marking it as merely a tourist destination renowned for its attractions. Considering the timeline, he departed at 8 in the morning, and 5.5 hours had elapsed. However, the actual time spent cycling was less than an hour. Scavenging shops, detouring, dealing with zombies, and dining had consumed a significant amount of time. If he were to retrace his steps, he estimated it would take him only half an hour to reach his current location. At this rate, if he insisted on proceeding, he would likely arrive in the southern suburbs around dusk, leaving insufficient time for exploration. Spending the night in an unfamiliar place without preparation was clearly not a prudent choice. Speaking of which, there was a small monster icon near the gas station. What could that signify? A horde of zombies, perhaps? However, he had encountered numerous zombies in the central district today, including large groups exceeding 30 individuals, yet none of these were marked on the map. The same was true when he went to Xuanxiang Supermarket. The supermarket was only marked with an icon for supplies, without indicating the presence of any monsters. Could it be that because zombies were of the same kind as him, they were not considered hostile? What, then, did the monster icon represent? He did not recklessly approach the gas station, instead opting to park his bicycle by the roadside, preparing to consult his map for a moment. Suddenly, an unusual breeze stirred his senses. His feet pressed against the ground, and he sensed something drawing near. However, the vibrations emanating from the earth were too faint to discern anything beyond a general direction, towards the gas station. He abruptly turned his head, catching a fleeting glimpse of a leaping dark figure rapidly closing the distance. Jingyuan could not ascertain what it was, but he was certain it was not a sluggish, foolish zombie. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed his rifle and cocked the mechanism to take aim. The creature moved with remarkable speed and possessed a diminutive size. Jingyuan kicked off his military boots, allowing his bare feet to connect with the ground, enhancing his ability to perceive the vibrations beneath him. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently on the wind, sounds, and tremors. The mutated entity came into focus from another perspective, strikingly clear. Bang! The gunfire startled Xiaobai, who poked its head out. Jingyuan promptly pressed it back into his bag, securing the zipper, and drew out a long knife with caution. Making his way towards the location where the unknown mutant had fallen. Clearing the underbrush with the barrel of his gun, he discovered a pool of dark blood, which dripped along a trail leading towards the gas station. With one hand grasping his pistol and the other wielding the ebony blade, he cautiously approached the entrance of the gas station, where a trail of blood pointed to the creature's hiding place. On the inner wall of the gas station, he beheld something peculiar, a human skull carelessly discarded on the ground. Its cranial vault punctured as if some creature had gnawed it open to feast on the brain matter within. As Jingyuan traversed the gas station atrium, he finally discerned the misshapen aberration, a creature roughly the size of a 3-year-old child, its skin beset with a dense array of pustules. Its upper body was atrophied, while its legs were disproportionately developed, its bulging, goldfish-like eyes appearing on the verge of suppurating. The gunshot had struck one of its legs, the rifle's formidable power having blasted a bloody aperture through its right thigh. It snarled at Jingyuan, one leg retracting as if to leap, yet it remained earthbound, struggling in a frog-like manner. Jingyuan, repulsed, drew his rasp spear and impaled its eyeball, rupturing its cranium and terminating its existence. With the 1.5-meter-long rasp spear, he gingerly probed the gas station's recesses, but discovered no further abominations. According to the snake's senses, there were no other life forms besides him and Little White. He reconnoitered the perimeter of the gas station, unfurling the map, the icon of the diminutive monster now depicted with upturned eyes and a lolling tongue. His taut nerves finally eased somewhat. This marked his initial encounter with a mutant that had proactively assailed him, this malformed goldfish-like creature seemingly subsisting on zombie brains. Judging by its physiognomy, it appeared to have evolved solely in terms of velocity and masticatory force, its defenses being negligible, as evidenced by a single shot rendering it lame. The gas station served as its lair, enabling the deduction of its habits. It would assail its target with extreme celerity, then swiftly sever the prey's head, transporting it to its refuge to devour it entirely. In the nearby meadow, Jingyuan discovered a dozen headless corpses, indicative of its feeble strength, as it could not even drag the bodies. Nevertheless, it remained a perilous aberration, though it appeared that Jingyuan triumphed effortlessly had he not acquired the serpent's abilities. He would have been utterly incapable of discerning the creature's movements, let alone aiming at it. Upon encountering this grotesque goldfish monster, Jingyuan finally grasped the significance of the monster icons on the map. It turned out that the horde of zombies was not classified as his adversaries. Indeed, the zombies had been rather amicable, never initiating disturbances. The outside world was undeniably fraught with peril, necessitating a distance from these monstrous icons, for they were likely unique mutations, probably possessing aggressive traits. Engaging with them without a clear understanding of their capabilities would be exceedingly hazardous. He circled the locations on the map that warranted caution and adjusted his route slightly. He dared not tamper with the fuel tank. Even if there were remnants of fuel, it would be of no use now, and without a key, he could only resort to brute force to open it. In the event that friction sparked a flame, igniting the fuel, it would be a comical disaster. He meticulously searched every room of the gas station, the service room, the awning, the generator room, the office, the convenience store, and the restroom. In the generator room, he discovered a diesel generator and 4 large iron barrels, 3 of which were filled to the brim with diesel, while one contained half a barrel. The generator appeared to be in excellent condition, at least superficially, showing no signs of malfunction. Regrettably, it wasn't a portable diesel generator. This yellow-painted generator set was quite heavy, approximately 3 meters in length and over 1 meter in height, bolted together with coarse screws and concrete, rendering it impossible for him to move it alone. The dials and buttons on it were also quite complex, and he felt it prudent not to attempt any operation before locating the operating manual. However, while the generator was immobile, he could devise a method to load the diesel into small fuel tanks and transport it in batches. If he were to find a small, civilian-use generator in the future, he could then use electric lights. Thinking optimistically, if he were to acquire a game console or a computer loaded with single-player games and downloaded movies and TV series, that would be exceedingly enjoyable. He silently noted the location and carefully closed the generator room door. Subsequently, he found dry powder fire extinguishers and 2 brand-new fire axes in the fire cabinet. The extinguishers were useless, but the fire axes were valuable items, and he took them all. Upon arriving at the office, he saw 4 desktop computers and a silver-white business laptop on the desks. The laptop couldn't be powered on, but apart from dust on the exterior, there was no obvious wear and tear. He also put it in his bag, thinking that these people must have downloaded movies and TV series on their computers to pass the time at work. Once he had electricity, he would rely on these movies and TV series to entertain himself. Otherwise, there was nothing much to mention. It was all useless clutter. However, on a private desk, he found a grimy crystal ball. It was one of those $10 trinkets, a water-filled crystal ball adorned with a miniature snowscape. A snowman and a red house were usually standard fare. When shaken, glittering snowflakes would swirl around inside, quite enchanting, and little girls typically adored them. Jing Yuan figured that since Xiao Yuner liked the luminous pearl, she would surely appreciate this crystal ball as well, so he tucked it into his bag. After all, he had said he would visit her today if he had the time. Sorting out his thoughts and planning the route could wait until nightfall. He absolutely loathed going out in the evening. He was quite familiar with the area now. Scientific studies showed that it took about 14 days for a person to adapt to a new environment, and he had been here for nearly 2 weeks. It was a pity the geographical conditions were so poor and there were so many monsters nearby. Otherwise, settling down here wouldn't have been a bad idea. Humming a little tune, he arrived at the entrance of Xuanxiang's supermarket again. He spotted Xiao Yuner's figure immediately. She was sitting beside that blue plastic table, seemingly oblivious to Jing Yuan's arrival. Only when Jing Yuan approached her did he see what she was doing. She was drawing in the small notebook he had given her yesterday. He didn't know where she had found a pencil, but she was using vines to wrap around its end, shading bit by bit, as if she had learned from Jing Yuan that things could be drawn. She had created many rough drafts. The notebook, with its 100-odd pages, was nearly filled. Her drawing style was remarkably detailed. The potent precision of the vines granted her a printer-like ability for sketching. The drawing on the paper, akin to a monochrome photograph, depicted the luminous pearl seemingly radiating a dreamlike luminescence within the darkly painted sheet. However, the artwork lacked realism and appeared somewhat peculiar, as Jing Yuan's head was superimposed with the luminous pearl, giving him the semblance of a radiant Buddha, which rendered the otherwise beautiful drawing slightly comical. Jing Yuan suppressed a chuckle, as Xiao Yuner was still diligently engrossed in her drawing. He merely sat across from her, having placed the crystal ball on the table. A question suddenly arose in his mind. Why would she depict his head coalesced with the luminous pearl? As he pondered the answer, his emotions became inexplicably intricate. He sighed softly, musing to himself, I hope she doesn't perceive me as a luminous pearl. My head certainly does not emit light. Nor can I illuminate your path in the darkness. Jing Yuan gazed at the tendrils behind Xiao Yuner, feeling a sense of envy, as he too desired such a convenient surrogate. This contraption, with an appearance reminiscent of hermit purple, yet possessing abilities akin to star platinum, would undoubtedly boast a formidable stat panel, perhaps a 4A rating, with destructive power, precision, speed, and endurance all at A. Its growth potential remained unknown, while its range was likely AB. This child might possess the Joestar lineage. He stealthily maneuvered behind Xiao Yuner, scrutinizing the nape of her neck in an attempt to locate a star-shaped birthmark, but alas, her neck was entirely enveloped by a rampant profusion of grotesque black blossoms. This peculiar behavior finally captured Xiao Yun's attention. She turned her head, and a vine curled around the luminous pearl, placing the egg-sized orb atop Jing Yuan's head, as if his hair's whirl were a nest for birds. The artwork was complete. She left her seat, grasped her notebook, and offered it to him. In any case, Jingyuan felt uncertain whether she was truly upset with him for slipping away yesterday under her intervention. Perhaps she was, yet he could not discern it. While Jingyuan pondered Xiaoyun's intentions, she had already picked up the crystal ball from the table, one hand clasping the luminous pearl and the other the crystal sphere. Comparing the two objects, she gazed vacantly at the snowy scene within the crystal ball, where sparkling snowflakes danced and shimmered. This novel toy seemed to delight her immensely. She set the luminous pearl aside and cradled the crystal ball in both hands, shaking it up and down repeatedly to watch the snowflakes swirl. Suddenly, she dashed back to Jingyuan, using the vine to place the crystal ball atop his head. She looked up at this scene, a faint smile gracing her lips. If one did not pay close attention, the subtle, rigid arc of her expression would be nearly imperceptible. Jingyuan felt a profound sense of comfort, sensing that, under his guidance, a beautiful emotion was beginning to blossom within this child's heart. He had always believed that the formation of one's character bore little relation to the individual themselves. Rather, the environment was the paramount determinant. The conditions in which one grows up dictate the person one becomes. Had Xiaoyun not crossed paths with him, what sort of being would she have evolved into in this desolate world, existing within the immutable, desolate confines of the supermarket? Could the mutated entities encroaching upon her domain possibly offer a benevolent encounter? Scarcely. The sole realities she comprehends are the ruthless predation of the strong upon the weak, relentless carnage, and malevolent intent. To endure in such an environment, she shall inevitably transform into an emotionless engine of destruction, slaughtering any creature that dares approach. Becoming bloodthirsty and brutal, she will metamorphose into a truly formidable monster. As their paths converge, their destinies become intertwined, with every action of Jingyuan serving as a pivotal element in the shaping of her character. There is a certain feeling of nurturing a daughter. Although Jingyuan harbors no paternal sense of duty or obligation, he merely perceives the city as overwhelmingly desolate and solitary. If he were to find himself unable to discover another soul with whom to converse in the entire world, he could, at the very least, seek the companionship of this clumsy little zombie. Upon opening the notebook, commencing from page 42, Xiaoyun had initiated her illustrated diary. The artistic skill displayed on page 43 remained remarkably rudimentary, rivaling Jingyuan's stick figure technique. Nevertheless, each subsequent page revealed discernible advancement. By the final entry, her abilities had evolved into a printer-like precision. She had begun to employ illustrations to articulate her innermost thoughts. Jingyuan procured a fresh notebook and, seated alongside her beneath the supermarket's eaves, engaged in mutual communication through the medium of drawing. However, her expressive capacity remained unrefined, incapable of conveying overly intricate concepts. Alternatively, her illustrations were excessively abstract, rendering them challenging to decipher. For instance, when he caressed little Yunner's forehead, she sketched a series of meticulously arranged squares accompanied by an enormous yo-yo. Conversely, when he held her hand, she scribbled a dense cluster of chaotic lines, interspersed with snowflake-like specks. By dusk, they had filled the entire notebook with their drawings. It seemed as though they were not on the same wavelength, finding it challenging to connect. However, he discerned no pattern. Little Yunner's thoughts appeared to shift every moment. Perhaps she was simply doodling aimlessly. As the sky grew dim and dusky once more, Jingyuan attempted again to coax little Yunner out of the supermarket, but she remained resolute, refusing to budge. She presented Jingyuan with a drawing of tangled, woolen-like shapes, chaotic yet intertwined, evoking a sense of vexation. Reluctantly, Jingyuan abandoned the idea of taking her away, realizing that this supermarket held profound significance for her. Their divergent ways of life destined them to be unable to journey together. Jingyuan gestured to her once more, pointing his index and middle fingers downward, retracting the others, and moving his fingers back and forth, mimicking someone walking. On the way back, Jingyuan pondered the meaning of her gestures. Considering the context, he soon understood. Showing him the crystal ball was her way of conveying her fondness for that particular design. Chuckling softly, Jingyuan shrugged, thinking to himself that she truly possessed the mindset of a little girl. He resolved to pay closer attention to the delicate trinkets that young girls adored, intending to give them to her whenever he found them. Consider it a gift that increases affection by 5 points. Perhaps upon accumulating 100 points, she may choose to accompany him, thus gaining a small boss-level companion. Upon returning to 707, he unfolded the map and began to adjust his route, opting to circumvent all monster icons in pursuit of safety. Before retiring for the night, he engaged in 3 hours of training, 1 hour dedicated to swordplay, another to thrusting techniques, and the final hour to parkour. Subsequently, he allocated half an hour to reading. However, the flickering firelight paled in comparison to the brilliance of electric lamps. While it sufficed for perusing photographs of beautiful women, deciphering text proved quite arduous, necessitating proximity to the fire pit and pressing his eyes closely to the pages to discern the words clearly. The following day, he mounted his bicycle and set off as usual. Armed with the experience from his initial journey, he adeptly navigated the correct path, encountering no impediments. By 9 a.m., he arrived at the gas station on Shohu Avenue. Beyond lay another residential area, adorned with treasure icons, yet fraught with several monster icons, rendering it perilous. He opted instead for a detour along a narrow path. The countryside lane was desolate, with wild grass overtaking the fields and scarcely a farmhouse in sight. The road was bumpy, not the smooth asphalt one might expect, but rather a dirt track interspersed with cobblestones, reminiscent of a former riverbed. In summary, this journey offered neither surprises nor shocks, akin to a solitary bicycle excursion through the outskirts. He gently retrieved Little White from his travel bag, placing it in the front basket, and rode peacefully under the sun's warm embrace. After some time spent clearing the obstructive shrubbery, he finally espied the verdant signpost 500 meters ahead, marking the State Mountain Scenic Area at 11:32 a.m. South Suburban District, reached. Chapter 51, Jingyuan and the Southern Suburbs. The mountain peaks were now within sight, their forms indistinct in the distance, veiled by ethereal mists. The air was invigoratingly fresh. Along the way, Jingyuan observed several rustic restaurants, their signs advertising live eels and freshly slaughtered free-range chickens. Yet, upon closer inspection, the tables were stacked, and the locked iron grills revealed vacant interiors, the windows plastered with time-worn notices of lease or sale. These establishments had succumbed to the dearth of tourism long before the cataclysm. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single zombie. Instead, he discovered scallions and radish roots in untended vegetable plots, and even came across some unfamiliar wildflowers. He had never seen flowers in the city. Upon reflection, he hadn't even observed a single insect, not even a fly. This prompted a query: if insects such as bees and butterflies had been eradicated by fungal infections, how were these wildflowers pollinated? In the absence of insects, only self-pollinating plants or those capable of asexual reproduction via rhizomes should persist. This was indeed the case near State Mountain City Center. During his forays through the urban core, his acute senses detected no insect activity. The only vegetation he encountered, aside from trees, was a disarray of weeds, no flowers. Yet, in the southern suburbs, the presence of flowers suggested that the local ecosystem was still functioning at a relatively normal level. Summoning his resolve, Jingyuan meticulously scrutinized his surroundings for any sign of insects, eventually discovering several ants nestled within the crevices of the soil, appearing quite ordinary as they foraged for sustenance. Preferring not to disturb them, Jingyuan selected a patch of earth and, employing his eggplant wood knife as a makeshift shovel, began to excavate the soil. As he delved into the earth, loosening the soil, he unearthed a wriggling earthworm. This discovery prompted a bold hypothesis that the majority of the mold was concentrated in the city center, diminishing in quantity and impact on the environment and its inhabitants as one ventured further outward. This suggested the possibility of finding fish in the river and, should he encounter creatures like chickens, ducks, or sheep, perhaps even initiating an animal husbandry operation, a prospect that filled him with delight. More importantly, the southern suburbs held the potential for human survivors. Given the favorable natural conditions, these survivors would likely not have to contend with food scarcity and might have even established a small, thriving society. While the prospect of this possibility elated Jingyuan, he was soon tempered by a sobering realization. After all, he was no longer human, and who knew how survivors would react upon encountering him? In a world devoid of law and order, his unique existence would likely be met with skepticism. He surmised that any interaction with survivors would necessitate concealing his true identity, limiting himself to simple transactions and avoiding any notions of assimilation. However, such considerations were premature, as the existence of survivors remained uncertain. He commenced his exploration of the southern suburbs, gradually venturing into areas with more buildings. There were tourist apartments and quaint countryside lodgings, and he detected the distinctive scent of the undead. This locale was devoid of the living, yet scattered zombies roamed the area. Throughout the afternoon, he meandered on his bicycle through the southern suburbs, a place not expansive enough to elude his exploration within the span of a single afternoon. Naturally, he did not venture into the mountains but confined his exploration to the foothills, visiting the visitor reception center, the high-speed train station, the bus stop, residential neighborhoods, the farmers market, and the villa district. Aside from the scattered rural ghost houses, he perused these locations, yet encountered not a single living soul. Instead, he stumbled upon 3 locations where larger clusters of zombies congregated: a villa district, a particular guest house, and a rural inn adjacent to farmland. It seemed that a few years prior, fortunate survivors had established a base here. He observed traces of human activity, such as modifications made to buildings, doors and windows barricaded with wooden planks, and bamboo crafted into makeshift protective gear. However, these bases had all, without exception, succumbed to ruin. As he approached the vicinity, he could only perceive the unconscious groans of the zombies, the air thick with a pungent stench of decay, devoid of any semblance of life. He placed his companion, Xiaobai, at a distance and ventured alone into these 3 former survivor strongholds. The zombies regarded him with indifference, allowing him to explore without trepidation. He discovered several fairy tale books, a few radios, and some rotting, moldy vegetables within the premises. The zombies he encountered wore bamboo armor, and it was evident from their appearance that they had been young, robust men in life. In the wake of the cataclysm, the survivors endeavored to subsist, yet their efforts proved futile, and none remained. Alternatively, those who endured may have forsaken the southern district, deeming it insufficiently secure, the pervasive influence of the mold lingering still. Thus, they ventured forth into the remote, untamed wilderness, or perhaps sought the aegis of officialdom, following in the wake of the military. With aspirations of succor from the main force, a poignant sentiment stirred within Jing Yuan as he discovered a diary, penned by a child. Adjacent to the journal, he unearthed a top, carved delicately from wood. Through the window of the guest house, which had served as their sanctuary, he espied paper cuttings, and upon the door were affixed couplets, scrawled in the unsteady hand of children. Amidst their adversity, they had sustained one another, those who lived constructing a haven. The stalwart men among them had taken up arms, forming a defense force. They had once celebrated the dawn of a new year with fervent hope, only to be met with such an impotent conclusion. Within the rustic farmhouse that had been their stronghold, Jing Yuan located 2 barrels of gasoline, along with a freight-bearing motorized tricycle. Though the tricycle bore the patina of rust, its engine remained functional, sputtering to life with labored effort. Jing Yuan transferred the gasoline barrels onto the tricycle's cargo bed and steered the vehicle onto the main thoroughfare. As twilight descended, he devoted a span of time to emptying half a barrel of gasoline around the perimeter of the farmhouse, igniting a conflagration. The flames consumed the fetid odor that permeated the air, and the charred, humanoid figures succumbed one by one within the blaze, their movements ceasing. Jing Yuan, cradling Xiaobai, sat astride the tricycle, the firelight casting a ruddy glow upon the creature's fur. He patiently awaited the fire's abatement, a vigil of 2 hours. Beneath the starlit expanse of the night, embers glowed crimson, their smoke rising in dark plumes, punctuated by sharp cracks and a resounding crash as the 3-story farmhouse collapsed. He maintained a stoic silence, transferring his bicycle to the tricycle, and steered the vehicle alone along the deserted highway. The engine roared, its headlamps casting a feeble beam, flickering intermittently as if plagued by an electrical fault. Across the vast, inky plain, the farm tricycle resembled a solitary firefly, blinking in the darkness. Jing Yuan had already determined his abode for the night, resolving to rest upon the wooden plank bed, where, upon awakening, he could witness the sun illuminating the earth, dispelling the oppressive darkness and cold. Chapter 52, Renaming Announcement Due to Unforeseen Circumstances. This book will be retitled Wasteland Drifting. Chapter 53, Jing Yuan and the selection of a sanctuary. Jing Yuan's temporary lodging was situated within an abandoned guest house. He drove his farm tricycle to the foot of the building, ascending to a vacant room on the 2nd floor. He had visited earlier in the afternoon. Upon his initial entry, the air had been stagnant and heavy, but after ventilating the space for several hours, the musty odor had diminished considerably. He inverted the moldy, dust-laden quilt on the bed, covered it with his own greatcoat, and seated himself upon the makeshift bedding. He saw no point in cleaning the room, as he intended to stay only for a single night. Unzipping his travel pack, he ignited a candle and proceeded to consume canned goods with an iron spoon while feeding the white ferret starch sausages. After spending the afternoon scouting, he had identified several potential locations for constructing a shelter, with the villa district being the most appealing. The villas, without exception, were single-story bungalows, each boasting its own courtyard. He remained uncertain about the quality of the house, as he had not conducted a thorough inspection. Nevertheless, from its exterior, aside from some rain stains and moss growing on the walls, he did not observe any significant wear. It would be unreasonable for a standalone villa to be of inferior quality compared to an apartment building. With a bit of effort devoted to a thorough cleaning, these houses could certainly be made livable and comfortable. Should any issues arise, such as leaks or drafts, they would not pose a major problem to repair, provided the structure is not dilapidated. The villa boasts a garage and a yard suitable for cultivating vegetables, accompanied by its own iron railings and walls, offering superior facilities and conditions. Generally speaking, villas also come equipped with basements, which can serve as storage spaces or, with minor modifications, as safe havens. However, a significant concern looms. A considerable number of wandering zombies infest the area. It appears that others share his sentiment, believing the villa district to be an ideal refuge. Consequently, many individuals have congregated here, leading to a thorough downfall after the outbreak of the zombie infection. If he truly wishes to reside in the villa district for the long term, he must address the zombie hordes. Who knows if they might one day wander into his room and give him a fright. Furthermore, he has a small dog and would prefer not to witness a blood-soaked zombie feasting in his yard. His tolerance for these foul-smelling creatures is already quite low, as their features have rotted away, rendering them mere remnants of walking corpses. If one were to rise in the morning with a heart full of optimism, only to behold a zombie scratching at the door by the window, it would surely resemble a scene from a horror film. To be candid, should a zombie be placed before a modern individual, the mere sight of its grotesque visage would likely induce a violent upheaval of any breakfast or lunch consumed. One's aesthetic sensibilities remain within the realm of the ordinary. Who would desire to coexist with such abominations? Such a scenario would render a peaceful night's sleep an unattainable luxury. Nonetheless, aside from its distance from a water source and the encroachment of a horde of zombies, the villa district boasts no other significant drawbacks. Its elevated location provides a splendid view, ensuring that even in the event of a torrential downpour, it would remain unscathed by flooding. Furthermore, the surrounding terrain is relatively flat, minimizing the risk of landslides or mudslides. In comparison to the other two potential shelters, it offers considerable advantages. Another location that piqued his interest lies at the foot of Mount Jo, while another is situated adjacent to a farmer's market. The latter possesses neither remarkable merits nor glaring flaws. It is simply an unremarkable locale. After much contemplation, Jing Yuan ultimately concluded that residing in the villa would be the most desirable option. After all, he had never experienced life in a villa, and in this apocalyptic world, one ought to relish the opportunity to experience the lifestyle of the affluent. The pressing concern, however, lies in how to address the zombie horde. Preliminary estimates suggest that at least 100 zombies wander the vicinity, with potentially more lurking within the houses, bringing the total to over 200. A thorough and complete eradication is imperative. Yet, relying solely on his wooden knife to chop them down one by one not only proved inefficient, but also posed the risk of inciting chaos. While the combat prowess of a single zombie may be feeble, the convergence of hundreds constitutes an undeniable formidable force. Under such circumstances, even a mere stampede could result in catastrophic fatalities. Although his physical condition resembled that of a diminutive superhero, it ultimately remained within the confines of the animal kingdom. In unarmed combat, he would undoubtedly fall short against a tiger. Could a tiger survive the onslaught of 100 zombies? He believed not, for the sheer numerical advantage is overwhelmingly decisive. Much like in a game of League of Legends, even if 1 out of 5 players were to become inactive, the outcome of the match would essentially be predetermined. Even if he were to adopt a strategy of taking down each zombie individually, the subsequent dilemma of disposing of the corpses would arise. Disregarding them would only lead to an unbearable stench, while attempting to gather them for incineration or removal would prove to be a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Lying on his bed and gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, Jing Yuan pondered potential solutions. As a well-educated university student, he recognized the necessity of employing intellect to resolve issues rather than resorting to brute force. In fact, those zombies already possessed legs and could ambulate on their own. Suddenly, he recalled the large fire set at the farmhouse. If he could lure all the zombies in the villa area to congregate in one place and ignite a blaze, it would serve as an effective means of disposal. Thus, the current challenge transformed into how to gather all the zombies in a single location and ensure they remained calm, awaiting the moment he would set the fire. Zombies are remarkably sensitive to both scent and sound. Should he utilize Xiaobai as bait, he would undoubtedly attract a horde of these creatures. However, the presence of a living being would simultaneously incite their aggression, leading to a chaotic melee where Xiaobai could easily sustain injuries or become infected, presenting a significant risk. What if he employed sound instead? He recalled that he had salvaged several radios today, which could broadcast music at a loud volume, drawing the zombie swarm towards them. It would be akin to setting a trap, luring the undead to pursue the sound into a secluded courtyard of a villa, where he could then close the doors and ignite a fire to purify the area. This plan holds promise. However, one must consider its feasibility. Would the radios emit sound sufficiently loud? Even at maximum volume, the reach may be limited. Yet, there is no necessity to rely on a single trap. Multiple devices could be strategically placed to envelop the villa area. Another concern arises. Would the flames escalate beyond control? It is unlikely, given that the villas are spaced several meters apart. By preemptively removing flammable materials from the vicinity, he could utilize a few unoccupied houses to incinerate the zombie horde en masse, while he personally deals with any remaining stragglers. Yes, this is indeed a feasible plan. With a resolute nod, Jing Yuan finalized his strategy. He descended to the lower floor and gathered the 4 radios of various models he had collected, transporting them upstairs. His travel bag contained batteries and tools. Tonight, he would endeavor to ensure that all these radios resounded with life. Chapter 54. Jing Yuan and the cremation. The 3 larger radios required size D batteries, while the smaller radio utilized size AA batteries. And he found the appropriate models within his bag. As the radios had all been discovered indoors, they successfully came to life after the insertion of batteries. However, one particular tabletop radio emitted a cacophonous sound reminiscent of electrical interference. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as they could produce a thunderous noise, it sufficed. After dedicating some time, he swiftly deciphered the operational intricacies of these radios. One radio appeared to have memory issues, although it displayed the titles of songs. It could not play them. Fortunately, its recording feature remained functional, allowing Jing Yuan to capture a tenor's rendition of Uncle is a Legend by playing music from another radio, thereby ingeniously resolving the dilemma. The 5 radios blared folk music in unison, creating an overwhelming auditory experience akin to stepping into a raucous dance hall. He promptly silenced them. After some contemplation, he decided to keep the first radio he had found. Should he intend to use them to lure a horde of zombies into a trap? Igniting them would leave nothing behind. Heaven knows how long it would take to discover another high-tech device capable of playing music. Thus, it was wise to retain one for personal use. Carefully setting aside the antiquated radios, Jing Yuan extinguished the candle and reclined with his head resting on his hand. Xiaobai sprawled on the floor, yawning before closing his eyes to drift off into slumber. Yet, he yearned for his small bed and his plush pillow, as he was somewhat particular about his sleeping arrangements. A sudden change in bedding could easily lead to insomnia. Fortunately, he had not experienced much sleeplessness in recent days. Perhaps his heart was simply weary. Who could say? At least in dreams, he could escape this desolate world. The following day, Jing Yuan rose early. He arrived at the entrance of the villa district, driving a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle. After applying an entire bottle of essential oil to the little creature, he carefully placed it into his travel bag and secured the zipper. The little fellow understood his intent well, remaining silent and obedient once inside. Jing Yuan rode his bicycle around the villa area for a complete circuit. The place was not extensive, as it was a wealthy enclave, seemingly comprising only about 40 villas, emphasizing a low-density living style. There were 3 entrances in total, 1 main gate, and 2 side entrances. Observing from the entrance, he noticed numerous zombies standing on the driveway. After a thorough reconnaissance, he resolved to set up zombie traps at the 4 corners, forming a square layout. Without hesitation, he entered through the gate, maneuvering through the horde of zombies, and found a stacked villa nearby, 2 villas combined into one more luxurious abode. He drew his rosewood knife and shattered the door lock, the noise attracting nearby zombies. He kicked these creatures, sending them sprawling into the muddy yard. Then, he began to clear the underbrush surrounding the standalone villa, laboring intensively to amass the flammable materials against the villa's wall, while ensuring an empty space was left to prevent the fire from spreading excessively and incinerating the entire district. He spent the entire morning on this task, Even with his enhanced physical abilities, it took him 5 to 6 hours to clear 4 villas. Subsequently, the task became considerably more facile. He cradled the jerrycan, dousing the severed shrubbery with gasoline. Then he situated the radio upon the neglected sward, amplifying the volume to its zenith. His digit, poised to depress the power switch, faltered as a cogitation surfaced. The zombies, in their indiscriminate grasping, would swiftly dismantle the radio, thereby nullifying its efficacy in attracting a substantial horde. A morning's labor would be rendered futile. It was imperative to suspend the radio, rather than ground it. Leveraging his preternatural leaping prowess, he effortlessly affixed the radio to a diminutive hook extending from the stone gazebo within the villa's curtilage. Another lithe vault followed. Ketchak, yo. Coming back from sitting down. Actually, I never left. Yo, listen up. Cease your infatuation with Uncle. He is but a legend, akin to an elderly woman dancing in the public square. The cacophonous din reverberated outwards, prompting the zombie throng to coalesce towards the auditory beacon. Jing Yuan, eschewing dalliance, absconded to the periphery, observing from afar. The spectacle possessed a certain levity. Beneath the sun's radiant gaze, the zombies jostled and shoved, congregating beneath the stone gazebo, ardently extending their appendages towards the radio, evocative of fervent devotees pursuing a luminary. Veritably, it was a veritable horde of zombie acolytes. He patiently awaited the gathering of nearby zombies in the courtyard. Some mindless creatures clawed frantically at the walls, while Jingyuan brandished a crowbar, prodding one of them in the rear as if it were a toad, guiding it towards the crematorium. This spectacle was truly remarkable. Jingyuan mused that if this were captured on video and shared online, it would undoubtedly garner 1 million likes. Alas, the internet was no longer available. He closed the courtyard gate and secured it with a salvaged steel pipe, locking this iron cage shut. Approaching the wall that had long been doused in gasoline, he struck a match and tossed it aside. In an instant, flames surged upward, cascading along the wall like a row of fallen dominoes. Jingyuan cast one last glance before heading to the next crematorium to repeat the process. Within half an hour, blazes erupted in the villa district, and as Jingyuan inhaled the scent of charred remains, a wave of nausea washed over him upon realizing the source of that aroma. Seated in the cargo bed of an agricultural tricycle with Xiaobai, they enjoyed their lunch while gazing at the smoke billowing from within the villa walls. Gently patting Xiaobai's head, he whispered, "This winter, we shall reside here. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. What are you gawking at, you inexperienced rascal? One day you too shall dwell in a villa. Do not forget to express your gratitude to your master." Woof. Indeed, by following your master Jingyuan, you shall savor the finest delicacies. Jingyuan playfully ruffled Xiaobai's fur, tugging at the corners of its mouth to form a comical grimace. Truly messy. Very well. You may go cool off by yourself. Jingyuan hurled the crimson frisbee, a cherished toy of Xiaobai, towards the center of the road. He was well aware of the canine's desires. He often pondered the animal's fascination with such pastimes. Run, Xiaobai, run. Verily, vitality thrives in motion. Jingyuan cast the disc aloft, and a chuckle escaped his lips as he beheld the silly creature's earnest pursuit. Despite your lameness, you forsake repose. Truly, you are a foolish dog. Chapter 55. Jingyuan and the new abode. The conflagration raged throughout the afternoon. During this time, Jingyuan remained industrious, diligently clearing the scattered zombies from each residence. After dispatching them, he dragged the corpses to the still-burning pyre for incineration. Simultaneously, he sought a suitable dwelling, preferably unoccupied, untainted by prior zombie activity. Otherwise, he feared an eerie, haunted atmosphere, although he knew it was merely psychological. After surveying the entirety of the area, Jingyuan discovered that the villa district comprised 47 residences, 40 of which were detached villas and 7 stacked villas. 4 of the 7 stacked villas had been razed by the flames, not out of intentional malice, but because the stacked villas possessed larger floor plans and more robust fortifications. It appeared that the survivors had congregated within the stacked villas, erecting defensive measures. Consequently, following the zombie outbreak, the undead hordes had largely congregated around the stacked villas. After careful deliberation, he resolved to reside in a detached villa, given that he lived alone. An expansive residence would prove cumbersome to maintain, and an abundance of vacant rooms would engender an unpleasant atmosphere. The song goes like this: when the lights are turned off, everything appears the same. A vast room, a lonely bed. Now he has no electric light, only a few candles. Although the house is large, it does not feel lonely. Yet, There is an unsettling sensation of a chill running down his back, as if someone were behind him. Ultimately, he chose a 2-story small detached house. With a yard of approximately 100 square meters, conveniently located near the eastern gate, providing easy access and an expansive view, distanced from the 4 crematoriums. He simply whittled a wooden stick and placed it at the entrance as a makeshift sign to help him navigate. He took the little white dog from his travel bag and set it down on the grass as he walked inside. He had previously scouted the interior, finding no traces of zombies or human activity. The courtyard, having been neglected for years, was overgrown with weeds. The artificial rockery had long dried up, its surface now adorned with a sprinkling of moss. A solitary black pine stood in the center of the courtyard as a decorative feature, its trunk erect, while a layer of decayed pine needles accumulated at its roots. It appeared quite dirty and chaotic. Although it was a villa, it had long been uninhabited, lacking any property management, and thus had lost its vibrancy. A house requires a certain liveliness to thrive, much like those old rural homes that remain well-preserved for decades with occupants, but once vacated, they deteriorate beyond habitation within a year or two, resembling a haunted house. The villa's door was locked, featuring large floor-to-ceiling windows and doors. There was an empty garage beside the house, and according to the layout diagram at the entrance, the basement entrance was located within the living space, while the second floor boasted a small attic, reflecting a design leaning towards Western architecture. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one can glimpse the television and washing machine within, a testament to the household's complete array of appliances. The floor is adorned with marble tiles, complemented by a sofa, coffee table, and dining table, all indicative of luxurious, high-end renovations. Artistic paintings grace the walls, contributing to an air of sophistication. The doors and windows being closed has prevented the accumulation of excessive dust. The door is fitted with an electronic lock that utilizes both facial recognition and a key. However, the lock has long since run out of battery. While the facial recognition feature is inoperative, the key still functions seamlessly. As he pushes open the glass doors, a musty, moldy odor escapes into the air. Jingyuan leads Xiaobai from the first floor to the second, opening each window to allow fresh air to circulate throughout the rooms. Standing on the terrace of the second-floor bedroom, he leans against the wall, gazing at the distant, fiery glow. The sun is nearing its descent, yet the flames have yet to extinguish. A gust of warm wind brushes against his face, while the remnants of dark blood, sourced from the zombies he has dispatched, stain his trench coat, trousers, and skin. An unpleasant scent clings to him, and he yearns for a long, soothing bath. Fatigue weighs heavily upon him. Today's exertions have been considerable. While the abundant sunlight provided some relief, dusk is fast approaching, and weariness washes over him like an incoming tide. His eyelids grow heavy, and his stomach grumbles in protest. This body, ravaged by mold, is urging him to eat and rest. Perhaps consuming that limping dog would suffice. One dog could replace 100 cans of food. Fortunately, the mold can only cloud his thoughts, lacking the ability to manipulate his consciousness like a remote control. Should he reach that point, he would become akin to a mere shell, indistinguishable from the very zombies he has fought against. He possessed the capacity to govern his impulses, exercising self-discipline and restraint, which distinguished him from the ravenous undead. He stretched languidly, joining his canine companion, Little White, on the veranda to partake in their evening repast. With no time to spare for domestic chores, his sole desire was to indulge in a steaming bath before succumbing to slumber. He decanted the remaining gasoline into the agricultural tricycle's fuel reservoir, filling it to approximately 80% capacity, then replenished the coolant. With the antiquated tricycle rumbling to life, he embarked towards the brook nestled at the foot of Mount Zhou. It proved far more practical than an automobile. The latter's trunk was too diminutive to accommodate substantial cargo. While the agricultural tricycle was somewhat lacking in velocity, its utility was undeniable. As he journeyed onward, he felt an inexplicable void, prompting him to halt and retrieve his radio from his satchel, tuning it to the soothing melodies of vintage country music from yesteryear. Bid me no farewell, for my homeland lies behind, a resonant baritone crooned, its magnetic timbre mingling with the engine's thrum, imbuing him with a sense of tranquility. He, along with his canine companion and water pails, advanced towards the mountains as the sun descended, their shadows elongated in the twilight. The pails, scavenged from the ruins of survivor encampments, numbered 3 in total, complemented by a pair of capacious water vats. In contrast to the urban core, where acidic precipitation was not uncommon, the southern outskirts exuded an idyllic, pastoral charm. Having replenished his water supply, Jing Yuan tarried, venturing into the forest to gather 3 bundles of firewood and procure 4 substantial flagstones. He maneuvered the agricultural tricycle into the garage, unloaded the flagstones, and proceeded to construct a rudimentary stove within the stone pavilion, upon which he placed one of the large water vats, fueling it with kindling. He ignited a blaze to heat the water. Do not be concerned about the quality issues. These large water jars are crafted from clay that has been kiln-fired. The rural folk utilize them to boil water for cooking zongzi and bathing, proving to be more efficient than iron pots. He filled one of the jars to the brim with hot water, intending to bathe in the tub. However, upon discovering the tub's filthy state, he resorted to filling a bucket with half a barrel of warm water and, stripping down on the grass, proceeded to bathe. Completely unclothed, he lifted the bucket and poured the warm water over himself, the soothing liquid cascading from the crown of his head to his toes, imparting a sensation of rebirth. He thought to himself, from this day forth, this villa would be his new home. The prospect of sweeping, mopping, and clearing away the weeds tomorrow did not seem burdensome. Instead, it filled him with joy. At last, he had found a sanctuary in this unfamiliar world. Chapter 56. Jing Yuan and the shattered crystal ball after his bath. Jing Yuan wrapped a dry towel around his waist and casually reclined on the wooden bed frame of the second-floor bedroom to sleep. Although the villa was luxuriously furnished with all amenities, it lacked bedding items such as quilts. Nonetheless, there was a soft, large mattress, albeit somewhat dirty, which he could hardly be picky about, being utterly exhausted. He simply wished to collapse into slumber. He had been laboring intensely throughout the day, scarcely pausing for rest. He could feel his hunger intensifying rapidly, and the canned food in his travel bag had dwindled to nearly nothing. If only the agricultural tricycle could reach the city center. But alas, that remained a mere fantasy. The throngs of zombies in the city center were too dense, and with the overwhelming noise of the old tricycle's engine, he could hardly venture far without drawing attention, creating a scene reminiscent of a celebrity meet and greet, rendering movement nearly impossible. Moreover, there was no path for him to traverse, as all the roads leading out of the city center were congested with vehicles, creating an impenetrable blockade. Only bicycles, with their capacity for spontaneous stops and mobility, could navigate the sidewalks. "Good night," he whispered to the little white dog lying on the floor before closing his eyes. He fell into a deep sleep. Having exerted considerable effort to eliminate all the zombies in the villa district, leaving not a single one behind. Every nook and cranny of the area had been thoroughly explored using his snake-like instincts. He didn't even dream, sleeping soundly until 10 the next morning. The clothes he wore yesterday were no longer wearable, so he wandered into another room in search of attire, finally finding an overcoat, shaking off the dust before donning it. After securing Little White inside the villa, instructing it not to wander, he prepared ample food and water for the day. He basked in the sunlight for a while in the yard, inflated the tires of his agricultural tricycle, and performed some basic maintenance. Climbing onto the seat of the tricycle, he inserted the ignition key. The old engine roared to life with a cacophony, and he switched on the radio, listening to music as he drove toward the gas station. Along the way, he pondered that if he were to visit the supermarket, he would inevitably run into Xiaoyun and would need to bring a gift to enhance their rapport. However, nothing seemed particularly suitable until he spotted a white, unidentified wildflower by the roadside. He thought to himself that Xiaoyun, who always lingered at Xuanxiang supermarket, had certainly never encountered such a delicate bloom. Thus, he decided to present this charming little life as a gift. Clutching the plastic bag, he gingerly excavated the delicate bloom, soil and root intact, before pressing onward. Ere midday, he arrived at the petrol station, parking his farm tricycle in the forecourt. With considerable effort, he transferred several barrels of diesel onto the cargo bed. Truthfully, they were exceedingly heavy, barely movable even with his strength. Had he not discovered a pulley, he would have been unable to hoist the barrels onto the meter-high truck bed. As the diesel drums landed, even the farm tricycle shuddered, dusting off his hands. He unloaded the bicycle from the vehicle, the remainder of the journey to be completed on 2 wheels. Upon reaching the city center, he dared not play his rustic music, opting instead to silence the radio and maintain a quiet demeanor. The atmosphere of the city center was, as ever, somber, the air thick with a noxious miasma of decay, mildew, and a pungent chemical concoction, as if chemical warfare had been waged there. Following a familiar route, he arrived, without fanfare or lament, at Sunshine 707, where he collected a voluminous stack of books and a business laptop before depositing his travel bag and proceeding to Shuntian supermarket to shoulder sacks of rice. Soon after, he encountered Xiaoyan. The crystal ball had been shattered by her, broken on the threshold of the supermarket. Its mysterious liquid contents spilled across the floor, glistening flakes of artificial snow and shards of glass mingling with the grime. The head of the snowman had been severed, while the red house remained embedded in the base. It remains uncertain when she shattered the snow globe, nor how long she labored to reassemble it. All that was apparent to Jing Yuan was the grime coating her porcelain hands, the slivers of glass piercing her skin, and the inky blood trickling from her wounds, mirroring the stains upon the floor. The base lay before her as she delicately placed the snowman's head upon its stout body, her small hands and the tendrils intertwining with shards of glass in a futile attempt to reconstruct the whole. Inevitably, the snowman's head slipped from her grasp, rolling listlessly across the ground. She reached out once more, her wounded hand diving into the treacherous debris, only to be halted by Jing Yuan's touch. He gently clasped her wrist, stroking her head in reassurance. Docile and serene, she gazed at Jing Yuan, then gestured towards the base of the snow globe, perhaps believing he possessed the means to restore it to its former glory. Jing Yuan merely guided her to a seat, carefully examining her hands, once a vision of artistry, now marred by countless wounds. With painstaking care, he extracted each shard of glass embedded within her skin, then presented her with the small flower he had unearthed in the southern district. A flicker of anticipation danced in her eyes, for it was Jing Yuan who had brought the snow globe, and she seemed to believe he held the key to its restoration. But shattered glass remained shattered. Jing Yuan shook his head ruefully, conveying his helplessness in the matter. Jing Yuan was uncertain whether Xiao Yun truly grasped his meaning. She lingered beside him, crouching down to gather the debris and muck before him. However, all Jing Yuan could do was shake his head. After several fruitless attempts, she seemed to realize that the crystal ball was beyond repair. She settled once more before the pile of fragments, this time merely observing, doing nothing. After a considerable pause, she rose, as if seeking some form of solace, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Jing Yuan's leg. He thought that if she could cry, she would surely be in tears by now. Chapter 57. Jing Yuan and the stubborn child. Jing Yuan felt powerless. All he could do was unscrew a bottle of mineral water, take a clean towel, and cleanse the grime and dried blood from Xiao Yun's hands. He pondered the potential effects of her wounds, recalling that, based on his previous encounters, mutated beings seemed to possess self-healing abilities. Just like the mutated python and the grotesque fish creature at the gas station on Shohu Avenue, there were no apparent signs of decay on their exterior. Rather, most of their internal functions had been supplanted by mold. He, too, had formed a symbiotic relationship with the mold. In comparison to zombies, he felt more akin to the vampires of Western lore, cold to the touch, with pallid skin, strikingly handsome, and a penchant for fresh blood and flesh, many traits aligning perfectly. Xiao Yun, in contrast, appeared to be a far more advanced mutation, warranting less concern for her physical well-being. Yet, it seemed that she had endured significant psychological trauma. It is evident that the shattering of the crystal ball has profoundly affected her. She held a deep affection for that sparkling toy. However, due to a momentary lapse in judgment, she inadvertently shattered it. It is even conceivable that she intentionally threw the ball to the ground, unaware of its fragility. After all, it was her first encounter with a glass toy, and she was oblivious to the concept of fragile items. If this were indeed the case, she would likely experience intense guilt and regret. In the grand scheme of things, this incident is not entirely detrimental. It imparts the lesson that beautiful things must be handled with care and that certain actions come with consequences. This experience aids in restraining her, helping to establish her sense of boundaries, thereby preventing her from becoming an undisciplined adult child on a psychological level. If Jing Yuan were to effortlessly restore the crystal ball or present her with a new one, it would not bode well, as it would obscure her understanding of the repercussions of her actions. Given her demonstrated tenacity, should she evolve into a capricious child, the consequences could be dire. In essence, one must not overly indulge a child, for it risks spoiling them. If she were free to act on her whims, Jing Yuan would undoubtedly distance himself from her, as a mere thought could lead her to jeopardize her own safety. For instance, she might whimsically decide to dismantle Jing Yuan as if he were a toy, failing to comprehend the potential consequences of such actions. If the thought crossed her mind, she might pursue it without hesitation. Of course, these are merely theoretical musings. The reality is that the child appears utterly heartbroken, clutching the base of the crystal ball with her head bowed, and Jing Yuan seemingly witnesses her tears cascading down. In a state of despair and helplessness, Jingyuan gently patted her head and presented the little flower before her, attempting to offer solace. Yet, she merely glanced at the bloom before returning her gaze to the base of the crystal ball. The headless snowman affixed to the base exuded an aura of poignant desolation. Jingyuan found himself at a loss as to how to uplift her spirits. Despite the knowledge that the crystal ball could never be restored, she clung stubbornly to the base, revealing an unexpectedly tenacious aspect of her character. Perhaps only time could mend her wounded heart. He picked up the severed head of the snowman from the table, and an idea suddenly struck him. While he could not restore the crystal ball, he could endeavor to repair the base. The snowman's head could be reattached with glue. After all, thus, he ventured into the supermarket, rummaging through the shelves until he discovered some expired strong adhesive. He carefully applied the glue to the fracture of the snowman's head and then aligned it meticulously with the body, pressing it into place. He awaited the glue to set. Although it was past its expiration date, its adhesive properties had not entirely diminished, allowing him to successfully affix the head, albeit with a noticeable white seam at the neck that marred its original aesthetic. Nevertheless, at least the head would remain intact. The base bore some unsightly stains, prompting him to retrieve a roll of paper towels to wipe away the grime and any remaining shards of glass. Since it was already shattered, he deemed it prudent to clean thoroughly, using tweezers to extract every last fragment. Through his efforts, the crystal ball transformed into a base reminiscent of a decorative piece. Throughout the entire process, Xiaoyun cradled the base in her arms, witnessing its gradual transformation into a state of tidiness. Jingyuan felt a sense of accomplishment in his cleaning efforts. And at last, Xiaoyun released the base, placing it gently upon the table before her. She observed in silence, extending her hand to caress the snowman's head, which remained steadfast and did not roll away despite her touch. The vines cascading behind her swayed slightly, and the oppressive atmosphere finally began to dissipate. Jingyuan exhaled in relief, once again presenting the small flower before her. This time, she did not decline. Instead, she carefully cradled the soil, transplanting both the earth and the flower onto the crystal ball's base. The pale yellow stamen reflected in her deep, dark eyes, while the white petals danced in the breeze. A strand of hair brushed gently against her ear, and suddenly, she embraced Jingyuan's right hand, drawing close to him. Jingyuan affectionately ruffled her hair, thinking that this feeling of being relied upon was not unpleasant. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps now was the moment to take her away from Xuanxiang supermarket. He guided Xiaoyun to her feet and led her outside. As they reached the eaves of the supermarket, Xiaoyun hesitated in her steps. Yet this time she did not flee as swiftly. However, upon taking the 15th step, she halted once more. Releasing Jingyuan's hand, she shook her head at him. She had only just learned this gesture today, signifying a refusal, a denial. Why was she so reluctant to leave? Jingyuan raised his gaze to the Xuanxiang supermarket sign, and recalling the shattered crystal ball, an understanding dawned upon him. The supermarket, resembling a desolate ruin, was for her akin to a shattered crystal ball. Yet, in her heart, the supermarket held far greater significance than the crystal ball. During her humanity, before the calamity erupted, she had spent countless unforgettable moments here with her parents. After school, her father would rush to the snack aisle to fetch her favorite candies, and once her homework was completed, her mother would embrace her as they sat together by the counter, watching television. In this moment, Jingyuan finally comprehended one crucial truth: she would not walk away with him. Chapter 58. Jingyuan and the Thorns. Upon realizing Xiaoyun's obsession, Jingyuan ceased his attempts to lead her away, at least in the immediate future. Perhaps there would come a day when she would be willing to walk alongside him, when his significance in her heart eclipsed those fixations. But who can predict when that day will arrive? It might be in several months, perhaps a year, or maybe she would remain here forever. For now, he resolved to focus on his own life. Their new home was far from complete, with numerous areas in need of repair and improvement. The air-sealed rice had already dampened and molded, while there were only 9 bags of vacuum-sealed rice left, all 10-pound packages. There was no need for side dishes. As he could not savor the flavors, everything tasted the same to him. Of course, with such scant food reserves, it was impossible to feel at ease. It was akin to a laborer who spends only 2,000 in a month. Yet, if his bank account truly held just 2,000, anxiety and restlessness would inevitably ensue. Although the soil environment in the southern suburbs appears suitable for cultivation, winter is rapidly approaching, and even if seeds were sown, they would not germinate. He would take as much food as available, for he certainly would not be disinclined to have more, yet for the moment, He had only managed to gather these 9 bags of rice. After carrying them outside the supermarket, he pondered how to transport them. While he could manage to walk with the 9 bags without much fatigue, estimating he could reach the gas station in about an hour and a half. The slow pace of walking posed a dilemma. With such a heavy load, he could not run, and should a horde of zombies be attracted, blocking his path would spell trouble. They would indiscriminately lash out at anything moving or making noise, regardless of whether it was fellow beings. At that juncture, Jingyuan would have no choice but to abandon the rice and flee alone. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to utilize a bicycle for transport. Though it may take longer, safety was paramount, and the speed would prevent any undead pursuit. When the moment of farewell arrived, Jingyuan extended his right hand, forming a familiar gesture with his index and middle fingers. Xiaoyan approached and grasped his hand. This time, she seemed reluctant to let him go, wishing for him to remain. Jingyuan shook his head, indicating that it was not possible. Yet, she did not release her grip, holding on tightly. Jingyuan continued to shake his head, affirming that he truly could not stay. He could not reside in Xuanxiang's supermarket, for their lifestyles were fundamentally different. If he could not remain, then the only option was for Xiaoyan to accompany him, but it soon became evident that she would not follow him. Each had made their own choices, and for a moment, the situation became tense. Xiaoyan continued to hold on, despite Jingyuan's persistent headshakes. This time, she was not as easily deceived as before. To be precise, during the previous encounters, Jingyuan had merely misled her and slipped away, with the exception of the last time when he had obtained her permission to leave. Jingyuan urged her to sit down, pondering how he might extricate himself from this predicament. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept down his spine, like a serpent sensing imminent danger. His instincts screamed in alarm. In a fleeting moment, he recalled having seen such a sharp thorn before, on Xiaoyan's puppet and on the necks of 2 zombies. A male and a female, masquerading as her parents. Goodness, who could fathom whether one could retain their self-awareness after being pierced by such a spike? Jingyuan leapt to his feet, narrowly evading the thrust of the thorn just before it could strike. Xiaoyan tilted her head, seemingly bewildered by Jingyuan's sudden evasiveness. She rose, extending her hand as the vine lay nestled in her palm, its flower buds blooming and expelling the slender spike. Grasping the rear end of the thorn, she advanced slowly toward Jingyuan, even lifting her hand as if to pierce his neck herself. Jingyuan felt beads of sweat forming. If Xiaoyan were determined to stab him, evasion would be futile. He had already witnessed the formidable speed and strength of those vines. Xiaoyan approached leisurely, her inner thoughts inscrutable. It was then that Jingyuan realized how naively he had underestimated the complexity of Xiaoyan's actions. He had foolishly believed he could unravel her every move, oblivious to the fact that her thought processes transcended human reasoning. Perhaps he should not have harbored illusions of forging a connection with a being so distinctly non-human. Their divergent instincts and modes of thought rendered such an aspiration inevitably futile. Suddenly, the image of Xiaoyan piecing together a crystal ball amidst a heap of mire flashed in his mind, along with the moment she embraced him and clasped his hand. Did she truly harbor a significant malice towards him? It seemed unlikely. She merely wished for him to remain by her side. She understood that those who had been pricked would heed her words, hence her desire to keep Jingyuan close in this manner. But how could she comprehend this? She was unable to grasp his sentiments. Was he to gamble with his own life? Jingyuan was engulfed in a fierce internal struggle, with each step Xiaoyan took towards him. He retreated, shaking his head vigorously and waving his hands in refusal. He could only convey through his body language, "No, I despise this. Remove that thorn." Just as his psychological defenses began to crumble, Xiaoyan halted, finally recognizing Jingyuan's aversion to the sharp spike and discarding it. Observing his vehement resistance, all the tendrils retracted behind her, remaining rooted in place, no longer advancing towards him. Jingyuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His fingers trembled slightly as if death had just brushed past him. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil lingered behind the door, gazing at him with a seemingly innocent expression. He exhaled deeply and sank to the ground. After a prolonged moment, he summoned his courage to rise, realizing there was no need to fear her. She was simply immature. And with guidance, she could certainly learn restraint. Through the door, he extended his hand towards Xiaoyan. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and in the next instant, her cold little hand rested in his palm. Jingyuan hesitated for a moment, then gently caressed Xiaoyan's forehead and took out his notebook to sketch. Despite his bravado, a lingering trepidation clung to him, compelling him to impress upon her the gravity of the situation. He illustrated a cautionary tale through a series of simple drawings. In one panel, a figure was pricked by thorns. In the subsequent image, the figure shattered into countless fragments, akin to fractured glass. He employed this exaggerated depiction to caution Xiao Yuner. Chapter 59. Jing Yuan in the evacuation in 2 days' time. He would return. Xiao Yuner offered no further resistance. However, as he departed, burdened with sacks of rice, she remained by the doorway, her gaze fixed upon his retreating form. Jing Yuan sensed her presence. Yet he was compelled to leave. The sun had descended to a quarter above the horizon, leaving less than 4 hours until nightfall. The possessions were disparate and disorganized, precluding him from taking everything. Moreover, some items were simply not worth salvaging. Aside from the books, he gathered only 2 toothbrushes, 4 bars of soap, 2 bottles of shampoo, and 3 dry towels. He unearthed a peculiar trinket, one he had noticed on his first day, a small glass vial, reminiscent of an oral solution container, emblazoned with a skull and crossbones, left behind by the muscular man. He positioned the vial before him, contemplating whether to take it. Within, the viscous, ebony substance spawned a network of filaments, some thick, others slender, clinging to the interior walls like spiderwebs, resembling a hazardous virus. As he grasped the vial, he could almost perceive the indeterminate matter writhing within, as if imbued with life. He pondered the reason why the muscular man would carry such a seemingly perilous object, recognizing that there must be a compelling motive behind it. However, the true nature of the item remained shrouded in mystery. Given the ominous skull emblem affixed to it, it was evident that it was a hazardous material. After some contemplation, he decided to leave the bottle in room 707, placing it upon the coffee table. If the object proved to be useful, he could always retrieve it later. There was no need to transport it now. The risk of accidentally shattering the glass vessel was too great, and he had nothing to gain while potentially facing numerous unknown dangers. Once he had organized everything, he began to transport rice, placing a bag in the bicycle's front basket and securing another to the front frame with twine. As it was a mountain bike, there was no rear seat available, and though his travel bag could accommodate 1 or 2 bags of rice, it was already filled to capacity with books, leaving no extra space. On his first trip, he carried only 2 bags of rice. Setting off on his bicycle, he arrived at the gas station on Xiuhu Avenue at 3:46 p.m., transferring all his belongings to a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle and simultaneously emptying his travel bag. By the 3rd trip, there was still a bit of room left in the travel bag, prompting him to visit the Sanwei bookstore once more to acquire a few additional books. He harbored a desire to seek out literature related to specialized knowledge, such as automotive repair or agriculture. However, Sanwei bookstore predominantly catered to high school and middle school students. It was rare for students to purchase such textbooks, as their academic lives were already fraught with challenges, and few would willingly seek out further burdens during their leisure time. To profess a love for erudition would be disingenuous if one were to peruse literature devoid of utility in augmenting examination scores. The secondary school students of this epoch bear a striking resemblance to his own adolescent self, perpetually engrossed in scholastic pursuits, with little time to indulge in avocations. An inspection of the accumulated tomes reveals an abundance of exercise books, supplementary texts, and examination papers, constituting approximately 2/3 of the entire collection. The remaining third is equally divided between canonical literary works and periodicals, representing either academic endeavors or leisurely diversions. These exercises and supplementary materials hold no significance for Jing Yuan, as he is not subjected to examinations. After selecting several books of interest, he left vacant spaces and filled them with 10 notebooks, 10 felt-tip pens, and 3 boxes of refills. It is better to record information than to rely on memory, so he could use a dedicated ledger to record inventory in the future. Furthermore, he intended to delineate his plans on paper beforehand, such as documenting the deficiencies of the shelter and crossing off each improvement as it was implemented. Regarding the habits of mutated organisms, he planned to compile a compendium. The mutated python, the deformed goldfish monster at the gas station, and Xiaoyaner, he would meticulously record all the information he had observed. By conducting research and summarizing his findings, he would have a reference point when encountering similar mutated organisms in the future. Concurrently, he intended to maintain a regular journal. Should he meet an untimely demise in this city, at least a diary would serve as testament to his existence. By the time he had transferred all the rice onto the agricultural tricycle, it was already past 6 in the afternoon, and the once clear sky had become somewhat overcast, portending imminent rainfall. He hastily ignited the engine, maneuvering the agricultural tricycle laden with diesel, rice, and books towards the southern suburban villa district. Fortune did not favor him, as rain began to fall midway through his journey. Although the downpour was modest, the narrow path had become somewhat muddy and without any shelter. His upper body was soon drenched. He cared little for his own discomfort. However, the books and notebooks were at grave risk. Submerged in water, they would surely be ruined. Already aged and yellowed, some had even developed mold, with at least 20 more minutes to reach the indoors. A 20-minute soak would render the pages crinkled and the text illegible, even if they survived the deluge. He was left with no choice but to halt, meticulously placing all the books into his travel bag. With the shoulder strap reversed and bending at the waist, he shielded the bag against his abdomen, using his body as a barrier against the rain. The incessant patter of rain continued, the air growing cold and damp as mud splashed onto the tricycle's frame from the tires. He fervently prayed that the engine would remain dry. If this old tricycle were to fail, he would have nowhere to seek repairs. The sky darkened further, the gentle drizzle dancing upon the puddles, creating ripples that spread outward. At last, the entrance to the villa district came into view, and through the haze, he caught a glimpse of the wooden stake he had planted in front of his new home yesterday, which uplifted his spirits somewhat. Although the two-story detached villa appeared quite desolate, it was undeniably his sanctuary. He parked the tricycle in the garage, quickly opened the front door, and emptied the travel bag of its contents. Kyoto Yuan, having no time for such frivolity, gathered the firewood he had chopped the previous evening and carried it inside. After surveying the room, and finding no suitable receptacle to serve as a brazier, he went to the entrance and emptied a large flower pot of its soil, placing it in the center of the living room to kindle a fire. Despite his efforts to shield them from the rain, the books and notebooks had been somewhat dampened. He arranged all the low stools he could find around the makeshift brazier, opened the books, and spread their pages across the stools, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At least these books and notebooks were preserved, and his efforts had not been in vain. He wedged his file-fashioned spear between the stools, utilizing it as a makeshift clothesline upon which he hung his rain-soaked garments and travel bag. The waterlogged military boots were suspended by their laces, tied in a bowknot around a galvanized water pipe, their tips oriented downward, dripping water. The crimson glow of the fire illuminated the living room, warming the air within. As the firewood crackled and popped, he sat upon a plush toy stool, wielding a pair of fire tongs to arrange the wood, ensuring ample exposure to oxygen for more vigorous combustion. Tonight's repast would once again consist of canned goods. As the kitchen lacked the necessary accoutrements for cooking, he intended to modify one of the living room walls, constructing a brick stove, which could also serve as a fireplace during the winter months. However, a crude, earthen stove seemed somewhat incongruous within the confines of a European-style villa. Yet, without natural gas and hesitant to use propane tanks, burning wood was his only recourse. Should he locate a generator, he could procure an induction cooker, which would greatly simplify the process of boiling water and preparing meals. However, that is a matter for another time. After finishing his dinner, he contemplated a thorough cleaning of the interior. Though he did not possess obsessive cleanliness, he certainly did not wish to reside in a house where dust floated freely in the air. Without the expectation of polishing the floor to a mirror-like sheen, he at least desired it to be sufficiently clean so that his bare feet would not be tarnished. In the bathroom, he discovered a neglected mop, broom, feather duster, scrubbing brush, and laundry detergent, seemingly left by the property management. After all, in such villas, the management typically conducts regular cleanings prior to sale, ensuring the rooms remain tidy. Just yesterday, he had moved the water tank and buckets indoors. With nightfall and rain pouring outside, there was little else to occupy his time. So he filled a basin with water and commenced mopping the floor. Since the windows and doors had been closed for an extended period, the floor had not accumulated excessive dust. After pouring in the diluted laundry detergent, a few diligent passes transformed the marble-polished tiles into a dazzling spectacle. The true challenge lay in the mold and moss that flourished in the crevices and corners of the walls. Being on the first floor in a coastal city like State City, which harbored considerable humidity, the damp-loving microorganisms and plants could easily proliferate. Hailing from the south, he had dealt with such fuzzy growths frequently during his rural upbringing. However, since graduating from primary school and relocating to an elevator apartment, he had not witnessed mold's unwelcome return. At this moment, he noticed several corners adorned with a thick layer of stains, filling him with discontent. Who does not appreciate a clean and orderly room? Yet, the mop proved ineffective against the stubborn mold and moss, necessitating the use of a stiff brush. He held a brush in each hand, patiently squatting down, dedicating over 2 hours to meticulously cleanse every corner of the walls. The mold and moss he scraped off filled nearly half a basin. As for the ceiling, devoid of any mold. He stood on a stool and gently dusted it with a feather duster, resulting in a significantly neater appearance. After rinsing the floor one final time, he lifted the scruffy little creature, affectionately named Little White, by the nape and placed it into his travel bag, lest the little one's damp paws leave muddy prints everywhere. Once the floor was mopped, he proceeded to clean the windows. In total, this extensive cleaning session spanned nearly 4 hours and consumed an entire barrel of water. Standing barefoot in the living room with hands on his hips, Jing Yuan surveyed the freshly tidied space and nodded in satisfaction. Though not every nook was attended to, the improvement was evident compared to before. The floor was nearly dry, and he released Little White, preparing a small basin of warm water to wash its feet and fur. The little creature seemed eager, and as soon as its paws touched the ground, it dashed about joyfully, infusing the room with vitality. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was already 11:23 p.m. After a moment's reflection, he decided against reading, recognizing it was time to rest. Given his current eyesight, reading by firelight was rather strenuous. Daylight was far more conducive to reading, or he could wait until he had electricity to use a lamp. He firmly believed he would eventually have access to power. With a city as vast as Zhoushan, he was bound to discover a generator sooner or later. With just over half an hour remaining, he resolved to take advantage of his still fresh memory and begin documenting the infection specimen compendium. Name, zombie, designation, 001, general description, the most ubiquitous fungal infected entities, often exhibiting varying degrees of bodily decay. Their teeth are characterized by a blackish, sharp appearance, and their nails are cyanotic, elongated, and keen. Devoid of self-awareness, they operate solely on instinct, drawn to the scent of living beings, such as the aroma of fresh blood or specific pheromones, or significant auditory disturbances. The fungal infestation grants them exceptional resilience. Even with severe physical trauma and advanced putrefaction, they retain vital signs. Abilities. Their only notable ability is the transmission of the fungal pathogen through physical contact. Vulnerabilities. Their primary vulnerability lies in the head. Their sluggish pace also presents an exploitable weakness. The fungus appears to primarily reside within their cranial cavity. Therefore, destruction of the brain effectively neutralizes them. If a direct attack on the head is not feasible, one can evade them due to their slow locomotion, provided they are not surrounded. Threat level, low. As zombies do not initiate attacks, a group of fewer than 5 poses no significant threat. However, caution is advised when encountering gatherings of 10 or more. Loud noises can induce chaos within the horde, and if the number exceeds 20, it is prudent to circumvent them. Kyoto felt something was missing and added a subjective conjecture. He grasped his pen and inscribed in the final line, although, thus far, the zombies I have encountered exhibit a remarkably sluggish demeanor. It is worth noting that the specimens I have observed have been in a state of decay for several years. I surmise that in their nascent stages, zombies may not be significantly slower than ordinary humans. Indeed, it is conceivable that their loss of pain perception and other constraints might render them unexpectedly swift. Concurrently, I posit that these decayed zombies are the unfortunate byproducts of mold infection, unable to withstand the potency of the fungus, thus succumbing to decomposition. This indicates that the majority of humanity is ill-equipped to endure the ravages of mold infestation. As of now, it remains uncertain whether the mold possesses alternative modes of transmission beyond direct contact. Moreover, I believe that the average human cannot thrive in a mold-infested environment. With only a scant few possessing antibodies against such fungi, I have gathered evidence suggesting that the military once bombarded the city center, and it is plausible that chemical weapons were employed. The military possesses ample combat capabilities to eradicate zombies and mutated organisms. Nevertheless, they opted for retreat, indicating that the surrounding environment has been irrevocably contaminated. Even if the military were to eliminate all infectious entities, this city would remain uninhabitable. The situation in the southern suburbs illustrates that survivors did exist in the early days of the catastrophe, benefiting from a bounteous natural environment and lacking concerns over sustenance. Yet they still faced utter annihilation. This is likely due to the mold's potential for transmission beyond mere physical contact. Though I have yet to encounter another living soul to this day, I remain optimistic in my conviction that human civilization persists on this earth. My compatriots endure, and I firmly believe I am not alone. Perhaps they dwell in frigid climes such as Iceland, Or perhaps they are diligently endeavoring to discover a means to eradicate the mold. I trust that humanity is not a race to be so readily extinguished. The pen lifted from the page, and after dedicating 2 sheets to the bestiary of infected specimen number 001, zombie, and his personal reflections, Jing Yuan felt a sense of weariness. The fire within the brazier was waning, leaving only a faint glimmer. The rain persisted unabated. He laid down his pen and paper, engaging in a playful interlude of frisbee with Little White. Once the fire had died out completely, he reclined upon the mattress in the second-floor bedroom. During the thorough cleaning, he had taken the liberty of wiping the mattress clean. Even without sheets or bedding, the supple mattress proved far more comfortable than the narrow sofa of 707. He cast a glance at the raindrops cascading down the window pane, closed his eyes, and offered a silent prayer, a supplication for the survival of humanity in this world, beseeching that they still exist, that they continue to inhabit some corner of the globe. After all, if he were the sole remaining soul in this world, the only one to recollect the brilliance of human civilization, it would be an unbearable tragedy. Chapter 61. Jing Yuan and the diesel generator. The air following the rain was remarkably invigorating. After rising and completing his ablutions, Jing Yuan conveyed all the rice indoors, meticulously documenting his entire inventory of supplies in a notebook. Having meticulously inventoried his provisions, he ventured outdoors to conduct a thorough inspection of his abode. As he surveyed the premises, he diligently recorded areas of deficiency and potential enhancements in his notebook. By and large, the dwelling required no radical alterations, having been carefully chosen to preclude issues such as drafts or leaks. He contemplated constructing a rudimentary brick stove indoors, reminiscent of those employed in rural hearths. A modest structure, sufficient for boiling water and preparing meals, would suffice. Perhaps a 2-meter-long stove nestled against the wall. Though lacking practical experience in such matters, he could readily consult existing examples in the vicinity. A cursory examination of neighboring dwellings would provide ample insight into the construction techniques. Consideration must be given to the proper ventilation of smoke, necessitating the installation of a small chimney, perhaps requiring an aperture in the wall. Before commencing work, he would need to procure an adequate supply of bricks and lime, as well as draft a detailed schematic. The completion of the stove might span several weeks. As the stove would be an indispensable daily utility, he was disinclined to approach the task with undue haste. This was not a mere game, where a stove could be conjured with a simple click and repositioned at will. A haphazard construction could compromise the structural integrity of the house, potentially leading to a catastrophic fire. Therefore, meticulous planning was paramount. The secondary project involved the transformation of the weedy yard into a vegetable garden. This endeavor appeared straightforward, requiring only the acquisition of a harrow, hoe, and shovel to prepare the soil. However, given the impending onset of winter, this task could be deferred until the following spring. For the time being, the removal of weeds would suffice. Beyond these alterations, there were only minor adjustments, such as erecting a clothesline in the courtyard and tidying the basement for use as a storeroom. Lest he forget, he compiled a list of essential supplies: food, bedding, sheets, duvet covers, a diesel generator, cement, bricks, bamboo, shoes, clothing, various farming implements, gasoline, diesel, and so forth. The agenda for the day involved venturing out to procure the items on the list. After inspecting the farm tricycle and finding no significant issues, he set off with Little White, allowing the latter some fresh air. His initial destination was the Zhoushan City High-Speed Rail Station. Reasoning that such facilities typically possess emergency power generators for use during outages, and perhaps the generator there remained untouched, he had contemplated various power generation methods, with solar power being the most desirable due to its convenience and silence. However, he was uncertain where to acquire solar panels and lacked familiarity with their operation. Not being an electrician, he had no experience with solar panels and intuitively understood that merely placing them on the roof would not suffice for electricity generation. Alas, if only Baidu were available, he mused. Having grown accustomed to consulting Baidu for every quandary, he lamented his lack of retained knowledge. One realizes the value of knowledge when it's needed. Jing Yuan sighed, resolving to focus on diesel generators, having at least witnessed their operation once before. During that year's spring festival, he accompanied his distant relatives to a mahjong parlor, only to encounter a power outage due to construction work. The proprietor of the mahjong establishment promptly brought out a diesel generator, demonstrating its operation in the main hall. He asserted that no adversity could deter the Chinese people from enjoying their beloved game of mahjong. Jing Yuan retained a vivid recollection of the generator's operation, remarkably simple, consisting of merely 4 steps: adding coolant, pouring in fuel, connecting the distribution switch, and flipping the power switch. With 3 barrels of diesel at his disposal, he could readily put the generator to use. He contemplated procuring a rechargeable desk lamp, deeming it unnecessary to keep the generator running continuously. A couple of hours of operation would suffice to charge his laptop and lamp. He resolved to address the long-term power supply issue once he mastered solar energy generation. Before long, he arrived at the high-speed railway station, which also served as the tourism center of Zhoushan City. A welcoming banner adorned the entrance, complemented by a sign detailing the various attractions and recommended itineraries around Zhoushan. The door stood ajar, and Jing Yuan placed Xiao Bai into his travel bag as he stepped into the dimly lit hall. At the ticketing area, a sign displayed a QR code, instructing patrons to maintain a 1-meter distance and to scan orderly for entry. After passing through the turnstile and security checkpoint, he found himself within the station, which felt eerily deserted, devoid of even a single soul. Ignoring the sign prohibiting entry to non-staff, he ventured through a door leading to the work area, where numerous rooms awaited exploration. He inspected each open door, ultimately discovering a changing room. Inside the wardrobe, he spotted a collection of railway uniforms, appearing to be in excellent condition, with a variety of sizes available. After trying on several, he chose the one that fit him best and took it with him. Within this room, he also discovered a rubber raincoat, knee-high boots, and a rain hat, all capable of shielding him entirely from the downpour, which he naturally took with him. After half an hour, he finally located the power generation room. It was equipped with a large generator set and housed 4 small diesel generators, all appearing to be in excellent condition. Among the small diesel generators, 2 operated at 380 volts, while the other 2 functioned at 220 volts. In a cabinet, he found the user manual. The 380-volt generators seemed to be intended for railway use, whereas the 220-volt units were suited for regular circuits. After perusing the manual, he realized that the diesel engine required a battery for ignition. If the battery had been left and used for too long, it would be incapable of starting. Generally speaking, even if not in use, the battery should be charged once a month. This revelation filled him with trepidation. Although he had found a spare battery marked as charged, it had likely lost its voltage after so many years. His plans for electricity might very well be thwarted. Nonetheless, he proceeded to remove the 2 220-volt generators. Each diesel generator weighed a hefty 100 kilograms, yet fortunately, he had a specialized cart. He loaded both the cart and the generators onto an agricultural tricycle. An hour later, having thoroughly explored the entire high-speed railway station, aside from the aforementioned items, he had only managed to discreetly acquire a few large pots and various utensils from the staff cafeteria. He transported a plethora of items into the living room and yard. With a trepidatious heart, he meticulously performed a routine inspection of the diesel generator, following the instructions to the letter. He replaced the battery, subsequently replenishing the oil, coolant, and diesel, and connecting the wiring to the distribution switch. He inhaled deeply before twisting the ignition. The generator roared to life, but the revolutions per minute, RPM, fell short of the required level. He was compelled to shut it down and retry, manually adjusting the potentiometer in accordance with the manual's stipulations. Providence must have been on his side, for after swapping several batteries and repeated calibrations, the RPM finally met the standard. The generator emitted a thunderous sound, transitioning into a state of stable rotation. A chime rang out as the indicator light on the distribution switch illuminated. He depressed the light switch, and the ceiling light flickered momentarily before emitting a radiant white glow. He promptly inserted the remaining batteries into the power strip for charging. As long as these batteries held a charge, the generator would not be rendered inoperable. At long last, he had taken a monumental stride forward, entering the age of electricity. Chapter 62. Jing Yuan and the laptop. Jing Yuan plugged in the silver laptop and pressed the power button. An animation appeared on the screen, accompanied by an electronic chime. However, it did not proceed to the desktop as he had anticipated. The laptop necessitated a password for login, even in safe mode. After futile attempts with numerous passwords, such as 11111111, 88888888, and 1234567889, he opted to temporarily abandon the effort. After some exploration, he discovered a sliding panel on the left side of the computer. Upon opening it, he indeed found a factory reset button. Moreover, it didn't require a password. After pressing and holding it, a prompt appeared. You are attempting to restore factory settings. Are you sure you want to proceed? Files not backed up to the cloud will not be saved. Yes, no. Kyoto Yuan selected no. If he were to proceed, all the hard drives would be formatted, and the various files stored within would vanish. Consequently, the computer's significance to him would be virtually null. Without internet access, would he simply turn it on to play solitaire and Minesweeper to pass the time? Such an operation wasn't challenging for him, considering he majored in computer science in college. He had even taken an elective course in computer assembly and maintenance. If he had a USB drive containing an image file, he could reinstall the system on the spot. The computer he used himself was assembled by his own hands, purchasing the parts online. He glanced at the power indicator, 0, charging. He decided to wait until it was fully charged before disassembling the case. Without haste, resembling a terrorist, he forcibly opened doors and ransacked other people's rooms. Since everything was unclaimed, whatever caught his eye became his possession. Without reservation, he moved the exquisite ornaments into his own hall, including, but not limited to, a jade dragon sculpture, seemingly high-end calligraphy and paintings, and a pure gold-carved Buddha statue. A villa district is indeed a villa district. Those who purchase villas near scenic spots like State Mountain City are certainly not considering these properties as their permanent residences. Instead, acquiring a villa here is akin to acquiring a luxurious retreat, where they may reside for merely 2 to 3 months throughout the year, occasionally inviting relatives or companions to indulge in a brief holiday before departing once more. The possessions left behind by these affluent homeowners become a boon for him. While waiting for the spare batteries to charge, he meticulously adorns the hall. A piece of calligraphy graces one wall, while an exquisite jade sculpture finds its place atop a cabinet. After this endeavor, the once sparse hall transforms into an ambience of sophistication. As twilight approaches, he heads to the stone pavilion, where he has previously constructed a fire pit from large stones. He places a pot on the stones, fills it with water and rice, and kindles a fire to prepare his meal. Returning to the hall, he discovers that all 4 spare batteries, including that of his laptop, are fully charged. He switches off the generator, neatly stores the batteries, and begins to dismantle the laptop's exterior. With a screwdriver, he carefully removes the tiny screws, prying off the casing with a gentle touch. The power supply and motherboard are now exposed. He disconnects the power cable and locates the hard drive compartment. This laptop appears to be a relatively new model, indeed featuring dual hard drives. After unscrewing the 4 tiny screws that secure the mechanical hard drive and detaching the data cable, the removal of the hard drive is complete. As he sits indoors, savoring his meal, an inexplicable sense of emotion washes over him. Perhaps it is due to the realization that his life has finally begun to resemble that of a person. Dwelling no longer in a dilapidated haunted house, nor subsisting on what seemed like refuse scavenged from a dumpster, he glanced back at the tidy, resplendent room. As if in a dream, he was uncertain of the sentiment that moved him to activate the generator again after nightfall. Perhaps merely to allow the bright lights to illuminate the room a while longer. Gazing at the well-lit space, he reclined on the plush sofa, extending a hand toward the luminous ceiling light, grasping at it feebly. With eyes half closed, the light filtering through his fingers cast rainbow-like halos across his vision, ethereal and dreamlike. Little White, nestled at his feet, yawned. He mused that this gray world finally possessed a modicum of color. Kaijin surmised that she was too lonely and needed a gift to alleviate her solitude. What did he do alone at home as a child? He watched television, read novels and comics, listened to music, played with toys. Reflecting on his childhood, it was full of joy. His parents hadn't placed too much pressure on him, almost raising him freely, allowing him to do as he pleased. He didn't care to go out, preferring to stay at home. He should bring little Yuner some comic books so that when she was alone, she could at least flip through them and not feel so bored. While pondering where to find comics, the laptop emitted a chime. With renewed excitement, he powered it on again, this time successfully reaching the desktop and partitioning the hard drive. The mouse's sensitivity was somewhat off, but it didn't matter. It didn't prevent him from opening the mechanical hard drive. A plethora of directories met his gaze, primarily housing office applications rendered obsolete by the operating system's reinstallation. Guided by experience, he located the download directory, a repository of files acquired from the internet. Within, he discovered a trove of video files, encompassing television series and films, yet conspicuously devoid of anime. The digital landscape suggested a female user, with titles like 7 Days of Romance and My Boyfriend is a delinquent dominating the collection of Korean dramas and romantic films. The purpose of watching such films alone remained enigmatic, yet their presence was deemed acceptable, a preferable alternative to solitary reverie. Chapter 63, Kyogen and observation diary. With the computer reinstalled, Kyogen deactivated the generator, plunging the room back into darkness. He activated the high-intensity flashlight salvaged from the train station, unleashing a powerful beam of white light. The flashlight, a weighty, plug-in rechargeable model, necessitated a two-handed grip, akin to a miner's headlamp, fully charged from the afternoon's solar exposure. The beam emitted an intense brilliance. By positioning the flashlight vertically, directing its illumination towards the ceiling, the light diffused throughout the room. While lacking the even distribution of the integrated light fixture, it surpassed the luminosity of candlelight. The cotton quilt, imbued with the residual warmth of the afternoon sun, exuded a refreshing scent. He proceeded to the makeshift outdoor stove, where he heated a pot of water, filling 2 thermoses for insulation. Subsequently, he engaged in his customary exercises, encompassing swordsmanship, bayonet practice, and parkour drills. Previously, I had the opportunity to exercise under the 10-mile sunshine, yet in the following days, I found myself constantly on the move, devoid of any time for training. Each day was filled with numerous tasks, and by nightfall, I was utterly exhausted, succumbing to slumber the moment my head hit the pillow. Today's workload was of a moderate level, allowing me to conserve considerable energy. Thus, I resumed my regular training regimen. The effort must be invested consistently, otherwise, one might easily settle for mediocrity. When the moment of truth arrives, the elite adversaries will not grant you leniency simply because you deemed it sufficient. Such endeavors are essential. I must cultivate an intimate familiarity with my own body while simultaneously nurturing my courage. I am aware that, given my current physical condition, I possess the capability to ascend skyscrapers unassisted. Yet, the ingrained habits of over 2 decades are not easily altered. It is akin to the universal understanding that humans can learn to swim and even embrace the challenge of winter swimming. However, how many possess the audacity to plunge into icy waters amidst the biting chill of winter? Even with the knowledge of my physical prowess, I must undertake psychological preparation and rigorous training before daring to immerse myself. Similarly, the fear of heights lingers in Jing Yuan's heart. He must gradually overcome his past through incremental training to fully unlock his body's potential. He envisions that once he has sufficiently honed his parkour skills, he will begin practicing free climbing. The State Mountain is an exceedingly perilous peak, replete with treacherous cliffs. When the day arrives that he can ascend to its summit unaided, it will signify a monumental achievement. By that time, it is presumed that within the bustling city center, brimming with towering edifices, he would be able to traverse freely, thus affording him an additional avenue for escape when confronted with the perilous mutated beings, as well as facilitating his exploration and scavenging endeavors. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he settled onto the sofa, filling a basin with warm water to soak his feet. He then opened his computer and played 7 Days of Love on the softly glowing blue screen. The opening scene was a classic. The female protagonist inadvertently fell, leading to a serendipitous kiss with the male lead. This narrative follows the familiar trope of a wealthy heir falling for an ordinary girl. In defiance of his family's arranged marriage, the affluent young man sought the female lead as a scapegoat, proposing that she pose as his girlfriend for 7 days to deceive his parents, offering her a monetary reward of 1 million. By the 10th minute, Jing Yuan could reasonably predict the entirety of the plot. Notwithstanding this predictability, the viewing experience proved surprisingly enjoyable, likely due to the striking appearances of both the male and female leads. Although formulaic, the production team effectively captured what the audience yearned to see. Jing Yuan cradled a warm cup of coffee, indulging in foot-soaking while engrossed in the drama. Meanwhile, Xiaobai lounged on the sofa, casting curious glances at the computer screen, its tail swaying gently. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied its mind, perhaps captivated by the female protagonist's small dog named Millie. As the soothing piano music played, the first episode, lasting 30 minutes, drew to a close. Jing Yuan pondered whether the characters within the drama had also succumbed to becoming zombies. He envisioned the bustling breakfast shops, the lively performances of university students, and the opulent residences complete with butlers and maids, all actors who, he mused, might have perished, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. He deactivated the computer, disposed of the foot bath, and retrieved his compendium of infected specimens. The hour was 10:30. Based on recent observations, a mere 6 to 7 hours of repose sufficed to rejuvenate his faculties, an improvement over his previous nocturnal endurance. Hence, there was no exigency to retire prematurely. He seized a pen, paused in contemplation, and procured a fresh ledger. Upon its cover, he inscribed the words Xiao Yuner Observation Log. He distinguished Xiao Yuner from other infected entities, dedicating a separate chronicle to her. He documented their prior encounters. Concurrently evaluating and summarizing her capabilities and conduct, I have designated her Xiao Yuner. She is an extraordinary specimen of the infected, a distinction manifested in her abilities, physiognomy, and comportment. Typically, she employs 2 tendrils to sustain her form, levitating a few centimeters above the ground. These tendrils supplant her feet, though not rendering her incapable of ambulation. Rather, it is her preferred mode of locomotion. When moving via these tendrils, she resembles a spectral apparition, utterly silent. She lacks any distinctive odor, maintaining an immaculate and orderly appearance. My observations suggest a feline fastidiousness. She grooms herself daily. The apices of her tendrils secrete a fluid akin to aloe vera, which she employs to adhere and remove particulate matter from her integument. The forevines possess remarkable speed, resilience, agility, and strength. Through direct observation, they can cleave steel pipes with a smooth cross-section and execute intricate polishing of certain materials according to blueprints. Additionally, they exhibit a peculiar control ability, capable of piercing a zombie's neck with a spike, thereby manipulating, or perhaps merely disturbing, as I am uncertain of her complete control, these creatures' behaviors. Her capacity for learning is exceptional, and she retains fragments of subconsciousness and emotions from her human past. She shares an affinity for things that most humans cherish, such as jewelry and toys, and delights in exploring new experiences. Though I am not a professional psychologist, I perceive her psychological state to resemble that of an infant in a phase of learning and cognitive development. My initial encounter with her occurred during my visit to Xuanxiang supermarket in search of food and water. It seems that my behavior, distinct from that of other infected beings, piqued her curiosity as she observed me from a distance of approximately 3 meters. Prior to seeing her with my own eyes, I was entirely unaware of her presence. She is an exceptional predator, capable of perfectly concealing her existence. Had she intended to eliminate me, I would have had no means of resistance, even with a firearm in hand. Although I have yet to witness her in combat, I remain convinced that a standard machine gun would hold no efficacy against her. Having personally witnessed the potency of those tendrils, which demonstrably surpass the speed of sound, it is my firm belief that she could react preemptively to any ballistic assault. It would likely necessitate a high-yield, explosive ordnance, such as a rocket, to inflict substantial harm upon her. However, the probability of such an eventuality is, in my estimation, quite low, perhaps 30% or less. This is not to suggest that rockets lack sufficient destructive force, but rather that I deem it exceedingly difficult to achieve a direct hit. Her habitual locomotion, unreliant on bipedal ambulation, suggests a predilection for the support of her tendrils. Given her lithe physique, estimated at no more than 70 pounds, one can extrapolate her combat modus operandi. Should she so desire, her tendrils could propel her with projectile-like velocity, rendering her an elusive target for rocket interception. In extremis, she might even transform into an air-to-air missile, capable of neutralizing rotary wing aircraft. These are not hyperboles, but rather extrapolations predicated upon observed environmental factors and the demonstrated capabilities of other mutated organisms. Furthermore, the proximity of the State Mountain City Zoo and State Mountain City High School, both harboring exceptionally dangerous mutated entities, appears to corroborate the hypothesis that the grade of mutated entities is directly proportional to their proximity to the urban core. It is indeed peculiar that the primary traces of bombardment by the military are concentrated in the vicinity of the Xuanxiang supermarket. As I journeyed from the city center to the southern suburbs, I scarcely encountered ruins resulting from violent explosions. Most destruction appeared to stem from fires rather than artillery shelling. However, I did discover what seemed to be the imprints of tank treads upon the asphalt. I have reason to suspect that the approximately 2-kilometer-wide zone of bombardment surrounding the Xuanxiang supermarket may have been left behind by the military during their eradication of a certain aberration in the city center many years ago. Further conjecturing, it is plausible that Xiaoyun is akin to that aberrant entity in terms of her level of mutation. Her ultimate form may require the deployment of heavy bombers to achieve stabilization and suppression. Based on these phenomena, I deduce that Xiaoyun is the highest grade aberration in the state city of Shenzhen. In summary, my prudent course of action should be to maintain a cordial relationship with Xiaoyun, even if it necessitates relinquishing direct contact. It is imperative to avoid inciting her or provoking significant emotional upheaval, for should her emotions and actions become unstable, she could transform into a perilous explosive. She embodies the essence of a child, and children, in a certain sense, are among the most formidable beings in this world. For they are capricious. One moment they may be angels, and the next, they can metamorphose into demons. Jing Yuan paused intermittently as he penned his speculations and conclusions regarding Xiaoyan, meticulously recording the details of their four encounters. Throughout these interactions, his relationship with Xiaoyan evolved from unfamiliarity to friendship, and now, it has developed into a bond of mutual reliance and companionship. Tomorrow marks their fifth encounter, a respite he affords himself. He has toiled relentlessly for the past 3 to 4 days, dedicating over 12 hours daily to work and exercise, a regimen more demanding than even his senior year of high school. At 11:43 p.m., he completed Xiaoyuner's observation diary and finalized his plans for the morrow. He intends to introduce Xiaoyuner to literacy, providing her with some preliminary education to gradually establish a communicative rapport. Furthermore, he aims to diminish the frequency of their meetings. Seeing her every other day is excessively frequent, potentially exacerbating her dependence on him and possibly instigating actions akin to her previous act of pricking him with a thorn. He surmises that meeting once every 6 days would be more appropriate, treating the preceding 6 days as workdays and designating the 7th as a holiday to spend time with Xiaoyuner, thereby alleviating his stress. It also provides something to look forward to. He must confess that, despite the caution he expresses in his observation diary, he generally feels relaxed and cheerful when interacting with Xiaoyuner, as if he were caring for a younger sister, a rare moment of levity. Such moments are precious. Considering the immense pressure he faces every second in this unfamiliar world, where nothing is certain, he could not assure immunity from assault, nor guarantee the uninterrupted provision of supplies, nor warrant the flawless execution of the plan. He was perpetually vulnerable to formidable impediments, to such an extent that the unfolding of events remained uncertain, his command precarious, and his operations constrained by limited intelligence and control. Despite his status as a level 5 honor player and the possession of a sound temperament, he was yet beset by a litany of emotions: fear, anxiety, self-reproach, and agitation. Over the course of several days, he endeavored to surmount these adverse sentiments, harnessing them to subsist as honorably and with as much dignity as possible. Yet, persevering in such a bleak world proved exceedingly arduous. He could no longer anticipate the forthcoming day of respite, nor the brief moments of relaxation that were entirely his upon concluding his shift. During those 8 days of torrential rain, his heart was as somber as the sky above. Even with Xiaobai by his side, he felt a profound sense of solitude. The monotonous room and the oft-repeated collection of pin-up photographs induced a sense of vexation, with his sole amusement derived from playing with Xiaobai. Aside from Xiaobai, the only entity he encountered in this world that exhibited any semblance of kindness was Xiaoyan. When she spontaneously took his hand and embraced him, he struggled to articulate the sensation. It was akin to a marshmallow dissolving in one's mouth, yielding a tender and subtly sweet experience. Chapter 65. Jing Yuan and the mutant weaver finch. A delicate mist veiled the early morning, and the temperature began to descend. Upon awakening, Jing Yuan observed Xiaobai huddled into a ball, shivering in the corner. Having been preoccupied with the longing for his own bed these past few days, he had inadvertently neglected to provide a doghouse for Xiaobai. Improvising, he procured a cardboard box and dissected several old cotton-padded jackets, extracting the cotton to cushion the bottom of the box. Atop this, he laid a sumptuous velvet blanket, adding a few small pillows for good measure. After excising an aperture sufficient for Xiaobai's passage, he deemed it a suitable abode. Upon placing Xiaobai within, it proved to be a perfect fit. The creature seemed quite pleased with its new domicile, burrowing and frolicking, seizing a small pillow to maul and gnaw upon. Jing Yuan provided sustenance in the form of dog food and water, and after a brief interlude of play, he confined Xiaobai to the dwelling and embarked on a solitary bicycle ride. The decision to forego the use of the agricultural tricycle was predicated on the absence of any goods requiring transport, coupled with a more pressing concern, a dwindling supply of fuel. The gasoline reserves had been significantly depleted during the conflagration of the zombified horde within the villa district, with the remaining portion being added to the agricultural tricycle's diesel engine. While the combustion of gasoline within a diesel engine is not inherently impossible, prolonged usage would inevitably lead to accelerated wear and tear, increasing the likelihood of malfunctions and intermittent ignition failures. Though acceptable in emergency situations, the availability of diesel fuel now dictated its preferential usage. Presently, he possessed two machines reliant on fuel, the generator and the agricultural tricycle. However, with only 3 barrels of diesel remaining, conservation was paramount. The devised strategy for fuel economy involved minimizing the frequency of starting both the agricultural tricycle and the generator. His immediate objective was the acquisition of comic books, with the vicinity of the Sandway bookstore serving as the focal point of his search. Typically, establishments purveying literary materials tend to congregate near educational institutions, given that the primary demographic for comics consists of students. As he rode his bicycle through the mist, he relied on vague memories to navigate, until the sun gradually ascended, dispersing the fog, revealing that the path seemed somewhat amiss. In the distance, approximately several hundred meters ahead, he discerned the silhouette of a gnarled, dead tree. This peculiar tree appeared remarkably odd, its lower branches seemingly adorned with bulbous protrusions, resembling mounds of hay, stacked together in a formidable manner. In his recollection, the route from the southern suburb to the gas station never featured such bizarre flora. Had he encountered it, it would have certainly left an impression. He halted his bicycle at the roadside, retrieving a map from his travel bag for a brief glance, only to realize that his avatar had strayed from the intended path, veering towards an alternate route in the northeast. The fog, which obstructed his already limited visibility, had inadvertently led him astray, and he was perilously close to encroaching upon a gathering of monsters. Pressing his palms and ears against the earth, he meticulously sensed the vibrations surrounding him. Ahead, from the branches of that desolate tree, a dense tremor resonated. The sound was muffled, akin to emanating from a colossal cavity, and due to the distance, he could not perceive it with clarity. If only his eyesight could return to normal, perhaps he would discern what hung upon that tree. Yet, as he began to retreat, a dark speck in the sky suddenly hurtled towards him with alarming speed. He heard the sharp rush of wind and felt the air slicing around him. It was a diminutive object, moving with great velocity, leaving him no time to draw his weapon. Furthermore, he hesitated to discharge his firearm, as the auditory and olfactory senses of the mutated creatures appeared to be highly acute. A rash discharge could potentially disturb the colony of unidentified monstrosities nesting within the gnarled tree. With his left hand firmly gripping the bicycle handlebars, he unsheathed the catalpa wood blade from his waist, employing it as a shield to intercept the rapidly approaching entity, which seemed to be hurtling directly towards his forehead. A crisp, bell-like chime resonated as something impacted the catalpa wood blade, falling to the ground. Halting his bicycle, Jing Yuan cautiously approached the point of impact to investigate, finally discerning the true nature of the object. It was a small bird, or more precisely, a mutated avian. Similar in size to a sparrow, portions of its skin were exposed, covered in black mold. Its beak was a metallic, iron-gray hue, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The creature had fatally collided with the catalpa wood blade, its sharp beak fractured, and its skull shattered upon impact. A viscous, ebony fluid seeped from its eyes, permeating the ground with a repulsive, musty odor. Its talons clutched a sticky, mycelium-like substance, which Jing Yuan surmised resembled the mold covering its skin when desiccated. The direction of the black cloud seemed to coincide with that of the gnarled, withered tree, suggesting the possibility of an entire flock of mutated birds engaging in coordinated movement. Could those tumor-like haystacks serve as nests for these mutated avians? Based on the vibration frequency he perceived, the nest likely harbored at least 100 mutated birds. Their habits bore a resemblance to those of weaver birds, both being gregarious species that construct labyrinthine, colossal nests, albeit with a significantly heightened level of aggression. The distance from this location to his sanctuary is not far. Given the speed of these mutated birds, it is likely they would arrive within 10 minutes. Assessing the habits and striking force of the mutated bird that met its demise upon impact, it becomes evident that if they were to gather in numbers, they could potentially pierce through tempered glass. It is solely due to the hardness of the rosewood knife that he managed to fend off that particular creature. This situation is perilous. These mutated birds are exceedingly dangerous. The sensation is akin to discovering a large wasp nest on the grand tree adjacent to his home. And these wasps are of an enhanced variety, capable of breaching windows and doors with ease. A single sting could result in his demise. He wonders if they possess nocturnal tendencies. If so, the prospect is truly terrifying. No one can predict when they might wander near his residence. He has designated these mutated creatures as mutated weavers and has resolved to devise a method to swiftly eradicate that nest. Otherwise, the thought of venturing out in search of resources would be fraught with anxiety. Just imagine, had the initial assault not come from a solitary mutated weaver, but rather a multitude. He shudders at the thought. He meticulously marked the location and swiftly departed on his bicycle. Chapter 66. Jingyuan and the gift. On his journey toward the city center, Jingyuan remained preoccupied with thoughts of the mutated weavers. Their aggressive nature and undefined territory render them a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating at any moment. Unless he relocates or confines himself indoors indefinitely, he must ensure that the nest is eradicated. The most immediate solution that came to mind is fire, a blaze that would consume both the tree and the old nest, leaving no trace behind. However, he dared not approach the nest of the mutated weaver birds too closely, for their numbers were overwhelming. Should they launch an attack, his chances of escaping unscathed would be nearly non-existent. These mutated weaver birds were not like wasps, which could be warded off with gloves and a veil. Unless he could procure a suit of impenetrable armor forged from steel, getting near the nest of the mutated weaver birds would be tantamount to seeking death. Should he ignite a fire, he would be pecked to death by the enraged flock, transforming into a gory fountain of blood. What he needed was a crossbow or a bow, as long as he could launch flaming arrows from a distance. He could clear the mutated weaver birds' nesting grounds while ensuring his own safety. He was unfamiliar with the crafting of crossbows but understood the principles of bow making from those who had witnessed it. It was merely a matter of finding a flexible stick and attaching a strong string to serve as the bowstring. He believed that crafting the stick would be straightforward, but the true challenge lay in sourcing the materials for the bowstring. The more elasticity and toughness the bowstring possessed, the better, as this would allow him to shoot from a greater distance. He was confident in his ability to draw the bow, although he lacked a reference. He felt that his current strength could rival that of a national-level weightlifter. His only concern was the quality of the bow. He feared it might not withstand his pull and break. Traditionally, bowstrings were made from cow tendons and hides, while modern composite bows utilized advanced synthetic materials. Yet, in this desolate place, where could he find a young bull to harvest tendons, or any modern bows for that matter? To speak frankly, as a modern individual, he had only witnessed archers on television throughout his 2 decades of life. Perhaps his social circle was rather limited. In any case, he had never heard of any relatives, friends, or colleagues who engaged in archery. The so-called archery training centers were luxuries reserved for children in large cities, while his hometown, a modest small town, lacked even a youth center, let alone such rare extracurricular activities. Where could he procure a decent bow? Would he resort to fashioning a spear from a bamboo pole and hurling it with sheer brute force? As he pondered this, he made his way towards the vicinity of the Sanway bookstore, temporarily setting aside thoughts of archery and beginning his search for bookstores and comic shops nearby. After a short stroll, he discovered several bookstores and a small roadside kiosk. After expending some effort to distract the nearby zombies with a slingshot that he fashioned from shards of pottery, he wielded his machete to break the lock and forcibly entered the store. The books stored in the lower shelves had been ruined by rainwater, while those on the upper shelves had yellowed but were still legible. After browsing through 3 or 4 bookstores, he casually flipped through the contents and selected several dozen comic books to place into his travel bag. This was merely a preliminary selection. The comics intended for Xiao Yun would undoubtedly require a more meticulous review, with several rounds of elimination. He needed to find a tranquil spot for further scrutiny. So he parked his bicycle by the roadside and looked up at a 6-story residential building, taking note of the wandering zombies nearby. The rooftop of that building would suffice. It would also provide an opportunity to test his recently acquired parkour skills. After all, it was merely a 6-story structure, posing little challenge. With a sense of anticipation, he took a running leap, landing deftly atop an air conditioning unit on the 2nd floor. Utilizing this as his anchor, he grasped the ledge of the 3rd-floor balcony. Swinging himself upward with the grace of a pendulum, skillfully maneuvering up the wall with the aid of a water pipe and the contours of the building. As he mentally counted to 10, he reached the concrete surface of the rooftop effortlessly. Scaling 6 stories felt like a mere trifle to him. The fluidity of his movements would leave even seasoned stunt performers in awe. He mused that if he were to showcase these skills in a film, he would surely attract a throng of admirers. The effectiveness of his parkour training was evident, yet as he gazed at the towering hotel building nearby, the thought of plummeting from such heights and ending up in a shattered heap sent a shiver down his spine. It was clear he needed further practice. He couldn't fathom how Spider-Man seamlessly adapted to swinging through the air with webs. He He decided to take his time, lacking that innate talent. He would rely on perseverance and sweat to bridge the gap. Turning back, he found himself before an enormous blue water tank and a weathered, moss-covered ground. He set down his travel bag, arranging the comic books on the ground in a large rectangular formation akin to a puzzle. Sitting cross-legged, he basked in the sun while flipping through the pages of these comics. To his surprise, the majority were shoujo manga. It appeared that while boys might prefer tales of action and combat, nurturing a soft, endearing girl required the charm of shoujo stories. He packed the remaining 7 or 8 comic books into his travel bag and casually picked up a volume titled Chronicles of Primitive Warfare from the floor, flipping through it. There was no particular intention behind it, akin to the impulse one might have to step on a fallen leaf to hear its crisp crack. It was a sudden notion. On occasion, he noticed the primitive men in the book crafting bows and arrows, but instead of using sinew, they employed snake tendons. An idea struck him. Of course, snake tendons could be used as bowstrings. The primary issue was that he lacked the means to flay a python at the time. It had taken him nearly an entire afternoon just to dissect the snake's belly. The python was 12 meters long, its body thicker than his thigh. Armed only with a dull kitchen knife, he couldn't move it, nor could he cut through it, leaving him no choice but to abandon the task. But now, things were different. He now possessed the aubergine wood blade and had grown stronger, making it entirely feasible to process the python's corpse. He had nearly forgotten about it. By his reckoning, it had been exactly 7 days since he had killed the python. He wondered if the carcass was still intact. It was a miscalculation. The moment Xiao Yuner had finished sharpening the aubergine wood blade, he should have gone to deal with the python's remains. The snakeskin, fangs, and tendons were all valuable resources. As for the snake meat, that grayish-black substance that looked as if it had grown mold, he frankly lacked the courage to consume it. The notion of eating exotic beast meat to absorb its essence was a fantasy perpetuated by fantastical novels. In reality, the meat of herbivores and insectivores was more palatable and nutritious. The flesh of carnivorous beasts such as tigers and lions is, in truth, quite unpalatable. Occupying the apex of the food chain, their bodies accumulate a plethora of toxins derived from lower tiers of said chain. Furthermore, to effectively hunt, their muscles must possess a heightened capacity for metabolic byproducts, resulting in a further degradation of both flavor and quality. The finest providers of meat are, in fact, primary consumers. Creatures like chickens, pigs, cattle, and sheep exemplify this. Thus, he harbored no inclination that the flesh of the mutated python could be edible. Before long, he arrived at the park on his bicycle, approaching the familiar arch bridge. There, a nearly decrepit yellow bike lay forlorn on the ground. My sincerest apologies, dear yellow bike. Yet I have found a superior companion. He offered a moment of silent homage for the yellow bike before turning his attention to the python carcass he had eviscerated, which lay undisturbed upon the grass. However, the creature that had been lodged in the python's throat, a fungal beast, had shed its viscous, oil-like shell, revealing its true form. It was a desiccated zombie, seemingly having lost 80% of its bodily moisture, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal frame encased in dry skin. The bones fractured by the python's bite, presenting a gruesome sight. Yet, as he stood at the roots of the fungal tree and gazed towards the subterranean birdcage, he beheld a black egg. Towering at human height, it was ensnared by the roots, gently writhing. All the remains that had once occupied the underground birdcage had been drained of life, reduced to mere bones. He sensed an eerie and malevolent atmosphere. This plant, known as the worker fungus tree, seemed like a terrifying species straight out of some eldritch myth, far more dreadful than the zombies. He contemplated incinerating the tree. And without delay, he gathered the nearby dry grass, piled it around the base, and ignited it with his lighter. Flames flickered and quickly engulfed the thorny tree trunk. He observed from near the python's carcass, approximately 20 meters away. During the conflagration, the tree's surface exuded a viscous, pitch-black liquid, seemingly attempting to extinguish the flames. It proved effective, as the fire receded wherever the liquid appeared. Consequently, Jing Yuan gathered another large heap of dry grass and ignited an even larger fire at its roots. Black smoke billowed into the sky, and as the moisture in the viscous substance evaporated, the fire intensified, consuming the entire tree. Witnessing this spectacle, he experienced a peculiar sense of elation, an inexplicable and intense gratification. Without dwelling on it, and seeing no further bizarre occurrences from the tree, he began to address the python's remains. The serpent's flesh was thoroughly decayed, not in the manner of typical rotting meat, but akin to hairy tofu, sprouting numerous white fungal filaments. It lacked the putrid odor of decay, instead emitting a musty scent. Its texture had become exceedingly soft, resembling fermented bean curd. With his eggplant wood knife, Jing Yuan effortlessly extracted the snake tendon near the spine. It was exceptionally thick, with a diameter exceeding that of a hollow water pipe, estimated at 3 to 4 centimeters. It was remarkably long, resilient, and possessed minimal moisture, seemingly obviating the need for further material refinement. He swiftly removed the snake's skin, which, although manageable in size, was somewhat cumbersome. He flattened and folded the skin, binding it into a rectangular block measuring 1 meter in length and half a palm's thickness with the snake's tendons, securing it to his back. Next came the fangs. The python possessed a row of sharp, elongated teeth reminiscent of a shark's formidable dentition, serving well as materials for weaponry. He shattered the snake's spine, detached the skull, and pried apart the upper and lower jaws, binding them together with grass rope and stowing them in his travel bag. Jing Yuan bowed deeply before the dismembered body of the snake, expressing gratitude for its offerings, wishing the serpent a happier existence in the next life. Chapter 67. Jing Yuan and the request. Jing Yuan had his lunch at the 707, where he had left some canned goods for later use. During the dissection of the python, he had gotten quite dirty, so he dampened a cloth to wipe his shoes and clothing, rendering himself somewhat more presentable. After placing the gathered materials on the sofa, he set off to Xuanxiang supermarket with a comic book slung over his shoulder. He had intended to arrive earlier, but the task of dealing with the snake's remains had consumed 3 to 4 hours, and upon spotting the supermarket, he noted that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Xiaoyan stood beneath the eaves, cradling the base of a crystal ball in her hands. She gazed intently at the soil covering the base and the delicate white flowers swaying atop it, her posture statuesque as the breeze tousled her hair. It was only when Jing Yuan came into her view that she finally lifted her head, stepping out from the shadow of the eaves and into the warm embrace of sunlight, the entwining vines around the base freeing her hands. Jing Yuan was taken aback when she suddenly embraced him, lifting his shirt to gently caress his abdominal muscles, as if inspecting for any bruises upon his skin. Her tardiness seemed to have sparked a wave of concern within her, as she sought to ascertain whether Jing Yuan had suffered any fractures akin to those in a crystal ball. Although Jing Yuan quickly grasped the nature of Xiaoyan's actions, the sensation was undeniably peculiar. Why was he standing there, allowing a young girl to touch his stomach? He grasped her wrist in an attempt to halt her, but she paid him no heed. When he prevented her with his hands, she resorted to using her vines instead, her feet firmly planted on the ground. The tendrils that supported her form extended from her back, slowly coiling toward Jing Yuan. This was absurd. It seemed as though she intended to engage him in a rather unconventional binding play. 3 options lay before him. 1. To be caressed all over by the viscous vines. 2. To be touched extensively by Xiaoyan. Or 3. To simultaneously endure the attentions of both the slimy tendrils and Xiaoyan. With no choice left, Jing Yuan surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Only then did Xiaoyan retract the vines, proceeding to explore his abdomen, and not content with that, she ventured around to his back, tracing her fingers along his arm and face. When her gaze fell upon Jing Yuan's groin, he could no longer contain himself and hastily shook his head. Gesturing for her to stop, she approached him, taking his hand, and then ceased further movement. With a sigh of relief, Jing Yuan guided her to sit at the table, retrieving his comic book from his bag and placing it atop the surface. As the majority of the selections by Jing Yuan are centered around shoujo manga, the covers predominantly feature the female protagonists adorned in exquisite dresses, their hair and eye colors a vibrant kaleidoscope, radiating a beaming smile that embodies the essence of a Mary Sue. Some covers also include male leads, typically depicted as golden-haired, blue-eyed princes with sunny smiles. Jing Yuan observed Xiaoyun's gaze, noting that her attention was primarily fixated on the garments of those female characters, suggesting a keen interest in the enchanting dresses. She picked up a manga book and held it aloft, caressing the elegant attire of the illustrated girls, before casting a glance at her own tattered dress. With a gentle prod to Jing Yuan's arm, she propped the manga upright, pointing at the delightful dresses as if to convey her desire for such styles. This behavior is indeed intriguing. She appears to be requesting something from Jing Yuan, and simultaneously, her actions indicate a burgeoning concern for Jing Yuan's well-being. Such concern signifies that Jing Yuan has secured a certain place in her heart, revealing that her inner world is not devoid of warmth. Unlike individuals with antisocial tendencies and psychological issues, who exhibit no empathy even towards those who are kind to them. Xiaoyan's thought process aligns closely with that of a typical human being. Of course, this is merely one interpretation. From a different perspective, if she retains a subconscious semblance of an elementary school girl, then this yearning may signify that Jingyuan is gradually assuming the role of her parents. A child's most frequent source of requests is typically their parents, as it is often only parents who will fulfill their desires without imposing additional conditions. However, this does not apply to the current scenario, for little Yunar's plea arose from the tattered state of her clothing. Her request was not a spontaneous reaction to the cover of a comic book featuring a heroine, but rather a thoughtful comparison to her own worn attire. To draw an imperfect analogy, it is akin to the distinction between embellishing a beautiful thing and providing essential aid in times of need. In this context, there should be no demands placed upon her. It is reminiscent of a child from a poor family sitting by the street, gazing through glass at other children devouring hamburgers and fries, inevitably feeling a pang of envy and desire. Conversely, if parents impose conditions, insisting on certain behaviors or complaining about the expense when taking their child out to eat, it only exacerbates the child's feelings of inadequacy, depriving them of love and confidence. In extreme cases, this could lead to a disdain for the world, fostering a heart filled with jealousy and anger, prompting relentless criticism of everything and a disbelief in the existence of genuine love. Jingyuan pondered for nearly half a minute before arriving at a decision. He compared the heroine of the comic book to Yunar's clothing, gently ruffled her hair, and assured her that he would take care of this matter. He earnestly promised to address her needs, leaning down to bring his gaze level with hers, meeting her beautiful eyes with a warm smile and a nod of affirmation. Perhaps there exists a semblance of theatrics within, yet he has not hesitated to express affection and concern. After all, to receive love, one must first bestow it. This implies that all thoughts, prior to their execution, are merely reflections of Jingyuan's knowledge as an industrious worker, conjectured from his existing understanding. He is not Conan, devoid of training in Hawaii, lacking the ability to pilot a helicopter, and possessing neither extensive knowledge nor access to the internet for research. Before any thought is put into action, he is bound to err, as evidenced by his early attempt to craft a spear from a clothes-drying bamboo pole. Unlike the readers, he cannot adopt a godlike perspective or utilize convenient search engines to make the most optimal and informed choices. This, in itself, could be considered a clever shortcut. For I recognize that, akin to Jingyuan, my own breadth of knowledge is limited, inevitably leading to mistakes. In Chapter 68, Jingyuan and the Principles of Crossbows, he asserts the intention to procure a new dress for Xiaoyan, yet in the short term, such an endeavor is beyond his reach. Uncertain of where to find one. Even if he were to locate it, it would require cleaning with laundry detergent and drying before he could present it to her. Ultimately, Jingyuan first measures her height. Lacking a tape measure, he improvises with a length of grass rope, measuring from her toes to the crown of her head, thereafter marking the rope with a knife. The length of the rope's marking signifies her height, estimated to be just under 1.50 meters. He employs a similar method to gauge her measurements, noting her slender figure, which necessitates avoiding overly loose garments. Upon completing the measurements, Jingyuan accompanies her in reading comic books, endeavoring to teach her literacy in the process. He reminisced about his childhood, recalling that he had first learned phonetics before delving into radicals and components. Mastering literacy was a protracted endeavor, and it wasn't until around the 5th or 6th grade that he could claim to have learned the majority of commonly used Chinese characters, enabling him to read without impediment. Lacking ample time to mentor her, he resorted to associating the characters appearing in the comic books with their corresponding real-world counterparts. For instance, if the book mentioned the sun, he would first point to the character for sun and then gesture towards the sun in the sky. Xiaoyan possessed remarkable learning aptitude and comprehension skills, quickly grasping that the character sun represented the luminous sphere in the heavens. When Jingyuan pointed at the word sun, she would instinctively gaze up at the celestial orb. Writing was not a challenge for her either. However, it would be more accurate to say that she was drawing characters rather than writing them. The vines, holding the pen, acted like a printer, replicating the fonts from the comic books with near-perfect fidelity. Over the course of the afternoon, Jingyuan had imparted to her the recognition of numerous objects, such as clouds, skirts, hair, hands, and shoes, amounting to approximately 20 words. However, she was unable to construct complete sentences using these words, merely associating the symbols with their physical reference. Some amusing incidents occurred during this process. For example, when Jingyuan was teaching her the word for shoes, he was referring to his own military boots. She quickly learned the word, but she equated the generic term shoes with Jing Yuan's military boots. It took Jing Yuan considerable effort to correct her thinking, making her understand that anything worn on the feet is collectively referred to as shoes. The entire teaching process was rather delightful, especially since his pupil was an adorable little girl who neither cried nor caused any fuss, and was exceptionally astute. Alas, joyful moments are always fleeting, and before long. Dusk was approaching. She did not display much reaction, as if she comprehended that Jing Yuan could only spare her a brief time of play during certain daylight hours. Jing Yuan waved goodbye to her and departed from Xuanxiang supermarket. The dog food and water for Xiaobai were sufficient to last through the night. Besides, being hungry, it would naturally seek out its food. The open bag of dog food was placed beside the wall, and the large bowl of water he had filled that morning would sustain it for several days. He had prepared its doghouse before leaving in the morning, knowing that it was a clever little dog that wouldn't wander off. As long as it remained indoors, Jing Yuan had little to worry about. However, his lingering in the city center was primarily due to the mutated weavers. He could not find peace until he had eradicated them completely. Thus, that night, he began to fashion a bow and arrow. It appeared quite like a bow already, missing only the string. With considerable effort, he sawed through a length of snake tendon, straightened it, and secured it in the grooves at both ends of the wooden bow. He felt like a genius, having crafted the bow in just a few minutes. The arrows were not difficult to make either. He merely needed to sharpen and straighten some branches. Ultimately, his objective was to ignite a fire. As long as the arrows could carry flames and incendiary materials to their destination, it was unnecessary for them to penetrate the prey. Accuracy was of little concern. After all, that crooked-necked tree would not rise to run a marathon, and the target was sufficiently conspicuous. Before the sun had fully set, he had crafted 10 arrows, accompanied by a rudimentary wooden bow. With a heart full of joy, he practiced archery within the community, gripping the bow's limbs and knocking an arrow. Accompanied by the cringing sound of creaking wood, the bow exhibited a noticeable deformation, and one could sense the tension building. Releasing his grip, the wooden arrow swiftly soared into the air. However, the distance it traveled was rather disappointing, merely a few dozen meters. A casual throw of his hand could surpass that distance, and after only 4 or 5 attempts, the bow's limb fractured, revealing its questionable quality. Undeterred, he sought thicker and heavier wood, even severing the load-bearing column of a small pavilion in the neighborhood. With a mighty axe, he struck the timber, utilizing his extraordinary strength and a robust hardwood knife to craft a grand bow over a meter in length. Yet, a dilemma soon arose. The newly fashioned bow proved inferior to the previous smaller one. Although the bowstring was of excellent quality, fashioned from the resilient sinews of a mutated python, he found himself unable to break it despite employing both hands and feet. The wooden material of the grand bow, however, was far too rigid, failing to impart any semblance of elasticity. The result of his strenuous efforts only led to the bow snapping in two. It dawned on him then that a bow differs fundamentally from a slingshot, while a slingshot derives its elasticity from rubber bands. The power of a bow is intrinsically linked to its limbs. To achieve great heights and distances, one requires bow limbs of superior quality and elasticity. This realization cast him into a profound quandary. Where could he procure materials with sufficient elasticity? Just as he sat amidst a pile of discarded wood, mired in frustration, his gaze fell upon the abandoned vehicles in the community. An idea sparked in his mind. Could he craft a bow from metal? Approaching a nearby car, he circled it, meticulously observing its structure. If I were to dismantle this vehicle, which component would possess the greatest resilience? He surmised that it would likely be in the vicinity of the chassis, as automobiles invariably incorporate shock absorption mechanisms, and such mechanisms necessitate the inclusion of spring-like elements. He crouched down and circumambulated the vehicle, eventually spotting shock-absorbing springs near the wheel bearings. However, the configuration of these springs rendered them unsuitable for crafting bows and arrows. This observation, however, prompted him to consider another possibility: the leaf springs situated near the truck's wheel bearings. His elder sister's husband was a truck driver, and he had accompanied him once when he was training for his A2 driver's license. He recalled his brother-in-law mentioning that trucks were uncomfortable to drive due to the utilization of steel leaf springs. His memory was somewhat hazy, as he had only accompanied him out of boredom and possessed little interest in trucks. His recollection of the event was primarily due to the discomfort he experienced while sitting in the passenger seat. Individuals tend to retain vivid memories of unpleasant experiences. He recalled engaging in a rather puerile act that day, kicking the truck's leaf spring in a fit of pique. Naturally, he injured his foot in the process and was subsequently ridiculed by his brother-in-law. He vividly remembered the curved spring composed of layered steel plates. This component ostensibly served as the truck's shock absorber, and its shape appeared reasonably well suited for fashioning a bow arm. However, its use as a bow seemed somewhat cumbersome, unless it was positioned horizontally. Could this be transformed into a crossbow? Indeed, it seemed that this was the distinguishing characteristic between a bow and a crossbow. After careful consideration, he concluded that a crossbow would be more appropriate, as he did not need to run and shoot simultaneously. He simply needed to shoot far enough and high enough. One should craft a heavy crossbow, seek a refuge, and from a distance unleash a relentless barrage upon the nest of the mutated weaver sparrow. Indeed, that shall be the plan. Chapter 69. Jing Yuan and the prototype of the crossbow. This marks Jing Yuan's inaugural venture into the night. To be candid, facing the decaying zombies in such a ghostly city during the night alone induces considerable psychological strain. The darkness embodies one of humanity's most primordial fears. He observed that a small fraction of the zombies were drawn to the beam of his flashlight. The distinction lay in the condition of their eyes. Those whose eyes were less decayed appeared capable of discerning the light amidst the shadows. He removed his shoes, opting to tread barefoot in his socks to enhance his sensitivity to the vibrations nearby. Fortunately, following his evolution, his defenses had been augmented. His skin now bore a newfound resilience, rendering it less susceptible to the piercing of stone shards. He ventured out in search of a discarded truck to procure the springs from its axle. Abandoned vehicles littered the cityscape, and finding a truck proved to be a simple task. Before long, he stumbled upon a toppled cargo truck by the roadside. It was a tank truck, its cargo bed bearing a colossal metal container. Jing Yuan's sole objective was the springs. Thus he paid little heed to other aspects and proceeded directly to the base of the truck. Illuminating his path with a small flashlight, he surveyed the surroundings and, at the juncture where the tires met the massive frame, just above the tires, he discovered a series of layered, curved steel plates, measuring over a meter in length. They appeared remarkably sturdy. Upon counting, he found a total of 13 steel plates of varying lengths, forming a shape reminiscent of a triangle. A cage-like lock, secured to the bearing, must be removed by first unscrewing the coarse bolt affixed to it. Jing Yuan discovered that he did not possess a wrench suitable for such a robust bolt size. Thus, he attempted to loosen it with his bare hands. But it proved to be exceedingly steadfast, utterly immovable. After all, this component was intended for the shock absorption of a truck, exhibiting formidable strength. He surmised that there might be appropriate tools within the vehicle and, resorting to a jackknife, shattered the windshield. Inside lay the long-dried corpse of the truck driver, whose forehead had caved in under the violent impact, transforming what should have been a rounded head into a grotesque, toilet-shaped indentation, presenting an eerie and terrifying sight. Jing Yuan steeled himself against the wave of nausea that surged within, grasped the corpse by the neck, and yanked it out, discarding it outside. The corpse's left hand was severed in the process, remaining behind in the contorted driver's seat. Taking a deep breath to steady his composure, he climbed into the driver's seat and, after a thorough search, discovered a large toolbox. This was it. He promptly emerged from the vehicle. Though the stench within was truly unbearable, stale and rancid, the foul odor emanating from the decaying body had accumulated in that confined space. Had he not quickly suppressed his sense of smell, he would have surely succumbed to revulsion. He took a brief whiff, only to find that the odor had clung to him as well. Fortunately, he had located a sufficiently large wrench within the toolbox, alongside a half-empty bottle of lubricant. Armed with the wrench, he climbed atop the overturned truck bed, applied the lubricant, and proceeded to unscrew several bolts from the wheel. Removing a tire before loosening the bolts on the leaf spring to detach the securing bracket, twisting proved to be an arduous endeavor. Before long, he sensed the depletion of his stamina as hunger once again gnawed at him. Nevertheless, he successfully removed the leaf spring. In total, there were 13 curved strips of resilient steel, not bonded together but rather overlapping like tiles. 4 of them had already fractured, presumably snapped during the tumultuous sliding of the truck as it overturned. The majority remained intact, particularly the longest strip, measuring approximately 120 to 130 centimeters. He layered 2 or 3 strips atop one another and placed them on the ground, but even his weight could not induce any bending. Only when he moved, exerting greater downward pressure, did he perceive their remarkable toughness and elasticity. This was truly exceptional material, undoubtedly capable of providing immense elastic potential for a bow. He found it impossible to carry all these strips away. They were far too heavy. The combined weight of the remaining 9 surpassed even that of the diesel generator he had discovered at the high-speed rail station, totaling over 100 kilograms. Moreover, he did not require all 9 strips, as their stacked arrangement reached up to the height of his knees, rendering them excessively thick for making a crossbow arm. Upon returning, he replenished himself with food and water before tackling these formidable pieces. He attempted to bind the strips tightly with grass rope, but the rope proved inadequate. With any force applied, it snapped. Consequently, he resorted to using snake tendons. Once secured, he placed them on the ground, and with a dull thud, the rudimentary form of a heavy crossbow arm began to take shape. With mere arm strength, he found it impossible to bend this creation. He needed to employ both hands and feet, feeling distinctly the weighty and substantial force it possessed. A lengthy object is required to support the crossbow's limbs, enabling adjustments to the shooting angle and the placement of bolts. Next comes the issue of stringing. While the strength of the snake tendon is sufficient, careful consideration must be given to how to secure it as the bowstring. Based on his intuition, should this crossbow be successfully crafted, its range would undoubtedly exceed 300 meters, allowing him to ignite the nests of the mutated weavers from a safe distance. This weapon could evolve into a formidable instrument of destruction. Unlike rifles and handguns, which may falter against larger mutated creatures, this crossbow would not suffer from such limitations. Take, for instance, the mutated python. At 12 meters in length, it necessitates precise shots to the head for effective damage, an endeavor demanding remarkable accuracy. However, with the completion of this heavy crossbow, the use of sturdy steel rods as bolts would eliminate the need for such caution when confronting similar aberrations, enabling him to impale them directly into the ground. He decided to name it the leaf spring crossbow even before its construction was complete. There is potential to mount it on an agricultural tricycle, transforming it into a mobile artillery platform. Regrettably, Little White is but a dog incapable of operating a tricycle. He finds himself exhilarated at the thought of having a driving companion, envisioning the thrill of driving while firing. The tricycle could serve as a makeshift armored vehicle. His excitement surged as he picked up the snake tendon to measure it against the leaves of the crossbow, yet upon reflection, it seemed implausible for him alone to secure the tendon to the steel plates, given their smooth surfaces devoid of grooves or bolt holes. He hesitated to use a hammer to bore holes. Not only was it uncertain whether he could succeed, but such brute force could easily shatter the spring. A power drill was necessary. Alternatively, he thought of Xiaoyan. With the speed and strength of those vines, it would surely be a trivial task to drill a few holes into the steel plate. Yet, he had clearly stated that he would visit her the day after tomorrow, and she had yet to find her new dress. After pondering for a long while, Jingyuan concluded that seeking Xiaoyan's assistance was the most reliable option. However, going to her empty-handed to ask for help felt somewhat inappropriate. It was obvious that her new dress could not be ready by tomorrow. Washing and drying it alone would consume an entire day, and he could not possibly present himself to her in soiled attire. Having made this decision, he meticulously washed away the unpleasant odor of mixed machine oil with the little water he had left, then lay down on the sofa to sleep. Chapter 70. Jingyuan and the crossbow armed Jingyuan lifted his gaze. The sun was absent today, and the sky was a dull gray. It was evident that the recent weather was not as pleasant as before, with temperatures gradually declining. It appeared to be October, and judging by the full moon from last night, it was already mid-October. As November ushered in late autumn and December heralded early winter, he had about a month and a half to stockpile supplies for the winter, though a slight sense of urgency crept in. The fact that he had found a suitable location to establish his home afforded him some reassurance. That morning, he set off towards Xuanxiang supermarket, carrying the crudely fashioned crossbow arm on his back, while holding a large red jewelry box in hand. In times of peace, these ornaments would have been worth a considerable sum. However, in the current circumstances, he could only offer a wry smile at their value. He recalled learning in middle school that gold is an excellent conductor of electricity. Unfortunately, lacking knowledge of circuits, it remained merely a visually appealing piece of scrap metal in his hands. He bore on his back a crossbow limb fashioned from 4 steel springs, which he estimated to weigh around 120 pounds, an encumbrance far too great for the average person to carry over any significant distance. However, it lay within his capacity. Walking with it posed little strain. Yet, should he attempt to run, it would severely hinder his speed and agility. Without a firm grasp on balance, he would undoubtedly succumb to the inertia of the heavy load and stumble. It is no wonder that heavy crossbows are designed to be carried horizontally. If fashioned as a bow, weighing approximately 100 pounds, even seasoned archers would find themselves utterly exhausted, let alone actually drawing and loosing arrows. He soon arrived near the supermarket, spotting Xiao Yun sitting at the entrance. She was perched on an old chair, engrossed in a comic book. Such literature must have been a novelty for her. As most children, upon their first encounter with comics, films, or animations, are often filled with wonder and curiosity. It opens the door to an entirely new realm of imagination, populated by a cast of characters embarking on fantastical adventures and encounters. She appeared deeply absorbed, perhaps lost in thought. It might have been an attempt to decipher the characters' dialogues. Yet, having only acquired a handful of rudimentary vocabulary, her endeavor to interpret their exchanges resembled a university student, equipped with only the word abandon, attempting to transcribe a level 6 listening comprehension, resulting in nothing but a baffling array of incomprehensible signals, akin to extraterrestrial communication. Jingyuan was uncertain whether she had noticed her arrival. She appeared utterly engrossed, her gaze fixed immovably upon the leading actress. Observing her lack of response, Jingyuan gently tapped the table with her finger. The girl seemed momentarily startled, her head lifting abruptly after a few seconds. She appeared taken aback by Jingyuan's unexpected presence, tilting her head in bewilderment. Jingyuan placed the crimson jewelry box upon the table, and a dazzling radiance of gems spilled forth from its open lid, instantly captivating the girl's attention. Her petite feet began to sway as she drew the jewelry box closer, simultaneously retrieving a crystal ball stand from the side, seemingly intent on adorning the jewels as if playing house. However, her movements suddenly ceased, perhaps due to the sight of the delicate white flower, which had taken on a sickly pallor. The transplantation had proven unsuccessful. The wildflower struggled to acclimate to its new surroundings. Its once vibrant green leaves had dulled to a yellowish hue, and the once sturdy stem had drooped, bereft of vitality. The flower resembled a balding individual afflicted by illness, its surrounding petals having fallen away, evoking the pitiable image of a stray child with but 3 strands of hair atop its head. Life is indeed a fragile entity. She appeared somewhat disheartened. Without waiting for Jingyuan to act, she cradled the crystal ball stand and approached the threshold of the supermarket, gathering the clump of soil and placing it among the shards of broken glass. If the crystal ball possessed any semblance of life, that place would be its grave. She seemed to be conducting a funeral for the little flower. Jingyuan pondered that perhaps he should not bring such easily lost treasures into her life. He sighed softly, tore off a piece of paper, and in a matter of seconds, folded a delicate origami crane, presenting it to Xiaoyan. She caught the petite crane, her spirits seemingly lifted, and soon began to adorn the base of her crystal ball. Golden necklaces and bracelets were draped over the roof of a red house, while a ring was carefully placed atop the snowman's head, resembling a crown. The small origami crane was also nestled on the base. After completing this, she firmly grasped Jingyuan's hand, eager to showcase her creation. Jingyuan clapped in encouragement, acknowledging her efforts, which brought her evident joy, her legs gently swaying beneath the table. He spent some time playing with her, teaching her the art of folding origami cranes, before illustrating his request through drawings. This time, Xiaoyan exhibited no impatience, promptly following his instructions. A vine coiled around the spring, while the tip of another vine straightened, its fleshy leaves slowly undulating, releasing a budding flower. A sharp thorn emerged, aimed at one end of the spring, and the next moment, the thorn shot forth like a bullet, creating a brilliant explosion of sparks upon contact with the spring. Through this method of shooting, Xiaoyan made 2 holes in the spring, the inner walls adorned with swirling patterns, her fired thorn piercing effortlessly through the robust material. Jingyuan was taken aback by her unexpected capability for long-range attack. The more he learned about Xiaoyan, the more he realized her formidable strength. Previously, the scars etched upon her arm by shards of glass had long since healed, leaving no trace of imperfection. He was convinced that his theory was sound. Xiaoyan was indeed the most advanced mutant in the entire state city, the ultimate adversary of this metropolis. The distribution of mold followed a discernible pattern. The closer one ventured to the urban core, the denser and more abundant the mold became, fostering increasingly formidable mutants. Conversely, the influence of mold at the city's periphery was minimal. But what lay beyond the borders of the city? Was there a possibility that the areas outside of Zhoushan remained unscathed? He was uncertain of the likelihood of such a possibility. Yet he felt that the probability of human civilization still enduring was somewhat greater. Should he ever find himself equipped and able in the future? Perhaps he would venture to explore broader horizons. He attempted to draw the bowstring for a test shot, but encountered a dilemma. The direction of the arrowhead could not align parallel to the string due to the spring blocking the trajectory. Thus, he sought Xiaoyan's assistance, creating an opening at the very center of the spring to allow the arrowhead passage. With this, the essential structure providing the requisite tension was complete. He procured a short steel rod for a test shot, resting the crossbow arm upon the ground, his feet pressing against the inner wall of the spring. And with all his might, he pulled the bowstring, barely managing to draw it back. This posture offered no assurance of accuracy, but that was of little consequence. He merely wished to ascertain how far this contraption could shoot. When he sensed he had reached his limit, unable to draw any further, he released his grip. The immense recoil sent him tumbling to the ground, and the steel rod shot forth with a whoosh, soaring straight into the distance before vanishing from sight in an instant. He exuberantly dashed towards the direction of the shot and discovered the steel bar embedded in a collapsed wall. The front third of the bar was deeply lodged within the masonry, exhibiting significant deformation due to the immense force of impact. A brief estimation revealed that the distance from Xuanxiang supermarket to this wall exceeded 100 meters, indicating the actual range was likely much greater. Now, he could finally address the lair of the mutated weaving sparrows. He had already devised a plan to attach a container filled with gasoline to the arrow and, from a considerable distance, douse the crooked-necked tree with the incendiary liquid. All it would take was a mere spark, and with a resounding explosion, a roaring inferno would ignite, incinerating the mutated sparrows that resided within their vast and intricate nests, leaving them no time to escape. In doing so, the massive population of weaving sparrows would be significantly diminished, and the remaining scattered groups would pose far less of a threat. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan was toying with the crossbow. Her vines coiled the heavy spring, mimicking Jing Yuan's technique, as she inserted a steel bar into it. In her hands, the heavy crossbow resembled a mere plastic slingshot, effortlessly held aloft without any sign of strain. Jing Yuan then realized that he had not fully drawn the bowstring previously. This was the true extent of its tension. The dull friction resonating as if attempting to snap a tree that 10 men could scarcely encircle. Xiaoyan's vines raised the crossbow, aiming it skyward like a bow, and released the steel bar into the brooding heavens. In that moment, Jing Yuan found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he had witnessed a shooting star. Chapter 71. Jing Yuan and parts acquisition. Xiao Yuner seemed quite enamored with the crossbow, treating it as her new plaything, reluctant to part with it. However, witnessing her launching pebbles with the small wooden fork, juxtaposed against the formidable power she wielded when drawing the bowstring, evoked an inexplicable sense of comedic contrast. Jing Yuan sketched a concentric circle target on paper and affixed it to the wall, providing her with a designated target for her amusement. With the most intricate component of the catapult mechanism finalized, the remaining tasks entailed fixation and the sighting mechanism. The assemblage of zombies within the shopping district was exceedingly formidable. In the shadows and amidst the thoroughfare, dense swarms of zombies congregated, maintaining an eerie semblance of equilibrium. However, upon initial observation, one would scarcely perceive it as a harmonious tableau. The scene resembled a colossal fracas, with some zombies' hands ensnared within the viscera of others, while some zombies tenaciously gnawed upon the shoulders of their counterparts. Indeed, numerous zombies lay prostrate on the ground, their fates uncertain amidst the trampling. Alas, these entities lacked any notion of camaraderie, and when chaos erupted, it truly devolved into indiscriminate assaults upon everything within their vicinity. Through years of attrition, the zombies of the shopping district had sustained this enigmatic equilibrium, mutually impeding the positions of their adjacent brethren or agglomerating into fleshy conglomerates. Even when disarray ensued, it did not propagate into widespread pandemonium. Jing Yuan espied several children's clothing emporiums. He cast a glance upon the zombies, many of whom were bereft of their full complement of limbs, and surmised that, with his present parkour aptitude, he would not be ensnared within. Succumbing to a barrage of chaotic blows, he parked his bicycle at a distance, unloaded the heavy burdens he carried, and shouldered only his machete. From the periphery of the shopping street, he climbed to the rooftop of the third floor and accessed the terrace. Navigating deftly along the eaves and walls, he took a shortcut that led him inside a children's clothing store. With no time to meticulously select, he hastily gathered an assortment of dresses for little girls that appeared to be of similar sizes. Relying on his first impressions, he picked 5 or 6 vibrantly colored frocks and swiftly exited via the rooftop. During this escapade, he stirred up a slight commotion, causing the horde of zombies to become somewhat agitated. Fortunately, these sluggish beings were unable to match his speed, allowing him to escape unharmed from the heights before cycling homeward. As he journeyed, he remained exceedingly cautious, his nerves taut, ever vigilant for the potential appearance of swarms of mutated sparrows. His luck took a turn for the worse when he indeed encountered them. Sensing an unusual breeze, he concealed himself motionless within a thicket. The ominous black cloud drifted past him from the upper right, heading northward. These elusive mutated sparrows were truly frightening, as one could never anticipate when they might cross paths. Unlike the previous mutants he had encountered, which each possessed defined territories, such as the mutated animals confined within the state zoo, the zombie hordes that rarely strayed unless provoked, and the grotesque fish-eyed creature at the gas station, all of which maintained their respective ranges. These mutated sparrows held dominion over the skies, allowing them to hunt indiscriminately, which instilled an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Only upon entering an indoor space did he feel a semblance of safety. He brought in a flower pot, filled it with sand, and spent 10 minutes instructing Little White that it should no longer defecate in the living room, but rather relieve itself in the pot. He was uncertain if it comprehended, but it kept panting and nodding. Jingyuan dismissed it and began contemplating the construction of the heavy crossbow's frame. Although he had never encountered a crossbow in real life, he had observed them in games and television series, such as The Witcher's Master Crossbow and the repeating crossbow from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although he had never tasted pork, he had certainly seen pigs run. He recalled that these crossbows possessed a trigger-like mechanism. The string was drawn back, and when it was time to fire, the trigger was depressed, similar to using a pistol. He experimented with some cardboard and a rubber band, piercing a hole in the cardboard, inserting a chopstick, and then drawing back the rubber band, thus tensioning the string. He surmised that, given his circumstances, he could only create such a rudimentary structure. More intricate designs were beyond his capabilities. In essence, a large frame was required to secure the crossbow's arms, with a hole at the rear of the frame to accommodate a stick. To fire, the stick would simply be withdrawn. The frame's material could not be too fragile. As the crossbow possessed considerable power, wood might splinter, so steel would be preferable. The crossbow arms were over a meter in length. Seated on the ground, he exerted all his strength to draw the crossbow once more. Judging by eye, drawing it to its limit also required approximately a meter of space. So a slightly longer frame, perhaps around 1.5 meters, would be necessary. Securing the crossbow's arm is quite straightforward, employing metallic anchor bolts and concave shims to fasten the arm to the frame. To enhance stability, a wider frame can be utilized, incorporating additional metallic shims. He has conceived a plan to procure the necessary frame and components by dismantling structures and doors at the high-speed rail station, or, if necessary, by dislodging railway components. Without delay, armed with a sizable toolbox salvaged from a freight truck, he embarked on his mission aboard his farm tricycle. Upon entering the high-speed rail station, he meticulously sought out components, dismantling ticket barriers, security scanners, door bolts, and metallic containers. Adjacent to the railway, he discovered an unfinished construction site, replete with abandoned building materials. After careful consideration, he determined that the H-beams used for structural support would be ideally suited for his purpose, ensuring structural integrity, albeit being excessively long. Consulting the material transfer sheet, he noted that the longest H-beams measured 12 meters, with a limited quantity of 2-meter-long custom-made H-beams also available. After an extensive search, he fortuitously located the last 3 2-meter H-beams beneath a tarpaulin. The H-beams lacked pre-drilled holes, prompting Jingyuan to procure a thick nail, secure it with pliers, raise his eggplant wood knife, and forcefully strike downwards. Leveraging his extraordinary strength, he successfully created a dent, indicating that with sufficient time, he could create the necessary perforations. The H-beams, being less brittle than steel leaf springs, allayed his concerns about cracking them, even without a drill. Eschewing assistance from Xiaoyaner, he was confident that his brute strength would suffice to create the holes. Utilizing a small cart that had previously transported a diesel generator, he transferred a 2-meter-long H-beam and a pile of components onto an agricultural tricycle. The weight of the cargo caused the vehicle's body to sink several centimeters. The yard resonated with the incessant clang of metalworking, reminiscent of war drums. Chapter 72, Jingyuan and the Leaf Spring Crossbow. This labor persisted throughout the day. He positioned the H-beam in an I shape and placed the leaf spring crossbow arms against the steel surface, using a black marker to outline the contours. He planned to drill 8 pairs of holes along the lines, totaling 16 apertures. This task proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. Each hole required nearly 20 minutes of hammering, resulting in the destruction of dozens of nails. He toiled relentlessly from 2 in the afternoon until 7, when the sun had already set, before successfully completing the drilling. During this period, his physical stamina waned rapidly, and he frequently felt a pang of hunger. The boiled white rice was quickly consumed, and in the process, he made an intriguing discovery. While engaging in strenuous activity, a white mist resembling steam would appear on his skin's surface. In such a state, his body felt akin to an engine that had been heated, exuding a powerful lubrication. He recalled his earlier intention to measure his height and weight, curious to ascertain whether any changes would occur after eating. He felt no urge to relieve himself, having not done so thus far, which left him pondering the fate of the food he had ingested. As a large mammal, he was aware that the expulsion of waste was a biological necessity. Feces represented the indigestible remnants of consumed food. These food remnants are utilized by bacteria and fungi, eventually decomposing into inorganic substances such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, as well as carbon dioxide. These inorganic substances are then absorbed by plants, transforming back into organic matter, thus perpetuating the cycle of material utilization. Although he still possesses the form of a human, from a biological perspective, he can hardly be considered a mammal. Currently, he is evidently in a symbiotic state with mold, to the extent that what flows through his veins is no longer blood, but rather an unidentifiable, viscous, inky fluid interspersed with mold. Therefore, there are several possibilities regarding the whereabouts of the food. Firstly, the metabolic capabilities of these molds are extraordinarily advanced, almost completely digesting everything he ingests, with a minimal amount of waste excreted through his skin. Secondly, he now more closely resembles a fungus or plant. Apart from being broken down into energy and substances required for his daily activities, those organic materials become part of his body. He undergoes material cycling within his body, and in the future, he may gradually grow like a sapling, continuously increasing in weight. Regarding his weight, he has not been able to locate weighing scales to measure it for the time being, but measuring his height is relatively straightforward. Since the thought has occurred, he might as well make a record of it. With his back against the wall, he straightened his waist, brought his feet together, and then used a marker to draw a line against the back of his head. As for weight measurement, he will pay more attention to weighing scales when searching for supplies later on. In such a large village, there must be households that raise pigs, so it is unlikely that there isn't even a steelyard. With this brief interlude over, he switched on the high-powered flashlight, aiming it at the ceiling to illuminate the room. The sky has completely darkened, necessitating the illumination of lights. However, simultaneously, he drew all the curtains, striving to prevent any beams of light from escaping. Upon witnessing those woven sparrows, he realized that this world harbors a multitude of unfamiliar mutated creatures, many of which might roam freely outside, potentially exhibiting phototropic behavior. Much like moths, they could be attracted to the glow emanating from his abode, perhaps seeking entry. Consequently, he added another task to his home fortification plan: to install an additional barrier on the doors and windows, preferably a retractable iron gate akin to a rolling shutter. In the future, when the lights are ablaze at night, he aims to ensure that his dwelling remains a completely sealed haven, akin to a fortress. Furthermore, soundproofing measures are essential. He must learn to conceal himself, minimizing the risk of drawing the attention of those unknown mutated beings. There is much work to be done. After a brief respite, he perused his meticulously hand-drawn crossbow schematics and consumed some rice to alleviate his hunger. The absence of sunlight rendered him acutely aware of his diminishing vitality, and weariness began to creep in. During the process of boring holes into the H-beam, his hands became calloused, and the intensity of the exertion overloaded his muscles, causing involuntary tremors when he raised his arms. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. He reclined on the sofa for a moment, listened to a couple of songs, then resumed his labor. He positioned the leaf spring crossbow arm horizontally within the gaps of the 8 pairs of holes, secured the crossbow body with metallic clamps, and inserted bolts into the holes, tightening the nuts on the opposite side. The leaf spring was firmly anchored to the H-beam, and upon testing its weight, he found it to be remarkably heavy. According to the materials transfer sheet he discovered on the construction site, the theoretical weight of this 2-meter-long H-beam is approximately 76 kilograms, equivalent to 152 G. Coupled with a board spring that measures over a meter and weighs around 120 G, the total weight approaches 300 G. This hefty object, owing to his rudimentary processing skills, appears exceedingly crude and formidable, unmistakably a lethal instrument. The rust that adorns it seems akin to the blood of its victims, corroded over time. He can scarcely manage to lift it for any distance. As he scrutinizes its deficiencies, he contemplates the necessity of adding a fixed arrow path, ultimately culminating in a metal rod to secure the bowstring. The arrow path is straightforward. He locates a plastic pipe slightly narrower than the arrow exit, inserts it into the opening, and cuts it from above to create a U-shaped groove, securing it with snake tendons, with plans to add a nail or two later. Regarding the bow mechanism, he needs to drill holes into the steel plate positioned on the workbench, one on each side. He intends to craft a bow mechanism using a shaped iron frame. In its unlaunched state, this iron frame will be lodged within the steel plate, allowing the arrowhead to pass through its gap, resting against the bottom of the string, which will also be secured to the frame. When it is time to launch, he will firmly grasp the handle and extract the frame. The two iron rods of the frame need not be excessively long. He can affix two outward-facing nails to a short segment beneath it, resembling a person supporting themselves on a horizontal bar, ensuring the upper half remains exposed to secure the snake tendon. The integrity of this apparatus is paramount. Otherwise, it may not withstand the tensile forces without distortion. It may be necessary to drill two large holes to accommodate solid, thick steel pipes. He toiled until the clock struck 11 at night, burdened by exhaustion, yet at last, he had successfully crafted the leaf spring crossbow. Handcrafted with painstaking effort, only he could fathom the extent of his fatigue. Nevertheless, every ounce of labor was worthwhile. This design had potential. It truly could succeed. As he embraced this conviction and poured his sweat into the endeavor, an overwhelming urge to weep washed over him. The monotonous, tedious, and repetitive tasks had inevitably led to a sense of frustration and depression, his mind incessantly plagued by thoughts of perilous woven sparrows, instilling a profound unease within him. He remained uncertain of the validity of his theories, yet the finished product lay before his eyes, undeniably real. All the toil and hardship had proven to be worth it. Indeed, astonishingly worth it. Chapter 73. The power of the crossbow. Jing Yuan was utterly exhausted, nearly incapacitated, having barely summoned the strength to complete the assembly of the leaf spring crossbow. He possessed neither the energy nor the will to conduct further testing. Even the thought of washing up was too much to bear. He collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber without hesitation. Xiaobai, disturbed by the clanging of metal, had been rendered mentally fatigued. Upon finally finding peace in his master's stillness, he curled up in his dog bed, yawned, and closed his eyes. The following day, Jing Yuan rose late, only awakening when the sun had already ascended high in the sky. The weather remained dreary, a thin veil of white frost blanketing the window. The temperature had plummeted rapidly, far quicker than he had anticipated. At this rate, a heavy snowfall was imminent this winter. However, his food supplies were still unaccounted for. He possessed merely a few bags of rice, with no reserves to rely upon, leaving him feeling insecure. His energy felt diminished compared to before, and an overwhelming desire to remain in bed lingered within him. He could not discern whether it was the remnants of yesterday's fatigue or the chilling influence of the cold. After all, snakes are creatures that require hibernation. Having absorbed the genes of a serpent, perhaps a drop in temperature triggers a desire for slumber. However, it could also be attributed to his own nature, as he has always been prone to lingering in bed during winter. In his student days, when winter vacation arrived, he would remain ensconced under the covers until his mother called him for lunch. Only then would he reluctantly rise. Regrettably, there were no ready meals awaiting him now. With a sigh, he got up, first refreshing himself with a shower, then washing the few small skirts he had collected, hanging them out to dry in the yard. He hefted the powerful crossbow onto the agricultural tricycle and ventured onto the open driveway to conduct a shooting test. Xiaobai followed closely, bouncing energetically beside him. Ignoring the lively creature, he took his seat, using both hands and feet to draw back the bowstring and secure it in place. Then placed a sturdy steel rod onto the plastic arrow track. The spring recoiled and deformed, concealing a formidable potential energy within. Adjusting the sight, he selected a distant abandoned car as his target. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully withdrew the metal frame. Bang! It sounded as if something had exploded, sending a violent tremor through the air. Jing Yuan could see sparkling glass shards erupting, reflecting sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of bubbles produced by a bubble machine, but at a far greater speed. Eagerly, he approached the car to inspect the scene, and upon closer examination, he inhaled sharply. The steel rod had not struck the car in a vertical manner. Instead, it was slightly angled, not piercing but rather crashing into it. The entire car door exhibited profound distortion and dents, extending beyond the point of impact, with all the windows shattered. A steel bar, deformed by the tremendous force, was firmly embedded within the door. A faint wisp of white smoke emerged as the friction between the steel bar and the door heated the contact surface during the collision. The distance from the agricultural tricycle to the automobile was approximately 100 meters, an astonishing distance yet accompanied by such formidable kinetic energy. The power of the leaf spring crossbow far exceeded that of the modified rifle in his possession. There was no doubt that this constituted heavy weaponry. In the realm of Plants vs. Zombies, it would undoubtedly be akin to a corn cannon. In the context of a fervent manga, it represented a finishing move. He had unearthed a hidden trump card, prompting him to clench his fists in exhilaration. After testing the weapon's might, he proceeded to assess its maximum range. This time, without a target, he aimed at the open avenue ahead. The side gate of a villa district lay before him, approximately 200 meters away, beyond which lay the main road. He drove the agricultural tricycle a bit further until it rested against the wall, turning off the engine and removing the key. He climbed atop the cargo bed, seated himself upon the H-shaped steel, and summoned all his strength to draw the string back, requiring all his might to achieve the task. Once more, he fired, producing another ominous hum, as the steel bar shot forth into the distance, disappearing from sight. He pedaled his bicycle along the driveway in search of the steel bar's trajectory, ultimately discovering it embedded in the soil on a small hillside just beyond the villa district along the main road. Estimating the distance traversed while cycling, it was approximately 400 meters, followed by a flight of the same distance, with the residual kinetic energy capable of embedding nearly half a steel rebar into the soil. What a formidable and powerful weapon! Witnessing the might of the leaf spring crossbow, he was moved to the brink of tears. He spent several hours dissecting the decayed and mold-ridden body of a python, enduring discomfort as he burrowed into the decomposed driver's seat of a truck that had lain in ruin for years, continuing this arduous labor for over 10 hours. The suffering and peril he endured were all worthwhile. Today, he aimed to dismantle the nest of the mutated weaver bird. He simulated gasoline using a water bag and launched it with a steel bar. However, the results were unsatisfactory, as the water bags were prone to rupturing and detaching. Yet, he swiftly devised a solution. Using sponges, which absorb oil, he affixed them to the steel bar like skewers, ready to be launched. He scoured the villa district for sponges and found several mop heads, which he tore off for use. The snake's sensitivity to vibrations, combined with his innate sharpshooter instincts, allowed him to accurately gauge his aim. At a distance of 400 meters, he was confident in striking that crooked-necked tree. This was a nearly undetectable distance, akin to being separated by an entire street, capable of obliterating the mutated weaver bird's lair. Moreover, once he set the fire, he could easily escape. Those foolish birds would never trace him. After lunch, Jingyuan was eager to initiate his plan. He drove his agricultural tricycle, carrying the leaf spring crossbow, towards the fork in the road. Upon catching sight of the crooked-necked tree from afar, he halted, maneuvering the tricycle into the muddy path, concealing it among the thickets. He did not rush into action. Instead, he remained vigilant, observing the behavioral patterns of the mutated weavers. They always entered and exited in groups, rarely acting alone. Their numbers were staggering, making it difficult for Jingyuan to fathom how they congregated. This raised questions in his mind. Could they reproduce? Or were they perhaps not a single species, but rather controlled by some external force that compelled them to gather? Moreover, he felt a persistent unease regarding that oddly shaped crooked neck. Disregarding his concerns, he resolved to incinerate the matter entirely. He had prepared ample gasoline, sourced from the fuel tank of a wrecked vehicle. The steel reinforcement had compromised the integrity of the tank, causing gasoline to drip continuously from the seams. Initially, Jingyuan had hesitated to forcibly dismantle the car in search of fuel. The amount of gasoline within was uncertain, and forcibly breaching the tank could trigger sparks, resulting in an explosion. However, with the gasoline readily available, he procured several containers to catch the dripping fuel, filling 3 buckets to the brim. He had brought along 30 large sponges, all soaked with gasoline from the tank, saturated to their limits. It seemed that these weavers, like him, were creatures of the day, emerging at night. In Chapter 74, Jingyuan and the Fiery Feast, he prepared 5 steel rods, each adorned with 6 oil-absorbing sponges, marinated in a barrel of fuel for added potency. For stability, feathers, plucked from a duster, were affixed to the rear of each rod. It was time to act. He summoned all his strength to draw the bowstring, positioning the steel rods on the crossbow. The sights were already aligned, requiring no further adjustments. Pull the trigger and release the arrow. The agricultural tricycle quivered under the immense recoil, sending a steel bar soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before embedding itself into the trunk of a gnarled tree. The trunk swayed, dislodging a flurry of dust and leaves. The flock of weaver birds was startled, their wings rustling faintly from a distance. He refrained from hastily launching a second sponge-tipped steel bar, harboring a slight concern that these birds might detect his presence, situated 400 meters away. In truth, the weaver birds remained oblivious to the orchestrator of this disturbance. Only a handful ventured from their nests, circling the steel bar protruding from the trunk, pecking at it inquisitively. They were unaware of what this object was. Even as they attacked the steel bar, it remained unyielding. He had long understood that these mutated weaver birds would never grasp the nature of steel, gasoline, or sponge, nor the concept of a crossbow. This was an instance of technology's overwhelming dominance, high-tech triumphing over primitive life forms. Tools and weapons could bestow upon an individual an unfathomable strength, far surpassing their inherent capabilities. Humanity's mastery of tools and relentless pursuit of new technologies had enabled it to seize terrestrial resources and even venture into space to explore the cosmos. He recognized that victory was already his. He merely needed to complete the process to eradicate the flock of weaver birds, ensuring his own safety. With a steady hand, he drew the bowstring and released 3 sponge-tipped steel bars in succession, each driven into the trunk with remarkable precision. The sponges, torn from mops, dripped with oil, the acrid gasoline coursing down the steel bars, adhering to the rough bark and clinging to the mutated weaver birds that dared to peck at the steel and sponge. Many weaver birds, their wings sullied with gasoline, were rendered flightless and plummeted to the base of the trees. Silence returned to the surroundings as Jing Yuan inserted the final sponge rebar into the prepared leaf spring crossbow. He ignited a match and cast it towards the oil-soaked sponges. Whoosh! The flames ignited instantly, dispelling the darkness. A crimson beam traced a graceful parabola across the night sky, its fiery tail resembling a blazing meteor streaking through the heavens. The gasoline burned, dripping down in a spectacle akin to fiery artistry. Upon impact, the vaporizing gasoline erupted in a plume of flames reaching dozens of meters in height. Gasoline, when exposed to air, evaporates and can reach its flash point at a mere 50 to 60 degrees. It was at this moment that a display akin to resplendent fireworks unfolded. The crooked-necked tree was engulfed in flames, blossoming like a fire tree in full bloom. The haystack-like tumors clinging to its branches proved to be excellent combustibles, transforming the tree into a colossal torch within mere seconds. The weaver bird flock descended into utter pandemonium, engulfed by the conflagration, desperately seeking an escape from their intricate nests. But alas, there was no escape, only fire. Scalding, searing, incandescent fire. Fire intent on consuming all. They could not comprehend the origin of the flames, and they perished without ever discovering their adversary's location. Jing Yuan stood atop the cargo bed of the farm tricycle, observing the culmination of this grand spectacle. Those weaver birds that managed to escape the inferno soared outwards like the diverging trails of fireworks, only to falter and plummet as their wings ignited, their desperate flaps ending in a heavy fall to the ground. From a distance, the scene resembled a colossal fairy wand, showering sparks as it erupted outward like a grand firework display. It was a breathtaking sight, a performance offered at the cost of the weave sparrow's life, unparalleled in its beauty. Regrettably, the sole admirer was Jing Yuan, who was both the orchestrator of this event and its only spectator. There were no sounds of applause or exclamations. He sat silently atop a cargo box, observing the demise of the weave sparrow. Yet, merely watching felt somewhat monotonous. Thus, he retrieved a radio, switched to a soothing piano melody, and pressed the play button. The music flowed like gentle waves, yet it was marred by electronic static, reminiscent of an antiquated record player from the last century. He believed he would forever cherish this beautiful moment intertwined with countless deaths. Taking out a notebook, he endeavored to capture the scene on paper. Everything had reached its inevitable conclusion. Sparks ascended into the night sky, carried by the rising heat, while burning debris fell like snowflakes. The inferno had ignited the surrounding weeds of the crooked tree, engulfing the entire field in flames, showing no sign of abating anytime soon. Nevertheless, he did not hasten to depart. After investing so much effort, waiting a little longer seemed inconsequential. He anticipated the disappearance of the peculiar monster cluster icon on the map. Finally, after an excruciating 3 hours, the swarm of weave sparrows had been vanquished. The icon transformed into an exclamation mark, signifying that there were spoils yet to be collected. He wondered what treasures might await him. Although the fire showed no intention of extinguishing, it continued to blaze fiercely. In any case, he considered a significant burden lifted, allowing him to resume his joyful construction endeavors. He departed on his farm tricycle, no longer burdened by apprehension during the journey. By the time he returned home, it was already late at night. He didn't rush to sleep, but dedicated an hour to meticulously documenting his 4th and 5th encounters with Xiaoyaner. Simultaneously, he prepared the templates in the infected organism bestiary for the mutated python, the deformed goldfish-eyed monster, the fungal tree, and the mutated weaver finch. Without immediately filling in the content, he then consumed some white rice, only to be astonished that it barely alleviated his hunger. A bloodthirsty, murderous desire surged incessantly from the depths of his being. This had never occurred in the preceding 10 days, and logically, consuming human food should not have been problematic. The only difference in his diet in recent days compared to the previous 10 was his consistent consumption of rice over the past 2 to 3 days. Could it be due to the lack of meat? Previously, he had been consuming canned goods daily, ensuring protein and meat intake. Upon realizing this, he promptly opened a can of meat and devoured it. It was effective, significantly reducing his hunger. It seemed he required a continuous replenishment of meat and protein. However, his meat reserves were dwindling, with only a few dozen cans remaining, along with a single package each of vacuum-packed sausages and cured meat, to safely navigate the winter. Rice alone would not suffice. He needed to secure an adequate supply of meat. If he went without meat for an extended period, his consciousness would likely be consumed by the mold, potentially erasing his memories and sense of self. Chapter 75, Jingyuan and the New Skirt. When Jingyuan once again arrived at the fork in the road, the gnarled tree was no longer in sight. To be precise, that tree had succumbed to flames, collapsing like a grand edifice, with shattered charcoal strewn about. Nearly half of the trunk was still ablaze, and the air was thick with the aroma of roasted flesh and the acrid scent reminiscent of singed hair. Jingyuan cautiously approached the charred expanse, where groups of scorched, mutated weavers lay scattered. With a bamboo basket slung over his back, he carefully collected the birds that had not been entirely reduced to ash, placing them into the basket. His intention was to hang these roasted birds on a meat rack to air dry, transforming them into jerky. In the absence of alternative sources of protein, these bird morsels would serve as a vital sustenance in times of urgency. From his observations, the meat of these birds bore no significant difference from that of regular roasted fowl, exuding a rich aroma and representing a high-quality source of protein. The state of his stomach was a mystery even to him. Nonetheless, given his current digestive capacity, consuming this avian flesh posed no issues, nor did he fear mold contamination, as he had already become an infected entity. During the collection of the roasted birds, he noted that these weaver flocks were not of a singular species. They varied in size and color, clearly displaying distinctions in both physique and feather patterns. He encountered several half-living mutated weavers, mostly the first batch to emerge from their nests. Fortunate enough to escape the flames and avoid fatal falls, successfully extinguishing the flames that clung to them in the mud. Even on the periphery, there remained a sparse number of nearly unscathed weaver birds, their feathers devoid of even a singe, while patches of bare skin were tainted with black mold. Yet, these weaver birds exhibited no reaction, lying listlessly on the ground. Initially, Jingyuan presumed they had perished from the fall and attempted to grasp them with a fire tong. To his astonishment, when he clutched their heads, they began to struggle. In response to external stimuli, these birds displayed instinctive, unconditioned reflexes, but beyond that, they lay motionless, akin to a vegetative state, as if their nerves had been severed. It was easy to surmise that they had once been manipulated by some external force, perhaps a parasitic entity residing within them, governing their every action. These weaver birds appeared to be orchestrated by a singular consciousness, which inevitably led Jingyuan to contemplate the fungal tree in the city center. Once again, a tree. There was also a tree at the first high school in Zhoushan City, and it seemed that any association with trees boded ill. He gathered 3 baskets of roasted weaver birds, totaling 147, disregarding those that had been charred beyond recognition. Consulting the map, The location of the creature still bore an exclamation mark, indicating that if there were remaining spoils to collect, they must be found in the nest. The fire continued to blaze, the air searing, waves of heat distorting his vision as he rummaged through the ashes and charcoal with the fire tongue, striving to uncover something of particular significance. Half an hour later, he discovered a jet-black, egg-shaped object amidst a pile of ashes, large and with a rough exterior reminiscent of charred lime, akin to a substantial piece of jade. Yet its form was too exquisite, betraying no signs of natural origin. He used a pair of tongs to tap against the shell, and fine ash cascaded down as cracks resembling a tortoise's shell appeared. Carefully, he pried open the exterior, revealing a mass of soft, mud-like substance that tumbled out, enveloped in a thin membrane, resembling black sludge. Could this be it? Jingyuan retrieved a glass jar from his travel bag, donned gloves, and placed the sludge into the container. Evolution material, small fungal colony acquired. Please select skill upgrade in the character panel. Was this substance truly a fungal colony? Jingyuan scrutinized it through the glass, suddenly recalling his first encounter with the mutated weaver bird, which had clutched several items resembling fungal growths in its talons. So, the mutated weaver bird was indeed collecting fungi? This material was an evolution resource. What transformation awaited him if he absorbed this colony? For now, he sealed the fungal mass and stored it away, postponing any thoughts of utilization. After all, the path of evolution was unpredictable. Who could guarantee a favorable outcome? Much like the Agumen, which could erroneously evolve into a zombie tyrannoman. After a few more turns, finding nothing of additional interest, he departed. Upon returning, he threaded the bird meat with a knitting needle and hung it in the attic to dry, while the fungal colony was placed in a compartment in the basement for safekeeping. He had not forgotten about Xiaoyun's new dresses. They had been washed to perfection. At the appointed hour, he selected a white dress and a sky blue sundress, both perfectly suited to Xiaoyun's figure, and made his way to the city center. Xiaoyun was still engrossed in her comic books, and during her leisure time, she had folded several origami cranes, placing them in the base of a crystal ball. Jingyuan felt as though visiting Xuanxiang supermarket was akin to being a guest in her home. He presented the neatly folded dresses to Xiaoyun, only to discover that she had no idea how to dress herself. As she attempted to slip into the sky blue dress, it tore apart in mere moments. She looked at him with innocent eyes, seemingly seeking assistance. Jingyuan, with a sigh, gently patted her head but refrained from dressing her himself. Instead, he demonstrated the process by using himself as a model. Having raised Xiaoyun as a daughter, he naturally harbored no peculiar thoughts towards her. He showcased the actions and sequence of dressing while wearing the dresses himself. Of course, he explained that one must first remove the old clothing before putting on the new. Once he felt she had grasped these concepts, he led Xiaoyun into the supermarket, encouraging her to independently change her outfit. When she re-emerged, she had successfully removed her old dress and donned the new one, albeit the hem and neckline were still somewhat disheveled. Jingyuan offered a bit of assistance, and on a whimsical impulse, he gathered her loose hair into a ponytail using a rubber band. Xiaoyun has undergone a remarkable transformation. Clad in a charming pleated dress and adorned with a high ponytail, she resembles a lively and radiant young girl. Jingyuan presents her with a small mirror, and as she stands before it, glancing to the left and then to the right, a gentle smile graces her lips, suggesting her satisfaction with her appearance. Jingyuan muses that she increasingly resembles a human girl, wishing fervently that she could speak, longing for the opportunity to engage in conversation with her. Chapter 76. Jingyuan and Embrace. As the temperature steadily declines, Jingyuan finds himself reluctant to venture into unfamiliar territories. Apart from occasional meetings with Xiaoyun for a day of play, he remains in the southern suburbs. After the eradication of the mutated weaver bird, life has settled into a tranquil routine. It appears that species capable of indiscriminately infringing upon the territories of other mutated organisms are rare. Years have passed, and the infected entities have long established their domains. Unless natural phenomena akin to that devastating typhoon arise, they do not encroach upon one another's territories. One day, Jingyuan discovers lime and bricks at an abandoned construction site. Drawing inspiration from the structure of a local residence's kitchen, he undertakes the task of renovating his interior, crafting a modest cooking area for himself. He removes a floor-to-ceiling window and constructs a new wall, leaving a designated flue for venting smoke from the stove. Gradually, over nearly 2 weeks, the small cooking area comes to fruition, due to the rustic nature of the stove clashing with the opulent European decor of the interior. He adorns the wall with several exquisite paintings, effectively concealing the red brick wall. With the small stove in place, boiling water and preparing meals has become considerably simpler. While the fare remains largely the same, he occasionally experiments with new dishes, such as sausage fried rice. In a fortnight, he had procured scallions, garlic, chili peppers, and ginger, cultivating a garden plot to which he transplanted them. The plants thrived, as if nothing had changed. He unearthed potato tubers, taro, white radishes, carrots, and lettuce, relocating them all to the garden. He even discovered a persimmon tree in someone's yard, its ripe fruit scattered on the ground, exuding a sweet fragrance. He yearned to taste them, his mouth watering at the mere thought of their sweetness. Yet, bereft of his sense of taste, he could only smell, not savor. As time wore on, his craving for culinary delights only intensified. Fried chicken, hamburgers, cola, kebabs, hot pot, dry pot. On several occasions, he was tempted to retrieve that small colony of mold, wondering if its evolution might restore even a modicum of his taste. He asked for little, just to perceive saltiness. Now, he derived no pleasure from eating, his daily meals merely a means to quell the gnawing hunger in his stomach. But no matter how much he ate, the desire for meat, for fresh flesh, never abated. Lately, he had found his gaze drifting towards Little White. During the lonely depths of night, he had even contemplated indulging himself, reasoning that nothing mattered in this world anymore. He unearthed a radio capable of tuning into stations, but regardless of the frequency, all that emanated was a cacophony of static. The human race has been eradicated from this world, leaving only a multitude of monstrous beings, among whom he counts himself. Neither books, nor films, nor music can assuage the ever-growing void and solitude within his soul. Only in playing frisbee with Xiaobai, and in his meetings with Xiaoyan, does he find some measure of solace. Once, he had considered himself an inveterate optimist, immune to the clutches of depression. Yet now, a melancholic disposition inexorably encroaches upon his heart. He must remain occupied, finding endeavors to consume his attention, compelling himself to be busy. For nearly a fortnight, each day he toiled until the late hours. He ventured out, meticulously searching the dwellings of others, heedless of whether he attracted the attention of the undead. Whenever he encountered them, he would assail them with his blade. He felt himself descending into madness. Even after decapitating a zombie, he continued to pulverize the hideous head with his wooden sword, crushing it underfoot as if it were a melon. He severed the zombie's head, kicking it with vehement force into the river, and roared into the desolate fields, "Damn you, you blind, ill-fated wretches." He began to destroy objects indiscriminately, shattering glass cups and wielding his wooden sword with fury, cleaving any doors that stood in his path into splintered fragments. On one occasion, while clearing a horde of zombies, one of the undead, not quite deceased, stumbled to its feet. He himself could not fathom his intentions, but he cast aside his wooden sword and grappled with the zombie barehanded. He assaulted the zombie's temple with his fists and shattered its knees with sweeping leg strikes. Forcing it to kneel before him, he relentlessly pummeled its abdomen and spine and stomped on its hands. He yearned for a cry of anguish, but there was only silence. When he finally came to his senses, the zombie had been reduced to a grotesque, unrecognizable mess. That night, he must have wept, though no tears flowed. The following day, he emerged from his frenzied state. Regaining control of his emotions, he ceased adhering to a rigid schedule, cradling Little White in his arms. He stroked its head and pressed his face against its warm fur. Later that day, he ventured downtown to visit Little Yuner, whom he had not seen in nearly 2 weeks. It was his 58th day in this world, nearing the end of November, perhaps already December. A light snow fell that afternoon, the flakes settling on his disheveled hair and clothes. Little Yuner, adorned in the white dress that Jing Yuan had procured for her, stood beneath the supermarket's eaves. She had worn the dress for over a month, yet it remained pristine. Her hair, styled into a beautiful ponytail by Jing Yuan, framed her face. Seemingly resentful of his prolonged absence, she stood before him, gazing intently into his eyes, unblinking. She had acquired a considerable vocabulary and had even begun to explore the nuances of language. Although she could not yet form complete sentences, she was able to articulate her feelings with individual words. At that moment, she produced a notebook and inscribed the words no, bad, and squash. Jing Yuan remained silent, enveloping her in his arms, his hands embracing her fragile form. Yet, Xiaoyun's body radiated a chill that offered him no warmth whatsoever. The world felt unbearably frigid. And as he pondered this, a delicate pair of small hands reached over his shoulder. That icy touch caressed his cheek gently, and Xiaoyun, propped up by tendrils, pressed her face against his, seemingly to offer him solace. Jing Yuan was momentarily taken aback, though he was meant to embody the adult role. In that instant he felt akin to a weeping child, trembling slightly within this cold embrace. It was only now that he could genuinely claim to have acclimated to this heartless world. As darkness fell, he endeavored once more to lead Xiaoyun out of Xuanxiang supermarket. She accompanied him for 99 steps, halting at the 100th. Fluffy snowflakes descended like feathers upon her cascading black hair, perhaps having learned from a comic. She tiptoed and gently kissed Jing Yuan's cheek. Today, she was particularly gentle, consistently holding his hand and leaning against him, devoid of any capriciousness, refraining from playing with her yo-yo or drawing. Perhaps it was that embrace, two frigid beings entwined, allowing their hearts to draw closer. Chapter 77. Jing Yuan and Winter had arrived, with heavy snowflakes falling, blanketing the road in a thick layer of white. This winter was exceptionally harsh, with the sun rarely making an appearance. The low temperatures significantly affected Jing Yuan, as the absence of sunlight diminished his strength. He discovered that during winter, his sleep duration had extended beyond its previous limits. Where he once required merely 5 to 6 hours, he now often slept 8 to 9 hours yet still felt fatigued. However, this was not the most distressing aspect. The outdoor temperature had plummeted below zero, and when he lingered in such frigid conditions for prolonged periods, his vitality gradually waned. The longer he remained, the faster the decline, leading to a profound sense of exhaustion, prompting a desire to burrow into a nook and hibernate until the arrival of spring. Indeed, he found it challenging to adapt to such low temperatures, a predicament shared by the zombies. Their mobility in the cold was nearly non-existent. Some lay buried beneath heavy snow, frozen into rigid icicles, utterly unresponsive to external stimuli. Jing Yuan had stockpiled ample supplies for winter. Apart from the locations marked with special symbols, he had scoured half of the southern suburbs. Hundreds of pounds of cured meats, sausages, rice, as well as white liquor, vegetable oil, lard, various spices, and an abundance of vegetables he had gathered before winter's onset, scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers, including some sun-dried persimmons, were all stored in the basement. He utilized a crossbow to shatter the frozen river surface, transporting large blocks of ice into the basement, thus creating a rudimentary freezer to preserve the vegetables. For him personally, this was an immense granary. He sampled some of the desiccated weaver bird meat. According to the status bar, there were no adverse effects such as poisoning, nor were there any beneficial effects. It was simply some rather dry jerky. Naturally, he would not dare to feed this to Xiaobai. He stored it all away as a protein-rich snack, placing it on top of the cabinet. Furthermore, he gathered 10 barrels of diesel and 3 barrels of gasoline, which he kept in the garage. To maintain the room temperature, he had to burn firewood and charcoal frequently. This supply of firewood would last him a considerable duration. Based on his rate of consumption, he would not need to chop wood again for 4 or 5 months. Obtaining water in the winter was simpler than before. The snow in the southern suburbs was quite pristine. He placed empty water buckets in the yard, and whenever it snowed, the buckets would be filled. Then, he would carry the buckets indoors, where the room temperature would melt the snow, obviating the need for him to fetch water. He heated water daily, ensuring that the kettle was always full and contained hot water, to avert negative buffs such as blood loss, sluggishness, and fatigue when venturing outside. He carried several hot water bottles with him each time, bundled in thick cotton clothing, and fastened the hot water bottles to his abdomen, calves, and shoulders. When sleeping, he would also rest his feet on hot water bottles, which effectively alleviated his difficulty in waking up. Before mid-December, such heavy snows were infrequent, so he maintained a frequency of visiting Shan'er once a week. However, after mid-December, he had to abandon this practice. If he could not guarantee warmth, he would soon fall asleep like those zombies frozen into ice pops, perhaps sleeping until next spring. Who knows if, upon awakening, one might find oneself missing an arm or a leg, or perhaps even not awaken at all. Such possibilities exist. The condition of the roads is dire, covered in snow. Each step he takes causes his feet to sink into the drifts, making progress arduous and painfully slow. The weight of the agricultural tricycle renders it nearly immobile on such terrain, as the wheels become ensnared. Bicycles can be ridden, albeit with great risk of slipping. On snowy or overcast days, he prefers to remain indoors, amusing himself with the little white dog, occasionally starting the generator to charge his computer and watch television shows. Oh, and he has discovered a gaming console at a certain household, akin to a Switch from another realm. It features an open-world medieval RPG and several time-killing minigames. Playing video games brings him joy, yet he limits himself to just an hour or two daily, fearing that completing the game might lead to boredom. Reading, listening to music, watching television, playing games, entertaining the little dog, and eating. These are the few activities available to him. Without the internet and devoid of social interaction, when the emptiness becomes overwhelming, he resorts to lying in bed to sleep or poring over cookbooks. As the monotonous days pass by, he has nearly grown accustomed to this place, which offers little. Once, he believed his greatest adversaries were zombies, mutated creatures, or mold. However, he has come to realize that his most formidable enemy is solitude. Should he concede to loneliness, he becomes indistinguishable from the dead. Furthermore, Robinson Crusoe was a devout believer, placing his faith in God, engaging in daily Bible readings, and entrusting his beliefs to Jesus. He perceived his solitary confinement on the desolate island as divine retribution for disregarding his father's counsel and obstinately embarking on a voyage of exploration. Robinson's predicament paled in comparison to the utter despair that now confronted Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan wistfully pondered that he would have welcomed being stranded on a deserted island. Even without the comforts of a villa or an abundance of sustenance, he would have gladly embraced such a fate, for it would have afforded him the opportunity to stand on the shore each day, anticipating the arrival of a passing vessel from which he could solicit aid. He had been eagerly awaiting a clear, sunny day, patiently enduring the cessation of the snowfall. At long last, this auspicious day arrived. He had remained sequestered indoors for approximately 20 days, confining himself within the walls of his abode. If someone had proposed confining him to an isolated room, devoid of electricity and internet connectivity, for a period of 20 days, with no subsequent reward, he would have undoubtedly retaliated with a resounding slap across their face. He was currently experiencing such a sentiment, harboring an urge to inflict a similar blow upon an unsuspecting individual. On this rare, sun-drenched morning, he stood outside his dwelling, arms outstretched, luxuriating in the sun's radiant warmth. Today, he resolved to venture into the heart of the city, driven solely by the desire to reunite with Xiao Yuner. Perhaps he would embrace her, perhaps stroll hand in hand with her, and incidentally inform her that he would refrain from visiting her until the advent of spring, thereby alleviating her anxieties. In truth, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Yuner's potential actions in the event of his failure to meet her at the appointed time. He harbored some trepidation, fearing that, given her resolute nature, she might steadfastly await his arrival at their designated meeting place. Chapter 78. Jing Yuan and the snowman. He gazed at the charming icicles hanging from the eaves, sparkling brilliantly as though they encapsulated the very stars within. After retrieving his bicycle from the garage, he tucked a hot water bottle inside his thick down jacket, donned his gloves, and aside from a self-defense weapon, he carried a compact radio and a map. The rare warmth of the winter sun enveloped him comfortably. The bicycle left a trail of tire marks across the snow as he pedaled onward, humming a cheerful tune. Having spent many days indoors, his spirits soared like a prisoner released into the yard, feeling joyous and unburdened. He ventured toward the city center, where the snow accumulated in thick drifts, enveloping everything in a blanket of white. As a southerner, he had never encountered such a heavy snowfall, with even the branches of trees bowing under the weight. The world transformed into a pristine canvas, as if all impurities had been washed away, purifying his very soul. The only sound accompanying him was the whispering wind, and along the roadside, he plucked a sprig of wintersweet. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. The wintersweet was not only beautiful but also aromatic, a perfect gift for Xiaoyan. Such exquisite blossoms were rare to find in the bustling city center. Before long, he beheld towering buildings as he entered the urban landscape, in contrast to the rigid, lifeless zombies of the southern suburbs. The zombies in the city retained a semblance of vitality, likely due to the denser microbial population in the vicinity, enhancing their cold resistance. Yet, they were merely awake, their movements stiff and even slower than before, teetering on the brink of hibernation. However, in areas where the snow had not accumulated significantly, such as indoors, the zombies remained quite active, akin to their behavior before the snowfall. It may need to become colder. Only when deep winter arrives will they succumb to a dormant state. Jing Yuan followed a familiar route to Shirley Sunshine, parked his car downstairs, and made his way to Shunxiang Supermarket. Xiaoyun stood at the entrance of the supermarket, a delicate layer of snowflakes adorning her head, while the horde of zombies gathered within seemed to be under her command, all having entered the premises. She stood there like a statue of ice beneath the eaves, and Jingyuan felt a pang of guilt. It appeared she had truly done nothing but wait for his arrival. The heavy snowfall in no way diminished her resolve. Remarkably, he had never witnessed Xiaoyun sleeping nor seen her consume food. The source of her daily energy remained an enigma. Jingyuan clasped his hands behind his back, presenting a bouquet of wintersweet to Xiaoyun, yet she did not accept it. Her first instinct upon seeing him was to embrace him. She dashed into his arms, wrapping herself around his waist. He gently patted her head and returned her embrace. He could no longer regard Xiaoyun merely as an object of observation. A bond had blossomed between them, one not fragile or superficial. Perhaps others would never comprehend the profound significance of that hand brushing against his cheek when he teetered on the brink of despair. It was neither love nor familial affection, but a connection deeper and more unbreakable, serving as his spiritual refuge in this desolate world. Xiaoyun's importance to him was akin to that of God and the Bible to Robinson Crusoe marooned on a deserted island. As he reflected on the passage of time, it had now been 3 months. Surviving these 3 months had indeed been a formidable challenge. For 3 months, he had not tasted a morsel of flavor, had not engaged with his phone, nor exchanged a word with another soul. Jingyuan had attempted to teach Xiaoyun to speak, yet it remained uncertain whether it was her inability to vocalize or her unwillingness to do so. Regardless, she persisted in her silence, communicating with Jingyuan solely through the mediums of drawing and writing. A full 90 days had elapsed, and he found himself celebrating the new year in such a desolate place, without even preparing a modest feast for himself. During the 20 days of self-imposed isolation, the desire to take Xiaoyun away grew ever more profound, at the very least. He longed to bring her to a more accessible location, one where they could frequently meet. Stubborn as he was, he made another attempt, the outcome predictably disheartening. However, Xiaoyun's distance from the supermarket had increased slightly. He counted his steps in his mind, and after 120 paces, she finally paused. Estimating, he mused that in another 50 or 60 years, he might lead her to the sunlight beyond 10 miles. On that day, he accompanied Xiaoyun in crafting a snowman, rolling the snow into large spheres, with branches of wintersweet serving as arms, stones for eyes, a red crayon as a nose, and a length of black yarn forming a smiling mouth. They adorned the snowman's head with a traffic cone as a hat and wrapped a scarf around its neck. Xiaoyun named the snowman Shirley, seemingly after the protagonist from her favorite comic book. The hot water bottle nestled within his clothing had grown cold, and without the sun's warmth, he would begin to bleed after an hour or so, feeling weary and fatigued. He conveyed to Xiaoyun that he could not return before the snow had vanished. Who knows that Xiaoyun has engaged in an exceedingly childish act? Upon grasping Jingyuan's meaning, she stood in the open space before the supermarket, and the vines behind her suddenly began to sway vigorously, conjuring a gust akin to a powerful fan. The visible snowflakes, including the snowman that had been meticulously constructed, were swept away, revealing the bare concrete beneath. Indeed, the snow had vanished. Jingyuan found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, compelled to explain once more that it was not merely a matter of blowing the snow away, but rather waiting for a time when snowfall would cease. Once she comprehended this, she kept her gaze fixed upon the sky, perhaps contemplating the notion of dispersing the clouds if it were to snow again. In the past, when departing, Xiaoyun would wave goodbye to him, but perhaps she was incensed by Jingyuan, who had proven to be a slacker and a flake, and thus, she did nothing but stand there, fixating her stare upon him. Jingyuan, on his part, was powerless. The circumstances simply did not permit otherwise. This time, he truly had to leave and could not linger any longer. Yet, a dazzling golden exclamation mark suddenly appeared before him, signaling an event long dormant. He glanced at the direction, noting it was to the north of the city, entirely opposite to his home. Initially intent on ignoring it, he found himself compelled to pay attention after scrutinizing the task description, which revealed the presence of living beings. Living beings. Actual, breathing humans. Limited time event. Survivor of catastrophe event description. With the arrival of winter, survivors perceive it as an opportune moment to lure away the horde of zombies using bait. In order to procure supplies from a certain warehouse, you may witness the appearance of the survivors. Yet no one can fathom whether humanity will devolve into a different kind of beast in the absence of law and order. Event completion condition. arrive at the event location before its conclusion. Chapter 79. Jingyuan and the ride. Fresh human flesh cannot possibly refer to the living, can it? It must be so. This twisted event reward, is it truly offering him a human meat platter? Such madness is utterly appalling. He realizes that all hostile judgments and event descriptions are predicated upon the perspective of his character. For instance, the zombie horde does not actively attack him. Thus they are not deemed his enemies. His body craves flesh and blood. The event merely presents the living as rewards, showing little regard for his subjective feelings. The notion of cannibalism is profoundly unsettling. Although history is replete with instances of cannibalism, those were times of dire famine, where the starving could hardly be considered human. Resembling a horde of famished demons, a hell on earth. He is not lacking for sustenance, possessing a vast granary that could sustain him for an extended period. He is not in a position where he must resort to cannibalism for survival. Psychologically, he does not share the perverse tendencies of a cannibal like Hannibal. His excitement upon spotting other survivors stems solely from the fact that he has finally found someone with whom to communicate, a revelation that assures him he is not alone in this world. Human beings are ultimately social creatures. During his prolonged solitude of 90 days, he has endured an ample share of loneliness and emptiness. He yearns to encounter a few living souls, to engage in conversation about the events of recent years, to ponder how the world has metamorphosed into its current state, and to discuss their resilience in the face of calamity and survival. He wonders whether there exists a glimmer of hope beyond the confines of the desolate mountains. His intentions are not to harm, nor to seek power. He simply longs for companionship and dialogue. He has grown weary of the monotony, lying in a darkened room, lost in thought upon his bed. The site of the northern city incident lies nearly at the edge of the northern district. Beyond the mountains, heading northward, lies the sea. He is uncertain if survivors have established a base there. Will they form a small settlement, or, akin to many narratives in post-apocalyptic literature, have they restored a semblance of order, perhaps even a marketplace? His curiosity intensifies. He genuinely desires to meet the remnants of humanity in this world. The next opportunity for such an encounter is shrouded in uncertainty. Once a time-limited event eludes completion within its designated time frame, it vanishes. Following the logic of reality, it is plausible that those survivors, having acquired what they sought, would swiftly depart. Should misfortune strike, and they disturb a horde of zombies or other mutated beings, they may not survive long enough for him to arrive. Regardless of the circumstances, it is evident that he will not have another chance for contact with survivors in the near future. Thus, he cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. The distance from the city center to both the northern and southern suburbs was roughly equivalent, as he had never traversed this path before. A decision to embark on this journey would in all likelihood necessitate an overnight stay in unfamiliar surroundings, thus requiring thorough preparation. Fortunately, he carried weaponry and had provisions stockpiled at 707, which he treated as a temporary refuge, ensuring an adequate supply of essentials. Ascending the stairs, he packed some compressed biscuits, potable water, and canned goods into his bag. After a moment of hesitation, he added a roll of bandages and several unopened medications. After dedicating 10 minutes to heating a small pot of water and refilling his hot water bottle, he departed, fully equipped. As twilight descended, he hastened to mount his bicycle and head north, taking advantage of the remaining visibility. Due to the frigid temperatures, the zombie hordes had become remarkably sluggish, and it was reasonable to assume that various mutated creatures would also exhibit reduced activity. Consequently, the primary concern was to avoid inadvertently trespassing upon the territories of other mutated beings, as the actual level of peril was not particularly elevated. However, he had to remain vigilant against the effects of the low temperatures. The temperature would plummet rapidly as night fell, so adequate thermal protection was imperative. Otherwise, his health would quickly deteriorate, and his mental state would become enervated. In the sub-zero environment, he would find himself uncontrollably dozing off. Given his absorption of snake genes, he risked being driven by instinct to seek out a burrow for hibernation should he become disoriented. He maintained a high degree of mental acuity, simultaneously progressing onward and consulting his map to chart his course before darkness fully enveloped the landscape. The location where the survivors appeared was near a food processing area, seemingly fixated on the nearby warehouses, which housed a tobacco processing plant. During times of calamity, commodities such as tobacco and alcohol become exceedingly valuable, with many willing to barter food for these intoxicating substances. Having endured this apocalyptic existence for 5 or 6 years, the survivors must have discerned certain behaviors of the zombies, realizing that as winter approached, the creature's activity would significantly diminish. If one were to venture out in search of supplies, this would be the opportune moment. Jing Yuan pondered how he might present himself to the survivors. What guise could he adopt to avoid inciting their hostility and facilitate an initial rapport? His hygiene was impeccable. Aside from a slight pallor, he bore no significant ailments, though his body temperature was somewhat low. Furthermore, his eyes were still bloodshot, resembling those afflicted with conjunctivitis. Regarding his temperature, he need not worry, as physical contact was unnecessary. For his eyes, he conveniently had a pair of sunglasses in his bag to shield them from view. In terms of outward appearance, he mused that he might even seem more human than those survivors. Yet, he harbored concerns that his excessive cleanliness might arouse suspicion among them. In such extreme circumstances, trust between individuals dwindles, and it is not unreasonable to assume the worst intentions from strangers. He realized that the most prudent course of action might be to stealthily capture one survivor, engage in a private conversation to extract the information he sought, and subsequently release them. Although this approach may not seem like the action of a law-abiding citizen, exceptional circumstances warrant unique measures. If he were to naively deliver the supplies from his travel bag directly to the door, he might easily be mistaken for a contractor and intercepted. Thus, this course of action is preferable. At the very least, he must first ascertain the true nature of these survivors. As night descended, darkness enveloped the abandoned city entirely. Jing Yuan sensed that his luck was particularly poor today, as heavy snow began to fall once more. After a brief respite of sunny weather, he was again met with a blizzard. The bone-chilling wind howled like a wraith, compelling him to reduce his pace. Unfamiliar with the route, he navigated according to the streets marked on his map, encountering insurmountable obstacles such as collapsed bridges and streets obstructed by the debris of fallen buildings. After winding through the terrain for nearly 2 hours, he found himself quite close to the designated area. However, the heat from the hot water bottles in his bag had dissipated, and the cold began to take its toll. Inducing a sense of fatigue, Jing Yuan halted his bicycle at the roadside, gazing at the mound of rubble before him, and resolved to traverse the remaining distance on foot. Chapter 80. Jing Yuan and the Survivors. The frigid wind howled, driving snowflakes down upon him in a relentless barrage. Jing Yuan donned his goggles, tightened the zipper of his down jacket, and secured his hat snugly, resembling a large dumpling. The now cold hot water bottles were discarded into the bicycle basket. He had yet to experience any significant blood loss, but it was imminent. Although his body temperature had dropped considerably, it was still above freezing, likely hovering around 10 to 20 degrees. Hypothermia poses a formidable challenge for him. At 0 degrees, water succumbs to freezing, and within his body, where the water content exceeds 90%, he is inevitably vulnerable to the biting cold. For the majority of living beings, cold presents a significant obstacle, whereas heat is more tolerable. In regions near the equator, despite being bathed in direct sunlight year-round, a profusion of flora and fauna thrives, while the polar extremes are marked solely by a vast expanse of white snow. Humans, too, exhibit a greater adaptability to heat rather than cold. Typically, individuals remain active with ease during sweltering days, and reports of heat-related fatalities in Africa are rare, whereas deaths from hypothermia in frigid regions are alarmingly commonplace. Jing Yuan could only endeavor to wrap himself more snugly in his thick garments to minimize heat loss. However, his current capacity for heat production appeared alarmingly diminished. Without an external heat source, he would soon feel the effects of the frigid temperatures. He had previously conducted an experiment, wearing a down jacket without a hot water bottle in an environment below freezing, and discovered he could only maintain normal activity for a maximum of 1 hour. After that time, he would lose vitality at a rate of 1 point every 10 minutes. By the 3rd hour, this rate would double, and he would experience intense fatigue. Should he cease movement and sit down, the loss of vitality would slow, yet an overwhelming urge to sleep would beset him. If he succumbed to slumber, his body's functions would enter a dormant state, a defense mechanism against the harsh cold. Akin to the significant reduction in activity and reproduction of bacteria and microorganisms at low temperatures, his own internal fungi would similarly be affected by the chill. He illuminated his flashlight and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It was 7:55 p.m. Before 10 o'clock, he needed to kindle a fire to warm himself and ensure his mental acuity. Treading upon rubble and fragmented concrete, he momentarily perceived flickers of flame and billowing smoke. This was no mere illusion. Behind a steel factory, flames were indeed consuming the air. The cacophony of chaos reached his ears, gunfire, shouts, and the thunderous roar of an engine starting. He swiftly ran toward the source of the commotion and the light. But all he could see was the rear of a van. This van, reinforced with steel spikes on either side, was speeding through the heavy snow, leaving only a cloud of exhaust in its wake. A handful of zombies staggered after the vehicle, collapsing in their futile pursuit. Scattered across the snowy ground lay the remains of a dozen or so zombies, their deaths gruesome, skulls crushed, ribs protruding grotesquely, limbs twisted in unnatural positions. The snow stained with dark blood. The flames were emerging from within the factory. Jingyuan glanced at his map, only to be disheartened by the notification of a failed timed event. He had missed his chance. The survivors had secured the supplies and departed. With no means of transportation to catch up to the van, it seemed he had narrowly missed the survivors. He extended his hand, catching the large snowflakes that fell upon his glove. Observing the fire within the factory, he contemplated pausing briefly to warm himself before seeking a suitable refuge. However, a sudden waft of blood wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to race and his pupils to constrict. Amidst the acrid tang of gunpowder, a visceral scent of blood permeated the air, its freshness an irresistible lure that stirred within him a sanguinary craving, eclipsing even the desire he felt upon beholding Xiaobai. He inhaled deeply, his breath catching in his throat, as his gaze was drawn to the source of the metallic aroma. There, a multitude of the undead had congregated, drawn by the scent of carnage. At the threshold of the conflagrant factory, near the entrance where a corroded iron gate stood sentinel, a throng of 100 or more zombies surged forward, their movements frantic as they pressed towards an unseen object. The grotesque, putrescent creatures extended their cadaverous arms, their sharpened talons scraping against anything within reach. Driven by an insatiable hunger, they clawed and jostled, even turning upon their own kind in their frenzy to advance. From his vantage point, Jingyuan's vision was obscured by the mass of bodies, the distance compounded by the insufficient illumination cast by the factory's blaze. He circumvented the gate, positioning himself beside a towering perimeter wall that stood over 2 meters high. Atop the wall, a mesh of barbed wire, devoid of its barbs, suggested a defunct electric fence. Deeming it inert, he removed his gloves and, with a nimble leap, scaled the wall, his hands finding purchase. With practiced ease, he surmounted the barrier, flattening the wire beneath his feet as he peered over the edge, finally discerning the object of the zombie's ravenous attention. Beyond the wall lay an iron cage, a rudimentary structure of rusted metal, large and reminiscent of a pig pen, yet its occupant was not porcine. She was a young girl, a girl with disheveled hair, curled up in the very center of an iron cage, surrounded by zombies from all directions. The decaying arms reached through the gaps of the cage, clawing at her. She hugged her legs tightly, a ball of fear, as the grotesque fingers of the undead were mere inches from her. In such frigid weather, she wore no shoes, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Her exposed arms and legs bore numerous scratches, blood oozing from the wounds, inciting a frenzy among the horde. In this biting cold winter, the sight of blood awakened a terrifying ferocity within the zombies. It was not difficult to surmise what had transpired. She was confined within the cage, serving as bait to draw the zombies' attention. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, such occurrences were not surprising. Even Jingyuan had heard from his grandmother about the famines that plagued those years, where individuals resorted to selling their own children and wives to the butcher. The darker facets of human nature would be magnified to the extreme in a world where order had crumbled. Jingyuan was not taken aback by this reality. Yet the trembling girl perplexed him. She resembled a deranged patient, her head bowed, avoiding sight and sound. The scars upon her body seemed to be self-inflicted. At that very moment, she clutched a small knife, slowly cutting into her thigh. Her entire being trembled, leaving one to wonder if it was the cold that caused her shivers or the terror that gripped her heart. She slowly lifted her head with her eyes closed, exposing her neck, while raising a small knife towards her throat, as if contemplating suicide. Yet her hands trembled uncontrollably, and the knife suddenly fell, clattering against the iron cage with a sharp sound. She wrapped her frostbitten legs in her arms, softly sobbing. Jingyuan witnessed the entire scene. He stood above the girl, but she remained oblivious to his presence, her eyes still shut. Initially, he deemed her a madwoman, contemplating whether to disregard her plight or, perhaps more mercifully, aid her in finding a swift release. It was not that he lacked compassion. With hundreds of frenzied zombies surrounding the iron cage, the risk of attempting to save her was monumental. A person on the brink of mental collapse would be better off hastened into death than forced to confront such a cruel world. Yet, witnessing her tears, Jingyuan felt a pang of empathy. She was terrified, wanting to end her life, but unable to do so. What had she done wrong? She simply did not wish to die. Jingyuan unsheathed the long spear from his back and struck the top of the iron cage with a metal rod. However, the girl seemed oblivious, showing no inclination to look up. It was as if she had surrendered everything, including herself. Jingyuan then retrieved a radio, turned the volume to the maximum, and played the lively tune of Little Cherry. The cheerful music resonated through the loudspeaker, and after several seconds of vibrant melody, the girl finally seemed to realize that it was not a figment of her imagination and lifted her head. This is an exceedingly bizarre scene. Amidst the grotesque tide of corpses, a frail and scarred girl gazes vacantly at a man clad in a down jacket and sunglasses, who waves at her while clutching an old-fashioned radio that plays the once popular melodies that echoed across the land. "Are you all right?" Jingyuan inquires as he turns off the radio. "Do you understand my words? Can you hear me?" He urges her to nod if she comprehends. The girl continues to stare blankly, offering no response. "You heard the music just now. To prove this is not a figment of your imagination, I shall play it once more." Jingyuan restarts the music, letting it play for several more seconds. "Listen, I am neither a grim reaper nor an angel. If you can understand what I am saying, please nod." After what seemed an eternity, the girl finally responds with a stiff nod. "Very well, I shall ask you but one thing. Do you wish to survive?" Jingyuan is certain that he hears her voice, faint and nearly consumed by the howling wind and the chaos of the undead. Had it not been for his exceptional hearing, he might have mistaken her for a rambling lunatic, deeming her a madwoman in need of swift release. Yet, he unmistakably discerns her indistinct utterance. The girl, almost inaudibly, murmurs a brief plea, "Save me." Chapter 81. Jingyuan and the Extermination of the Undead. Jingyuan is unaware of how long the girl has been exposed to the frigid elements. Her lips are pale, her complexion wan, and she is nearly encircled by a blanket of snow. Having lost considerable blood, her condition is perilous, no matter how one contemplates. It is undeniably a thankless task. Nevertheless, she reached out to Jingyuan for assistance, imploring him, "Please, save me." Gritting his teeth, Jingyuan removed his down jacket and, employing a long iron rod, thrust the garment into the iron cage. "Cover yourself with the jacket. I require some time to extricate you from this confinement," he declared, as he retrieved bottled water and canned food from his travel bag. He surmised that the young girl lacked the strength to unscrew the cap or pry open the can. So he took it upon himself to loosen the bottle cap and partially open the can, thoughtfully placing a metal spoon inside. He tied a rope to the long rod and fashioned a bow at the mouth of the bottle, carefully lowering it down. The girl, draped in the clean down jacket, stared blankly at the water bottle, and after a prolonged moment, her frozen, stiff fingers clumsily untied the knot and retrieved the precious water. Using the same method, Jingyuan lowered a can of luncheon meat, and without needing to prompt her, the girl began to tilt her head back to drink and used the spoon to scoop out the meat. With her head bowed, she clutched the can, curled up within the confines of the small down jacket, her disheveled hair giving her the appearance of a beggar as crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Reflecting the flickering flames, Jingyuan sighed and placed a radio inside the cage, saying, "If you feel frightened, just listen to some music." With that, he leaped down from the wall on the other side, positioning himself beside the burning factory to warm his body. He picked up a machete, weighing it in his hands. To rescue the girl from the cage, he realized he must eliminate the entire horde of zombies. The scent of the living and the reek of fresh blood had driven the zombies into a frenzy, rendering them impervious to any diversionary tactics. He was left with no choice but to engage them head-on, employing his catalpa wood blade to crush their skulls, one by one. Only in this manner could he ensure the girl's rescue. Moreover, time was of the essence, as the conflagration within the factory was inexorably spreading in their direction. The departing survivors had evidently intended to use the inferno to incinerate both the girl and the zombies. He had to eliminate hundreds of zombies before the fire reached the perimeter wall, which necessitated replenishing his energy. Soothing music emanated from the direction of the wall, as if the girl had activated a player, and he could discern the faint strains of her singing, her voice raw and parched. He slapped his cheeks to steel his resolve and divested himself of all superfluous items, including his firearms, stowing them in his travel bag. Loath to sully his sweater, he removed it, revealing his robust musculature beneath a solitary black undershirt. Donning his rubber gloves and goggles, he cautiously advanced towards the horde of zombies. Halting at its outer edge, he raised his catalpa wood blade, positioning the edge against the neck of a zombie pressed tightly within the throng. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung the blade with the force of a batter, cleaving through the flesh. A spray of viscous, dark blood splattered his face as the severed head arced through the air like a home run, landing in the snow with a muffled thud. The headless corpse collapsed in unison. The frenzied ghouls, however, remained oblivious, continuing their relentless surge forward, resembling fans at a celebrity meet and greet. This fortuitously facilitated Jing Yuan's task, allowing him to reap the undead like a farmer harvesting wheat with a scythe. The flames surged higher, unleashing a torrent of heat that melted the snow, mingling with the dark blood that seeped into the earth. Heads rolled, bodies fell, and the stench of decay clinging to Jing Yuan intensified. In the frigid air, his eggplant wood blade became unavoidably coated with fragments of flesh and bone. The conflagration crept toward the enclosure, casting an intense light upon the scene. Yet the acrid smell of burning could not mask the nauseating reek of rot. 95, 96, 97. With each severed head, Jing Yuan tallied in his mind. He was drenched in gore, his crimson eyes blazing like those of a vengeful specter, a butcher who had slaughtered 1,000, radiating a palpable aura of carnage. 107, 108, 109. At last, as he reached 109, no other living being remained standing. Behind the iron cage, a roaring inferno raged. The corpses near the wall had begun to ignite. Jing Yuan stood before the cage, his gaze meeting that of the frail girl within. Rockabye, the spring breeze whispers over Grandma's bridge. Hushabye, playful voices echo through the alleyways. Jing Yuan cleaved the lock on the cage, wrenched open the door, and, removing his gloves and blood-spattered goggles, extended his hand toward the singing girl. He imagined he must appear terrifying, yet her eyes held no fear. She seemed to regain a flicker of vitality, crawling toward the opening like a kitten, and placed her hand in Jing Yuan's palm. With the fire closing in, Jing Yuan swathed her emaciated form in his down coat, scooped her into his arms, and discovered that she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Shouldering his travel pack, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling upon a warehouse opposite the factory. Having eradicated all the nearby zombies, he deemed it the most prudent location to rest. Suppressing an intense, bloodthirsty urge, he carried the young woman into the warehouse. The warehouse, a repository for sundry items, spanned approximately 30 to 40 square meters, akin to a small classroom. Inside, there were benches, tables, brooms, and various heavy machines. He gently placed the girl on a cushion and, procuring an iron basin, splintered some wooden tables and stools for firewood, kindling a flame. He tentatively checked her breath, finding it faint. Her entire body must be frigid. He couldn't allow her to succumb to hypothermia. Having rescued her with such effort, her demise from the cold would be an utter tragedy. Forthwith, Jing Yuan fashioned a makeshift stove to boil water and moved the girl closer to the brazier, ensuring that the firelight enveloped her as much as possible. His own person was too sullied for direct contact with the girl, lest the mold-ridden gore infect her. Before tending to her injuries, he needed to cleanse himself of the grime. However, his supply of clean water was depleted. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured into the snow-covered expanse and used the pristine snow as an abrasive cleanser, scrubbing his body, much like cleansing with sand or wood ash. The snow served as an ablution. As he had worn gloves while felling the zombies, his hands were unsoiled by blood. He merely needed to cleanse the superficial bloodstains from his arms, ceasing once the dripping subsided. The air within the warehouse was far from pleasant, laden with the scent of dust and stagnation. Kyoyuan created a small aperture by opening a window, allowing for a modicum of ventilation. The water had been heated to a tepid temperature, as an absence of potable cold water precluded the possibility of achieving a more temperate blend. From a compartment within his rucksack, he retrieved a dry towel, which he moistened with the warm water, and meticulously began to cleanse the young woman's skin of the encrusted blood. Her frame was remarkably frail, her wrist easily encircled by the span of a hand with ample space remaining, a testament to prolonged malnourishment. Judging by her bone structure, her age appeared to be approximately 17 or 18, though her true age was likely greater, as deprivation often stunts physical development. Disregarding the conventional boundaries of gender, He cleansed her entire body before unwrapping a fresh bandage to dress her wounds, thereby mitigating the risk of further infection. He had previously unearthed several medical texts, from which he had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of first aid. He elevated her extremities, which were swollen from the cold, to alleviate the pressure. Throughout the nocturnal hours, he remained vigilant, never succumbing to slumber, attending to the young woman every 10 minutes with a towel soaked in tepid water, which he applied to her brow and various parts of her anatomy. The meager quantity of heated water miraculously lasted through the night. Gradually, the young woman's respiration became more regular, and the rigidity in her limbs began to dissipate. Through Kyoyuan's tireless ministrations, her vital signs stabilized. Kyoyuan gathered her disheveled hair, revealing a face that, though gaunt, possessed a harmonious bone structure and refined features. In more tranquil times, she would likely have been a celebrated beauty. Yet, she remained in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of arousal. There are no more resources available here. She must be taken home, where a soft bed awaits, along with ample firewood, food, water, and an assortment of medications he has stockpiled. Jingyuan stood by the window, gazing out as dawn broke. The snow had ceased, yet the biting wind continued to howl. There could be no further delay. They must set out while the snowfall had abated, for a fresh blanket of snow would only diminish her chances of survival. He cut open the cushions, extracting the yellow foam and wrapping it within his down jacket, then enveloped the young girl's body tightly in the garment. Finding a relatively clean cloth, he swathed her in it to shield her from the frigid air. He placed his remaining winter hat upon her head, covering her ears and face. Grabbing some tattered fabric to use as a cloak, he hoisted the girl onto his back and embarked on their journey. To be frank, both his physical and mental states were far from optimal. He had exerted himself considerably the previous night and had not slept at all, consuming little sustenance. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him. The worse his condition, the more intense his primal instincts grew. Although he had dressed her wounds with bandages, a faint scent of blood still lingered in the air. A ravenous desire stirred within him, each cell in his body yearning for her. Consuming her flesh would restore his vitality, while tasting her blood promised an exquisite sweetness. The warmth of her breath brushed against his neck, incessantly enticing him and igniting his desires. At that moment, no law could bind Jingyuan. He was entirely free to indulge his cravings without restraint. He trudged through the snow for 3 hours, limited to walking, as carrying the girl on his bicycle was not an option. As the second hour approached, snow began to drift down from the heavens, and the sky remained perpetually overcast. He was scarcely equipped with effective insulation, clad only in a sweater and cotton trousers, while the outer cloak offered little solace. His health points plummeted from 52 to 34, with a loss rate averaging 1 point every 5 minutes. He felt an overwhelming fatigue. The cold had a profound effect on him. The alluring vision of the nude woman became increasingly tantalizing, as if she were intimately rubbing against him, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Biting her lower lip, with tear-filled eyes, she implored, "I want to." Jingyuan truly wished to cast the girl from his back and pounce upon her. Yet even the most resolute of wills faltered in such dire circumstances. She gazed around in confusion, her eyes gradually regaining clarity. "This isn't a dream," she murmured, locking onto Jingyuan's face with a voice as delicate as a whisper. "What is your name?" Upon hearing her words, he lifted the girl slightly, restoring some of her consciousness. "Tang Shui, shouldn't you express your gratitude to your savior?" "Thank you. If speaking is too arduous, you need not force yourself. Your condition is grave and demands ample rest. I regret having to say this, but please, abandon me." "Abandon you?" "Yes, I implore you to leave me here. It's quite all right. You are slender, and I bear you without much burden. We shall soon find safety. I apologize if my words are unclear. But what I mean is, please allow me to perish here." "What? Are you out of your mind?" "Indeed, I am cognizant that you are afflicted with a dissociative disorder, complicated by acute mania, accompanied by pronounced violent inclinations, and further compounded by an inability to regulate your excretory functions, culminating in frequent self-mutilation." "Ah, I comprehend. Could it be that you harbor an interest in my corporeal form? If so, please feel at liberty to indulge your desires within the confines of yonder dwelling. Though my frame is rather attenuated and may not afford you substantial gratification, I shall endeavor to be accommodating. However, I implore you to terminate my existence upon the satiation of your passions." "Very well, I am now persuaded of your derangement." "Silence!" Kyoyuan bellowed, effectively silencing her. "To rescue you, I cleaved through 109 of the undead with unwavering resolve, not even flinching. And now you speak of embracing death so readily? Do your eyes not suffer from desiccation? I am merely employing a figure of speech to convey my ruthlessness in combat. And you inquire about the state of my ocular moisture. Perhaps we should adjourn to the aforementioned chamber to resolve this matter. Whatever position you may desire, I shall steel myself accordingly. What is your connection to the individuals who were operating the van yesterday? Do they subject you to frequent? Nay, my relationship with them is not as dire as you might surmise. I assure you, my virginity remains intact. My person is still chaste. If you possess aversions to impurity, you may avail yourself of me with absolute peace of mind. Cease this discourse immediately. What are you contemplating? And please, do not misconstrue me as some homicidal cannibal. But you yourself profess to be unblinking in the act of taking lives. Moreover, my name is Jing Yuan. Remember it well. Until I grant permission, you are not to speak, but rather remain silent and obedient. Jing Yuan freed one hand to firmly press down the winter hat upon her head, effectively covering her mouth. He heard a faint sigh, and after a moment of squirming, she finally settled down, dutifully lying against his back. That is more like it, he thought, nodding. Do not worry. My home is spacious and comfortable, and I am not a pervert. I shall not engage in any peculiar behavior towards you. Yet, Mr. Pervert had indeed stripped me of my clothing and thoroughly explored my body, Tang Shui quietly complained, as if she had become aware of the bandages wrapped around her. She ceased her pretense and dropped the honorifics. It was a special circumstance. Jing Yuan found conversing with her to be a torment, yet it did keep his mind considerably clearer. Furthermore, I did not permit you to speak. I command you. Now, close your eyes and sleep. It was unclear whether Tang Shui truly heeded Jing Yuan's words or if her condition rendered her incapable of further speech. In any case, she fell asleep, her eyes closed. Breathing steadily, the snow left a long trail of footprints behind, as their figures gradually faded into the blizzard. Chapter 83. Jing Yuan. In the tease, the snowfall grew increasingly heavy. Although Jing Yuan wished to persevere a while longer, his physical condition no longer permitted him to continue traversing the snow-laden path. Though he felt no chill, his limbs had become stiff, resembling a rusted, spring-wound automaton. Each step he took was in slow motion. Tang Shui awakened once more during her journey, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Yet before the words could escape her lips, she was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Jing Yuan swiftly placed his winter hat over her mouth, assuring her to relax and let her mind drift away. Her condition was far more precarious than his. Still ensnared within the clutches of danger, the temperature outside plunged to at least -10 degrees, and a mere down jacket was woefully inadequate for her warmth. Jing Yuan bore only fatigue and minor injuries, while she fought for her very existence. Just ahead, a right turn onto the street would lead him to Xunxiang supermarket after a few hundred meters. Yet, he dared not carry Tang Shui to meet Xiao Yuner. His destination was Building 3, Apartment 707 of Shirley Sunshine, where water, food, and a somewhat bearable sofa along with bedding awaited. He needed to pause there for a brief respite and to replenish his strength. With the determination that the finish line lay merely 1,000 meters ahead, Jing Yuan trudged forward, each step heavy with the weight of despair. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, billowing his cloak and dislodging the winter hat from Tang Shui's head. Her disheveled hair suddenly set free to dance wildly in the wind. The cold, brittle strands caressed Jing Yuan's face as Tang Shui's breathing grew labored and rapid, followed by another bout of coughing. She appeared to be in distress, her brow furrowed tightly. Her nose reddened from the chill, and her down jacket wrinkled from her movements. As she twisted restlessly, Jing Yuan tightened his embrace, desperate to prevent her from escaping the confines of her jacket and the cushioning, lest the frigid air seep in through the gaps. This path, traversed countless times before, now felt interminable. Jing Yuan's legs felt as though they were encased in lead. His willpower engaged in a fierce battle against the ravenous instincts of fatigue that threatened to engulf him like a rising tide. He could no longer restrain himself, extending his tongue to taste the visage of Tang Shui. After a night spent meticulously tending to her body, her face was remarkably pristine. However, this pallid countenance bore no wounds, and he did not taste blood or anything else. Just as he teetered on the brink of sinking his teeth into her, fate intervened, and Tang Shui awakened. Indeed, the perverse gentleman was quite eccentric. "Ah, you're awake. Am I hallucinating?" Jing Yuan feigned ignorance, continuing to stride forward. Although he had not tasted blood, the thrill invigorated him somewhat. It was akin to having spent the entire night engrossed in video games, only to find oneself dozing off in language class the next day, when suddenly, through the back window of the classroom, a visage resembling a cactus materializes. The homeroom teacher, exuding authority without fury, directs a piercing gaze that feels as sharp as a thorn toward you, though the weariness does not dissipate for a fleeting moment. One would undoubtedly sit up straighter. He felt similarly. Under Tang Xue's disdainful gaze, his pace quickened. After nearly 5 hours of trekking through the snow, he finally crossed the threshold of the sun-drenched 10-mile mark, entering the stairwell of Building 3. The thick concrete walls shielded him from the biting winds. Upon pushing open the door to room 707 and placing Tang Xue upon the sofa, he commenced boiling water. The doors and windows had been secured tightly, save for the bedroom's drafty, creaking window. He closed the bedroom door, cast a glance at his data panel, and noted that his health stood at 2152, having lost a substantial 3/5 of his vitality. Deprived of solar irradiance, his vitality regeneration rate was exceedingly sluggish, approximating a mere 2 or 3 hit points per DM, a phenomenon he had ascertained during his solitary 90-day ordeal. Nevertheless, he possessed the capacity to endure a vitality deficit, thereby augmenting his actual health reservoir by an additional 26 points, culminating in a total of 47 hit points, which, by all estimations, could be deemed reasonably robust. He ensconced himself beside the brazier, embracing Tang Xue and exposing her to the fire's luminescence. After imbuing Tang Xue's physique with warmth, he enshrouded her in a comforter and procured a chalice of tepid water. "Open your mouth." He cradled her in his arms, clasping her delicate hands, pressing them against the exterior of the cup for warmth, and administered the water. Her parched lips, now moistened by the liquid, elicited a series of coughs as she languidly opened her eyes, devoid of the strength to resist. Jingyuan proceeded to infuse the entirety of the tepid water into her oral cavity. Cradling her head upon the pillow, Jingyuan unwrapped a package of compressed biscuits, extracting a third of its contents and depositing it into a bowl, where he pulverized it into a fine powder using a wooden pestle. He then added hot water, concocting a pasty concoction. "Partake in some sustenance. I shall redress your bandages anon, with the hope of averting wound suppuration." Jingyuan bolstered her upright, presenting the bowl and feeding her. She was exceedingly feeble, seated like a swaddled mummy, imbibing the diluted biscuit slurry one mouthful at a time. Even this liquid nourishment proved arduous to swallow, with copious amounts of the viscous white paste dribbling from the corners of her mouth. However, the replenishment of fluids ameliorated her cough, precluding any further protracted fits. Jingyuan produced a tissue to cleanse her face, whereupon she uttered, "I desire to avail myself of the lavatory." "The lavatory? Indeed, I understand. Allow me to assist you to the restroom. However, it is equipped only with a squat toilet." "Are you capable of squatting?" "I cannot. Please help me." Jingyuan, unpretentious in his demeanor, draped a large down jacket over her shoulders and gently helped her to her feet. Tang Xue's ankles bore multiple bruises and frostbite marks, her calves slightly swollen and wrapped in bandages. Jingyuan, wrapping his arms around her, absorbed most of the pressure that she should have placed on her feet. He guided her to the restroom, which was impeccably clean, although he did not require its use. He had ensured it was tidy. After all, a pristine space can feel unsettling if tainted by a single spot of filth, much like a clean window marred by an insect. "Use that small stool. Sit while you do so. When you're finished, call for me, and I shall assist you out," Jingyuan suggested. "No, it is too low. I cannot sit on it. Just continue to support me, but lower me slightly," she replied. "You truly do not regard me as a man at all, do you? A man? One who has seen me bare, touched me, and explored my every contour? If this excites you, should I then vocally accuse you of impropriety? Is that so? So this is what a man is," she concluded, adopting a monotone voice as she weakly called out, "Impropriety and help," followed by a cough. In that moment, Jingyuan was uncertain whether the fault lay with him or with this peculiar girl. Indeed, prolonged exposure to the apocalypse might induce a few mental disturbances. In summary, he sighed, I understand. I will support you, and I will keep my eyes closed. Just call me when you're ready." Tang Xue glanced at him and smiled slyly. "There is one more thing, Mr. Jingyuan. I cannot remove my pants by myself." "Stop saying nonsense. Your hands are hardly injured. You should handle such matters on your own. And do not call me that." Jingyuan suddenly faltered, realizing that she had just called his name instead of the expected term. How perplexing. Was it due to his prolonged lack of social interaction? Why did it feel as though he was being playfully teased by her words? Chapter 84. Jingyuan and Lies That Will Suffice. I possess the ability to discern sounds and their origins. It is of no concern. Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Speaking of which, have you come to terms with things? Why are you so agreeable all of a sudden? Upon careful reflection, I find your reasoning quite sound. I shall find a way to repay your kindness before we discuss anything further. But why did you wish for death? I distinctly asked you before I saved you if you desired to live. Jingyuan poured hot water into the basin, took a towel, soaked, and wrung it out, then wiped his face and arms. After several repetitions, the water quickly turned murky and dark, tainted by the dried blood he had washed away. Tang Shui fell silent. Without her words, Jingyuan continued to clean himself, the only sound in the room being the dripping of water, until Tang Shui suddenly broke the silence. Mr. Jingyuan, your eyes are so red. Have you contracted conjunctivitis? It has been this way since I injured my eyes years ago. I have already mentioned it, have I not? My vision is quite poor, which is why I have honed my ability to discern sounds and their origins. Jingyuan had long since devised this explanation. The world is inherently cruel, and he had merely existed in it for a mere 90 days. In contrast, Tang Shui had endured from the onset of calamity until now. Although she was but a youthful maiden, one must not forget the nature of this world. When it comes to experiences, he likely pales in comparison to her. He was entirely ignorant of Tang Shui's past and had no understanding of the tribulations she had faced or the losses she had endured, rendering him unqualified to pass subjective judgments on her actions or thoughts. Though Jingyuan had saved Tang Shui's life, he endeavored to engage with her as an equal, as a collaborator, rather than from a position of superiority, proclaiming, I rescued you, so you must comply. If you need anything, call me. I shall be in the bathroom, he said, lifting a tub filled with hot water. All right. Tang Shui's gaze wandered around the house. Jingyuan shrugged and proceeded to the bathroom, where he washed himself with shower gel, lathered with soap, and cleansed away the bloodstains from his body. He needed to change the bandages for the injured, ensuring a clean state, for he himself detested the sticky, foul odor that clung to him. After his bath, he donned a fresh cotton outfit and added more firewood to the brazier. The wind outside howled ferociously, wailing like a ghost. Jingyuan gathered the remaining food from 707 and piled it on the coffee table. The water supply was sufficient, as he had transported all the bottled water from Shunxiang supermarket to this place. Yet the food, he estimated, would last only 3 to 4 days for 2 individuals. After all, this was merely a temporary refuge, and he had only stocked a limited amount of emergency supplies here. Mr. Jingyuan, is this truly the extent of your provisions? Tang Shui inquired, tilting her head slightly, her gaze fixed upon the tabletop. Why squander precious resources on one who is injured? If you were the sole survivor, these supplies would suffice for well over a fortnight. Winter poses considerable peril. Though the creature's activity diminishes, the frigid temperatures can inflict frostbite. The dormant monsters become more difficult to detect, yet any disturbance will rouse them, causing them to devour your very essence and flesh. Devour one's essence and flesh. A rather intriguing notion, Jingyuan mused, reflecting on the infected zombies, akin to beings whose souls had been consumed, some even deprived of their physical form. He shook his head, settling onto the sofa, and gently grasped Tang Shui's right wrist, drawing her arm from beneath the covers. I appreciate your concern, but I assure you, my stores are quite ample. I could readily sustain 10 invalids without issue. Such bravado hardly inspires confidence, particularly when your so-called reality is laid bare before me. Tang Shui lifted her hand slightly, allowing Jingyuan to raise her sleeve and unwrap the bandages encircling her forearm and shoulder. What leads you to believe I'm feigning? Jingyuan countered, taking her other hand and meticulously removing the bandages, using a warm, damp cloth to gently cleanse the encrusted blood from the wounds. Even a toddler could deduce that the probability of your veracity is nil. Query: by what means does one sustain 10 infirm individuals, bedridden and incapable of labor, who merely deplete sustenance and potable water? Affection? Rectitude? Your assertion is valid, yet affection and rectitude are not inherently flawed. My meaning is that I possess an ample granary, replete with verdure, pomaceous fruits, and cured meats. That is risible. It is devoid of humor, as it is not intended as a jest. Jingyuan raised Tang Shui's blouse, revealing her slender waist. A profusion of bandages encircled her abdomen. Are you capable of repositioning yourself? I must elevate your physique. Indulge your predilections, Mr. Jing Yuan, as you did last night. Manipulate my form with abandon at your whim, if that is your desire. Jing Yuan procured 2 cushions and, cradling Tang Shui, positioned her face down upon them. Ah, endure the discomfort. You bear numerous chilblains, and several wounds have suppurated. I must administer antiseptic treatment with spirits. As you wish. Tang Shui clenched her eyes shut, her teeth firmly biting into the pillow. Jing Yuan unwound the bandages in concentric circles, from superior to inferior, encompassing Tang Shui's thighs, calves, and ankles. Uncorking a phial of high-proof spirit, he applied it around the periphery of the minor vesicles. A perceptible tremor coursed through Tang Shui, yet she emitted no sound. Merely applied alcohol to the vicinity of the minor lacerations. Thanks to his meticulous care throughout the previous night, the majority of the wounds had not deteriorated. He gently cleansed the affected areas, replacing the old dressing with a fresh, unopened bandage, effectively isolating the injuries from external contaminants to avert further infection or inflammation. The bloodied bandages, now discarded, were sealed within a plastic bag and cast from the balcony. Is the wind strong outside, mister? Tang Shui inquired, reclining against the pillows. Not particularly, responded, drawing the balcony window shut. Perhaps you should ingest more water. Hydration is generally beneficial. However, excessive water consumption precipitates the need for urination, and I am presently devoid of thirst. Very well, should you desire water, simply articulate your need. Seated himself opposite Tang Shui, toying with the brazier as he posed. Those individuals who departed in the minivan, what is the nature of their association with you? We are collaborators. From my vantage point, it appears they regard you merely as bait. That is solely your interpretation. The reality is far more nuanced. I implore you not to prematurely conclude matters based on incomplete information. As I have stated, while my rapport with them is not amicable, it has not devolved to the extent you surmise. Upon what basis do you formulate this assessment? I entered into a transaction with them. What manner of transaction? I must respectfully decline to disclose that information. They sought your demise, yet you safeguard their secrets. It is not for their sake that I maintain confidentiality, but for my own. Permit me to rephrase the inquiry. What is their identity? A survivor, residing in the northern coastal region. Those who weathered the storm in the north subsisted on the provisions left behind by the military forces during their evacuation. You are likely familiar with this troop? Oh, not particularly well. Is that so? Tang Shui squinted. Mr. Jing Yuan, you must be from the southern part of the city. I heard the military didn't seem to pass through there. Indeed, you are correct. I understand. The matter of that army and the northern survivors is too intricate to elucidate in a brief moment. Permit me to elaborate at a later time, as I am feeling quite weary. Very well, rest then. As for my dealings with those individuals in the van, if you are truly curious, inquire again in a fortnight. I believe I will be able to tell you then. Not the bread people, but the people inside the van. And this fortnight, why specifically 14 days? Does it hold some significance? I must sleep now, Mr. Jing Yuan. 14 holds no particular meaning. Yes, it was merely a number I chose at random. With that, Tang Shui closed her eyes and drifted into a slumber. The firewood crackled and popped as it burned. Jing Yuan gazed at Tang Shui's gaunt face, finding her increasingly enigmatic. Unable to discern her thoughts. Little Yuner, on the other hand, was simple and easy to understand, requiring almost no guesswork. Her actions and expressions readily revealed her intentions. However, one must acknowledge that this is precisely the cunning one would expect from a girl who has survived in a post-apocalyptic world for years. Regardless, Tang Shui undoubtedly possesses a wealth of information unknown to him, and he must devise a way to extract it from her. As for the veracity of the information he manages to glean, it seems contingent upon her willingness to share the truth amidst her fabrications. After all, she is a troubled young woman. It appears that threatening her holds little efficacy. Upon regaining consciousness, Jing Yuan no longer observed the bewilderment and fear in her eyes that he had witnessed the previous night. Instead, he was met with an eerie stillness. Her gaze was as devoid of emotion as a parched well, incapable of producing ripples even when a heavy stone was cast into its depths. Yet, the memory of her trembling form, sobbing in despair, remained vividly etched in his mind. Jing Yuan shook his head. This woman was far too intricate for him to comprehend. Chapter 85. Jing Yuan and Sanluan. Jing Yuan found himself sleeping uncomfortably on the floor, wearied and in desperate need of rest. Before succumbing to slumber, he boiled a pot of water and filled 3 hot water bags, placing 2 beneath the covers at Tang Shui's left and right feet, while he kept the third for himself. He drew the thick hood of his padded coat over his nose, tucking his hands and feet into the sleeves, and covered himself with a blanket. Curling up on the cold tile floor, despite the less-than-ideal conditions, his overwhelming fatigue soon carried him into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was the dead of night. He and Tang Shui had fallen asleep during the day, and he had slumbered until darkness enveloped the world. Tang Shui remained unconscious, the fire in the brazier long extinguished, and even the charcoal had grown cold. A glance at his mechanical watch revealed it was 3 a.m. He had slept for a full 15 hours, from noon until the early hours of the morning. The hot water bottle at his feet had long since cooled, and although the room was chilly, it wasn't cold enough to cause him any harm. He stretched languidly, arose, retrieved the hot water bottle from Tang Shui's bedding, rekindled the fire, and nestled the 3 refilled hot water bottles into her quilt. With a scarcity of firewood, he descended and dismantled some wooden benches and a gazebo in the neighborhood, carrying a bundle of wooden planks and sticks upstairs. After adding fuel to the fire, he resumed checking on the patient. Tang Shui's countenance remained poor, her breathing labored and shallow, as if she were tormented by nightmares, her brow furrowed deeply. Beyond frostbite, she also seemed feverish, afflicted by other complications. He hadn't scrutinized the medicine instructions, having simply stuffed them into a cabinet in the storage room. The contents therein were so numerous and diverse that he had meticulously created an inventory in a notebook. Even he could easily become disoriented without consulting it. Presumably, among those medications were ointments for frostbite and antipyretic, cough-suppressing cold remedies. As for the expiration dates, he could only strive to select those with longer shelf lives. In this era, unexpired medications were a rarity. He would endeavor to choose medicines with abundant herbal ingredients, eschewing high-tech chemical Western drugs as herbal components upon expiration. Generally only weakened or became ineffective, whereas expired Western drugs might transform into potent toxins. He had consistently chosen the most direct route. However, escorting a living person through a horde of zombies was another matter. He reckoned he would likely be unharmed, but the problematic young woman would probably perish. She might even lose consciousness and awaken to find herself covered in blood, kneeling on the ground. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Seek out a pedal-powered tricycle. There are merely 2 or 3 days remaining before the food is exhausted, a span of time that should suffice. As for where to find one, it can only be a matter of wandering about, hoping for good fortune. He approached Tang Shui, gently placing a warm towel upon her forehead. She appeared to be in a state of half-sleep, mumbling incoherently, her words barely discernible. Jing Yuan felt it necessary to rouse her for a sip of water, so he assisted her into a sitting position, gently patting her back. Her eyes narrowed to a slit as she gasped for breath, seemingly unable to articulate. Jing Yuan brought the cup to her lips, coaxing her to drink a mouthful of water and consume a bowl of biscuit porridge before helping her recline once more. Just as he was about to depart, however, Tang Shui grasped his hand, laboriously shaking her head in refusal. If you fear the dark, rest. I shall place the brazier beside you. Or do you wish to go to the restroom now? Upon hearing his words, Tang Shui exhibited no significant reaction. Her demeanor did not suggest a fear of being unattended. Rather, it seemed she was apprehensive about Jing Yuan venturing outside into the menacing darkness. With the wind howling and snow falling, an endeavor fraught with peril. Reflecting on her character, she appeared to possess a degree of principle, although she often lamented her plight. One might consider that she simply did not wish to become a burden to Jing Yuan. I could traverse this area with my eyes closed. I am capable of felling 109 zombies on my own. What is there to fear? A patient, after all, could hardly impede him. Armed and resolute, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, oblivious to Tang Shui behind him, who reached out towards his retreating figure before her hand fell limply to her side. After a lapse of 2 days, Jing Yuan's initial sorties proved fruitless until, on the subsequent day, he discovered a modified pedicab nestled within a parking shed. The vehicle's operator had ingeniously converted it by affixing a battery to the base, thereby supplanting human power with electrical propulsion, rendering the pedal chain entirely inoperative. It was quite suitable for its intended purpose of ferrying passengers, featuring a small canopy that would allow Tang Shui to recline upon it, and when lowered, would provide substantial protection from the elements. Upon returning to 707 to assess the patient's condition, he observed a marginal improvement compared to the previous state. Yet it merely manifested as a slight reduction in her apparent discomfort. She remained largely taciturn, save for brief excursions to the lavatory. She had remained ensconced on the sofa for 2 days. Jing Yuan, in a final act of solicitude, heated water, filled the hot water bottle, and provided her with some sustenance. Following a brief respite, he swathed Tang Shui in blankets, effectively cocooning her, and carried her downstairs, securing her to the seat of the pedicab. "What are you doing?" Tang Shui inquired feebly. Chapter 86. Jing Yuan and home. Mr. Jing Yuan pervert. Mr. Jing Yuan, Tang Shui repeated, uttering the name of the individual pedaling the vehicle. Her voice was faint, ephemeral in the frigid air, akin to dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Coughing violently. Seemingly as a result of the frigid air invading her respiratory passages, she was gripped by a sudden fit of coughing. Jing Yuan ceased pedaling and turned to the rear to ascertain her condition. The scarf had loosened, the white cotton flannel scarf, originally intended to encircle her mouth and ears as a makeshift mask, had now come undone. Had she remained composed, the scarf would not have easily slipped away. Yet this marked the third occurrence. Jing Yuan had firmly secured her to the back seat of the tricycle with a length of rope, enveloped in blankets. She was bound with spirals of twine, rendering her utterly incapable of breaking free given her current physical condition. If she simply lay still, obediently and quietly, that scarf would surely not have fallen 3 times within a mere 10 minutes. Jing Yuan found himself perplexed. If she truly wished to survive, she should heed his words. She ought to realize that her sole hope for survival rested with him. Before leaving, Jing Yuan had repeatedly cautioned her to refrain from causing trouble and to simply take a peaceful slumber. So, what would it take for her to settle down? Jing Yuan removed the scarf and met her gaze. "Can you not remain silent, refraining from fidgeting, and sleep like an infant?" "Mr. Jing Yuan, your analogy is misplaced. Infants are, in fact, the most vociferous beings in existence. Let us not digress. If you truly wish to avoid freezing to death, do not move about recklessly." "I cannot," she replied. "My instinct for survival tells me that I cannot endure this outdoor environment. It is merely for a few hours. It will not be long." Tang Shui sighed. "Let me be frank. I do not believe in the spacious villa you speak of, nor do I believe you possess a limping dog named Xiaobai, and certainly, I do not believe in your grand grain storage within that villa. I surmise you are experiencing a bout of hysteria, which is quite understandable. Every survivor bears the immense weight of psychological distress. However, even so, we must not indulge in fantasies of a lavish villa replete with sustenance. One must be courageous enough to confront the harsh realities and accept the dwindling state of your provisions. Cease this pursuit of the chimerical mansion in your dreams. For in this world, it is unheard of for a woman to bestow a fortune merely for the sake of carnal relations. Have you concluded? Very well." Jing Yuan readjusted his scarf, this time winding it with exceptional tightness and securing it with a firm knot. After tugging at it several times to ensure it would not come loose due to minor movements, he clapped his hands and remounted his tricycle. He felt disinclined to engage in any dispute, for his perspective differed vastly from that of Tang Shui. Humans are inherently biased and self-centered, with most only believing what they already accept as true, often forming preconceived notions and assuming their perceptions are infallible. Few possess the ability to sway others through mere words. Indeed, even when presented with irrefutable facts, some individuals stubbornly cling to their prejudices. He had grasped this principle long ago, having witnessed ample instances of it within the game. Is it not a common occurrence? The vitriolic exchanges during matches. The classic scenario of someone being unable to prevail online, then berating the jungler for not ganking, or recklessly charging into the enemy ranks alone and subsequently blaming teammates for not following suit. Every League of Legends player, indeed every MOBA player, has encountered similar situations. The divergence lies in the fact that some opt for type persuasion, while Jing Yuan chooses to disregard it entirely. He has never been fond of contention, preferring instead to quietly pursue his own endeavors and obligations. Today is no different. He will not attempt to sway Tang Shui with mere words, nor will he engage in any form of sophistry. Instead, he will undertake a single action, escorting Tang Shui to that expansive and welcoming villa, allowing her to witness firsthand the veracity of his claims. It seems Tang Shui comprehends the futility of her subtle maneuvers in altering Jing Yuan's resolve. Her gaze possesses a certain acrimony, and Jing Yuan discerns that she remains unconvinced. She persists in the belief that Jing Yuan is experiencing delusions, perceiving his actions as akin to those of a deranged individual scouring the forest for a gingerbread house constructed of chocolate and cookies. In reality, such a gingerbread house does not exist. Even elementary school children are aware of its mythical nature. However, this is not merely a figment of imagination. It is a home that Jing Yuan has painstakingly constructed with his own two hands. The selection of the site, the eradication of zombies, the thorough cleaning, the remodeling, the transportation of supplies, the connection of electricity, the stockpiling of firewood, these are all the fruits of his labor, the embodiment of his personal abode. It was not conjured from thin air, nor did it materialize before him with a mere click of a button. Castles in the sky are destined to vanish in an instant, but how can a house built brick by brick, from the very foundation, simply disappear without reason? Jing Yuan silently pedals the tricycle, the wind and snow assaulting his visage. He felt no anger towards Tang Xue's misunderstandings and prejudices, for he was aware that his home awaited him at the end of this snowy path, standing quietly. He merely needed to traverse this road to reach his candy house, a creation of his own hands. Chapter 87. Thoughts on launching. The release will occur at midnight on the 31st, shortly after 0:05, when the VIP chapters become available. I will update the chapters accordingly, sharing as much of my drafts as I can. If there are no special arrangements on the 1st, I will write several more chapters during the day, though the total word count for updates remains uncertain, at the very least. I aim to provide at least 10,000 words. If circumstances permit, I hope you can support me on the Chidian reading app. I shall refrain from further details. Rather than lamenting, I prefer to discuss the creative process behind this work. The primary purpose of writing this book is not for profit, but rather to articulate this story. I can assuredly convey to every reader that the tale has concluded in my heart. The narratives concerning Jing Yuan, Xiao Yuner, Tang Xue, and other characters yet to be introduced have reached their resolution within me. What remains is for me to share this story through words with each reader. In July of this year, while revisiting the Monogatari series, I finished Kyukai no Kanata, and a thought struck me. When Shinobu lost Araragi, the world crumbled around her, and she met her demise as foretold. This led me to ponder, if the world were to collapse, how would I continue to exist? The conclusion I reached was that I could not survive alone. Jing Yuan is not capable, and until I put pen to paper on November 20th, I had accompanied him throughout his journey. Of course, I did not accompany him through every single day. Rather, I walked alongside him through the entirety of his path in a more general sense. Thus, my mindset in writing this book resembles that of penning a biography. I firmly believe that every character within these pages is alive. When I find myself alone, I often engage in dialogues with them, sitting on the sofa in the dark, gazing at their presence. Xiaoan is quite understandable, yet she occasionally surprises me with unforeseen actions. I have a profound understanding of Jing Yuan, as he mirrors my own essence. But Tang Xue remains elusive. She is the most astute of them all, yet her words can only be trusted partially. Furthermore, this narrative lacks supporting characters and superfluous roles. To maintain the integrity of the conclusion I envision, the characters with dialogue can be counted on one hand. However, if I must be precise, perhaps one or two additional fingers would suffice to count them all. I believe each character is vibrant and complex, harboring a past unknown to me. They do not seek to please everyone, nor do they strive for universal affection. Yet, every individual will remember them. Merely mentioning a name conjures their image and manner of speech in one's mind, be it Asuka, Shinji, Luffy, or Araragi. This is the aspiration I wish to achieve. I hope that when you recall the names of the characters from the book, an immediate impression forms. The story may fade, but the characters will remain, becoming your companions, ever by your side. I am disinclined to engage with readers outside the narrative itself, as I believe the story should be the sole conduit of communication. Explanations beyond the text imply deficiencies within the writing. I maintain that an author's creative process should be subjective, personal, and impervious to external influence. Consequently, I will not solicit opinions on the plot's progression or the character's development. This tale has reached its conclusion, and I cherish each character as a dear companion. I revel in their distinct personalities, empathize with their past sorrows, and occasionally shed tears. I hold this story in high regard, placing it among my most beloved works from the thousands I have encountered throughout my life. This affection may be partly due to personal attachment, but I aspire for you to share my fondness for it. Furthermore, I must inform readers that this is not a world-saving epic. Grand spectacles and violent conflicts are scarce, more often than not. You will find no more than two characters sharing the same locale. This is not a commercially driven endeavor. I write solely what I am compelled to write. For those who seek it, I will not attempt to persuade through rhetoric, nor will I offer justifications. I assure you that you will gain a comprehensive understanding of all that transpires around Jing Yuan. In regards to the name Jing Yuan, It is, in fact, a color. It is akin to black, embodying both simplicity and the amalgamation of diverse hues. The journey shall not be lengthy. I hope that by the conclusion of this tale, you will harbor a different sentiment towards these reflections. Recorded on December 30th, 2022, at 17:54. Chapter 88. A conversation at the gas station in the deep winter of State City. It seemed to snow lightly every 2 days and heavily every 3. Today, the sun remained hidden once more. After pedaling his tricycle for 3 hours, traversing numerous winding paths and occasionally dismounting to clear the road of obstructive zombies. Akin to chopping down tree stumps, Jingyuan finally arrived at the gas station on Xiuhu Avenue. This location served as a meager respite. A place where he often found himself during his travels between the southern suburbs and the city center prior to the onset of winter, where he would occasionally have his lunch. Originally, this was the domain of the grotesque goldfish monster, and the surrounding zombies had been eliminated by its prior rampage. Thus, after vanquishing the creature, the area appeared relatively safer than others. Jingyuan had left a small stockpile of food and water at this transit point, and little else remained. As he navigated his tricycle into the gas station's refueling island, he unfastened the ropes binding Tang Shui, loosened her scarf, and gently lifted her down. She had been asleep, but the commotion stirred her awake. "Have some water, it should still be warm," he said, retrieving a black thermos from his travel bag. Pouring a cup of warm water into the lid, a gentle mist rose as the liquid remained hot and crystal clear. Jingyuan propped Tang Shui up and extended the cup to her. She was capable of drinking independently, no longer requiring him to hold the cup for her. He too took a sip of water, glancing at the time. It was still early, just 2 p.m. With their arrival at the gas station, the remainder of the journey would be far more manageable. The rural path he was most familiar with was blanketed in an expanse of white snow. The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Tang Shui uttered not a single word, nor did she succumb to sleep, instead constantly scanning her surroundings. Jingyuan, engrossed in his own pursuits, pried open a can, sitting cross-legged beside the fire. He retrieved an old magazine from his travel bag, resting it on his lap as he read and munched simultaneously. It was a youth-oriented science fiction magazine titled The King of Science Fiction, of which he had read half. He had intentionally amassed a considerable collection. Each issue of The King of Science Fiction containing an array of short stories of varying quality, most lacking a certain depth, as the magazine appeared to solicit contributions from students, categorized into elementary, middle, and high school levels. The themes were grand in scope, yet the actual narratives unfolded as episodic tales utilizing futuristic technology to resolve dilemmas. To him, this was akin to reading Doraemon. The protagonist, Xiaoxue, was an elementary school girl whose family operated a sort of all-purpose rescue service. Xiaoxue's parents were perpetually occupied, so when an issue arose, they would send her to consult the large white robot, who would first ascertain the cause of the problem. After a thorough explanation, the robot would employ remarkable futuristic technology to rectify the situation. Regrettably, he had yet to complete his collection of the Ice Age, typically requiring 2 volumes to piece together a complete story, and most tales he encountered were fragments, lacking resolution. Flipping to the section on the Ice Age, he felt fortunate. He recognized this issue as the latter half of a story he had previously read. Engrossed, he prepared to finish this piece before continuing his ride on the tricycle. "Excuse me, what edition of Sci-Fi King is this?" Tang Shui's voice, subdued by her illness, interrupted Jingyuan's reading. Jingyuan glanced up, flipped to the magazine's cover, and read the inscription printed in the upper right corner. "Late December, 2014. Would you like to peruse it? I possess several additional copies." He extracted a small stack of magazines from his travel bag, brandishing them before Tang Shui. "I've already perused them," Tang Shui remarked. Yet she extended her hand and casually selected a copy. She did not commence reading, but rather delicately smoothed the creases in the magazine's upper right corner with her fingers, meticulously straightening each fold. "Did you used to enjoy reading Sci-Fi King?" Jingyuan inquired. "Merely, an individual in my class procured each edition. Upon completion, he would circulate them among us, serving as a diversion during moments of ennui," Tang Shui responded, flipping through the magazine's pages with a rustling sound. "I've been meaning to pose a query to you. What is your age this year?" 18. "Is that so? A fabrication. Then, what is your true age?" "I've forgotten. Though the last time I celebrated my birthday, 14? Or perhaps 15. What is the nature of the survivors in the north?" "It is perhaps time you enlighten me," Jingyuan stated, setting down the magazine and regarding Tang Shui's countenance. "There is little to elucidate. The so-called survivors are merely a collective of individuals who have been abandoned, Tang Shui uttered softly. Abandoned? Surely, sacrifices must be made? It is infeasible for every individual to reach a place of sanctuary. Who abandoned you? The military you mentioned previously? Some individuals harbor such sentiments. Conversely, I deem the military's actions as sufficiently benevolent, considering the abundance of provisions they bequeathed prior to their departure. During the nascent years of the cataclysm, circumstances were not as dire as they are presently. In that epoch, each denizen fervently believed in the imminent arrival of succor, convinced that tanks and aircraft would obliterate all the monstrous entities. Is it the case that such conviction has now waned? Nay, there are those who still cling to such notions, such as myself. I am perpetually haunted by dreams in which a nuclear device detonates with a resounding bomb. Following a pensive interlude, Jing Yuan inquired, is the surviving populace in the Northern Territories substantial? What is the nature of the religious order? It is not dissimilar to other religious institutions. They have fabricated a deity to rationalize the tribulations they have encountered, thereby seeking psychological solace. Did you subsequently receive any further intelligence pertaining to that military contingent? The adherents of the religious order have surmised that their numbers have been significantly diminished. I, however, maintain a more sanguine perspective, positing that they absconded to the opposite littoral of the Arctic Ocean, where they established a novel dominion amidst the perpetual snow. As for those of us dwelling in the external realms, our fate is of no consequence to them. Although Tang Shui succinctly recounted the circumstances of the survivors in the Northern Territories, the entirety of 6 years cannot be adequately encapsulated within a mere handful of sentences. Jing Yuan, availing himself of the firelight, surreptitiously glanced at Tang Shui's emaciated figure, ensconced within the bedding. She tenderly caressed the upper right-hand corner of the science fiction magazine, where the date was imprinted, as if reminiscing about something. Jing Yuan surmised that during those halcyon days, she was likely not solitary. It is merely that certain individuals abruptly vanished from her existence before there was an opportunity for a valediction. Chapter 89. Jing Yuan and Fairy Tales. Mr. Jing Yuan, do you enjoy watching Ice Age? Indeed, I find it rather delightful. Xiao Xue is quite foolish, isn't she? She always relies on Baymax for explanations to uncover the solutions to her problems. One cannot be too harsh. After all, Xiao Xue is merely an elementary school student. There were times when I pondered, had I been in her position, I would have resolved the issues far more swiftly. As the narrative unfolds, Xiao Xue employs futuristic technology to aid her neighbor in rectifying a plumbing issue. Her parents only appear after she has successfully resolved the predicament. The stories within Ice Age are imbued with a sense of irony, mocking environmental degradation and rampant wastefulness. Living in a world overrun by mold, revisiting these tales evokes a peculiar sensation, as though the satire has transformed into reality, and humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. In truth, Jing Yuan has always perceived an underlying melancholy in Ice Age. For the future of humanity remains bleak. They have yet to discover new habitats. Despite their advancements in technology, they cannot rekindle the dying sun. The sun is experiencing a catastrophic decline, with only 1 million years remaining before its extinguishment. Earth will succumb to an icy grip due to the lack of sunlight, plunging humanity into a crisis of near extinction. Reflecting on this, Jing Yuan suddenly looked up and asked Tang Shui, "You have watched every episode. Do you know the conclusion of Ice Age?" She returned the book Sci-Fi King to Jing Yuan while gazing into the flickering flames of the fire. "Mr. Jing Yuan, do you believe in fairy tales?" Tang Shui inquired. "I do," he replied. Jing Yuan remarked, "Are you not entirely distrustful of me? Is that so?" She covered her mouth, feigning surprise. Jing Yuan, uninterested in the theatrics of this overly dramatic girl, felt the warmth of the fire had nearly reached its peak, and he had rested sufficiently. "We are on the brink of death. Why engage in such futile activities? Do as you wish." Jing Yuan retrieved a rope and once again bound Tang Shui within the bedding. Throughout the process, Tang Shui's gaze remained fixed on Jing Yuan's face, at one point even attempting to lean closer. "What are you doing?" Jing Yuan noticed her subtle movements. "I wish to experience what it feels like to lick a man's face before I die." "Is that what you deem significant? Why must one attribute meaning to everything? Life becomes burdensome that way. Say what you will, I am going to secure the scarf. Silence yourself." He lifted her onto the tricycle, fastening her tightly, making her appear akin to a hostage of terrorists. Jing Yuan thought as he placed a military green winter hat upon her head to conceal her forehead. "Sleep now, upon waking. You shall behold my castle," he said to her before mounting the seat of the tricycle. The old parts creaked and groaned as the tricycle slowly accelerated, departing from the gas station and heading towards the vast expanse of snow. Snowflakes settled upon Jing Yuan's tousled hair as he tilted his head to gaze into the distance. Seemingly confronted by nothingness, a blank canvas. Yet Jing Yuan knew his home lay just beyond, at the end of this road. Suddenly, he encountered an obstacle. The tricycle's pedals became ensnared in the snow. He had been riding the tricycle on this road for an hour and a half, which proved that its weight was suitable for use on this road and would not get completely stuck in the snow like an agricultural tricycle, making it impossible to move. He rode smoothly in the city, but this country lane was not an asphalt road, but a bumpy dirt road. The wheel must have been stuck in a pothole. He got out of the car and pushed it several times, but failed to push the tricycle out of the hole. It was not far from home, a 10-minute walk. He was extremely familiar with the surrounding scenery and terrain, even if it was covered with thick snow. But she was wrapped in bedding, which was too big and heavy. Jing Yuan's physical condition was very poor. He was running out of strength. He hadn't had a good rest for the past few days, and he hadn't been exposed to the sun. He wasn't sure if he would fall in the middle of carrying someone wrapped in thick bedding. Even if he didn't, he would probably walk like a tortoise crawling. If Tang Shui could be taken out of the bedding, carrying that weight on his back should not be a big problem. But her current state and her physical condition were already very poor. If she were taken out of the bedding again, she would probably be on the road to the afterlife. What to do? No, there was no need to carry her on his back. He had a small trolley for transporting goods, and he could use it as a sled by tying a wooden board on it in a minute. He tried his best to push the car again. The tricycle shook a little, but remained motionless. It seemed that this was the only way. Jing Yuan came to the seat to check on Tang Shui's condition. She was awake. She had been asleep before, but the shaking tricycle had woken her up. Jing Yuan untied the knot of the scarf and loosened it a little so that she could speak. "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Kyoto inquired. "Fortunately." She affirmed this, albeit with flushed cheeks, labored breathing, and a subsequent cough. Kyoto, increasingly apprehensive, prevented her from leaving the covers. He retrieved the thermos, unfastened it, and tenderly assisted her, pouring a modicum of lukewarm water to moisten her parched lips and raspy throat. "The tricycle is immobilized. I couldn't dislodge it. However, the auspicious news is that we are in proximity to my abode," Kyoto conveyed. "Yes, I am aware," Tang Shui responded feebly. "Yes, I await you," Tang Shui nodded. "Very well," Tang Shui assented. The diminutive creature had once again defecated in the hall. Kyoto immediately noticed the 2 mounds of brown excrement. He lamented his lack of stern discipline, having relied solely on verbal admonishments, eschewing corporal measures. "Let it be," he mused. "It is merely this one diminutive canine, moreover. It is lame and pitiable." He activated the generator, illuminating the space, and plugged in a salvaged heating appliance to warm himself. He then devoured the contents of a can. Retrieving the small cart, he dismantled the wheels and procured suitable planks, bolts, and implements from the basement. While basking in the warmth of the heater, he secured the planks to the cart's base. Such rudimentary carpentry was well within his expertise. With expediency and dexterity, he fashioned a makeshift sled. Concurrently, he kindled a fire in the stove, preparing a pot of boiling water. Upon completing these tasks, inclusive of his ambulatory time, a mere 13 minutes had elapsed. With elevated body temperature and replenished sustenance, his condition improved markedly. He ventured forth, pulling the sled. However, upon reaching the location of the tricycle, he did not find Tang Shui seated therein. Tang Shui acquiesced to his request, yet disregarded his directive to remain nestled within the bedding. The bedclothes lay vacant, a distinct trail of snow betraying her path. Jing Yuan followed the frigid imprints, venturing into the desolate fields. At long last, he discerned Tang Shui's frail silhouette. She had shed even her down coat, clad only in her customary shorts and short-sleeved shirt, reclining upon the snow-laden ground. Her extremities were flushed crimson with cold. Her wounds reopened, blood seeping into the bandages. Her breath materialized into ephemeral clouds of vapor as she coughed vehemently, appearing on the verge of expiration. Jing Yuan drew the handcart to a halt before her, gazing down upon her from his elevated position. She coughed, yet her countenance bore an expression akin to mirth. "Why did you defy my instruction to remain in the vehicle, Mr. Jing Yuan?" "Ah, Mr. Jing Yuan." She erupted in unconstrained laughter. "The winter sweet is exquisite, is it not?" Jing Yuan detected the fragrance of plum blossoms. Her laughter was not directed at him, but rather at the solitary winter sweet blooming amidst the frozen landscape, a laughter that rendered her breathless, a relentless, hacking mirth. Jing Yuan, his countenance stern, snapped off a sprig of wintersweet and cast it upon her person. He grasped the bedding, flinging it over Tang Shui as if discarding refuse, and deposited her onto the handcart, pulling her forward step by deliberate step. Jing Yuan conveyed her to the threshold of his villa, allowing her to fully behold the expansive edifice. He guided the handcart through the dwelling, the small stove ablaze, the water within the pot bubbling vigorously, emitting plumes of steam. Xiaobai frolicked before Jing Yuan, yet it did not extend a welcome to Tang Shui, instead baring its fangs and barking menacingly in her direction. The generator rumbled, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the room, which was resplendent and meticulously tidy, adorned with exquisite decorations. However, two unsightly piles of dog excrement marred its grandeur. The opulence of this abode surpassed that of an ordinary villa, with every ornament, including the curtains, remaining pristine. Jing Yuan descended into the basement alone, and upon his ascent, he bore 2 baskets, one filled with his frozen vegetables, potatoes, radishes, and asparagus, along with dried persimmons. The other contained sausages and cured meats. He gently placed Tang Shui onto the sofa, then approached the stove where he diced the vegetables and tossed them into the bubbling water. He retrieved some leftover rice from a few days prior, heated oil in a pan, and amidst the fragrant sizzle, prepared a delectable dish of stir-fried rice with cured meats. He ladled 2 bowls of vegetable soup, ushered the small white creature into another room, and settled upon a soft cushion across from Tang Shui, dining and sipping soup in solitude. 1 bowl of soup, steaming with aromatic vapors, was placed before Tang Shui. With great effort, she managed to pull herself up from the sofa, having tumbled down. Jing Yuan paid her no mind as she painstakingly maneuvered her limbs, taking several minutes to finally resettle on the sofa. Her frostbitten hands trembled as they cradled the bowl of soup, spilling some of its contents beneath her disheveled hair. Her expression remained obscured as she brought the bowl to her lips, sipping slowly. Silence enveloped the room, save for the sounds of swallowing. Jing Yuan brought the pot to the table, using a spoon to refill the empty bowl with fresh soup. "Mr. Jing Yuan, do you believe in fairy tales?" she inquired. "I do," he replied. "Then I shall believe as well." Chapter 90. Jing Yuan and reality. Due to Tang Shui's reckless decision to venture into the snow, her frostbite worsened. Jing Yuan carried her into his bedroom, securely closing the doors and windows before activating the air conditioning. Years had passed, yet the appliance still functioned adequately, albeit with a slight noise during operation. He heated a bucket of water and approached the bedside to change her bandages. Simultaneously, he measured her temperature, which read 38.7 degrees. She was running a fever. "You should take some medicine," he suggested, selecting a few herbal remedies for her to try. Jing Yuan administered the medication to her. Once the room warmed up, he turned off the generator and the air conditioner. Night had fallen, and outside, the wind howled fiercely, accompanied by a relentless storm of snow. The absence of electric light plunged the room into darkness, but fortunately, he possessed several rechargeable lamps sufficient to illuminate the night. He switched on a slender lamp, its soft white glow illuminating a corner of the bedside. The little white dog nestled into its bed, curling up within the box for a nap. Jing Yuan yawned and laid down on the bed. This bed was remarkably spacious, twice the size of a standard double bed, nearly occupying half the room, ample space for both him and Tang Shui. It was the only bed in the house that was made. He was too fatigued to invest time in preparing another for her, and simply desired a peaceful slumber, cocooned under his own blanket. Jing Yuan basked in the lamp's glow for a moment before announcing, "I am turning off the light." The room darkened further, and as he closed his eyes, he inquired, "Why do you not heed my words? Mr. Jing Yuan, do you not find it romantic to perish alongside the plum blossoms?" After taking the medicine, Tang Shui's cough symptoms seemed to improve somewhat. "Is there no flower in the north? Why are you so excited?" "No, but one can still catch some fish." "Zombie fish?" "Not entirely. The ocean is not highly polluted. There are still some edible fish, though that was a few years ago." "Do you have any siblings?" "I have an older sister, but she has passed away." "Have your parents also died?" "I am a child of a single parent. My parents divorced when I was 6. I was placed in my father's custody, and after their separation, I never saw my mother again. As for my father, he remarried. The sister I mentioned is from a blended family. I do not know whether that man is alive or dead after the disaster struck. My sister and I became separated from him." "Do you think the survivors in the north are good people?" "What happened afterward? Just as depicted in many works. Human nature cannot withstand the test. When resources were abundant, They chose one course of action. When resources became scarce and manpower diminished, they adopted another approach. I do not blame them. At least they sustained themselves for several years, providing me and my sister with several years of convenience. However, later on, in order to obtain that convenience again, one had to pay a price. Are you suggesting that women have little to offer? It has always been my sister who bore my share. She treated me well, shielding me from those sordid matters. I relied on her to survive and, fortunately, did not encounter too much hardship. She was a wonderful sister. Thank you. I share the same sentiment. She must truly love you. While I do not deny my affection, I believe there are few who could endure her possessive nature. Tang Shui remarked indifferently. Does she intend to monitor you constantly? Jing Yuan inquired. Sighing, Jing Yuan responded. How did she perish? I prefer not to delve into that topic. Suffice it to say, I have devised a means to avenge her. After exacting my revenge, I struck a deal with that gang of loafers, intending to simply perish there. Quite absurd, isn't it? I held a knife, yet could not bring myself to pierce my own throat. This is the nature of your transaction with the loafers. Did you not say you would inform me in 14 days? I can see through you. By the way, is your name truly Tang Shui? Or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision inspired by the snow drifting from the heavens? Is a name merely a moniker? Call me Tang Shui, Mr. Jing Yuan. That is my true name. From the very first words exchanged upon our meeting, were you already weaving a web of deceit? Sleep now, sleep. I too am weary. We shall converse tomorrow. Then, good night. Good night. The room fell silent as Jing Yuan turned over, pondering the harshness of reality. It is no wonder Tang Shui is reluctant to trust him. She resembles a hedgehog, bristling with thorns, perpetually on guard against the world outside. Any reckless approach would only result in being pricked and wounded. Her words are a blend of truth and falsehood, and even her name may be a fabrication. Yet, as for the very first words exchanged between them, who can say? Best to rest. This woman is far too complex for him to decipher. Chapter 91. Jing Yuan and friends. After taking her medication and applying ointment, Tang Shui's condition stabilized. Although she still had a fever, her complexion visibly improved. Upon rising, Jing Yuan discovered a folding wheelchair in the storage room. Outside, the cold wind howled, enveloping the world in darkness as if it were the end of days. He brought the wheelchair upstairs, switched on the lamp, and prepared for Tang Shui to sit and give it a try. After conversing with her for a while seated by the bed, Tang Shui shared that the coldest days had yet to arrive. Each winter proved to be the most arduous, claiming the lives of many, with nearly 50 more days of snowfall anticipated. Jing Yuan inquired about the diet of the survivors, to which Tang Shui replied that they consumed whatever was available. In the past, when the population was larger, scavengers and the guard team managed to salvage significant amounts of food from the city, and occasionally, they were fortunate enough to receive free rice porridge. Jing Yuan then asked how they dealt with infected individuals. Tang Shui explained that the guard team maintained a registry for everyone. They possessed a comprehensive roster and conducted regular roll calls. If anyone exhibited signs of infection, they would be taken for examination, and once confirmed, they would typically handle the situation accordingly. At this point, Tang Shui appeared reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. She extended her hands towards Jing Yuan, expressing her need to use the restroom. Jing Yuan skillfully lifted her, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The villa's restroom featured a Western-style toilet, which was far more accommodating for a patient than a squat toilet. Jing Yuan assisted her in sitting on the toilet, cushioned with a towel, then turned to wait for her signal that she was ready to exit, just as he had done in the past few days. Mr. Jing Yuan, are you not going out? She asked. Out. Kyoto Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Hasn't it been like this for the past few days? Rest assured, I won't peek. It's not a matter of peeking, Mr. Kyoto Yuan. I have my basic dignity. Please leave. Please close the door and only re-enter when I call your name. Kyoto Yuan reflected, acknowledging the validity of her words. Previously, she was squatting, but now she's using a toilet. He had been supporting her because she couldn't squat, but now that she can sit on the toilet, it's appropriate to grant her more privacy. No one appreciates their privacy being invaded. He, for instance, detests his parents barging into his room without closing the door upon exit. Compared to that, using the toilet is a higher level of privacy. He discerned that Tang Shui is a girl with immense pride, and he should be mindful of this aspect in the future. I understand. Kyoto Yuan then exited the bathroom, closing the door and waiting outside. Kyoto Yuan opened the door, carried her to the wheelchair, and covered her with a fleece blanket. Could I have a hair tie and a mirror? Tang Shui asked softly. I'll go look. Kyoto Yuan went to the basement and found a rubber band in the utility room, retrieving a vanity mirror. Make do with this. I don't have a collection of hair ties for girls. Kyoto Yuan handed Tang Shui the mirror and rubber band. Thank you. Could you move the lamp closer? Kyoto Yuan placed the lamp beside her, illuminating her. She positioned the vanity mirror upon her lap, secured the elastic band with her teeth, and meticulously smoothed her hair, gathering the strands near her ears and her fringe before fastening it into a ponytail. She scrutinized her reflection, painstakingly adjusting her hairstyle. It must be acknowledged that she possessed a certain comeliness, rendering her sister's infatuation with her unsurprising. Jing Yuan surmised that she was likely being truthful in this regard, for considering the exigencies of a post-apocalyptic existence, her skin was remarkably pristine, almost devoid of wrinkles, and possessed a pallor akin to that of a convalescent confined indoors, deprived of sunlight. Her fingers, too, were uncommonly smooth, uncharacteristic of one accustomed to manual labor. If someone were to have sheltered and sequestered her indoors for an extended period, it would account for these qualities. Do I appear presentable, Mr. Jing Yuan? She inquired, suddenly lifting her gaze and fluttering her eyelashes at him. Passable, Jing Yuan replied. What is your preferred type of woman? Perhaps one of a more mature disposition? I couldn't say. I've never been in a relationship. If you were to characterize your mother in a single word, what would it be? Gentle? Stern? Why are you asking these questions? It's of no consequence. Escort me downstairs. I wish to survey your abode. Very well. Jing Yuan maneuvered her towards the stairwell. The two-story villa featured ivory-hued marble steps. Jing Yuan lifted the wheelchair in its entirety, carrying it downstairs, and proceeded to guide her through the house. It must be acknowledged that Tang Shui's presence served to alleviate Jing Yuan's sense of solitude to a considerable extent. He even felt that Tang Shui was being somewhat garrulous. It was just one more person, yet this grand villa seemed rather noisy. Choose a room, Jing Yuan said abruptly. I'll make up a new bed for you later. Starting tonight, you won't have to squeeze in with me. There's no need for that, Mr. Jing Yuan. It's not necessary to prepare a room especially for me. It's no trouble at all. I have spare bedding. It won't take more than 10 minutes to make up a bed. That's not what I mean. I'm afraid to sleep alone. I detest sleeping alone. If I can't chat with Mr. Jing Yuan before bed, I'm certain to have nightmares. Please, allow me to sleep with you. I promise not to make a sound, not to disturb you, and to absolutely obey your every instruction until death do us part. That's a bit severe, isn't it? Are you really that afraid of sleeping alone? You're taking it too far. This is my lifelong request, I implore you. Jing Yuan felt her words carried too much weight. All right, I understand. Thank you immensely for your forbearance, generosity, benevolence, and understanding. You must have been an angel in your past life. For someone as lowly as I to receive even a modicum of your compassion is an unparalleled honor. Spare me the flattery. It's about time to change your ointment. Just try not to cry out in pain later. Jing Yuan wheeled her into the living room. I speak only the truth, Mr. Jing Yuan. I can swear it in your name. I'd rather not shorten my lifespan, and please, dispense with the honorifics. I don't consider myself superior to you. Then, may I consider you a friend? Certainly, no problem. Jing Yuan surmised that he had gained some understanding of Tang Shui's past, having attended to her needs with meticulous care for several days. Their rapport, he believed, had transcended mere acquaintance, and addressing her as a friend would no longer be inappropriate. In that vein, she began, her gaze meeting his directly. I wish to pose a question as a friend. Mr. Jing Yuan, what manner of woman appeals to you? Tang Shui clarified. Let it be known that my inquiry is not predicated on any burgeoning affection for you, Mr. Jing Yuan. My curiosity is purely academic, arising solely from an interest in the matter. Indeed, I harbor no such feelings for you, so please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely seek to satisfy a friend's curiosity regarding the predilections of another friend, you, Mr. Jing Yuan. Tang Shui's gaze burned with the intensity of a fiery beacon, leaving Jing Yuan slightly breathless. Chapter 92. Jing Yuan and his lover. 1. What type of woman captivates Mr. Jing Yuan? Generally speaking, men tend to favor those with ample endowments, a trait I regretfully lack. However, I dare say my countenance is passable. During my school days, I was the frequent recipient of love letters, and I consistently topped the rankings among the male students. By conventional standards of beauty, I believe I could be considered a belle. As for my physique, I stand at 165 centimeters and weigh 41 kilograms, with measurements of 72B, 58, and 83. Perhaps my figure is somewhat too petite. However, the ratio of my leg length to my height is 1 o'clock. 62, which aesthetically approximates the golden ratio of 1 o'clock. 618. Previously, When I wore skirts, the gaze of the boys would invariably fixate upon my elongated legs. Furthermore, my piano instructor lauded me for possessing beautiful hands, and my sister remarked that I emanate a pleasant fragrance. Moreover, should you find yourself with time to spare, I could perform a dance for you. My proficiency in ballet is at the 7th grade, and my flexibility is quite remarkable. I am also capable of laundering clothes, preparing meals, and sweeping floors. I am versatile in attire and have been awarded first prize in both national mathematics and physics competitions. My IQ is estimated to be 145, or rather, I misspoke. I am, in truth, somewhat of a simpleton. Mr. Jingyuan, do you favor women of a more ingenuous nature or those of greater intellect? Mr. Jingyuan, hypothetically speaking, were I to be your paramour, what aspects, if any, would you find displeasing? Would you find me excessively loquacious? Would you find the texture of my skin unappealing? Or might you find my personality objectionable? Tang Shui pursed her lips and looked up, one hand fretting the hem of her garment, kneading it repeatedly. To date, he had never been in a relationship. During his academic years, there were girls for whom he harbored secret affections, but all such feelings were ultimately unrequited. Now, he could not even recall their faces or names. Romance, for him, was an utterly foreign concept, akin to a term from a distant galaxy. However, despite his lack of romantic experience, one thing was abundantly clear. If they were to coexist as lovers, Tang Shui would share her nights with him, embracing him, engaging in heartfelt conversations, strolling hand in hand, donning an apron to prepare meals for him, adorning herself in attire that pleases him, dancing in his presence, whispering sweet nothings, and offering her hand to him. In moments of his sorrow, solitude, or heartache, she would allow him to rest his head upon her lap, gently caressing his hair. After all, the essence of being lovers lies in such tender interactions. Contemplating this envisioned future stirred something within him. Indeed, as Tang Shui asserted, she could be deemed a beauty, particularly after a touch of embellishment. Jing Yuan had already begun to perceive her allure. If she were to nourish herself properly and recuperate for a spell, she would undoubtedly transform into an exquisitely refined maiden. Having endured 90 days of solitude, Jing Yuan had long yearned for the emergence of such a figure in his life. Now that she had appeared, however, a sense of dread and trepidation gripped his heart. He could somewhat fathom why Tang Shui was enamored with him, yet he was not the formidable, benevolent man she envisioned, one who possessed a villa and vast reserves. The affection she harbored was for a fabricated version of him, a facade of brilliance. In reality, he was far from human. He had morphed into a monster, cold, devoid of warmth, and craving blood. Even in this very moment, he battled against the primal urge to succumb to his bloodthirst, restraining himself, forcing back the instinct to pounce and rend the innocent maiden before him into shreds. He dreaded the prospect of Tang Shui discovering his true nature, fearing that during an embrace, she would discern the absence of warmth and heartbeat within him. He recoiled at the thought of her ensuing hysteria, the piercing shriek that might escape her lips, the monstrous epithet she might utter. Despite Tang Shui posing no tangible threat to him, he felt a profound dread towards this young woman, or rather, towards the true essence of himself. After more than 90 days of solitude, a question he had never before confronted surfaced in his mind. In the eyes of others, did he still qualify as human? Even if he considered himself to be one, what would others think? Would other humans accept him as such? I'm just going to the restroom, Jing Yuan said, fleeing into the bathroom as if escaping, closing the door behind him and sitting on the toilet. Of course, he had no need to relieve himself. He simply sought to evade that intense gaze. Should he press her hand against his chest, reveal his fangs, and terrify her, warning her that he would devour her if she dared utter such words again? They were of different species entirely, so why was he compelled to forge an emotional connection with her? Friendship was just a casual notion. They had only known each other for a few days. His heart was filled with trepidation and agitation, rendering him unable to calm down. Surrounded by the silence, broken only by the howling wind outside the window, he suddenly realized that Tang Shui had not made a sound in the living room. He felt a surge of worry, concerned that Tang Shui's health had taken a turn for the worse. She still had a fever, and the bandage covering the wound where he had applied ointment the day before had not yet been removed to assess its condition. He surmised that the loquacious young woman would be outside, incessantly calling, "Mr. Jingyuan, Mr. Jingyuan, how much longer will you be in the restroom?" However, she did not. Eventually, he emerged from the lavatory. Yet, upon entering the hall, he somewhat regretted his exit. Tang Shui was full of vigor. In the hall, She was baring her teeth at Xiaobai. Bereft of its master, Xiaobai seemed hesitant to flaunt its prowess before her, tucking its tail and scurrying to Jingyuan's feet. Mr. Jingyuan. Look, it doesn't even dare to bark, Tang Shui said, covering her mouth as she chuckled. It is somewhat timid, Jingyuan said, stroking Xiaobai's head, lifting it, and placing it beside its bowl of dog food, adding some kibble and water. The little creature nestled its head into the corner, consuming its meal with audible relish. Jingyuan picked up the frisbee from the table and tossed it. Xiaobai immediately leaped up, darting toward the disc and retrieving it to his hand. May I try? Tang Shui inquired. Don't exert yourself too much. Be mindful of your injury, Jingyuan cautioned, handing her the frisbee. Okay, Tang Shui responded, gently releasing the frisbee. Though it landed quite close, barely eliciting interest from Xiaobai. She pouted at Xiaobai, but the canine disregarded her, instead carrying the disc back to Jingyuan's feet, jumping up and down. Whether it was a mere perception or not, Jingyuan sensed that she had become much more animated, or perhaps this was her true self. Chapter 93. Jingyuan and his lover, 2. After emerging from the restroom, Tang Shui refrained from broaching the subject again. Jingyuan feigned ignorance, assisting her with changing the bandages and applying ointment. He began to pay closer attention to his actions. Prior to applying ointment on Tang Shui, he would soak his hands in warm water for a while, ensuring that the temperature of his palms remained sufficiently warm. Simultaneously, he exercised great caution, striving to avoid contact with her thighs, abdomen, and other intimate areas. Today, with little to occupy his time, he devoted some moments to cooking a pot of pumpkin porridge. It was his first attempt at making porridge, and Tang Shui remarked that it was too thin and excessively sweet. She suggested that a little oil could be added to enhance the smoothness of the texture. It appeared that her claim of culinary skills was not mere fabrication. Jingyuan took her temperature again. It registered at 38.5, a slight decrease from the previous day, yet she remained feverish. After their meal, he assisted Tang Shui to bed, allowing her to rest. Jingyuan then attended to some daily chores in the courtyard, hauling several bundles of firewood indoors while placing the empty water bucket outside. He brought in the bucket filled with snow, kindling a fire to elevate the room's temperature, facilitating the melting of the snow into water. The heavy snowfall cast a gloomy darkness over the day, and Jingyuan had little desire to venture outside. He had no clear purpose for going out, and his health remained precariously low, below 30 points, with no sunlight in sight. It would take at least 10 days for him to recover. What could Xiaoyan be doing? Perhaps engrossed in her comics. He had previously brought her a new batch of carefully selected comics, ample enough to occupy her time. He likely would not step outside again before winter's end. Having already conveyed this to Xiaoyan, he wondered if she felt lonely. Perhaps on a day when the sun shone brightly, he might pay her a visit. His gaze fell upon the infection organism compendium and Xiaoyan's observation diary he had placed on the table. He pondered for a moment and placed the 2 books he had authored upon a high shelf, concealing them from view. He wished to shield Tang Shui from the contents of infection specimens and Xiaoyan's observation diary, for the words inscribed within were entirely from his perspective, starkly contrasting with the human viewpoint. For instance, the zombies did not attack him, and the texts detailed the entire process of his evolution after extracting the snake gall, along with his psychological musings and the unsettling desire to consume Xiaobai, describing the torment of suppressing such feelings. Anyone who read them would swiftly discern that the author was a non-human entity, prompting him to hide these unfinished works. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, engaging in a game of frisbee with Xiaobai. However, even the typically lively Xiaobai seemed lackluster in the frigid weather. After a brief play session, it retreated into its box, curling up beneath a blanket to sleep. With Tang Shui resting and Xiaobai dozing, Jingyuan found himself alone in the living room, idly switching on a desk lamp and perusing a magazine. Yet, he could not absorb any of the material. Perhaps a game would be more engaging, he mused, as he powered on the salvaged game console, intending to immerse himself in a medieval open-world game. However, his attention waned, and he found himself repeatedly succumbing to a vampire boss, dying 5 or 6 times in succession, with the battery life dwindling in the upper right corner. He turned off the game, reclining on the sofa and gazing at the ceiling. This ceiling was all too familiar to him. Countless hours of emptiness had been spent here, staring blankly, sometimes for an hour, 2 hours, or even an entire day. In the midst of a snowstorm, solitude can indeed be overwhelming, even with the company of Xiaobai. Its inability to converse, share jests, or engage in playful banter only amplifies the sense of isolation. Loneliness is a truly formidable force, akin to an insidious entity gradually devouring one's spirit, leaving one devoid of anticipation for the morrow. How long, one wonders? Would a person confined to a lightless chamber retain their sanity? He closed his eyes, his hands slowly converging upwards, as if embracing an ethereal presence. After a protracted moment, he gingerly opened the door, his footsteps as light as a feline's as he entered the room, though the room was shrouded in darkness. A pair of eyes observed Jing Yuan intently. "Allow me to illuminate the room. You should continue resting," he said, reaching for the bedside lamp. "Would you indulge me with a brief conversation, Mr. Jing Yuan? I find myself unable to sleep," Tang Shui requested. Jing Yuan hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. "Very well." He closed the door and reclined on the opposite side of the bed, his back facing Tang Shui. He was at a loss for words, unsure of how to initiate a dialogue. "Might I request that you turn around, Mr. Jing Yuan?" "Oh, of course," he responded, pursing his lips as he turned to face her. Tang Shui, her head inclined, gazed directly at his face. Though the room was dimly lit, the vestiges of daylight still provided a faint illumination. Jing Yuan averted his gaze, awaiting her to speak first, as he was typically the more taciturn of the two. "May I pose a question to you, Mr. Jing Yuan? What is it that you wish to inquire about?" "Mr. Jing Yuan, are you, in truth, not human?" These words seemed to arrest Jing Yuan's heart. He was suddenly struck by the chilling quality of her gaze, as if those eyes were scrutinizing him. Observing him from behind a pane of glass, he fell silent, turning away without a glance or a thought. "When did you discover it?" His voice was icy, for he believed that Tang Shui had been skillfully extracting his words all along. This woman was exceedingly clever, adept at masquerading. She never spoke the truth and had perpetually deceived him. Those living corpses, even when you were in close proximity, did not attack you. You severed the heads of 109 of them, yet still possessed the strength to prepare hot water for me and carry me as we walked. This was utterly abnormal. Furthermore, your body temperature was something I sensed when you first bound my wounds. You seemingly lacked the capacity to feel warmth. The contrast between your palm and the water temperature was striking. Moreover, you specifically disposed of the bloodied bandages by placing them in a plastic bag and casting them from the balcony, as if you feared that the sight of blood might awaken your ferocity. I had observed a similar phenomenon in those who were in the later stages of infection. They would collect bloodied items, yet fear discovery by the guards, resorting to burying or hiding them. You likely do not require the restroom either. In that room, or in this bathroom, I have not encountered any readily available tissues nor signs of use. After all, a toilet that hasn't been flushed would inevitably leave some trace or odor, yet upon my meticulous observation, I found nothing. You probably also lack a sense of taste. The pumpkin porridge you prepared today bore no sweetness whatsoever, yet when I remarked that it was sweet, you echoed my sentiment, claiming it had a hint of sweetness. Kaoyuan was beset by a maelstrom of emotions, under the misapprehension that his sentiments were well concealed, only to discover they were glaringly obvious. He was uncertain whether his own carelessness or Tang Shui's perspicacity was to blame. "You could have remained silent," Kaoyuan lamented, burying his ears beneath a pillow. Tang Shui shifted closer, enfolding him in an embrace, her chin resting tenderly upon his shoulder. "I was compelled to voice my feelings, Mr. Kaoyuan. I have become enamored with you, utterly captivated. Despite my initial plea for your assistance, and my subsequent wariness, distrust, and harsh words, you never abandoned me. Your gentleness is so profound that I find it difficult to believe it is genuine. I was vaguely conscious on several occasions during that first night. I am aware that you remained awake throughout, tending to me with lukewarm towels every 10 minutes. In that room, you invariably sat beside me whenever you left, offering me water and inquiring after my well-being. When assisting me to the restroom, you were always mindful of my injuries. You changed my bandages with such meticulous care that you never once caused me pain. Your diminutive canine is delightful. Despite its timidity, it exhibits no fear towards you, clinging to you with ardent affection. Despite my harboring such animosity towards you, you still ushered me into your abode. I once believed that I had lost the capacity to love, yet, Mr. Jing Yuan, I must confess that I have fallen deeply in love with you. An affection from which I cannot extricate myself. My love is not for your castle, nor for your wealth. I adore you, the very architect of that castle. Thus, I must express my feelings regardless of the consequences. Even if it leads to your disdain or abandonment, I must speak my truth. You have truly rescued me from that iron cage, and I vow that from this moment forth, all that I am belongs to you, with unwavering fidelity. I shall love you eternally. Outside, the wind grew increasingly fierce, and the individual who had covered their ears with a pillow slowly turned and embraced the one who was holding them. They hesitated to hold too tightly, fearing it might cause pain. Chapter 94. Jingyuan and the Everyday. 1. Jingyuan held Tang Shui in his arms. It was not their first embrace, yet this time he felt a certain reluctance to extend his hand. Rest well, I shall fetch you a cup of warm water. Jingyuan gently patted Tang Shui's back. Rising to switch on the lamp, he was uncertain of his feelings towards Tang Shui, but he suspected they had not yet evolved into the weighty realm of love. Her words were pleasing to the ear, and whether she spoke the truth about her feelings or not, she had at least been candid about her awareness of Jingyuan's otherworldly nature, even if she chose only to speak kind words. She remembered clearly the kindness Jingyuan had shown her, and this alone surpassed what many women in the world could claim. Jingyuan lifted the kettle and poured a cup of hot water into a fine bone china cup. He added 2 pieces of rock sugar and gently stirred with a spoon, creating a delicate mist that swirled like the turbulence within his own heart. Sitting by the bedside, he propped Tang Shui up and helped her drink. Tang Shui obediently followed his lead, leaning against him. He attempted to speak 2 or 3 times, but could not articulate a single complete sentence, merely exhaling a sigh. Yet, as you said, I am no longer human. Suddenly, Tang Shui grasped Jingyuan's palm. Mr. Jingyuan, do you know? In the initial days, I harbored a deep resentment towards you for rescuing me from that iron cage, for allowing me to linger in this world for a few more days. All my friends, my family, everyone I knew has vanished from my life, save for my sister. Though she is peculiar, she would hold me every night, whispering words of love in my ear. I never uttered the words I love you to her. I thought I hated her. But after her demise, I realized I could no longer feel warmth. I wished for death, yet lacked the courage to embrace it. I am a coward, filled with self-doubt and utterly worthless. Until my last moments, I dreamed of a prince on a white horse appearing by my side. Tang Shui held Jingyuan's hand against her cheek. At first, I thought these hands were cold, but later I discovered they were the warmest in the world. Would you like some dried persimmons? Allow me to fetch you one. Please, do help me with that. Thank you. Jingyuan briskly exited the bedroom, finding the woman's eloquence overwhelming. He couldn't afford to be swayed by her flattery. Patting his chest and taking deep breaths, he descended to the basement and retrieved a persimmon cake. Stay composed, Jingyuan, he told himself, remain discerning. For lunch, he consumed the remaining pumpkin porridge, enhancing it with a touch of white sugar while reheating. Although the addition of sugar made little difference to him personally, he understood that bland food was difficult to stomach. He was not the type to impose his own preferences on others. After the meal, Tang Shui inquired, Mr. Jingyuan, I noticed shampoo in the bathroom. Would it be permissible for me to wash my hair? Wash your hair? But you still have a fever. It's quite all right. I feel much improved. I simply wish to freshen up my hair. Very well. Jingyuan had taken her temperature again at midday, noting it had decreased to 38.2 degrees Celsius. The fever was gradually subsiding, and judging by Tang Shui's demeanor, washing her hair should pose no significant issue. Consequently, he prepared a basin of hot water and escorted her to the first-floor bathroom, where he typically bathed. The bathroom was spacious, featuring a large bathtub. Do you require assistance? Jingyuan asked, positioning the wheelchair in the bathroom. If you could fetch a stool and place the basin on it, that would be sufficient. Jingyuan complied with her request. Her frostbite was primarily concentrated in her lower body, with shallower injuries to her upper body, enabling her to wash her hair independently, albeit while seated in the wheelchair. Confronting the wooden stool that was nearly her height, she tilted her head slightly and gathered her waist-length hair, immersing it in the warm water. She squeezed a dollop of shampoo into her palm and gently massaged it into her hair, releasing a subtle lemon fragrance. Once she had worked up a sufficient lather, Jingyuan assisted her in changing the water. Having washed her hair, she then requested a pair of scissors and a ruler from Jingyuan. You intend to cut your own hair? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. With a white towel draped over her shoulders, damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks. She meticulously trimmed her bangs and edges while facing the mirror. She pruned her disheveled hair with great care, creating a sense of order. After smoothing her bangs with a comb, her freshly washed hair no longer appeared as parched as before. Subsequently, she asked Jingyuan for several rubber bands. She coiled her hair up and fashioned an elaborate hairstyle. Lacking a hairdryer, she patiently dried her hair with a towel. The trimmed hair cascaded down, softening her slender face. She moistened her fingertip and applied it to her lips, pressing them together. As she was, She already possessed a striking beauty, resembling a young woman preparing for a rendezvous. Exceedingly lovely, Jing Yuan offered with sincere praise. He was astounded by the dramatic enhancement in her appearance resulting from the change in hairstyle. If 100 points constituted perfection, he would have initially rated Tang Shui a mere 40 upon their first encounter. However, now she was, without a doubt, an 80-point beauty. Had she been able to change into more becoming attire, he would have added an additional 5 points. Nevertheless, her intrinsic features were already quite remarkable. Had it not been for prolonged malnutrition, she likely would have been a 90-point beauty even without makeup. It is human nature to be drawn to aesthetics, and the fair maiden seated before Jing Yuan was undeniably easy on the eyes, especially with her amiable smile. Jing Yuan found himself indulging in reveries, envisioning a future of cohabitation with this girl. However, he swiftly dispelled these whimsical notions, recognizing that he should not entertain such fantasies until he ascertained the sincerity of Tang Shui's affections, as he was uncertain whether she genuinely loved him. Perhaps due to his past experiences of never having received the sincere love of a girl, he always felt that a woman as beautiful as this, as intelligent and adept at pretense, should not fall in love with him. He was timid and cautious, like a feral cat observing the person offering it food from a distance, wary of a potentially ruinous lure.